Hun, the sole wielder of the Dark Star's shadow power, a bringer of absolute demise and the very living incarnation of death itself. Though he stood as the absolute greatest necromancer, the world branded him a power-mad lunatic. They claimed his lust for power drove him to try and wipe out humanity, leading to his defeat by the Nine Stars. But is that the actual truth? And why did Jinhun Cha, who perished 10 years ago, suddenly wake up in someone else's body? Let's uncover this mystery together. The world underwent a terrifying cataclysm. It wasn't some natural disaster like shifting plates or erupting volcanoes, but an onslaught of vicious monsters. Now, every corner of the earth is ruled by grotesque, nightmare-inducing beasts that defy all laws of nature. They suddenly spawned across the globe, instantly dragging humanity right to the absolute edge of despair. Yet, amidst this terrifying chaos, one young man stood proud. Facing an overwhelmingly massive horde of demons, he remained completely unfazed, even playfully mocking them. Whoa, what a massive army you brought. And the catalyst behind their sudden invasion was the Trial Tower, a mysterious structure that granted these monsters their overwhelming power. Humanity came to call it either the Demon Tower or the Tower of God. And there he stood, staring straight ahead without a single trace of fear. The world gave it these names trying to decipher its true purpose. Let's wind back the clock to the old man who started it all, telling the world, climb to the top of the tower. He promised that everything they ever desired, power, wealth, and glory, was waiting inside. They just had to climb to the peak, face the deadly trials prepared for them, and every dream would be granted. But grasping that glory was never going to be easy, especially with deadly traps at every turn. This colossal tower stood 999 floors high, governed entirely by godlike entities and high-ranking demons. Because of this, stepping foot inside was a guaranteed death sentence. World governments desperately tried to block access to the tower, but driven by pure ambition and the thirst for glory, people gladly risked their lives to enter. Despite the bans, nothing could stop the flood of challengers. And the rulers of the tower kept their word without exception. Just as the gods and demons had warned, anyone who dared interfere with those entering the tower faced instant, brutal retribution. 5 full years have now passed since humanity first became obsessed with the tower's mysteries. Back in the present, he flashes a chilling, bloodthirsty grin, absolutely thrilled for what lies ahead. Let's begin humanity's first attempt at the 600th floor. But suddenly, a streak of crimson light tears violently through the air. Seconds later, massive explosions tear the battlefield apart, completely swallowing the entire area in a thick shroud of smoke and fire. Absolutely furious that these pests are ruining his moment, he charges forward with pure rage, roaring, "How dare you stand in my way, 9 stars?" A hooded woman, thoroughly disgusted by his reckless arrogance, glares at him and demands to know, "What do you think you are doing?" These are the legendary 9 stars. Out of millions of climbers, these 9 elites rose to the top, mastering the devastating magic and divine powers granted by the tower. Their combined strength is completely unmatched. The warrior standing beside her stays on high alert, warning, "Everyone be careful, his power is completely unstable." Furious beyond belief, dark energy erupts from his body as he raises his hand, ready to obliterate anyone blocking his path. "How dare you?" he screams. "I never expected you pests to interfere with my holy crusade. Do not think your deaths will be enough to settle this." His true identity is finally revealed as the legendary outcast known as the Dark Star. He isn't a master swordsman or some holy deity, but he is the singular man who surpassed the 9 stars to claim the title of the strongest Hun. Wearing a twisted demonic grin, he utters a single, chilling command: "Awaken." Unleashing his legendary temper, Hun immediately channels his dark energy to raise an army of the undead, proving once again why he is death personified. Pitch-black magic infuses the rotting corpses as the supreme necromancer easily commands his legion of skeletal soldiers to rise and slaughter his foes. Mocking his enemies with absolute arrogance, he sneers, just in time. "I was getting sick of this peaceful world anyway." Hun shouts shamelessly, his twisted smile widening as he yells, "All I need is power. I will turn you into my undead puppets and become the ultimate, undisputed strongest." Horrified by his pure villainy, the righteous warriors of the 9 stars can't stay silent. "I knew it." He sold out humanity to side with the demons. Hearing their accusations, Hun merely bursts into wild laughter. "Betrayal, you say?" The holy paladins under Cain Von fling open their sacred grimoires, channeling the divine light of justice to confront him. "So be it. 9 stars, eliminate the traitor Hun at once." Instantly, the battlefield descends into pure, unadulterated chaos as a barrage of devastating magical attacks clash from every direction. Though Hun betrayed his allies and struck the 9 stars, driven mad by his own overflowing power, the legendary heroes band together, unleashing their absolute maximum strength to purge this great evil from the world once and for all. But fighting the whole world alone is a losing game. As they gain the upper hand, he snarls in bitter rage. How dare you? Jin-hyuk alone stood no chance against the 9 members of the 9 stars. Armed with lethal weapons, they charged at him at lightning speed. Die, Jin-hyuk. You must face your ultimate punishment for betraying all of humanity. Facing this fatal threat, Jin-hyuk looked completely helpless as things went south. A spear suddenly pierced straight through him, acting as a brutal punishment for his actions. Branded as a traitor who craved ultimate power, Jin-hyuk was beaten so badly he began coughing up blood. But did he actually deserve this cruel fate? Get ready, because a mind-blowing truth is about to be revealed, though that was just the fake story told to the world. Jin-hyuk never betrayed humanity. In reality, he was backstabbed by the 9 stars, 8 of them, to be exact. But that dark truth was buried forever. Since then, 10 long years have passed. Jin-hyuk's new room is a total disaster zone, so messy that flies are buzzing everywhere. He lies huddled under a blanket on a cheap bed, with only those pests keeping him company. Even after all this time, he still cannot let go of his burning grudge. He even talks in his sleep, muttering about returning to the 9 stars. Suddenly, he bolts upright with blank eyes, cursing those absolute bastards at the top of his lungs. Snapping out of his trance, Jin-hyuk looks around in shock. Suddenly, a wave of relief hits him. It actually worked. His expression flips completely, making him look like he just hit the jackpot. His secret ability, a rare soul migration technique, had pulled off the absolute impossible. It is an incredibly broken, overpowered ability that lets him cheat death even at the very last second. This skill allows him to transfer his own soul into another compatible body. Thanks to this cheat skill, Jin-hyuk gets to live another day. It seems the magic successfully tracked down a body with similar physical traits, and luckily, he is still in South Korea. Looking at his miserable new life, he cannot forget the disgusting betrayal he suffered from them. Damn those dirty scoundrels from the 9 stars. Jin-hyuk still cannot believe they set him up so horribly. He could have easily cleared the 600th floor alone, yet they offered a hand only to stab him in the back. The dark memories replay in his mind. He remembers the absolute bloodbath back then, his body dripping with blood from their cold, sharp swords. As Jin-hyuk lay dying, his attacker just stood there staring down at him, mockingly asking if he wanted to know why he was betrayed. That smug, silver-haired man is none other than Holy Knight Cain Pellin, and the lady beside him is Saintess Carmen Pellin. He arrogantly declared that Jin-hyuk would never be able to summon a single creature inside their magic circle of holy light. That wicked woman was just as disgusting, joining in to mock him. She sneered that, despite being called a one-man army, he was absolutely nothing compared to them when cornered alone. Gasping for his final breaths, the exhausted Jin-hyuk gasped out that he was only trying to help them. But Cain and Carmen simply kept justifying their vile actions, claiming it was nothing personal and that they did not actually hate him. Then, a sinister, textbook villain smirk suddenly spread across his face. He mockingly called it weeding out the competition. Screaming from the excruciating pain of their betrayal, Jin-hyuk furiously demanded to know if his friend Choi Gung-hoon was also in on this plan. His close ally and the strongest combat star of the 9 stars, Choi Gung-hoon had skipped the raid on the 600th floor. They kept him in the dark out of fear that he would step in to help. Cornered by these twisted psychopaths, Jin-hyuk was completely powerless, realizing he had been utterly outplayed. His vibrant purple eyes slowly fade to pitch black. He realizes his vision is blurring fast from massive blood loss. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, he finally stops fighting and accepts his fate, bitterly telling them that he will let them have their hollow victory this time. Even though his physical body is failing, his burning iron will remains completely indestructible. He silently vows that this is not the end, and he will return far stronger than those traitors, right as his eyes slide shut. Before drawing his absolute last breath, one final, unshakable promise echoes in his mind. Revenge will be mine. Fortunately, a stroke of luck keeps him in the game. Thanks to his soul migration skill, he survives, though his new face is twisted in sheer disgust. With that betrayal burned into his soul, his rage peaks as he swears to destroy them all. Just you wait, he whispers, promising that he will not even give them the mercy of becoming his undead summons. He will slowly torment and crush their souls so they can never reincarnate. Right when his anger is at a boiling point, a phone suddenly chimed, wishing him a cheerful good morning. Only now does he realize there is a phone sitting right beside him. A modern smartphone? He did not expect this random guy he possessed to own such a decent piece of tech, but it is a nice bonus. Having been away from modern technology for so long, he eagerly picks it up to explore. It has been ages since he handled one, but this device looks surprisingly high-end. But as he scrolls through the screen, his jaw completely drops in sheer shock. 2023? Seeing those numbers lit up in front of him makes Jin-hyuk gasp in disbelief. 2023 means 10 whole years have slipped away. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and it feels as if that betrayal happened just yesterday. Yet a decade has already passed. What kind of crazy skill is this? As he thinks about it, Jin-hyuk suddenly realizes something. More importantly, wait, what about skills? He wonders if he can even use magic in this weak body. Unaware of the absolute danger right in front of it, a fly lazily buzzes around. But with one swift motion, he totally squashes it flat. Opening his hand, he sees the fly has officially taken a one-way trip to the afterlife. Sighing heavily, Hun musters all his energy, focusing deeply to manifest magic. Commanding it to awaken yields absolutely nothing. Standing helplessly on the bed, he gloomily recalls online search results about awakening. Waiting for what feels like an eternity, absolutely nothing changes. Losing his patience, he screams for it to awaken, but his voice just echoes into nothingness, leaving him totally powerless. Frustrated that this body doesn't possess a single drop of mana, he flings the curtains open and stares outside. Staring up at that endless, sky-piercing tower, Hun is completely sick of it. How is he supposed to conquer that monstrous tower without a single skill? He immediately grabs his phone and starts tapping furiously. Wait, in the 10 years he was gone, did those betrayers actually conquer the summit? He quickly types in the search bar and scrolls at breakneck speed. Finally, he lands on a headline. The former 9-star, Choi Jung-hoon, has reached the 800th floor, posted at 7:13 p.m. on April 12, 2023. Edited at 7:27 p.m. on April 12, 2023. Another article mentions star Choi Jung-hoon reaching the 300th floor, prompting a sneer of absolute disgust from him. In 10 whole years, those bastards only managed to clear 200 floors? Honestly though, Hun realizes the timing couldn't be more perfect. This is his golden opportunity. While they lazily climb, he will catch up and exact his ultimate revenge. With his path set, he grabs his coat and leaves. Realizing that staying cooped up inside isn't smart, Hun decides to head out and train. Training outside the tower is useless, he must head over right now. Though his new body is incredibly weak, at least his brilliant tactical mind remains completely intact. Even though this body is strictly for beginners, his deep knowledge as the former 9-star means he can easily level up at lightning speed. His heart burns with pure rage. Just you wait. Former comrade's vengeance will absolutely be his. Action speaks louder than words. Now, Hun stands right at the entrance of Seoul's ancient tower, blending into the massive crowd in his black coat. One random guy excitedly boasts about getting rich at the top, but a realist nearby immediately shuts him down, questioning if he even has what it takes. Warning him he might die on floor 1, Hun ignores them, staring up at the ominous, glowing tower. The Tower of Trials, the legendary starting line where endless hopes and tragic stories begin. Inside, a winding, ancient staircase stretches upward, leading toward a mysterious, dimly lit chamber. Deep inside that mysterious, dark chamber, a coffin sitting right in the center slowly creaks open, revealing a glowing skull inside that whispers sinisterly about its long-awaited and ultimate return to this world. Meanwhile, in another location, a forest is completely consumed by raging flames and black smoke. As the danger escalates, someone is desperately running for their life. It turns out to be a fragile, crying girl who can only pray to stay alive as she runs. While absolute chaos unfolds in the outer world, a handsome young man sits in total comfort, casually flipping solid gold bars. He looks like a legendary billionaire, with a glittering mountain of treasure piled up behind him. Meanwhile, invoking the name of Hun, down on a completely abandoned street, a solitary white cat wanders alone, silently swearing that the world will remember its name. Elsewhere, a horned warrior stands with his arms crossed, staring into the distance with deep, quiet intensity. His stoic face remains completely calm, hiding a storm of heavy thoughts. Then, at exactly 1 p.m., the tower entrance finally opens. As the long-awaited moment arrives, the excited crowd rushes inside to gather. While others rush inside like moths to a flame, Hun steps forward with chilling calm, ready to begin his path of vengeance. His sharp eyes hold a fierce anticipation for the brutal trials waiting ahead of him. As the wooden doors ahead swing wide open, a blinding light erupts from within, while 3 mysterious silhouettes slowly venture deep into the blinding glare. Once they vanish, the heavy doors slam shut, serving as a grim warning of no return. Inside, a glowing magic circle etched with strange runes flares to life. Spotting Hun, the system automatically greets him as a registered tower climber. Adopting a cold, unbothered expression, he quietly reflects on the fact that 15 long years have passed. A system window pops up to welcome him to the tutorial phase, and the trial immediately begins. He now stands before a straight, mysterious path that stretches over a terrifying and bottomless abyss. Annoyed by this pointless handholding, Hun sighs deeply, knowing this tutorial is actually set to maximum difficulty. Staring down that endless dark path, Hun already knows exactly what kind of brutal challenge lies in wait for him. The path ahead is absolutely packed with deadly traps, and traversing it would take days. Rumor has it that besides the 10 floors, this is the most ridiculous spot. A notification screen pops up right before Hun, tasking him with dodging every single trap to reach the goal. Any damage he takes will heal completely once he reaches the finish line or resets at the start. Good luck. With the game plan locked in, it is time for him to get ready. First things first, he needs to analyze the status screen of his new body. Status window. Every bit of information flashes before him. His name is Hun. His class and subclass are completely blank, and his constitution is a mana type. His strength, health, agility, intelligence, and mana are all flatlined at level 1. Under traits, he only has gluttony. Just reading that alone is enough to totally crush his spirits, because it sounds absolutely terrible. But wait, something feels off. So Hun double-checks those 2 lines. Gluttony combined with a mana constitution? He is completely lost and cannot understand the synergy here. Gluttony and a mana constitution? Thinking back, Hun feels like these 2 traits literally just dropped out of thin air. These were definitely not his stats before he died. He wonders if the innate traits and constitutions actually differ from soul to soul. Well, Hun thinks to himself as he locks his fingers together and stretches out his limbs. Cowards can run home, but he is going all in. He plans to squeeze every single reward out of this tutorial stage. Hun gets a running start and leaps forward. Not wanting to waste another second, he sprints ahead like his life depends on it. He triggers a magic arrow trap the instant he steps off the starting line. A sharp red flash blazes right in front of him, kicking off his 80-second tribulation. Thanks to his quick reflexes and nimble movements, Hun manages to dodge the attack with ease. The exact split second those arrows fly is the only window he has to actually see them coming. Realizing his muscle memory and combat instincts are still sharp, he flashes a confident, bright grin. All of his past knowledge is still fully intact, but that was merely a warm-up. Right now, a barrage of glowing red lights begins locking onto him. The real trial begins. Hun breaks into a cold sweat seeing how crazy this challenge is. Throwing this at him right at the start is just pure evil. Red arrows rain down like a meteor shower, tracking and slamming down wherever he tries to run. But here is the catch. Those projectiles are not just coming from behind, they are also launching straight at his face. This sudden frontal ambush is just too overwhelming to dodge, and he gets hit hard. Even with 2 arrows skewering right through his body, he refuses to stop. He needs to push a little further. Clearly, nothing in this world comes easy. Countless glowing red arrows fill the pitch-black sky and rain down simultaneously. Unable to react in time, Hun is left with no choice but to take every single hit. Hun looks like a human pincushion, covered in arrows and looking absolutely miserable. Despite the brutal injuries, Hun does not give a damn and keeps sprinting. No matter how agonizing the pain gets, he will keep pushing forward. But as soon as he resolves to push on, his vision begins to blur. Darkness quickly creeps in, dragging Hun down into complete unconsciousness. He respawns on that same familiar, long path, though it is now painted with a trail of his own fresh, bright red blood. Exhausted to the absolute limit, Hun collapses flat onto the ground. Fortunately, all of his brutal injuries are already starting to mend. A notification confirms his return to the start with fully restored health. After suffering through that agonizing death, Hun finally learns his lesson. First, he needs to test exactly how far he can make it. Determined not to make the same mistake twice, he knows he cannot just blindly charge forward without some kind of strategy. He dips a finger into his blood on the ground, remembering the 2 traits that can turn him into the ultimate tower climber. One of those traits is like a master key that can solve any crisis he faces. This gluttony skill has an incredibly unique function that is highly notable. Gluttony allows him to consume inanimate, non-living things and absorb them as his own power. Hun can feel a sudden rush of raw, overflowing power coursing through his veins. Since his spilled blood is not alive, he can absorb it to gain experience. A system message pops up with fantastic news. He has received a special reward, giving him a +1 boost to all stats and raising his endurance experience. Looking at the screen, Hun realizes this reward is absolute gold. Nice. His endurance experience is finally leveling up. Even without worrying about his equipment stats, he can still shrug off basic status ailments. And so, Hun starts his run again, only to get instantly pelted by arrows once more. It would only take him about a week to clear this tutorial stage and become a top-tier tower climber. However, Things are not looking great as he continues to get absolutely battered over and over again. But he is ready to tank every single projectile, using his gluttony skill to continuously farm and skyrocket his stats. He looks exactly like a peacock with 100 arrows sticking out of his back, grinding away until he maxes out his endurance. Remaining completely upbeat, Hun keeps throwing himself into the meat grinder. Naturally, his endurance experience continues to skyrocket as a result. Fast forward 1 month later. Hyun, sporting a cold expression, pants heavily as he stares straight ahead. All of his grueling training finally paid off because he actually managed to clear the stage. Instantly, a notification pops up, congratulating him on completing the tutorial zone. Hyun quickly heals up his wounds, taking a moment to fully savor this sweet taste of victory. It took way longer than expected since he had to return to the outside world, taking a whole month. But right after that, something else suddenly pops up, completely stealing his attention. Seeing Hyun unleash such ridiculously overpowered skills, some high-tier entities have accidentally taken notice of him. A group of gods and demons are highly interested in his combat style. Seeing them crash absolutely every single event without fail makes Hyun completely speechless. "Are you guys here again? I have had enough of your crap." Losing his mind with rage, Hyun explodes and starts screaming at the sky. "Seriously? You sick, twisted bastards." But little did he know, every single word of his angry rant was being broadcast to a massive audience. Another system alert pops up right away. "A certain god is highly offended by your vulgar language." Realizing these guys know absolutely everything, Hyun becomes slightly cautious. Gods and demons constantly spy on mortals, looking for anyone who shares their twisted nature. What a bunch of disgusting, cruel freaks. The status screen floods with all sorts of reactions. A certain god is totally fuming over your foul language, while a demon is highly amused by your vulgarity. Hyun knows that to them, he is nothing but cheap entertainment. None of these entities ever reveal their real names. They are just playing mind games to recruit him as their follower. "Even if I did well in the tutorial, you freaks do not need to pay attention to me." Suddenly, the status screen glitches and blurs, hinting at some serious trouble coming. A smiling demon icon flashes, and then the screen instantly turns a blood-red color. The monarch of all demons sends you a greeting, asking how you have been lately. Just a quick glance and Hyun instantly knows who is behind this. "Bari, is that you again? You absolute, obsessive stalker." It seems that even after reincarnating, their crazy, destined connection simply refuses to be broken. In his past life, Bari, the monarch of all demons, stalked him like a leech just to recruit him. Did this bastard actually recognize him already? After all, Bari was the one who helped him transfer his soul. Hyun has to admit, the guy is not always a pain. Sometimes he is actually useful. That is right. Thanks to that soul transfer technique you gave me. I got a sweet deal, you stalker. More notifications keep flooding in one after another. A demon expresses deep interest in you, while another god shows immense curiosity toward you. Suddenly becoming the center of attention out of nowhere makes him extremely annoyed. "Hey, because of you, all these creeps are staring at me now." The red alert quickly flashes again, showing the monarch of all demons is feeling regretful. But then, other notifications start piling up, getting noisy. A god is asking about the relationship between you two, while a demon tries to comfort you. A god asks who you are, Loki wants a private chat, and the Monkey King has taken a liking to you. What the hell? The cosmic gossip shows no signs of stopping, which naturally gets on his nerves. "Can you all just shut up? This is getting way too annoying." Hyun finally replies with the most savage response possible. "Who do you think I would ever follow? If you want to watch me, keep your mouths shut and just spectate." The red screen shifts again, looking gloomy as the monarch of all demons sulks. Hyun completely ignores it, bluntly stating exactly what is on his mind. "And if I ever choose someone, it definitely will not be you, so keep dreaming." He was so distracted by all this system drama that he almost forgot his most important task. "So, I should probably check out the tutorial rewards now." Standing proud, he reaches out to absorb energy from the COT pool in front of him, and the transformation begins. Now, Hyun has been upgraded to a physical body that is on a whole different level. You have obtained resistance to blood loss, and you have obtained resistance to pain. You have obtained resistance to unconsciousness, resistance to stabbing, and your overall endurance stat has been unlocked. For now, everything seems to be going smoothly and looking very promising. This is pretty neat. Right now, gathering mana is a bit tough, but since his body naturally attracts mana, he can steadily increase his capacity over time. But life always loves to throw unexpected plot twists. A new prompt suddenly flashes. "Thanks to your growth progress, another trait has been unlocked." Hyun stares at it with a face that screams, "What the hell? What is actually going on here?" He already has the gluttony trait, but looking closer, he notices there is still a hidden slot on his status screen. Is this that mysterious question mark trait? Now, everything suddenly clicks, and Hyun begins to see the whole picture. Got it. The original owner of this body already had this trait, and the mystery is finally revealed. Unlocked trait, the polymath. Even though it sounds like a pretty decent trait, he still does not fully get it. A polymath? What even is this? Seeing Hyun looking so clueless, the system quickly pulls up the description. Polymath is a talent that lets you master anything, regardless of the technique. Your mastery level will adjust through consistent training, and during real combat, a bonus adjustment will be applied to match your overall mastery level. Now that is what I call one insanely overpowered trait. He feels absolutely amazing. This power is incredible, and with it, his impossible goal might actually be within reach. This is the exact goal Hunter has been chasing for a very long time. It was a title you and I would have thought impossible to obtain. The absolute best in everything. The ultimate Omnimaster. Suddenly, a flashing red notification pops up to update him. It reveals that the overlord of all demons is highly curious about his status window. Hunter stands there, utterly stunned by this. Wait, what is happening? The system screen glides right in front of Hunter. It repeats that the supreme overlord of all demons wants to see his stats. He glances up, then suddenly turns away with a cold, dismissive shrug. Forget it, he snaps. Stop bothering me and just get lost. Then he chuckles softly, adding, I am moving to the next floor now. Follow me if you want. As Hunter steps through the mystical portal, the system chimes again. The overlord of all demons is asking for permission to follow and is already trailing right behind him. With a serious, battle-ready look, Hunter tells himself that this next area must be the training hall. Right on cue, the system confirms he has entered the selection and training room. He crosses the threshold onto the next floor, but his face suddenly twists into pure surprise. A message welcomes him to the training room, which is lined with endless weapons. He is told to choose the single weapon and class that fits him best. Once his choice is made, he must break the floor beneath him to be teleported straight to the first floor of the tower. Hearing this, Hunter recalls his past life. Back then, knowing he possessed a high mana constitution, he did not hesitate to choose the path of a mage. His expression darkens with determination as he suddenly reaches out and grabs a weapon. But instead of a staff, he picks up a bow. Examining it, he commands the system to spawn practice targets while pondering his new all-rounder trait. He wants to test exactly how overpowered this trait really is. Instantly, the target system activates, and dozens of dummies materialize right in front of him. Hunter grips the bow, his movements lightning fast and his gaze razor-sharp as he locks onto his targets. With a single pull of the string, he looses 3 arrows that fly through the air and shatter 3 separate targets simultaneously. Satisfied with the warm-up, Hunter crouches and orders the system to spawn more targets, specifically requesting ones that can fight back. A warning instantly flashes on the system screen, stating that since he has not chosen a class, active combat targets are far too dangerous. Hunter just laughs, a wave of intense battle aura exploding from his body as he coldly replies that he does not care. The request is processed, and a horde of robotic combatants appears, closing in on his position. A system alert confirms the settings have been altered, and the targets will now engage. Within seconds, the deadly combat robots charge directly at Hunter with relentless, savage speed. Moving like a gale, Hunter unleashes a rapid volley of arrows. Every single shot hits its mark dead on, instantly forcing the advancing horde to stumble. But the mechanical beasts behind them keep pressing forward, desperately trying to leap and tackle him. Hunter looks up as a blinding flash cuts through the air, slicing the front robots clean in half. With a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, Hunter grins fiercely and demands a real challenge. Bring out something stronger, he shouts. The system complies, immediately summoning a massive boss-level threat. A colossal metal titan materializes, towering over the previous robots like a mountain. As the titan looms, Hunter leaps high into the air. Descending like a meteor, he drives his spear straight through its mechanical skull, slamming the giant hard into the dirt. His eyes glow with absolute dominance. Wielding dual weapons with unmatched force, he charges forward once again, tearing through the remaining waves. Within moments, the arena is cleared, but a brand new squad of enemies instantly spawns to flank him. Sensing the danger, Hunter frowns. A barrage of high-caliber, long-range projectiles rains down on him in a coordinated, synchronized strike. Hunter quickly dives behind a solid barrier for cover. The system flashes a warning that these are the most lethal targets available on this floor as they charge him together. Running fast, Hunter just grins in excitement. Really? These guys are the strongest you've got? He sprints directly toward a magic staff, muttering, "Guess I'll have to play my trump card." Snatching the magic staff, he spins around to face the oncoming horde. his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated menace. As the robots launch their final volley, Hunter chuckles. "I am way faster than you tin cans," he says, unleashing a massive spell from the staff. Hunter looks at his palms with a smug smile. Incredible, he thinks. So this is the true capability of the all-rounder trait? It feels as if he had been masterfully training with these weapons for decades. Suddenly, a screen blares. Achievement completed. Let's see what happens next. Hunter stares at the screen, looking completely bewildered. The notification reads, Omni, Master Achievement unlocked. For successfully utilizing every single weapon type in the training room, he is rewarded with the secret Omni Master class, boosting his attack power by 5,000 points. Hunter stares directly at the interface, completely stunned. Did it just say Omni Master? Is Omni Master seriously a hidden class option? The system prompt blinks before him, asking if he wants to select Omni Master as his official class. It warns him that once he exits the training area, this legendary class will become locked forever. Hoon thought to himself that even with the almighty master class, he simply could not afford to abandon his core strengths. He needed to keep his current class as the primary. Turning around, Hoon called out, System, select the almighty master as my subclass. But the system flatly refused. Hoon looked up in sheer shock and yelled, What do you mean? Why could a subclass only unlock after floor 100? Apparently, that slot required conquering the entire 100th floor first. Hoon cursed inwardly, realizing he forgot they were still in the early stages. Without choosing a class, he could not leave this room. It felt like a waste, but could he use his precious achievement points? He asked the system if points could bypass the restriction. The system questioned him, wondering how a mere rookie could possibly know that. Achievement points were a rare currency earned by completing difficult tasks. Using these points allowed a user to directly alter the system rules. Hoon brushed off the question. What is the point of asking me? I will use 5,000 points to unlock the subclass slot. That is not impossible, right? After a brief silence, the system agreed, stating that a transaction was indeed possible. To unlock the subclass slot, 5,000 achievement points were required, but his current balance was only 50. He was far too short. Hoon let out a heavy sigh. Well, looks like I have no choice. Hey Bale, I need a quick favor. Pointing a finger behind him, he commanded. Bale, Lord of 10,000 demons, show yourself and speak with me this instant. Was there not a special achievement for speaking to a god for the first time? The system screen flashed once again. Achievement unlocked, speaking with the great demon Bale. He earned 200 points. Bale then manifested, asking if he had done a good job. Hoon winced in absolute disgust. Stop it please. Do not ever do that weird stuff again. The system asked if he wanted to use achievement points to select the Almighty Master subclass, while Bale muttered to himself about his tongue gesture being completely misunderstood. He replied that he accepted. A message immediately congratulated him on successfully unlocking the Almighty Master subclass. With the subclass chosen, he would be teleported to the first floor of the tower, but only after completely destroying the room of choice and training. Hoon raised his staff, gathering an immense amount of magical energy. With a grin, he whispered that it was time for revenge. He slammed the staff down, summoning massive, crackling lightning bolts all around him. He was instantly teleported directly to the first floor. Arriving in the Koron forest, he found himself surrounded by dense woods. As darkness fell over the area, hostile monsters began to emerge from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with pure aggression. A group of lost players suddenly got cornered by the beasts. They panicked, crying out that the first floor was already impossibly difficult. The monsters lunged forward, licking their lips in anticipation of a bloodbath. One player turned pale, screaming loudly as a strange light illuminated the night sky. From high above, Hoon plummeted downward with an excited shout. Looking down at the beast waiting below, he grinned, targeting his very first prey. His eyes flared with intense bloodlust, his face twisted into a wild grin as he prepared to strike. Landing like a thunderbolt, Hoon stomped the monster's head straight into the dirt. Standing between the players and the horde, he muttered that it had been a while since he saw a kobold. The monsters growled in frustration, sweating as they stared at him with hesitation. Hoon just laughed, mocking their obvious fear. His expression turned cold as he glared at them, declaring he would devour them all, and wondering what rewards he might obtain. He stood tall and effortlessly cool in front of the survivors, locking eyes with the remaining 2 live kobolds. The black-haired player watched in awe, amazed that a single strike was enough to completely obliterate a kobold. Staring at the staff in Hoon's hand, he wondered why someone who looked like a mage would choose to defeat monsters with a physical kick. The bowl-cut guy beside him broke his trance, suggesting they should team up with this stranger, hoping that cooperative efforts would keep them alive. Hoon released a wave of dark pressure, coldly telling them to get lost. The group gasped in complete confusion, murmuring, "Huh?" He glared back at them with razor-sharp intensity, warning that anyone who touched his prey would face immediate death. His terrifying gaze made them tremble, causing the bowl-cut guy to let out a sharp cry. The two scrambled away in pure panic, shouting that they would leave immediately. Hoon watched them flee, still radiating heavy pressure while maintaining his cool composure. Behind him, the remaining kobolds growled in fury. Hoon turned around, his eyes glowing as he asked with a villainous smile if they wanted revenge. The monsters instantly lunged. Hoon delivered a brutal strike to the first kobold, sending it crashing straight to the dirt. Dark blood splattered everywhere. The remaining beast immediately froze in fear as Hoon looked up, his purple eyes glowing with a sinister grin. "Aren't you going to attack?" Terrified, the final kobold instantly spun around and ran for its life. Watching the beast flee, Hoon raised his magical staff and smirked, asking where it thought it was going. He cast his magic arrow skill, sending a beam of light piercing through the beast. As it fell, the system interface popped up. The system welcomes him to the first floor. Looking at the loot, he just replies with a totally bored, unamused expression. "A bit late on the notice. I already cleared it and I am just grabbing loot now." The system quickly drops another notification. To reach the next floor, he has to defeat 10 kobolds. His current progress is 3 out of 10. He smiles, thinking it is too easy. He could easily take down 100 right now. Once he finishes this quest, he is going to grind even harder to unlock that Slayer title. He rubs his chin, completely lost in his own thoughts as his mind keeps racing through the possibilities. If someone defeats a specific monster type 1,000 times, they get the exclusive Slayer title for that creature. In his past, he used to run everywhere just to collect all those different Slayer titles. Remembering his past life, he looks down at the kobold corpses scattered on the ground and wonders if he should go ahead and absorb the monster's powers. With a wide grin, he uncovers his mouth and triggers his gluttony magic. The kobold's power and soul rise up, and he happily prepares to take it all in. His throat swallows hard, and his eyes snap wide open, suddenly glowing with a bright, burning red color. He realizes he can see the kobold's memories. Its power belongs to him now, and he can even understand every single word of its language. A strange pink energy wraps completely around his body as his eyes glow. Right on cue, the system status screen pops up once more. Name Hyun, job empty. Subclass, Allmaster, mana type attributes. His strength stat is currently sitting at 21, vitality 19, agility 20, intelligence 25, mana 31. He stares at the system screen in disbelief, wondering how his stats could have jumped this much. Those stats belong to a 10th floor climber. And what is up with this class progression? Since he has the Allmaster subclass, he wonders if he gets bonus stats every single time he levels up. Hyun ponders this while looking closely at the screen. Then, his eyes snap wide open. These memories are crazy. Suddenly, images of terrified kobolds running in absolute panic flood directly into his mind. They run into a cave, shouting that they must hurry because he is hungry. A kobold runs to the cell holding the prisoners, terrified of getting punished if he is too slow. Inside, a locked-up woman screams in absolute despair, begging for her baby. The kobold then rushes to another chamber, bowing down before a massive figure and reporting that everything is fully prepared for the great kobold lord. It is a massive, menacing kobold holding a staff topped with a skull. Witnessing this scene, Hyun smirks with excitement, realizing he found a kobold lord. Talk about perfect timing. A boss monster like this is the clear sign of an incoming monster wave. He can easily claim the Kobold Slayer title and farm a massive amount of experience during this quest. He envisions a whole army of kobolds controlled by their boss. With a wicked, almost demonic grin, he looks down at the dead kobold bodies and speaks. If he wants to survive a massive monster wave, he is going to need his own army. Hyun laughs and casts Rise, wrapping the dead beasts in dark energy. As the purple pillars of light fade away, the corpses rise as skeleton soldiers completely under his control. The system alerts him, congratulating him on completing his class change. His main class has officially been updated to Necromancer. Looking at the two skeleton soldiers kneeling in front of him, he notes that with his All-Master class and past memories, changing classes is incredibly easy. A smirk spreads across Hyun's face as he thinks to himself that he is not quite satisfied yet. There is still a legendary hidden class right here on the first floor, and he must unlock it. Suddenly, a skeleton soldier turns, breaking his train of thought. He looks at it and asks what is wrong. Turning around, he spots a terrified kobold shaking on the ground, while 3 angry ones growl right behind it. Seeing his new targets makes him quite happy, and he wastes no time giving his skeleton soldiers their very first command. He orders his skeletons to eliminate every single kobold they lay eyes on. Instantly obeying, The loyal soldiers charge straight at the four targets. A loud crash echoes as red blood splatters everywhere. Hyun casually tosses a small crystal up and down in his hand, totally relaxed. The system notifies him that 10 out of 35 kobolds are dead. Still playing with his crystal, he says the place he needs is nearby. Suddenly, spotting something in the dense forest, Hyun smiles and calls out. He carries his heavy bag with one hand while pushing the house door open. Looking around the dusty interior of the house, he feels relieved that no other hunter has managed to discover this place yet. Stepping inside, he orders his skeleton summons to wait out here. He then stomps his foot down hard, completely shattering the wooden floorboards beneath him. A secret staircase leading down is revealed under the floor. He smiles, knowing this is the gateway to the hidden class of the first floor. He reflects on his plans as he makes his way down. With each step, he tosses another crystal over his shoulder. As he tosses them, he remembers that a necromancer is an advanced class of mage who manipulates souls. He finally reaches the very end of the basement, his mind still racing. A mysterious coffin rests in the center of the room. He undrops his bag of crystals and calmly walks over to its side. He knows the Death Mage, the very first hidden class, is locked inside this coffin, which serves as the sacred altar for his ultimate class change. He uses all his strength to shove the heavy coffin lid aside, and a ghostly skeleton floats up. Hyun frowns at the entity, recognizing him as Vulcan, also known as the god of fire. He is the legendary Roman deity of fire and metalworking, identical to Hephaestus in Greek mythology, the famous god who controls forge and flames. He stared at him, then asked in a low voice, "Are you my descendant?" Vulcan stared at Jinhyuk standing before him, questioning his bloodline. A smirk played on Jinhyuk's lips as his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. "Long time no see, fire god." Vulcan could only stare back in silence before offering a tight smile to cover up his sheer awkwardness. He complained, "Aren't you even a little surprised to see me? I went through all that trouble to make a super dramatic, spooky entrance. This is embarrassing," Vulcan mumbled. Jinhyuk simply grinned and teased him, asking whoever heard of a summoner getting startled by a dry old skeleton. Looking him straight in the eye, he added, "Besides, I only came here after reading your diary. I'm way past the point of being easily shocked." Jinhyuk recalled the Spirit Master diary of the fire god he had read during his past life, thinking deeply. That hidden item, the fire god Spirit Master diary. He obviously hadn't read it in this current lifetime, but he clearly remembered his past life. Back when he regretted changing his class to mage, he had stumbled upon that diary and brought it back down to floor 1. Back then, he devoured every page of that diary until he resolved to fight and turn the fire god into his own summon. But he remembered that even after becoming a spirit master, he still utterly failed to turn the fire god into his summon. Vulcan crossed his arms, wearing a subtle half-smile as he nodded. "Fair point. You know, I'm actually starting to like you." Spreading his arms wide, he spoke as the surrounding air grew suffocatingly heavy. "You're far better than that insolent bastard from 10 years ago." It felt like he was actively trying to intimidate him. Jinhyuk tried to act casual, but he couldn't stop the shiver running down his spine. This guy was taking things way too far. Cold sweat dripping down, he gritted his teeth, wondering if he should teach this smug skeleton a lesson. After a brief hesitation, he suppressed his rage, knowing it wasn't the time yet. He mentally chanted calm prayers to cool his rising anger. He told himself that he had to secure his class advancement first. Forcing a calm face, he said, "Actually, I want to change my class right now." Vulcan pointed a single bony finger upward and replied, "But you must reach floor 10 first." Adopting the tone of a strict teacher, he explained, "Necromancer is a higher rank than Summoner. You need a proper class promotion to unlock it." Inside the class advancement hall on the 10th floor. Before he could finish, Jinhyuk cut him off. "But I already am a Summoner." Flashing a casual peace sign, he told him to look closer as a blue system notification materialized right before their eyes. It listed his class as Summoner, with a subclass of Allmaster, and his highest cleared floor as floor 1. Vulcan's eyes flared brightly like stars. His jaw dropped in utter shock, or rather, his bare skull's teeth clattered open as he gasped aloud. "Oh my god, you managed a class change on your own without even stepping foot on floor 10? The skeleton was completely blown away, showering him with endless praise. Magnificent, a truly exceptional, once-in-a-generation talent. But just as he lifted Jinhyuk to the heavens, his next words crashed down like a heavy boulder. "You're way sharper than that previous idiot." Realizing the old man was drifting off topic, he dragged him back to reality. "So, are you actually going to grant my class change or not?" If Jinhyuk hadn't spoken up, Vulcan would have totally forgotten. He laughed sheepishly, admitting he got a bit carried away chatting. He flashed a guilty grin to hide his embarrassment, quickly shifting gears to prepare the official advancement ritual. While Jinhyuk sat cross-legged, Vulcan raised his hands high toward the ceiling. A radiant green energy burst from his palms, splitting into two dazzling beams of light. The emerald glow steadily expanded, swirling and coalescing directly in front of Jinyuk until it formed a brilliant, glowing white sphere. A deep violet light emanated from the orb, enveloping him in its glow as the necromancer class unlocked. Jinhyuk's eyes snapped open as memories rushed in. Long before the tower materialized on Earth, this skeleton had been the absolute strongest climber in the world. Even as the world's most powerful summoner, he constantly obsessed over gaining more strength, tirelessly researching and pushing past his limits. Simple summons made of mere bones and skin weren't enough anymore. He desperately needed something far more devastating. Instead of relying on typical death knights, the old master sought to summon something completely unique. Spotting an ethereal orb with eyes and a mouth, he realized, yes, a literal soul. He immediately knew his next course of action. He would directly call upon the lingering spirits of the deceased. That way, he could create an entirely new type of summon far superior to current ones. And so, after a long, grueling period, he eventually succeeded in creating a brand new class, the Necromancer. However, his aging, fragile body had finally reached its absolute limit. With his death, the Necromancer class was on the verge of vanishing forever. In those final moments, he devised an emergency plan. Having no other choice, he executed his desperate last resort, which was to cast the summoning magic directly upon his own corpse. He clung to the hope that a future descendant would restore his grand legacy. That was the tragic reason he now stood before Jinyuk as a skeleton. Gazing at Vulcan, Jinyuk realized the old master had basically turned himself into a semi-NPC just to guide the next generation of climbers. The magical orb floating before his chest glowed intensely. Suddenly, the old man let out a booming cry as Jinyuk stood up, steadily absorbing the deep purple light into his body. Vulcan yells, "You idiot, you've finally become a necromancer." Then, he guides Jinyuk on how to use this soul-snatching chalice to capture spirits. And eventually, you will be able to summon your familiars. Hearing this, Jinyuk flashes a wicked, sinister smile. Now we're talking. Thanks, old man. Armed with this soul chalice, he decides his first target will be Vulcan himself. Completely unaware of Jinhyuk's dark schemes, the fire god, Vulcan, enthusiastically tells him, "I have prepared everything so thoroughly. We will not fail this time. Congratulations to my descendant. Now go climb the tower and make my name famous across the entire world." Jinhyuk suddenly cuts him off. "Yeah, let's worry about that later." Pointing right at the god, he adds, "Go do it yourself." The fire god gasps, utterly stunned as if he misheard. The sting of betrayal makes him feel like he is about to explode. He screams, "You bastard, you broke the promise written in the diary." Jinhyuk calmly replies, "Dumping your work on others is bad behavior. I'll help you fix that bad habit." Horrified, Vulcan desperately tries to buy time. "Wait, since when did you become so wicked?" "No way." Jinhyuk activates the purple orb, which acts as the soul chalice. He smirks wickedly. Soul collection time. As Vulcan gets pulled into the glowing chalice, he screams in horror. "How dare you!" He yells at the top of his lungs. "You think you can trap me?" Those are his final words before shattering into pieces and getting sucked in. Staring at the glowing result, Jinhyuk smiles with satisfaction. "I did it." Glowing purple stones clatter to the ground. Left as a stripped skeleton, Vulcan rages in bitter defeat. How humiliating. Lectured by my own descendant. "I'll get you, you bastard." Right after shouting, he charges and slams hard into the chalice wall, but absolutely nothing happens. Sitting powerlessly inside a glowing purple magic circle, the realization finally hits him. This is magic. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice asks, "Well, is it comfortable in there?" Standing outside, Jinhyuk explains, "It is a magic barrier. A low-tier spell I cast to make a custom prison just for you." Vulcan pounds the wall, screaming, "You think I will just let this go? A trashy, low-level spell like this is nothing to me." With a sly grin, Jinhyuk replies, "Who said this was the only thing I set up?" Pointing to the purple magic stones on the stairs and blue ones on the pillars, he grins. "There are plenty of magic stones around here that I have already pre-activated with my spells." Jinhyuk casually points out, "Sure, you could have easily broken it, but that was before you got locked inside." Knowing there is no way out, Vulcan sinks into deep despair. Just who is this guy? How can a mere first-floor challenger possess such high-level skills and brilliant schemes? Reading his mind, Jinhyuk says, "I failed in my past life, but now I've finally caught you, fire god." Vulcan is utterly stunned. Past life? Impossible. This makes no sense. Taking off his hood, Jinhyuk continues, "I was once the second necromancer, and now, I am the third. The god screams helplessly. As Jinhyuk raises his hand to activate Soul Collection, Vulcan gets slowly dragged in, crying out in total despair. Please, stop. But his pleas are ignored. The chalice's powerful suction pulls him in with no escape. Soon, only fading dark embers drift in the air as Vulcan collapses. Jinhyuk tells him, "Don't be mad, fire god. Now that I have you, I can get whatever I want." Walking through the pitch-black forest, facing twisted, grotesque skeletons, Jinhyuk marches forward without showing any fear. Right then, system messages flash before his eyes, warning him, "The monarch of all demons is watching you." The spectator demon is curious about his hidden class, making Jinhyuk smirk. Gods and demons cannot enter the class change room. His face oozes sheer arrogance as he adds, "Even if you do not bug me, I will show you guys plenty soon enough. So, just wait." But the skeletons have no plans to attack. Awkward. Jinhyuk's presence completely freezes the skeleton group in place. Looking slightly up at the figure in front of him, he mutters, "I guess I don't need skeleton soldiers anymore." With a casual sweep of his hand, Jinhyuk sends a powerful wave of magic charging straight at the enemies. Mercilessly, he commands, "Vanish." Bringing his hands together, a massive purple orb suddenly manifests right in front of him. Focusing entirely on the orb, he triggers his awakening. Instantly, purple light floods the sky, revealing distorted faces with horrifying expressions rising from within. They snarl and growl, filling the air with menace. Soon, the goblins transform into floating purple shadows, standing frozen. He thinks, "I guess they cannot speak either." Suddenly, a sharp voice rings in his ear, instantly catching his attention. "Cha Jinhyuk, you absolute bastard." Turning around, Jinhyuk realizes it is a very familiar voice. It is indeed Vulcan, shouting, "How dare you?" Dazed, the god glares at him with burning rage, asking, "How dare you use me, the fire god, as your soul soldier?" But facing the furious god's threats, Jinhyuk does not flinch. Instead, he just smirks with absolute satisfaction. He says it is the first time he has seen him in this form, noting he must have been handsome when he was young. This kid is still so young with a baby face, yet somehow he is incredibly cocky, completely pushing Woojin over the edge. The man roars, promising he will not let him off easy. He warns him not to underestimate the #1 fire spirit master. But before he can even show off, his face suddenly freezes in shock. Woojin falls to his knees, clutching his neck in agonizing pain as Hun watches. He tells him not to overreact since he is still alive. He explains it is all thanks to his mana. If he stops supplying it, the man will vanish instantly, even though their current situation is looking pretty grim. But the old man refuses to swallow his pride, angrily asking if he really expects him to obey like a dog. Hun does not back down, leaning in to meet his gaze with a challenging smirk, asking if he actually has any other choice left. He keeps pressing, instantly shutting Woojan up by asking what he used to do to his own acquaintances whenever they refused to listen. He reminds him that he turned them into soul orbs to absorb them. The more he talks, the smugger Hun looks. He hopes the man has not forgotten his unique trait. This chilling reminder sends a wave of terror through Woojin, sweat dripping down his forehead. Gluttony. He still possesses that terrifying skill. The man realizes that if he disobeys, he will be devoured whole. Having no other choice, Woojin reluctantly surrenders, asking what he wants to do next. Only then does Hun stand tall, pointing off into the distance. He asks if he cannot feel that strange presence. Following his finger toward the hilltop under the bright moonlight, a massive castle looms. He declares that they are going to take that bastard down. Keeping up his supreme confidence, he flashes a knowing smirk, naming their target as the Goblin Lord. Meanwhile, over at the majestic castle, 2 goblin sentries stand guard on either side of the massive gate, keeping a tight watch. Hun casually approaches from a distance with his usual fearless and calm attitude, immediately catching the attention of the 2 goblin sentries. Raising their weapons, the guards drop into defensive stances, letting out low, warning growls at the intruder. His eyes flash with excitement, and that familiar, sinister smirk creeps onto his face. Hun pulls out his orb once again, summoning the very goblins he captured earlier. Under his absolute control, they charge forward without a single shred of hesitation, ruthlessly tackling the guard sentries and pinning them to the dirt. High up on the castle walls, the guards notice the intruder below. Grunting in anger, they immediately brandish their weapons, preparing to strike. They leap down aggressively from the wall, but Hun stands tall, totally unfazed. Knowing these goblins stand absolutely no chance, he casually leans down to pick up a spear they just threw at him. Besides, he has no intention of sitting back in this life. Wearing a savage, smug grin, Hun looks up and loudly demands they take him straight to their lord. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ceiling, sending rocks and dust raining down. A massive giant busy with his work suddenly pauses as he senses a disturbance, realizing they have an intruder. His eyes gleam as he orders the waiting imp to quickly prepare the sacrificial offering. Meanwhile, Hun successfully clears out another section. Looking down at the corpses scattered everywhere, he coldly remarks that his hidden class is incredibly useful. Suddenly, Hun pauses, his face showing surprise as he senses a powerful aura. A wide grin spreads across his face. He has found it. The Goblin Lord's chamber is right nearby. Right then, a system alert pops up, stating the sovereign of a myriad demons is cheering him on with a light stick. But instead of feeling grateful, he just sighs, muttering that he does not need a hairy old man cheering for him. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he confidently notes that he is going to win anyway. A long sword plunges down, spraying blood everywhere. The massive goblin's face darkens with pure malice. He roars like a complete madman, demanding more blood to bring glory to the demon prince. Just then, his servant finally returns, dragging a mysterious hostage along. A struggling voice catches his attention, screaming to be let go. The giant grins, realizing his next sacrifice has arrived. The goblins are holding a young girl hostage. It is her, complete with crimson eyes and sharp horns, the signature traits of a demon. Grinning wickedly, he lifts her up with one hand. He sneers, telling her that a demon like her will make a far better offering than those pathetic humans. But a split second later, he is suddenly ambushed, forcing him to drop her immediately. The strike came from Hun, standing heroically atop the wall. The boss growls at the intruder, but Hun just grins, asking if they are doing a sacrifice or a summoning. Purple flames erupt all around him. He scoffs, declaring that whatever they are doing does not matter, because they are going to fail anyway. Seeing the intruder standing so arrogantly before him, the Goblin Lord seethes with pure rage, cursing him through gritted teeth. Hun looks down at him with a sinister smirk, assuming he must be the Goblin Lord. He mocks his trashy appearance, sending the boss into a red-faced fury as he roars that he is Kalem, king of the goblins. He demands respect from the human. But Hun only flashes a smug, condescending grin, looking down on him from above. He acts incredibly arrogant, mocking him for being a mere first-floor boss who is way too cocky, challenging him to actually try and scare him. Sitting to the side, Jihu watches him bicker with the Goblin Lord Kalem, completely baffled by the entire exchange. She had no idea what was happening. But seeing the Goblin Lord completely distracted by that human, she realized this was her only chance. With the Goblin Lord and his minions completely focused on Hun, no one was watching her. She knew she had to seize this incredibly slim window of opportunity. Desperate to escape, she bolted as fast as her legs could carry her, leaving the goblins staring in utter confusion. Spotting her escape, an old goblin shrieked, "How dare you run? You are our offering." Goblin Lord Karam whipped around and channeled his dark power, shouting, "Death Wraith, grant me strength." Hearing that name, Hun's playful expression instantly hardened into pure seriousness. It turned out he was conjuring two massive, spear-like fangs out of thin air, launching them straight at the fleeing Hadu. Seeing the deadly attack closing in, absolute panic set in as she desperately forced herself to run even faster. But running at such a reckless speed made her lose her balance, causing her to trip and crash face first onto the hard ground. Watching those razor-sharp fangs hurtling straight toward her, she struggled to push herself back up, desperately telling herself that she could not die here. Just as the lethal fangs were inches away from her face, Hun dropped down from the upper floor. He casually crushed both massive fangs with a single stomp, leaving the Goblin Lord utterly dumbfounded. "What?" his shocked voice echoed. "Did he just kick them away?" Hun smirked, looking down at the Goblin Lord with absolute contempt. Saved from the brink of death, Hadu stammered out her gratitude. Hun looked back and casually replied, "No problem, now get going." But then, his eyes caught the pair of small horns on her head. He quickly stopped her, questioning, "Wait a second, are those horns from a Dakibi?" He knew that Dakibi were incredibly powerful mythical beings who exclusively inhabited the 100th floor of the tower. There was no logical reason for one to be down here, especially a child. Had something terrible happened up on the 100th floor? Saving her to gather some information later seemed like the best move. Meanwhile, Goblin Lord Karam glared at the annoying intruder, his murderous intent completely exploding. In a voice dripping with rage, he roared, "How dare you interfere with my sacred offering to them?" Before clashing with the monster, Hun firmly warned Hadu, "If you want to survive, find a place to hide. I won't save you twice." She quickly nodded in agreement and scrambled away, desperately searching for a safe spot to stay out of sight. Utterly insulted by Hun's completely arrogant and dismissive attitude, the Goblin Lord felt his pride shatter, sending his fury straight through the roof. Blinded by rage, he channeled his dark magic to reanimate the nearby goblin corpses, forcing them to stand and walk again. His deep, furious voice boomed across the chamber. Why don't you try blocking this next attack, human? Fresh corpses yield double the explosive power. Right after his warning, the dead goblins began emitting a strange, ominous red glow. The moment he finished speaking, boom, both of those reanimated corpses violently exploded. But Hun had already vanished, instantly reappearing right in front of the creature. Wearing a confident smirk of guaranteed victory, he mocked, "You are way too slow." Moving at a terrifying speed, before the Goblin Lord could even track his motion, Hun delivered a devastating punch right to the monster's face. Mocking the beast mid-strike, Hun remarked, "Your mana control is absolutely pathetic." Unable to mount even a shred of defense, the monster was sent flying several meters through the air before crashing hard onto the dirt. Writhing in agony, the stunned beast wondered how a mere first-floor climber could possibly possess such overwhelming, monstrous strength. Watching him squirm on the ground, Hun closed the distance again with a smirk, calling out, "What is that it? I'm just getting started." His eyes darkened as he stared at the incoming fist. Just before another devastating blow could connect with his face, the Lord shrieked in desperation, "Death Wraith, consume him." The moment his desperate cry echoed, the massive pool of blood began to violently churn. Suddenly, to Hun's surprise, the blood rose up like a tidal wave and surged forward, tightly binding his right arm mid-punch. The blood reshaped itself into a colossal beast, its massive hand trapping Hun's right arm and hoisting him high into the air. Staring at the massive entity, Hun felt a brief wave of shock. A blood golem? How could this minor boss summon such a high-tier monster? The golem crushed his shoulder, drawing a sharp grunt of pain from Hun before brutally slamming him face first into the stone floor. Seeing him completely thrashed, Karum let out a sadistic laugh, mocking, "How does that feel, human? Do you like it?" Looking at Hun lying motionless on the shattered, cratered floor, the Goblin Lord gloated. "See that? You are nothing. This is my ultimate dark magic." Spitting a bit of blood, Hun simply muttered, "Ultimate dark magic, you say?" A dark, ominous purple aura began oozing from Hun's body. His eyes snapped open, radiating pure, suffocating malice as his chilling voice cut through the air. "Do you have any idea who you are talking to? Let me show you what real dark magic looks like." Instantly, the dead goblins rose once again, emitting blood-curdling screeches. Submitting to Hun's dark authority, the undead horde swarmed forward, completely surrounding the giant blood golem. A horrifying shriek erupted from the golem as the undead goblins began their savage, relentless assault. They forced their way inside, causing the golem's stomach to bloat as if about to burst. But the goblin corpses trapped inside the golem's stomach began thrashing wildly, eventually bursting out from several different directions. Impaled by the emerging corpses, the blood golem was torn into small fragments, quickly reverting to its original liquid form. Staring at this unbelievable sight, Goblin Lord Coom froze in shock, his face completely pale as he stuttered out, "Ah! Ah! Did he just take down my golem in the blink of an eye?" Hyun stepped toward him, his expression cold as ice, and said, "Even if you are a lord, a blood golem is something a mere goblin could never hope to create. You're behind this, aren't you, demon spectator?" Right then, a system notification popped up on the screen, reading that the demon spectator had begun. The demon spectator nodded in silence. The sovereign of all demons gave him an annoyed look whenever he used his spectator skill to deal with the boy. The system would always display notifications like, "The demon spectator is curious about your class." His deep voice rang out once more, saying, "When you got curious about my power as a soul master, you summoned the blood golem, you watched me fight your follower, and you're nothing but a toy to me. You're completely out of mana, aren't you? Being forced to summon that golem didn't help you at all." Realizing his secret was out, he flinched in shock, then shrieked like a madman, "This is impossible. He will come for you. He will avenge me if I die." In response, Hyun commanded the reanimated corpses to charge straight at him. Right before finishing him off, Hyun coldly added, "Please make sure of that, because I have plenty of things to say to him." The corpses swarmed and grabbed Coom tightly. He struggled desperately, screaming at them, "Let me go! I am your king! Have you forgotten?" Realizing his royal authority meant absolutely nothing to them, he attempted to resort to his old tricks. The demon spectator watched the sheer agony and terror on Coom's face right before delivering the final blow. Hyun continued to utter chilling words. "This is the end for a bastard like you. It was your mistake to challenge me, so don't complain." As he spoke, his gaze turned incredibly menacing, his tone growing dark. "Most of all, you must pay the ultimate price for defying my authority." Another notification popped up shortly after, indicating that the demon spectator laughed out loud and said he loved it. As Hyun clenched his fist tight, the life of the Goblin Lord, Coom, was brought to a swift end. His body hung suspended in midair, with blood dripping slowly onto the ground, presenting a truly gruesome and horrifying sight. Coom shrieked in absolute agony. Hyun slowly walked closer, casually asking, "Hey, are you dead yet?" A blue spectral head suddenly escaped from Coom's corpse. But before it could flee, Hyun grabbed it firmly by its beard. He said, "Wait, where do you think you are going?" Hyun held Coom's head with both hands like a ball, ignoring his desperate screams. He flashed a dangerous, wicked smile and told him, "Sorry, but you still have work to do." Holding Coom's head in his hands, he thought to himself, "Soul bead creation. It is a basic necromancer skill that allows me to harvest souls and craft usable potions." Hyun lifted Coom's spectral head high up, opened his mouth wide with excitement, and declared, "All right, thanks for the meal." After consuming it, he suddenly gasped as a bright blue light began radiating from his entire body. System screens popped up one after another, announcing, "Strength +1, Defense +1, Intellect +1. However, Hyun complained, "It does not taste as good as I thought. Plus, this will be completely meaningless once I finish floor 50. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, immediately catching his attention. It belonged to an incredibly beautiful girl with short hair standing nearby. She called out to him, "Thank you so much for saving me." Before introducing herself, "My name is Hadu," Hyun replied. "Do not worry about it. I only came here to defeat the Goblin Lord." Hearing this, Hadu quickly added, "Still, I must thank you for saving my life." Hyun smirked and teased her, "What would you do if I turned out to be a bad guy? I could easily kill or sell a dakibi like you." Hearing those words, the fragile-looking Hadu instantly lost her temper. A thick wave of bloodlust erupted from her as she growled, "If that ever happens, I will end you." Hyun smiled, let out a soft sigh, and muttered, "Ha, typical dokebi." He thought to himself that when it came to returning favors or seeking revenge, they would stop at nothing to get it done. Stopping his teasing, he seriously asked her, "Can you answer one question for me? Why is someone who belongs on the first floor all the way up here?" Hadu hesitated. "Well, someone launched an attack on the Dokibi village up on floor 100. Those words struck Hyun like a bolt of lightning. He stared intensely at Hadu, silently analyzing the shocking situation in his mind. Dokibis were extremely powerful creatures in this tower, meaning even veteran climbers would never dare to cross paths with them. Holding his chin, he speculated with a grim expression, "Do not tell me it is one of the 4 great species." Images of these entities flashed in his mind. He kept analyzing them. The physical might of the giant clan, the pure magic of the dragons, the dark power of the demons, and the sacred wings of the celestials. These 4 great species controlled everything inside the tower. It had to be one of them to treat the Dakibus with such utter contempt, or at least someone backed by their immense power. Recalling the faces of Kanvan and Kenbalan, Hyun hypothesized, or maybe it is the 9 stars. It could be someone linked to that association. Thinking about this, he gritted his teeth in fury, cursing, "Those bastards." His intense reaction startled Hadu, making her ask timidly, "Are you okay?" Hyun snapped back, "No, I am leaving." Hadu quickly followed up, "Where are you going?" Instead of answering, he simply fired a question back, asking if she planned to stay in this dangerous spot forever. Covered in blood like this, Hadu couldn't even speak, only letting out a timid, quiet whimper. She patted her chest, confidently suggesting they travel together. Hoon glanced at Hadu, wondering in his mind if she was actually a Dokibi. She was young, but having her on the team wasn't a bad idea. He agreed to her request but warned her that he wouldn't always protect her. Hadu happily clenched her fists, promising that she could take care of herself. Hoon dryly pointed out that she was just almost killed by a kobold. Annoyed, Hadu stomped her feet, puffed her cheeks, and snapped back that she was just off guard. Hoon sighed helplessly, telling her she could tag along with him. Frowning at his blood-stained clothes, Hoon realized he needed a new outfit. He knew it would be a huge hassle if he drew attention walking around looking like a murder scene. Just then, his eyes caught a purple armor symbol hovering right above the defeated Kaloum monster's corpse. He wondered if gear could drop externally. Soon, he and Hadu walked out of the ruined villa, with Hoon wearing a brand new set of clothes looted from Callum. Out of nowhere, a purple magic circle materialized right in front of them, making Hadu's eyes widen in sheer shock. A bizarre creature poked its head out of the portal, startling Hadu so badly that she shrieked and hid behind Hoon. A bearded man emerged, seriously reporting that everything was finished. Every single kobold in the castle was cleared. Hoon smiled in satisfaction, praising Vulcan, while Hadu still whimpered from behind him, asking who that was. Shook, Vulcan pointed at himself, demanding to know who she was and how she could possibly see him. Hadu honestly explained that some Dakebus simply possessed an incredibly high affinity with spirits. Hoon cast a sideways glance at her, quite surprised she was openly admitting her status as a rare Dakibi. Looking at her small stature, he debated whether he should use his devour skill to just absorb her power right then and there. But no, it wasn't time yet. It would be much better to keep her close and train her up instead. Suddenly, the system interface flashed, displaying a new monster wave quest to hunt down the boss behind the incoming horde. A system warning flashed, stating that accepting would disable all safe zones on floor 1. Choose yes or no. Instead of panicking, Hoon let out a delighted grin, cheering at his luck. In stark contrast to his excitement, both Vulcan and Hadu popped their heads out in absolute dread. Vulcan cried out in sheer panic about the monster wave, while Hadu fearfully begged to know if he was actually going to accept it. He confidently replied that without taking this risk, they would never find a way to take down the boss. Glowing blue system alerts filled the air, showing that both a god and a demon were deeply worried about his reckless move. Most blinding of all was a red notification, warning that the sovereign of all demons found this move incredibly reckless. The final blue board promised a reward from the spectator demon for securing the top contribution spot. Intrigued, Hoon wondered if that entity was really going to go through with such a crazy deal. The system chime rang out, confirming those were the exact words of the spectator demon. Hoon simply replied that he would decide after seeing the loot. Floating in the air, Vulcan cast a doubtful look, completely unable to trust his master. Vulcan asked if he wanted to die, but Hoon joked that the spirit just wanted his own freedom back. Then he brutally crushed those hopes, reminding the spirit that death wouldn't break their contract. Vulcan shuddered, begging him to stop making such disgusting jokes. He immediately hit accept on the quest screen. A crimson alert instantly flashed to everyone, warning that the monster wave was now active. The kobold horde was heading straight for the village gates, and soon, every single safe zone on floor 1 would be completely disabled. Inside the village safe zone, terrified screams rippled through the crowd as players realized a massive monster wave was upon them. Every single climber saw the ominous system alert. Furious and terrified, they began cursing whoever accepted the quest, demanding to know what idiot did it. They knew that if the horde breached the gates, everyone was dead meat. One player screamed at everyone who completed their quest to immediately escape to floor 2, warning that they would all be trapped once the battle started. A panicked woman grabbed his arm, begging for help with her remaining quests. But he fiercely shrugged her off, yelling at her to let go. Right then, bizarre lightning split the sky, tearing open a massive, dark rift in the middle of the air from those tiny sparks. A massive beast crawled through the portal first, followed by a relentless tide of thousands of monsters pouring out into the world. The climbers panicked in utter shock as the swarm began, screaming that it was already too late and there were simply too many monsters. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed across the field, ordering everyone to clear out. A pillar of light struck the ground as Hoon threatened to slaughter anyone who touched his monsters. The three of them stood tall, staring down the massive wave of monsters charging head-on. The remaining climbers yelled warnings from behind, asking who they were and if they were blind to the deadly kobold swarm right in front of them. A glowing purple orb materialized in Hoon's hand. As he chanted his spell, a swarm of dark, demonic spirits came rushing out of the sphere. A nearby climber stuttered in pure disbelief, staring at the magic. He couldn't understand how a powerful necromancer could possibly exist on the very first floor. Hoon's demonic spirits clashed with the kobold swarm, filling the battlefield with the brutal, echoing sounds of tearing flesh. Hadu steals a glance at Jihyun, timidly asking if she can join the slaughter too. He tells her she better move fast because his soul soldiers won't leave any scraps behind. But Hadu is not worried at all, confidently smiling and saying she has a way. With a sudden surge of mana, she tears a rift right through the air. Jihyun watches, wondering if it is a pocket dimension. She pulls a massive sword straight out of the spatial rift. Right then, a savage kobold leaps over its own allies, lunging straight for her. The beast screeches and pounces, but Hadu unleashes her blade in a flash. With one clean, brutal arc, she effortlessly slices the monster completely in half, sending fresh blood spraying across the battlefield. Jihyun starts analyzing. That blade is clearly legendary, yet a young girl wields it with absolute ease. He begins to realize the real reason her village was attacked, the target of those invaders, was likely her all along. But a loud, arrogant voice suddenly breaks his train of thought, yelling, "Hey, you!" A cocky, black-haired punk struts over and demands, "Who do you think you are trying to control this monster wave?" Cha Ji-hyun gives him a cold, dismissive glare, ignoring the question entirely. "Who are you?" He shoots back. The guy proudly points to himself, boasting, "The name's Kim Sung-tae. Ever heard of the White Swallow Guild?" Ji-hyun just blinks. "White Swallow?" Sung-tae stops dead in his tracks, completely shocked. He explains they are a subsidiary of the legendary Holy Land Guild, run by the Nine Stars brothers. Hearing that, Ji-hyun's blood instantly boils. His eyes widen as veins bulge on his forehead, his voice turning deadly cold. What did you just say? The Bailon brothers? Clueless to the deadly vibe, Sung-tae lifts his chin, bragging about how his older brother is in the guild. He even boasts that they once made it all the way to the 10th floor. Blind to the pure murderous intent radiating off Ji-hyun, the guy actually tries to recruit him, praising his combat skills. He promises to put in a good word with his brother, but mid-sentence, Ji-hyun has a soul soldier manifest right behind his back. He rejects him with a flat, absolute no, as the summon wraps its hand around Sung-tae's throat and lifts him high. Ji-hyun casually slides the sword right out of the punk's scabbard, muttering that he needs some intel on this guild anyway. Pressing the cold steel directly against the guy's throat, he warns that they will be having a little chat once the monster wave is over. Sung-tae's teammates panic and shout in protest, demanding to know why a fellow climber would turn on them like this. They ask if he is just flexing because he is stronger. Ji-hyun shrugs indifferently, asking why not, since power is the only thing that matters here. He reminds them that in this world, there are no soft rules about not hurting, killing, or stealing from other players. Inside this tower, raw power is absolute law. With that settled, he coldly commands them to let him pass. The soul soldier drags Sung-tae along before vanishing, dropping him to the ground as he clutches his bruised throat, coughing uncontrollably. Ji-hyun warns the punk that he is only alive because his information is valuable. If he keeps talking trash and testing his patience, he won't hesitate to put him down. Right then, Sung-tae's two panicked friends finally catch up, hesitantly calling out his name in sheer terror. They help him to his feet, asking if they are going to get revenge. But Sung-tae just wheezes out a single word, run. His orange-hatted ally blinks in confusion, asking what? But Sung-tae screams in pure terror, telling them to just run. If that monster catches them again, they are dead meat. Meanwhile, a chaotic, brutal clash erupts between the kobolds and Ji-hyun's soul army. One beast suddenly screeches and points toward the heavens, where Ji-hyun and Vulcan are diving down like twin meteors. Ji-hyun unleashes a devastating slash while Vulcan conjures a massive energy sphere. The combined shockwave slams into the earth, blasting monsters in all directions. Landing dead center of the swarm, Vulcan laughs, noting there are a ton of them. Standing back to back, Ji-hyun tells the commander to cover the rear while he takes the vanguard. Vulcan playfully grumbles, complaining about just how bossy his partner is. With a shared command, they yell for the dead to arise. Skeletal warriors with glowing violet eyes crawl from the dirt, swarming the legs of the helpless kobolds. A skeleton sinks its teeth into a kobold's neck, eliciting a painful shriek. Surrounded by their undead legion, Ji-hyun reminds Vulcan to resurrect every single enemy he kills as a new skeleton. Vulcan scoffs, saying he does not need to be told twice. Stomping his foot, Ji-hyun leaps forward with a wild grin, shouting "Let's play." Purple light erupts as Ji-hyun carves through the horde, slicing monsters like they are nothing but paper. A sharp blade cleaves a beast in half. On the other side, Hadu is holding her own, though the horde continues to swarm her mercilessly. Gasping for breath, she realizes the sheer numbers are overwhelming. Suddenly, a beast slips behind her, launching a vicious sneak attack. The creature claws a deep, painful gash right across her back. She screams in agony, her eyes narrowing as the sting hits. But she quickly tells herself this physical pain is nothing compared to the trauma of seeing her home destroyed. She remembers watching her entire village get swallowed by a sea of flames while she sat there completely helpless to stop it. Compared to that trauma, this flesh wound is absolutely nothing. Shaking off the dark thoughts, she immediately launches into a counterattack. Her movements are lightning fast, closing the gap in seconds to strike the beast down. Suddenly, Haju's knees buckle, slamming her hard onto the cold ground. Exhausted, she tells herself that this is her absolute limit. Watching her collapse, the surrounding horde of monsters immediately realize their golden opportunity has finally arrived. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash of light erupts from behind, sending the monsters flying back. The sudden blast leaves her completely stunned and wide-eyed. She cannot help but marvel at the sight. Seriously, how could a mere first-floor climber possess such unreal strength? It makes absolutely no sense for a human. While Haju sits there completely dazed, Hoon single-handedly takes on the entire swarm of monsters. His cold, deadly gaze promises absolutely nothing but pure destruction for his enemies. Gasping for air, her body hits its absolute limit. She has to lean heavily on her trusty sword just to stand up. Desperate, Haju realizes she must follow this mysterious man up the tower. Joining him is her only ticket to gaining enough strength to finally avenge her ruined village. As she struggles to her feet, a reckless monster tries to ambush her from behind. But before the beast can even touch a hair on her head, its head is clean sliced off. Terrified by the sudden strike, Haju quickly shields her head. Vulcan steps forward, radiating a massive, overwhelming aura that fills the air. He looks down and asks if she is all right, to which she weakly responds by calling him Mister. Her body trembles violently, but she grips her sword with both hands to drag herself up. Determination in her eyes, she insists that she can handle this on her own. Watching her stubborn struggle, the old warrior is deeply impressed by her sheer grit. He wonders what tragic past could force a young girl to be so tough. Noticing his stare, she asks why he is even helping her. Vulcan simply blinks in surprise, asking what she means by that. Once she gets to her feet, she explains that during her escape from the 100th floor, nobody helped. Back then, simply not being hunted was enough to make her happy. Suddenly, her gaze turns ice cold as she cuts straight to the point. She asks if he is helping her just to get something in return. Faced with her suspicion, he simply turns away and mutters that he does not know. Left with such a vague response, she can only stare blankly and give a quiet nod. That is when he finally gets serious, explaining that a summoned warrior soul must always obey their master. At the end of the day, it is as simple as that. Growing increasingly anxious, she presses him for answers. Vulcan then reveals the truth, explaining that protecting her is actually an explicit command directly from Hoon. He ordered me to ensure you stay alive so you can finally achieve your ultimate goal. With that, the warrior departs, joking that he needs to put in some real effort before his master yells at him for being lazy. She is left sitting in silence, watching his broad back fade into the distance while deeply reflecting on the unexpected revelation she just received. Gripping her sword, Haju vows to repay Hoon, the only person in this godforsaken tower who has ever shown her kindness. Ready to fight, she begins channeling her inner power. A highly eerie, demonic mask suddenly manifests in her palm. Without hesitating, she slowly raises the bizarre artifact to cover her face. Behind the mask, a pair of ice-cold eyes flash with deadly intent. Instantly, her strength floods back as an eerie, terrifying pressure wraps around her entire body. It is as if she has transformed into a literal demon. Sensing the absurd amount of power erupting behind him, Vulcan looks back in pure shock. Elsewhere, Hoon spots a giant skeletal figure and mutters in surprise. Even the mindless monsters freeze in their tracks, staring up in absolute terror. Through the dust, a masked female warrior with the eyes of an assassin glares down at them. Her ghostly shadow stretches ominously across the battlefield. The lead monster grits its teeth and roars in frustration. But in a split second, she teleports right behind it, dancing like a phantom through the enemy lines with her blade. In the blink of an eye, she wipes out the entire horde. Standing still amidst the carnage, she looks up to quietly savor the eerie atmosphere she just unleashed. Suddenly, her instincts flare. Haju glances sideways, locking onto a new target as if she has just smelled fresh prey waiting for her ahead. She blitzes forward like a bolt of lightning. Watching from the sidelines, Hoon can only look on in awe at her monstrous, terrifying power. Clutching his blood-stained sword, he quietly ponders, reminding himself that he knew this would happen. The culprits who wiped out her village were definitely targeting her and that sword. He decides it is best to keep this a secret, so she does not blame herself for the tragedy. Mid-thought, a system alert flashes, warning them that there is only 1 minute left until the wave ends. Without wasting time, all three of them leap into the fray together. But suddenly, a loud, panicked scream echoes across the battlefield, calling out Hoon's name. As the monster portal begins to shrink, he lets out a wicked smile, confidently stating that this must be the final target left to kill. Shoving an enemy away, he hurls his sword forward, piercing the unfortunate beast. As the monster collapses, a glowing magic circle suddenly materializes right behind it. With peace restored, the system interface pops up to announce the official end of the wave. After congratulating them for successfully clearing the horde, Hoon proudly grins and replies that success was always guaranteed. Sweating profusely, Vulcan mutters that Hoon is a complete monster. Meanwhile, Haju, with glassy eyes, whispers that the nightmare is finally over. She collapses right after, but before she can hit the ground, a firm hand grabs her shoulder. Hoon supports her weight, asking if she is all right. He gently warns her that using such a dangerous skill while exhausted is highly reckless. Blushing, Haju shyly looks away and stammers out her thanks. Just then, the system screen flashes, announcing that special rewards have been distributed to the top 3 contributors of the battle. Thrilled, he eagerly suggests they cash in on their hard-earned loot now that the quest is finally completed. The notification confirms the wave is over, granting 2,500 bonus points along with the special Goblin Slayer reward. With all stats boosted by 5 and another 500 points gained, Hoon rubs his chin, thinking that a 5-point bump is not a whole lot, but those bonus points would also boost his stats. Smirking deviously, he realized that if he used Almighty Master and Gluttony to learn skills, those numbers would skyrocket even higher. Talk about hype. Suddenly, a new system notification popped up, declaring him the top contributor. First place went to Hun. Second place was Hazu, happily holding her cube, while Vulcan took third. Pointing at himself, Vulcan asked if it was really him. Hun just reached out, telling him to hand it over. Vulcan reluctantly agreed, noting it was useless as a soul weapon, when a sudden cry caught their attention. Holding her cube, Hazu offered it to Hun as a symbol of their future together. He squinted at her suspiciously, asking if she was really giving him hers too. He flatly refused, explaining he had been betrayed before. Letting her tag along did not mean he trusted her. Leaning in close with chilling intent, he warned that the second-place prize was far too valuable to accept blindly. Hazu broke into a sweat, completely stunned. Hun made it clear he refused to be betrayed again, demanding proof of loyalty if she wanted to stay with him. Pondering in silence, Hazu closed her eyes to focus. Suddenly, her cube floated up, radiating a brilliant pink light. Vulcan asked Hun if that was what he thought it was. Moments later, Hazu handed over both the cube and a mask. Telling him to take it, she offered her Dakibi mask too. This caused Vulcan to shout in shock, protesting against giving such a treasure to an outsider. Unbelievable. Gritting his teeth, Vulcan watched Hazu hand the sacred mask over to Hun. That mask was literally a Dakibi's life source, traditionally given to their true love as a proposal. Holding it up, Hun asked why she was giving him something so sacred. She declared firmly that it was to thank him for saving her life twice, and to prove her absolute loyalty. Still skeptical, Hun pointed out that the mask was far too valuable, sensing she had some hidden agenda. Without looking up, she muttered one word: revenge. Hun echoed it, highly intrigued. Recalling her village engulfed in flames, Hazu explained that everything had been burned to the ground. She searched desperately for any other survivors, but there was absolutely no one left. She added softly that she was likely the very last Dokebi alive. Presenting the cube with both hands, she pleaded emotionally, declaring she had to avenge her fallen race and begging him to let her climb the tower alongside him. Repeating her words, Hun looked at her bowing figure, realizing she was just like him. He reached his hand out, warning her that she would die if she ever dared to betray him. Hazu looked completely stunned by his sudden decision. Holding up the mask, he made it clear he did not care about it, warning her not to expect any mercy just because of this token. Tearing up with joy, she looked up, thrilled to be climbing together. But hearing her call him Appa made him shudder in pure awkwardness. Tossing the 3 cubes up, Hun shrugged, letting her call him whatever she wanted. Suddenly, the cubes glowed, transforming into items. First was a mana ring, granting +5 mana and reducing mana consumption by 10%. Next came the mana earrings, boosting mana by 5 while cutting usage by 15%. Finally, a matching necklace added another 5 mana and slashed consumption by a whopping 20%. Vulcan praised the high-quality gear, leaving Hazu wondering if it was really that special since it only boosted mana. Watching Hun equip the items, Vulcan explained they were absolutely perfect for a necromancer who needed massive mana to sustain an army, boosting overall summon quality and quantity by 45%. Hun looked up, asking the system how long it planned to stay silent. He yelled at the screen, demanding to know if it forgot the promise of a reward. Immediately, a message popped up saying the gentleman demon wanted him to go play somewhere else. A bit later, the trio gathered in a living room inside a local town. Vulcan noted how completely deserted the place was. Hun figured they either evacuated to the 2nd floor or fled into the forest to escape the monster wave. Turning back to the screen, Hun demanded his reward. The system replied that the gentleman demon did not like being rushed. Suddenly, a beam of pink light slammed down onto the table right in front of him, revealing a skull-shaped ring. Hun quietly questioned what it was. Picking up the ring with a grin, he felt lucky and decided to inspect it. But as he inspected it closer, he suddenly gasped in shock. Vulcan slammed the table, impatiently demanding to know what it was, while Hazu jumped up, asking what was wrong. Staring at the ring on his finger, Hun revealed it possessed demonic energy. Vulcan panicked, asking if it truly held demonic power. For Hun, this mysterious dark ring allowed him to wield actual demonic power, albeit with certain limitations. It provided a bonus of +10 demonic power, and could be upgraded using special titles or demonic essence, which was considered a high-grade energy source. They envisioned a chained figure, slowly transforming into a demon. Normally, gaining demonic power required becoming a slave to a demon for just a fraction of it, but even a tiny bit made a massive difference compared to having none. Looking down at the ring, his status window appeared displaying his stats, showing his name as Hun, class as Necromancer, and subclass as Almighty Master. His constitution and strength were currently at 26, with his health sitting at 24, Meanwhile, his agility was 25, mana was 51, defense was 21, and his new demonic power sat at 10. A blue notification popped up, stating the gentleman demon wanted to make a deal. Smirking with satisfaction, Hun raised his hand, offering his forgiveness. Here is a gift for you, Jolly Vukan. This item is incredible. Looks like he is ready to climb the tower, and Hadu is thrilled too. While the three are busy chatting, another red notification screen suddenly appears, shaking violently. The Overlord of Demons is practically dying of jealousy. System alerts pop up. The Overlord of Demons is raging, and now, he wants to shake hands with him. The Overlord waves his hand through the screen. Hun smirks, telling him he does not do free handshakes. Where are the gifts? Vukan asks if he is insane for teasing a demon lord. Suddenly, more alerts pop up, showing the Overlord feeling completely helpless. The Overlord starts frantically rummaging through drawers and under his bed. Annoyed, Hun yells for him to stop, causing the system to glitch. The Overlord pauses, hits on a brilliant idea, and announces he will create a custom quest. Hun's eyes widen as he shouts, "What? A quest? Is this a joke?" Inside the vintage room, Hun, Vukan, and Hadu all whip their heads in the same direction. Suddenly, an eerie purple aura erupts from Vukan. The screen flashes with a brand new notification. The Overlord of Demons will generate a brand new quest. Vukan spins around, wearing a wide, excited grin as he exclaims, "A quest from a demon? Unreal." Hun admits he is shocked too. Crossing his arms with a helpless chuckle, he decides to play along and accept the demon's proposal. But the Overlord of Demons quickly backtracks, grumbling that this was not exactly what he had in mind. Hun just closes his eyes, completely ignoring the demon's complaints. Sulking, the Overlord realizes he has no choice and shakes his head. "No backing out now." Instantly, a massive alert pops up on the system screen. Bon, the Overlord of Demons, has officially assigned a quest. The objective: achieve ultimate fame throughout the entire tower before reaching the 100th floor. Failure means training as Bon's loyal apostle. But the sweet taste of success guarantees that Bon will provide absolutely any recipe he desires. The only signing fee is a handshake. Hun stands there, utterly frozen in pure shock. He thinks, any recipe? With a demon's secret formulas, nothing is out of reach anymore. His eyes lock onto the glowing text. Still, that failure penalty is brutal. If he messes up, he will be bound as that demon's eternal servant. But high risk means high reward. He tells himself he cannot pass this up. This could be his ultimate shortcut to the top of the world. Smirking confidently, Hun reaches his hand out and declares that he accepts the challenge. He presses his hand against the virtual screen. A symbolic handshake will have to do for now. Then, the system chimes. The Overlord of Demons grins during the handshake. Suddenly, low whispers fill the room as the door slowly creaks open. Hadu's anxious voice breaks the silence, asking if he plans to head straight to the second floor. Hun is not that reckless. He immediately denies it. No. First they need to hunt down Kim Sung-tae and squeeze some vital information out of him. With absolute confidence, he commands the fire god to capture him. Hearing his name called, Vukan reacts with confusion, questioning how Hun even knows his location. Just then, a visual of Kim Sung-tae pops up. Standing deep inside a dark forest through a mystical viewer, Hun reveals his secret. He had a spirit tailing him the entire time. Despite the distance, Hun knows his target is still on the first floor, allowing him to track his movements clearly through the soul lens. Vukan is completely blown away, full of awe and excitement, yelling that Hun must teach him that incredible trick. With a shout, Vukan vanishes in a flash of purple flames, leaving Hun standing there to quietly lock eyes with Hadu. He suggests having a quick chat, and though surprised, she agrees. Right after her nod, Hun slowly raises, the eerie demon mask in his hand, asking her to tell him everything she knows. The two then stroll quietly through the woods. Hadu passionately explains the mask's origins, while Hun listens in deep silence, absorbing every detail of her tale. In short, she summarizes, this mask grants the wearer the formidable powers of a dokebi. Examining the creepy relic, he asks casually, already expecting the reply, is their main power not just charm and supernatural strength? She nods, explaining that everyone channels that power differently. Hadu then offers him a gentle, sincere smile. Personally, she can unleash superhuman strength and tap into rare clairvoyance to catch brief glimpses of the future. Hun scoffs at the term, remarking that clairvoyance seems a bit useless. He adds that if she could actually weaponize it, it would have been far more helpful in their battles. Hearing his harsh critique, she does not get upset, but instead tilts her head, peering at him with a confused, slightly hesitant, and incredibly cute expression. But dense Hun ignores her cute looks, demanding why she is staring. She smiles awkwardly and admits she just thinks he is a bit strange. Her mind wanders back to her past. Outsiders would go to extreme lengths, trying to force them to use this gift, begging the elders to foresee what lies ahead. Back then, she could only watch from behind, worrying deeply about her fellow disciples, gripped by absolute terror. She softly tells Hun that most people only care about fearing the future, and doing everything she could to run from her destiny. Hearing this, Hun just grinned. To him, running from fate was completely hilarious. He snorted, wondering why anyone would even bother. If anything gets in his way, why not just smash it to pieces? Meanwhile, she spoke up in a sweet tone, saying her unique ability would actually fit him perfectly. Confused, Hun stared at her retreating back, wondering what on earth she was talking about. Hadu spun around with a bright smile, patiently explaining that her power was battlefield clairvoyance, a skill custom-made for combat. But before she could even ask if it was useful, Hun suddenly lunged forward and hugged her, completely freezing her in place. She was totally bewildered, having no idea what was happening. Then Hun declared, "Perfect," leaving her blushing red-hot, her jaw hitting the floor. Talk about hitting the jackpot. With a triumphant grin and pure joy plastered across his face, he thanked her from the bottom of his heart. To him, she was the absolute best. But while he held her close, his actual thoughts were anything but romantic. He was already calculating. With the Sword Star, Bow Star, Master Thief, and Spear God, he'd finally stand a chance against the 9 stars. Setting his schemes aside for a quick second, poor Hadu was absolutely melting in his arms. Her body went completely limp, her face flushed red as she squealed in embarrassment. Under the winter sky, Hun kept hugging and thanking her. But as you and I might expect, the romance didn't even last 5 seconds before the system ruined it. The Lord of all Demons took a screenshot, and the 9-tailed fox licked her lips. Hun let go immediately, and the two stood there, frozen in pure, awkward silence. Hun snapped first, looking up and screaming at the system. He yelled at them to stop stalking, and fortunately, the Lord of all Demons took the hint and scrammed. Once the system notifications cleared, he awkwardly scratched his head and stammered out a quick apology. But Hadu quickly cut him off, assuring him she was just happy to be of use. Raising the mask in his hand, Hun looked at her with determination, promising to make good use of it to get her revenge. Hadu fired back with equal resolve, thanking him and hoping that luck would be on their side. Meanwhile, in another location, Kim Sung-tae was violently shoved into a corner with a giant hand clamped over his mouth. His eyes widened in absolute terror as his attacker warned him to stop struggling. The hand pinned him against a tree, as a familiar purple glow began to emanate around them. The voice mocked his futile struggles, telling him his friends had already ditched him and to sit tight until the master arrived. Vulcan sighed, looking a bit exhausted. He complained about how incredibly difficult it was to capture the guy alive. His master was probably off on a date. But speak of the devil, because right on cue, the man himself finally showed up. "Oh, you caught him?" Hun asked casually. Vulcan snapped back, demanding to know where he had been and how hard it was to keep the guy alive. Smiling coldly, Hun drew his blade and ordered the fire god to step back. Hun threw his sword, pinning it right next to Kim Sung-tae's head and sending him into a screaming panic. "So, where should I stick this?" Hun threatened. "Your hand or your stomach? It all depends on your answers." Hun definitely knew how to break a guy's mind. Safe to say, you and I won't be seeing Kim Sung-tae again anytime soon. Having him completely cornered, Hun demanded to know everything about the Whiteface Guild. The terrified target immediately squealed. It took some time, but eventually, Kim Sung-tae spilled every single detail he had. By the time the full moon was high, the interrogation was finally over. He begged to leave, and Hun, having no further use for him, casually tossed him aside. Vulcan watched the coward scurry away and asked if they were seriously just letting him walk. "I'm going to destroy his guild anyway," Hun replied. But that still left the Holy Kingdom's branch guilds to deal with. There were countless small guilds operating between floors 10 and 200. Wiping them all out would be a massive pain, and Vulcan agreed it would take forever. But then Hun proposed a different scenario that might actually work in their favor. Hadu asked if he was talking about Bond's quest. Hun nodded, explaining that destroying Bond's brothers' guilds was their ticket to completing it. With that, Hun flashed a wildly competitive, confident smirk. "So, what do you say? Shall we head up to floor 10? Back at the floor 2 safe zone, Vulcan was shocked to hear that only 2 people had stopped the entire monster wave. He had heard rumors saying there were 3 of them. Standing by to watch the drama unfold, Hadu pointed them out, and Hun casually noted their arrival. The crowd opposite broke into a cold sweat, stammering in sheer terror at the sight of the demon mask standing before them. Hun stood tall, radiating the powerful presence of a legendary hero. The leader bombarded him with questions, asking if he was the hero who stopped the wave, and demanding to know his guild and name. That stopped Hun in his tracks. His quest required him to become famous throughout the entire tower before reaching floor 100, but he definitely couldn't reveal his real name just yet. He couldn't reveal his real name. So, he coldly and loudly answered the young man's question, "My name is the Demon Mask King." Hearing that, he whipped his head around. Another young man standing behind blurted out, "Wait, what did he just say?" This hot-headed guy immediately marched right up to him. "Hey, hold on, you need to explain yourself." But another person held him back, yelling, "Wait!" A hooded guy, looking like he was in the final stages of overthinking, seemed extremely wary of Osborne's real identity. What if he committed crimes before coming to the Tower of Trials? I heard plenty of fugitives hide inside this place. Watching the two whisper to each other, Osborne thought, hiding your face or identity inside this tower is totally normal. They must be targeting him because of the recent wave rumors and his suspicious mask. Realizing the fun was over here, Osborne decided to move out. "Let's go, Vulcan. We have plenty of work to do." The fire god nodded. "Got it." With that, a blinding light flashed right beneath them. Seeing them about to vanish, the young men shouted, "Hey, stop! Wait up!" But at breakneck speed, they had already teleported to a completely different location, leaving the group standing there completely dumbfounded. "He's gone." Meanwhile, our trio instantly flashed to a dense forest, ready for the next ordeal. Right before them, the system screen popped up as usual to announce their next quest. "Welcome to the second floor. Defeat the goblins and goblin warriors to clear this quest and advance to the next level." After grasping exactly what needed to be done, Osborne felt this quest was a total piece of cake. Easy enough. Finding the quest way too simple, Osborne was too lazy to lift a finger, so he pawned it off on Vulcan instead. "That's wild." Sweating buckets, the fire god nervously asked, "Wait, you don't expect me to bring them back alive, do you?" "Talk about a slacker." Osborne sent him away to focus on his own private work, adding, "Bring back Hadu's share too. I have some mana experiments to run. If you want to watch, you better hurry back." Feeling like an overqualified servant, Vulcan wasn't thrilled, but he still reluctantly headed off to complete the task. "You jerk, you better not drain all your mana before I get back." Hadu found his bizarre methods highly unconventional, leaving her deeply anxious. "Is it really okay to handle quests like this?" He calmly shrugged it off. "If you don't like it, feel free to do it yourself. No one is forcing you." Left alone in the dark forest, Osborne clenched his fists and sank into a state of deep concentration. Fascinated by this new method, he grinned. "Fascinating. To think I can actually channel my mana this way." Wasting no time, Osborne summoned his magic to test its true output. Channeling one of the 4 legendary demonic powers, a terrifying, dark, flame-like aura instantly erupted right before his eyes. Staring at the sheer power before him, Osborne stood completely frozen. So this is real demonic mana. But while he was mesmerized by the energy, Hadu suddenly screamed, "Osborne, there's a kobold hiding in the bushes over there." Sure enough, a grotesque beast, half man and half demon, was staring at them while drooling heavily. Looking absolutely starved, the creature aggressively lunged forward, ready to tear them to shreds. Osborne didn't flinch. In fact, he saw this as the absolute perfect opportunity. "Why don't I test this magic on you?" With a fresh target practically offering itself for his experiment, he wasted no time unleashing his demonic magic. But somehow, through some insane strokes of pure luck, the goblin managed to dodge his direct blast, leaving Hadu standing there utterly shocked. "It dodged," Hadu gasped. Yet, Osborne remained cool as ice. "No, this attack doesn't even need to make direct contact." Sure enough, the goblin's shoulder suddenly ripped open, leaving the beast completely clueless about what was happening. In the blink of an eye, its entire left arm was completely obliterated. Stunned, Hadu looked like a lost puppy, stammering, "What is going on?" Osborne calmly explained, "Demonic mana is a wicked, malevolent force. Those unworthy of it can never survive its touch." The goblin was obliterated in a second, leaving behind a messy trail of scattered remains. This is the inevitable result, even if the attack only manages to graze them. But that was merely the warm-up. Now, they were heading into the most critical phase. Holding 2 distinct energies in his hands, Osborne prepared to fuse them. "If I channel mana into a soul weapon, an even stronger weapon will be born." Wasting no time, he tested it, clashing both forces into a dark bolt of lightning. But things went completely sideways. Damn it, the soul completely dissolved. Guess it couldn't handle the raw pressure of this demonic mana. So, he decided to adjust his output, slowly attempting to craft a new soul weapon. "I have to lower the mana density, cutting it down from 10 to just 1. A second later, a flawless new soul weapon emerged from the fusion. "Perfect, it's finished." Watching him struggle, Hadu sighed. You actually did it, though it looked incredibly tough. But wanting to show off, he smugly grinned. Honestly, I'm just surprised by how incredibly easy it was. Other than demons, absolutely no one can tap into pure mana. In fact, nobody even knows how to control it. Suddenly, a voice pipes up from behind, asking if it was made of mana. Vulcan has returned, trailing a massive horde of goblins, an incredible, seamless fusion of a soul soldier and mana. He calls it a demonic soul soldier, a name Hoon actually finds pretty catchy. A demonic soul soldier, huh? Not bad. He bends down to inspect it, boasting how perfect it is to have Hun as his disciple. But thinking it over, Hun realizes this whole process is way too tedious. Does he really have to manually infuse mana into every single soul he captures? Doing that in the heat of battle would be nearly impossible. Right now, his mind is still spinning with unanswered questions. Wait, does he even have to summon them himself? Thinking about it, Hun bows his head and genuinely acknowledges Vulcan's impressive skill. He admits the fire god is far more skilled at summoning, especially when it comes to tactical placement and controlling summons mid-battle. The praise instantly goes straight to Vulcan's head, and he smugly notes that Hun finally knows how to show some respect. But the smugness instantly vanishes as Vulcan freezes in pure terror, sensing a dark mana suddenly swirling all around him. As the corrupt energy violently invades his body, Vulcan screams out in absolute agony, demanding to know what Hun is doing. But Hun, with a completely unhinged look in his eyes, asks a wildly crazy question. If he injects mana directly into Vulcan's soul, then every single summon under his control should automatically upgrade to a demonic soul soldier, right? Since Vulcan's soul is vastly stronger than a mere goblin's, Hun decides to pour every ounce of his mana into him. Unable to fight back, Vulcan can only glare at him with pure rage. A second later, the overwhelming dark mana erupts, completely swallowing him whole. He shrieks Hun's name in desperation. Hadu, terrified that Hun might go too far and accidentally kill the old man, frantically calls out to Osbion. Hun calmly reassures her that the legendary first necromancer won't kick the bucket from just this. Talk about a brutal experiment. Suffering through this nightmare, Vulcan swears vengeance in his heart. He vows that if he survives, he will grind Hun to dust and eat him for breakfast. But Hun has never backed down from a fight in his life, so he boldly dares him to give it his best shot. If Vulcan ever grows strong enough to actually challenge him, Hun is more than welcome to try. At the center, a colossal dark violet vortex erupts with a blinding white light, radiating pure, unmatched power. After a long and intense process, the ultimate, terrifying masterpiece is finally complete. Hun looks up in absolute awe at his creation, declaring the fire god to be his greatest demonic soul soldier yet. At first glance, Vulcan looks like a completely lifeless, mindless shell of his former self. But surprise! The old man suddenly speaks up completely unfazed, telling Hun that he has made a huge mistake. Countless goblins suddenly swarm from behind him as Vulcan warns that summoning something far stronger than yourself is a summoner's ultimate mistake. But Hun just casually snatches a mask from Hadu's hand, teasingly asking if the old man is mad. Perfect! He immediately slips the mask onto his face. It turns out, Hun did all of this wild experimenting for this exact moment. Besides, Hun has been itching for a worthy opponent. Putting the mask on, he vows to satisfy Vulcan by showing him the true power of a demonic summon. Yet, the demonic beasts that Vulcan summons look about as threatening as tiny, wriggling worms. Having lost all patience, the furious old man commands his newly upgraded summons to finish Hun off once and for all. He orders his demonic warriors to charge, but Hun just stands there calmly, watching them approach without flinching. Hadu takes one quick look and immediately realizes what is happening. Hun is finally tapping into the power of the mask. Suddenly, the charging monsters seem to freeze in place. Through the magical mask, Hun perceives these fast beasts moving as slow as crawling snails. The demonic soldiers are incredibly sluggish. Looking over at Vulcan, Hun notices the old man is moving slower than a turtle. Or maybe everything is just slow relative to him. Realizing this is how Hadu sees the world, Hun knows he has completely taken control of the battlefield. An instant later, Hun lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, while Vulcan remains frozen in extreme slow motion. Seeing Hun closing in on him at absolute warp speed, Vulcan's face instantly twists into pure panic. Hun raises his fist, ready to deliver a heavy blow. Vulcan tries to bluff, shouting that he was once a legendary necromancer. In the blink of an eye, Hun lands a devastating punch right to the old man's face. Taking an earth-shattering blow that his ancestors couldn't even save him from, Vulcan stumbles and crashes to the ground. Hun pulls off the mask with a smirk, ordering his demonic soldier to obey him. Vulcan is completely knocked out in an instant, crashing hard enough to send debris flying everywhere. Hadu screams in shock, calling out to the old man. But after absolutely demolishing him, Hun calmly waves it off, claiming a soul cannot be killed by a mere physical beating. Hearing Hun's ridiculous excuse, the old man quickly fires back, "That only applies to normal spirits, because getting punched by you still hurts like hell." Watching closely from the sidelines, Hadu curiously asks if he just harnessed the power of the mask. Thanks to that mysterious mask, the entire fight seemed like absolute child's play to him. It felt like everything around him slowed down, giving him the coordination of a master martial artist. Hadu hesitates before dropping a massive, mind-blowing truth bomb, explaining that this insane perception shift was actually just a tiny fraction of the mask's true power. Just a fraction of its power was already this insanely strong. Hun could only stare in absolute shock at his own mask. Just a partial effect? Hun's curiosity piqued, and he couldn't help but ask her, if that was only a fraction, what could this mask actually do? Seeing his intense interest, Hazu decided to explain. She reminded him that the mask serves as a way to read the battlefield. It doesn't just slow down your enemy's movements, it actually lets you predict their very next moves in advance. Hun couldn't believe his ears, grabbing Hazu by the shoulders. No way, how could he possibly pull off something that insane? Her shrug-off answer was simple, she just did it. Hun could only stand there, completely stunned and slightly awkward at her effortless explanation. She just does it? Looking closely at Hazu, he suddenly remembered that she was definitely no ordinary fighter. He forgot she was a literal genius, even among other Sokubits. Trying to get her to actually explain how to do it was impossible. Suddenly, Hazu asked him if he felt any dizziness. When Hun said he felt fine, she decided it was time to share some crucial info. When untrained Sokubits try using special abilities, they usually end up with a massive headache or severe dizziness. She suffered from it too, which was why she couldn't keep her foresight active constantly. Then, Hazu delivered a playful but savage roast, admitting she was actually worried he wouldn't even be able to activate the mask. Hun could only glare back, asking why she always loved rubbing salt into his wounds. Realizing she had spoken too soon, Hazu tried to laugh it off, nervously explaining she only meant he wouldn't be able to master such an advanced mask so quickly. Obion suddenly went quiet, falling deep into his own thoughts. He hadn't anticipated this. While everything was going to plan, he had gotten way too carried away with his newfound power on the second floor. Appreciating her genuine concern, Hun gently patted her head, telling her he was fine. This left her completely flustered and blushing. But while these two were busy flirting, poor Vuan was left shivering all alone in the corner. His pride was completely shattered. He was supposed to be the ultimate, most powerful soul, so how did he end up in such a pathetic state? He could only cast a pitiful, deeply depressed gaze right toward Hazu. Noticing his obvious distress, Hazu decided to take a slow step closer to him. It felt like a ray of hope. He instantly lunged to hug her, crying that she was far better than that heartless jerk next to her. Too bad for him, she didn't care at all. Hazu simply pointed straight ahead toward a group of goblins. Looks like they were going to need his help to farm more cabin. Hun loomed over him with terrifying murderous intent, warning that they needed one more. If Vuan didn't deliver, Hun would gladly turn him into a soul sphere and absorb him completely. Hazu looked at Hun like he was a demon, asking why he had to be so heartless. Driven to the absolute edge of despair by Hun's threats, Vuan could only weep, wondering why this horrible fate had befallen him. Finally, the system screen popped up, confirming the quest was complete after defeating 10 cabin and 10 cabin fighters. Riding that momentum, they began clearing floor after floor. They easily conquered floor 3, and soon after, flew right through floor 4. Far from a damsel in distress, Hazu proved her genius title. Fighting right alongside them, her confident smile showed she was a true force. Finally, reaching the 5th floor, the surrounding forest was buzzing with gossip. Soldiers couldn't stop whispering about a mysterious powerhouse who went by the name Ghostface. Apparently, it had already been 3 days since he first entered the 5th floor forest. Rumors claimed he could somehow control every single goblin in the area. But things were getting much tougher, as 5th floor goblins armed with deadly poison needles were now beginning to spawn. Meanwhile, Hun was standing nearby, quietly pressing his hand flat against the cold ground. Fully locked in with absolute focus, a brilliant blue energy began radiating directly from his palm. But he wasn't alone out there in the woods. A sneaky goblin was dangling quietly from the branches above. Clutching a highly suspicious blowgun, the creature aimed with pure malice. It quickly blew a sharp, lethal needle through the tube, sending it flying straight toward him. The deadly projectile shot through the air, but it never stood a chance of hitting Hun. Before it could even connect, Hazu sliced it out of the air. Messing with Hun was a fatal mistake, and that goblin had just sealed its own doom. How dare you attack Obion? Realizing it had poked a massive hornet's nest, the goblin turned completely pale with pure terror. No escaping now. Suddenly, one of Hun's soldier souls materialized, looming directly over the trembling goblin's head. Vuan unleashed a massive blast of magic, vaporizing the creature instantly. The powerful soldier soul lunged forward, sweeping any remaining threat away. Impressed by her swift intervention, Vuan praised her defense. A blushing Hazu simply muttered that she had to stop it from attacking Hun. But then, she casually dropped a terrifying comment, muttering that she should have ripped the monster in half. Hearing those dark words, Vuan felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Vuan froze for a second. Wait, something was seriously wrong here. He suddenly recalled her creepy, boogeyman-like smile from earlier, completely lost as to what on earth that terrifying grin actually meant. Vulcan gently reached his hand out to Hadu and asked, "Hadu, are you all right?" Hadu flinched, stammering, "Yes, I am totally fine." She was completely shocked, wondering what on earth was happening and why she was holding a sword. But Hoon just stepped forward, raising his voice. "Have you been waiting long? I am all prepared." Still recovering her senses, Hadu was quite surprised to hear Hoon say those words. He smirked with pure confidence, raising his voice once more. "Tonight, a monster wave is coming." Hearing that, both of them gasped. A monster wave? On the 4th floor, the night before ascending to the 5th, a fire blazed endlessly, the flame of hatred burning our memories. The three of them sat around that crackling fire, as Hoon spoke up. From the 5th floor up, goblins appear instead of elves. "Are you hunting the Demon King again?" Hadu repeated the question. "Are you really hunting the Demon King again?" Vulcan, looking slightly anxious, replied softly, "Even if I wanted to, I cannot kill it, since we have no idea when it will show up." Hoon smirked. "Why do you look so tense then?" "I am not going to hunt the Goblin Lord. There is simply no need for that." With that, a confident smirk played on his lips. "I know how to trigger a monster wave myself." Hearing this, both Vulcan and Hadu flinched, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. "Trigger a wave yourself?" Calming down slightly, Vulcan questioned. "If there was a way, wouldn't everyone in the tower know by now?" He honestly replied, "I just stumbled upon it by chance." He recounted the whole story to them, trying to remember if it had happened on the boundary of the 4th floor. "While I was climbing the tower, a rift appeared, and that is when I found it." Pointing his finger, Hoon confidently explained, "Every single floor has a central spawning zone where monsters appear. If we locate that area and channel our mana into it, a massive monster wave will immediately trigger." Vulcan suddenly understood. "So you have been secretly profiting from this method?" He shook his head. "No, this is actually my first time trying it. Monsters from floor 300 and above are on a completely different level compared to mere goblins. Even the 4 great entities could not directly face the horde once a wave triggers." Vulcan sat up straight, muttering, "When we want to use it, we do not know how. And when we do, it is useless." Hoon nodded. "Yeah, but things are completely different now. We will summon multiple monster waves to level up as quickly as possible." On this bustling, upscale street, the glowing streetlights did not make the atmosphere feel any safer. A sudden footstep ground to a halt incredibly fast. Suddenly, 2 people heard a strange noise, exclaiming, "What is that? An earthquake?" "But we are inside the tower." The blonde guy noticed something unusual and yelled, "Look! Look over there!" Sure enough, a massive wave was erupting and expanding right before them. "Is there a wave on the 1st floor too?" Out of the rift, a horde of goblins suddenly poured out. Goblins are flooding the streets. They charged out like wild, ravenous beasts. Immediately, the group fled, unable to believe their eyes. "No way. Is this really a monster wave?" But this is the beginner village. There was absolutely no warning. The goblins charged forward, frantically firing bizarre poison needles. The crowd scattered in panic, dodging frantically, but someone got hit head-on, taking the full blow. "Hey, look out!" One of the poison needles pierced right into their companion's back. Seeing this, the blonde guy panicked. "Are you okay?" "Get up!" The other person replied weakly with great difficulty. "I cannot move." The blonde guy's eyes widened in sheer terror. It is the goblin's paralysis poison. He is going to be completely paralyzed there for a while. Seeing the goblins closing in like a pack of relentless zombies, he screamed in pure terror. "Damn it, they are already here. Is this really how I end?" He burst into tears, closing his eyes in bitter despair. "I have not even reached the 10th floor yet. Am I really going to die here?" But at that moment, a hand wearing a skull-shaped ring began releasing a bizarre, potent power. It violently erupted right after, as if an epic battle was about to obliterate this place entirely. A calm, gentle voice commanded, "Take that poison boy to a safe place immediately." He looked up in utter surprise. Who are you?" The true identity of this mysterious savior was revealed. It was Demon Mask. Demon Mask possessed a grotesque, eerie face with 2 short horns, and his eyes glinted with a sharp, mysterious intensity. Seeing Demon Mask's arrival, the survivors felt a wave of relief. Demon Mask is here. He is highly experienced, we are finally saved. But it turns out Demon Mask was actually Hoon in disguise. Yeah, I saved you guys. Now that you survived, you better praise me. Demon Mask raised his hand, casually waving it, as a dark and ominous surge of energy blasted the goblins away in a single instant. Screams of absolute agony erupted from them, as he yelled, "Rise and fight, my demonic soul soldiers!" The soul soldiers he summoned immediately arrived, tearing the monsters apart one by one. Out of nowhere, Vulcan suddenly appeared and yelled at him, "You absolute bastard! I am the one who created them! Why are you taking all the credit?" Hoon looked like he wanted to punch him right there, snapping, "Shut up and just summon more soldiers already." While the two were still bickering, a sudden massive explosion erupted ahead. Looking closely, the faint silhouettes of his soul soldiers were visible, writhing in sheer pain within the magical fire. Are the soul soldiers burning? Cold, sharp gazes glared from right behind the magical blaze. A green figure suddenly comes into focus. This time, it is a goblin priest. It looks like a high-ranking evolution of those ordinary green monsters. Wu Chan gasps in utter shock, yelling that it is attacking the soul soldiers. Hoon, known as Demon Face, immediately responds. He says he is not blind, pointing out they must kill it first to farm any points. Up on a high rooftop, a mysterious girl silently stands, calmly watching the absolute chaos and brutal carnage unfold down below. Suddenly, she leaps down, blitzing forward with absolutely terrifying speed. It is Hadu, charging into the fray with a burst of pure power, a crazed, ecstatic smile plastered on her face. Dropping right into the horde, she unleashes a massive slash that absolutely demolishes the helpless monsters. Wu Chan jumps into the fight, clenching his fists as a dark energy flows out. Suddenly, he glances over to his side. The person beside him has completely vanished. Up ahead, a terrifying mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth erupts with pure power. It is the Devour technique. This dark flame can actually burn souls, utilizing the raw spiritual energy of a goblin. Vowing to make good use of this skill, he battles on, immediately activating his ultimate attack. With a violent wave of his hand, a massive shockwave blasts the goblins away. Glancing over at Hadu, Hoon gives an appreciative nod, yelling out that she did a great job. He tells her to keep it up, but she remains dead silent, a highly unsettling, sinister smirk forming on her lips. Sensing something is seriously wrong, Hoon quickly asks her, but Hadu just stands there as her sword ignites with a legendary, surging energy. The flame grows rapidly, spinning into a massive, violent vortex. Hoon instinctively blocks his eyes. He knew her glowing weapon was special, but this level of power makes no sense at all. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he looks at her. Her sweet, innocent vibe is entirely gone, replaced by the chilling aura of a true villain. As Hoon gasps in shock, she only offers a dark, twisted smirk in return. Without warning, she swings her blade in a brutal arc. He grits his teeth, completely terrified. The devastating path of her slash leaves glowing, jagged red scars carved right into the neighboring building. Just like that, the entire row of buildings is sliced clean in half. The surviving goblins look up, their eyes glowing blood red as they let out horrific shrieks. The severed structures collapse with a deafening crash onto the ground below. Smoke rises from the clean cuts, looking exactly like melting lava. Hoon drops to his knees, utterly unable to process what he is seeing. She wiped out the entire area in an instant. What kind of monstrous weapon is that? Clutching her blade, she bursts into a crazed laughter, clearly savoring the absolute destruction she just caused. With another swing of her arm, her mouth twists into a dark smirk. This is not a normal laugh, it is the chilling cackle of a demon. Her eyes gleam with a malicious light as she lets out an unsettling, grating sound. She delivers a devastating strike right at Hoon, but luckily, he manages to dodge to the side. The blade barely grazes his shoulder, but the searing pain makes him cry out as a massive explosion erupts right behind him from the residual force. Realizing how dire things are, Hoon rips off his mask and desperately yells out, telling her that it is him. He asks if she even recognizes him, but his words are answered by her launching forward like a bolt of lightning. It is completely useless. As she swings her sword directly at his head, he barely manages to raise his weapon to block the fatal strike. He exerts every ounce of his strength to withstand her relentless assault, realizing with dread that her power is completely off the charts. A blinding flash of light triggers a massive explosion that tears through the area, sending shattered rock and thick dust flying everywhere. Navigating through the dense, choking smoke, Wu Chan desperately calls out Hoon's name. Pulling himself out of the rubble, he hears a familiar voice demanding to know if the summoner is still alive and if Hadu is okay. Hearing this, He wonders if the voice belongs to the fire god. The voice calmly continues, assuming he is fine, but asking again about Hadu's condition. He telepathically sends back a dry apology, explaining that he just got blasted away by Hadu's own blade. Peering forward through the thick haze, a very familiar female figure slowly emerges from the shadows. It is indeed Hadu. With cold, lifeless eyes, she slowly marches toward him. Catching her smug, triumphant smile, he communicates back, admitting that no matter how he looks at it, facing her feels exactly like confronting the legendary final guardian of the Dakibi tribe. The voice questions him again. Asking about the monster wave, he replies that most are dead, telling the voice to handle the remaining stragglers. Gripping his weapon tightly, he slides his mask back on, declaring he has to deal with Hadu. Wasting no time, he charges forward, rushing in a straight line toward the figure standing tall in front of him. A sharp, intense light flashes deep within his eyes. He activates his battle eye technique, causing his vision to shift into a hazy blur that locks onto human targets. Staring at the sword in her hand, the hard-earned instincts he built, while climbing 599 floors, begin screaming. That weapon is lethal and will slice him to pieces. Bracing himself, he raises his blade, knowing there is no room for friendship inside this tower. Nothing lasts forever. Though her fate was tragic, this is where it ends. He apologized under his breath to Hadu. With that thought, he charged straight ahead without a shred of hesitation. But just as his blade was about to slash across Hadu's face, she flashed a mocking smirk. Once again, that wicked smile caught him completely off guard. But Hun quickly forced himself to regain his composure as much as possible. He cursed his sudden hesitation. She had easily blocked his sharp blade with her bare hands, leaving the young man completely frozen in shock. Surprised deep down, he had already begun to suspect what was actually going on. Could this be what he feared? One of Hadu's eyes had completely transformed, accompanied by a highly punchable smirk. Was that Hadu's mysterious ring? Before he could even react to it, she swung her hand and struck him directly, her mocking laughter echoing all around the battlefield. Instantly, the brutal force of the blow sent Hun flying backward without a shred of mercy. He quickly regained his footing as his hand began summoning something dark. It was a terrifying awakening, a sudden surge of power that immediately struck pure terror into Hadu. Skeletal hands, dozens of them, were clawing their way up from beneath the ground in massive numbers, leaving her completely open-mouthed in a state of utter horror. One after another, the terrifying skeletons rose and charged straight forward. Some gaped their jaws wide while others crawled, looking exactly like a horde of zombies. Behind them stood Hun, whose awakening had stirred these slumbering creatures from beneath the floor. Unleashing the goblin wave, Hun roared with absolute determination in his eyes, telling his fossilized goblin warriors to charge forward and stop Hadu. At his command, the fossilized goblin warriors swarmed forward, grabbing hold of Hadu's ankles to lock her in place. The entire scene was incredibly bizarre. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped wide open. With a single swing of her hand, Hadu easily blew them all away. Hun watched in absolute terror, unable to even track the trajectory of her sword. Was she using the battle eye? Standing before this completely transformed version of Hadu, he could not formulate a single plan. She was simply too strong. How could he possibly win? Before he could even react, a massive explosion triggered by Hadu erupted, blasting Hun far away. He leaped up onto a nearby building in one bound, stabilizing his footing to catch his breath. He watched as the entire building in front of him began to slowly collapse. Hun was now highly panicked and extremely alert. Staring at Hadu's current state, he paused to think. Something was off. Was she growing tired? Looking closer, he noticed one of her eyes was bleeding, signaling that something was very wrong. Hun fell into deep thought once more, wondering if this was the backlash she had previously mentioned. If so, this was his golden opportunity. He just had to ensure she could no longer use that battle eye. He lowered his stance, preparing his legs to move. As Hadu flew straight toward him, he quickly shattered the building's glass window and dove down inside to escape her line of sight. Hadu rushed in only to let out an annoyed grunt, staring down in frustration. Meanwhile, Hun had already landed safely, securing a solid footing below. He then gave her a provocative wave, asking what she was waiting for and why she wasn't attacking. Just as he had predicted, Hadu dove straight down, aiming her sharp sword directly at him. Hun immediately set his carefully calculated plan into motion. As she plunged downward, two trumpet-blowing beasts suddenly materialized on both sides, causing Hadu to open her eyes wide in absolute shock. The goblin zombies blew their horns even louder and harder. Jin Hun smirked, declaring that even a powerful Dakibi could never escape the paralyzing poison of a goblin. Without her battle eye, how could Hadu possibly avoid this attack? Her eyes snapped wide open as pure dread washed over her face. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Hadu let out a furious scream. To her, everything seemed to slow down to a crawl. Overwhelmed with rage, Hadu fiercely swung the heavy sword in her hand. The two poisoned darts and the bodies of both goblin zombies were instantly sliced, clean in half. Hun clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. Having easily dealt with the two goblin zombies, Hadu immediately charged right at him. She raised her sword and slashed down, but he managed to leap aside just in time. The moment she landed, she bounded off the floor again, relentlessly pursuing him. The blade pointed directly at him. Just as the steel was about to pierce his chest, Hadu burst into a mad, chaotic laughter. But suddenly, a surprise attack launched from behind her, leaving Hadu with absolutely no time to defend. A poisoned dart pierced straight into her back. Shocked and completely dazed, she stared wide-eyed at the projectile embedded in her flesh, letting out a painful gasp. A wave of relief and satisfaction washed over him as he saw her get hit. He proudly noted that if her battlefield vision had not been on cooldown, this risky plan would have been absolutely impossible. Right at that moment, a zombie goblin emerged from the shattered window behind him. As Hadu's body began to tremble, he stared at the tear in his own cloak and explained that the plan was to fire a poisoned dart right through him from her blind spot. The paralyzing poison was taking full effect. Her body swayed and spun unsteadily before she began to slowly collapse to the ground. Her magical armor and hair began to fade away, returning her to normal. Reaching out, he caught her shoulders, gently bringing her limp body into his arms. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, he muttered that the dose was just enough to stop her. He gently sets her down on the ground and lifts his hand to inspect it. Deep down, he worries the creeping numbness in his arm means the paralysis poison is already spreading. Then, glaring over at the zombie goblin with a deeply annoyed expression, he barks, "Hey you, hand that thing over right now." Seeing the zombie goblin stare blankly back, he sighs and points directly at the two poison darts lying on the dirty ground, demanding the poison. As the zombie goblin hands over the toxic darts, he immediately triggers Devour. A system notification flashes, confirming he has successfully absorbed paralysis poison resistance. With the poison taken care of, he spins around. Looking down coldly at Haru lying unconscious on the ground, he remarks that her power is seriously troublesome. He mutters under his breath as she lies there, completely exhausted and fast asleep. Meanwhile, Haru's soul finds itself trapped in a strange, empty void alongside her weapon. Staring blankly at the blade, she wonders where on earth she actually is right now. Suddenly, a shadowy hand grips the hilt, as a voice asks if she is the chosen wielder, this time the master of this legendary dragon-slaying blade. Floating high above her, he stares down with an unsettling, eerie grin. He chuckles mockingly, looking her up and down, asking what the deal is. "Are you seriously just a kid?" Confused by his bizarre appearance, she cautiously asks if he is a Dakibi. He chuckles, replying that is half right and half wrong. She frowns in utter confusion, trying to make sense of his riddle. But before she can speak, the sharp edge of the blade is suddenly pressed against her throat. Now, looming directly behind her with a sinister smirk, the figure whispers a dark, chilling warning that she had better remember. He threatens that if she dares to draw him again without being prepared, he will consume her soul entirely. With that terrifying threat ringing in her ears, she snaps awake. Following behind them, Vulcan notices she is stirring and grunts. "Hey kid, looks like she is finally awake." Carrying her on his back, our hero turns his head slightly and says, "Oh, you are up." Still dazed, she looks around and asks where they are. He replies they are in the 6th floor village, having just left the 5th. Suddenly realizing their physical closeness, her face flushes bright red as she panics and asks why he is carrying her. Sighing with a helpless look, he mutters that it is pretty sad she does not remember anything at all. Once they are safe inside an inn room, he promises to explain everything. Looking at Haru sitting on the bed, he outlines the plan to check their gear and stamina on the 6th floor before heading straight to the 10th. Inside this massive tower, major cities are established on every 10th floor. To gain entry to those cities, they must defeat a floor boss. He explains this while visualizing the tower map, and Haru nods, saying she already knows. The great orc warrior Vulcan chimes in, pointing out that in terms of raw combat power, it is basically a legendary boss, a true monster. Hearing this, Haru insists they need to recover quickly, so they will not, but before she can finish, he abruptly cuts her off. Standing beside Vulcan, our hero crosses his arms over his chest and looks at her with an incredibly serious expression. He tells her that from now on, she will be traveling separately. Stunned by his words, she panics and screams, "What do you mean, big brother? Are you abandoning me?" Seeing her distress, he gently explains that is not it, asking if she truly forgets what happened during the 5th floor wave. "Yes, my memory of that moment is completely blurry," she admits, her expression instantly darkening with worry. Remembering how the terrifying sword spirit possessed her body, he warns her that her weapon is a demonic blade with power rivaling the legendary Pride Blade. It corrupts the mind while granting unimaginable strength, and she actually attacked him after losing control. Hearing this, Haru gasps in pure shock. He walks over to sit on the edge of the bed, looking her in the eyes as he continues. If she keeps relying on such an unstable, dangerous power, she will surely fail long before they ever reach the 100th floor. So, this is her official training mission. Climb to the 10th floor entirely on her own without using the demonic sword. She falls silent, realizing he wants her to grow truly strong instead of relying on a ticking time bomb. Resolved, she looks up at him with pure determination and nods. All right, I will definitely get strong enough to stand by your side as a true ally. Pleased with her fiery spirit, he smiles and gives his approval. Standing together out on the street, she happily pulls his warm cloak tighter around her shoulders and thanks him, saying, "Thank you for the cloak, big brother." He replies that there is absolutely no need to advertise the fact she is a Dakibi, while she is out there traveling all by herself. There is no rush, since he has some business to settle on the 10th floor and plans to stay there for a while anyway, he adds, giving her a reassuring look. Beside them, Vulcan grumbles sadly about the parting, while Haru stares at our hero with fierce resolve, promising to catch up soon. He offers a warm, encouraging smile, silently promising himself that he will wait for her no matter how long it takes. With their farewells said, they part ways to begin their separate journeys. Days later, somewhere on the bloody 9th floor, dozens of slain orc corpses lie scattered across the wasteland. As a terrified surviving orc squeals in absolute horror, he stands looming directly over it, looking down in disgust. He taunts that they are just oversized bags of meat, no different from weak goblins. Behind his mask, his eyes flare with a piercing, blinding light as he lunges forward to strike. Delivering a devastating, bone-shattering kick straight to the beast's head, he sends the massive orc flying through the air, crashing into the hard ground with an earth-shaking thud. Vulcan floats down beside him, noting he is getting used to this. Glancing back, he reminds the spirit not to forget to harvest the souls, as they need to build up their orc necromancy army. Vulcan chuckles and replies that generating their own monster wave seems to have become second nature to them by now. When the old man says that, our main character shoots back, asking if he is seriously complaining. But the old man just laughs it off, saying he is actually thoroughly enjoying himself. Vulcan looks back at him, face full of disappointment as he sighs. I seriously can't believe how cold-hearted you are. You haven't even mentioned Hadu once. Hearing this, his expression sours immediately, and he asks, "What on earth are you talking about? If I thought she was going to fail, I never would have agreed to make her an ally. She is incredibly strong and will do whatever it takes to get her revenge." He speaks with pride, a brief spark of amusement in his purple eyes as he looks at the old man. Suddenly, his expression flips. He points right at the system screen and demands, "Now, just focus on bringing me more orcs. Creating a monster wave still isn't enough, I need more." Hearing this, Vulcan loses his temper and yells out, "I absolutely cannot believe you. Do you have zero respect for your elders? Were you not raised by parents?" Listening to his rant, our main character calmly replies, "Yeah, I wasn't. What about it?" Vulcan is completely stunned by his answer, gasping, "Wait, what?" Crossing his arms and closing his eyes, he takes a trip down memory lane. "I was raised in an orphanage, and Jung-hoon came from the exact same place." After hearing that, the old man falls silent, deep in thought. He gently places a hand on the boy's shoulder, eyes welling up with tears as he says, "It's okay. Now I finally understand everything you've been through." Seeing Vulcan act like this, he gets creeped out and asks, "What is with that creepy face?" As they keep bickering back and forth, Vulcan calls him a bastard, but he just claims this is his normal attitude. "Get over here and let me give you a hug. Get lost. I absolutely despise being pitied." Right then, the system alerts them that the Orc Slayer achievement is complete. Inside a massive room, two figures materialize as they warp directly to the 10th floor. Inside the trial room, a voice welcomes them to the 10th floor, stating they must defeat the boss monster to reach the floor's center. Suddenly, the system interface pops up, reminding them once again that the boss must be cleared in order to access the 10th floor's inner hub. Failure means being forcefully sent back to the 9th floor. Looking around, Vulcan spots something strange on the wall and wonders, "Wait, what's this? I've never seen anything like this before." Following his gaze, our main character takes a look and explains that those are actually the fastest clear time records. Staring skeptically, the old man asks, "Are all of these records seriously under 1 minute?" Seeing his reaction, he playfully teases the old man. "Looks like your name didn't make the cut." Furious at the mock, Vulcan yells back, "Hey, yours isn't up there either." Most of these records were actually set by members of the four great races, who are born with absolutely unimaginable skills. Then, his expression turns dead serious as he suggests, "So, how about we try something crazy today? Why don't we go ahead and smash these records right now?" Vulcan bursts out laughing, excited by the bold proposal. "Haha, now you're talking." The system alerts them that the trial is currently preparing. Glancing at the blue screen, he mutters, "Well, do we at least get some time to prep before the fight?" The system triggers a countdown, displaying a message, "Defeat the boss after 1 minute." Reading the notification, he smirks and says, "Well, looks like we actually have plenty of time." He casually stretches his arms out, explaining his strategy to the old man. "Fire God, use your soul soldiers to trap it the very second it spawns." Vulcan nods calmly. "Got it, I'm ready. Let's do this." In an instant, he unleashes his eerie spectral soldiers, summoning them to the battlefield. He drops to one knee with a confident grin, instantly casting a glowing magic circle beneath his feet. Behind his back, a brilliant, blindingly white magic spear begins to materialize. His face turns serious, but then a thrilled smirk creeps back on. "I'll show you the true power of an all-rounder master." Elemental spell, activate. As soon as he speaks, various natural elements begin swirling wildly around his spear. He stacks spell after spell onto the spear. Pierce, sharpness, fortitude, and death. Grinning like an absolute villain, he thinks to himself, "Let's throw in one more for good measure." Demonic power enchantment. The spear instantly transforms into a dark purple-black, overflowing with immense demonic mana. Everything is set to send this boss straight to the afterlife. The system alerts them. The trial is about to begin. The final countdown starts. 3, 2, 1. He's absolutely bursting with excitement, while Vulcan stands next to him, sweating bullets from sheer nerves. The system chimes. Trial active. The great orc warrior has been successfully summoned. A massive shadow warps in with a deafening boom, shattering the stone ground beneath it. A single, glowing eye glares through the dust as the giant boss emerges. Clutching an enormous axe in one hand, it swings the weapon high, ready to smash him into pieces. Vulcan wastes no time, commanding his spectral forces forward. "Go, soul soldiers." Releasing chains from his soul container, he hurls them straight at the boss, binding its giant legs securely. The summoned spirits swarm the beast, pinning its massive body to the ground. Seeing everything perfectly locked in place, he grins and yells, "Fire!" The magical spear shoots forward like a rocket. Seeing the deadly spear flying toward it, the boss raises its arm to block, but it does absolutely nothing. Its hand and head are severed in a split second, and the giant carcass collapses to the ground as the system timer stops. The system flashes with a new notification. Record broken. He has just shattered the 10th floor trial record with an insane time of 0.96 seconds. The system asks if he wants to register a name. Grinning, Hoon casually replies to put down Demon Face, causing another screen to instantly pop up. The 10th floor record has been officially updated. Top clear time, 0.96 seconds by the tower climber Demon Face. Down in an 8th floor tavern, the global announcement hits the climbers. Everyone stares in shock. The 10th floor record was cleared in under 1 second. The tavern erupts into total chaos. Climbers whisper among themselves, wondering if this Demon Face is the same legend who wiped out that massive monster wave. Watching from the back, Haju spots the notification too. Raising her glass, a fierce determination fills her eyes as she vows to train even harder. Meanwhile, Vulcan bursts into a hearty laugh, swelling with pride. He never imagined they would actually break a record held by the four great races. Slapping a heavy arm around the young man's shoulder, the blacksmith adds that not even the strongest spirit summoners could pull off a stunt like this. Shaking his head at the old man's antics, Hoon sighs and asks if that basically makes them the only ones in history to achieve this. Walking toward the glowing teleport gate, the young climber tells his companion to hurry up since they still have plenty of business on floor 10. Vulcan nods, telling him to make it quick since they still have to wait for Haju. A system alert flashes as they arrive on the 10th floor, granting them a +5 boost to all stats and unlocking the auction system. The screen shifts as a gold coin is flipped into the air and caught by a pale hand. Deep within the tower, a mysterious man sits quietly at his desk. Resting his chin on his hand, he stares at the glowing notification board. A chilling, sinister grin spreads across his face as he mutters the name Demon Face. Floor 10 is home to the first massive city players encounter, serving as the crucial hub where the teleportation gate back to Earth is located. Those who retired from climbing settled here, acquiring commercial rights to build the grandest, most bustling city within the first 100 floors of the tower. Hoon and Vulcan stroll down the busy street, lugging a mysterious black sack on their shoulders. Checking his system interface, Hoon decides to offload all their leftover loot so they can stock up on essential potions and survival gear. Meanwhile, Vulcan looks around in awe, noting that even though the auction ban was just lifted, the local economy here is absolutely thriving. Looking distracted, Hoon tells him to hold on. Once he finishes registering his items, he remarks that some players just choose to live quiet, normal lives here. Since the auction house doesn't stock everything, they head into the market, passing a loud street vendor shouting to sell premium Gold League food. Moving along, they stop at another shop displaying an array of incredibly sharp and uniquely crafted weapons. The old shopkeeper welcomes them with a warm grin, asking if they would like to purchase some top-tier weapons forged by the Gold League. Stalls line the busy street, but every single merchant has one brand on their lips, Gold League. Even a hostess standing outside a nearby inn bows politely, inviting them to come rest at the premier Gold League tavern. Completely baffled by all the hype, Vulcan scratches his head and asks Hoon what on earth this Gold League even is. Hoon chuckles and explains that Gold League is the ultimate conglomerate of the tower, established a few years back to dominate the market. Vulcan asks what it means, and Hoon explains it is actually the name of the single richest tycoon in the entire tower. Nobody knows Gold League's real name, but he possesses unbelievable wealth. Word has it that almost every transaction in this tower goes directly through his pockets. Vulcan wonders, "Wait, didn't you say you had some important business to do?" Hoon grins, revealing he is currently looking for a sponsor. A baffled Vulcan asks who, but Hoon just points ahead mysteriously, saying it is right in front of them. Hoon gestures up toward a large wooden sign hanging right above their heads, pointing out the prominent corporate logo of their target sponsor. Vulcan nearly jumps out of his skin, completely stunned. He stammers in pure disbelief, asking if Hoon seriously wants that guy as their sponsor. Hoon does not bother hiding his master plan. Wearing a highly confident smirk, he declares that Gold League is indeed going to be their backer. A beautiful receptionist greets them with a flawless, radiant smile, warmly welcoming them to the prestigious Gold League Corporation. She politely explains that any asset of value can be traded here. From top-tier weapons and items to potions and secret intel, everything is bought and sold at Gold League. The hostess instructs them to draw a waiting ticket and take a seat. Looking down at his ticket, Hoon's face instantly twists in disgust as the number 18 stares back. Vulcan laughs, teasing that the number fits him perfectly. Since 18 sounds like a notorious Korean curse word, it is a total insult. Suddenly, a voice calls out number 18. A handsome, red-haired teller named On greets them at counter 3. Hoon asks how he can assist them today. Hoon lifts up the massive, heavy black sack and confidently states that he has come to make a purchase. Hoon politely asks for his name to process the order, but Hoon simply holds up his mask and flatly refuses. Brandishing the terrifying demon mask, Hoon's tone suddenly drops into a chilling, ominous whisper. He slowly asks if this mask gets them anywhere. Han gasps in sheer terror, stammering the name of the legendary demon face as Hoon's eyes flash with danger. Hoon quickly hushes him, hinting there is a very good reason he has to walk around disguised. The teller nods nervously, realizing he is absolutely right. Hoon tells him to count the money first. He pulls open the sack, unleashing a blinding, brilliant glow of pure gold coins that floods the room. Stepping out of the tight black bag into a new space, Sion announces they have 3,000 gold coins in total, all harvested from the waves. Sweating profusely, Hun asks what Hyun wants to buy. Pausing for a moment, Hyun boldly declares that with all this gold, he wants to secure a meeting with Goldrich. On panics immediately, as if he has just heard something absolutely earth-shattering. He asks if Hyun really wants to meet Lord Goldrich, internally wondering if this guy is crazy or if his outside-the-tower thug reputation is real. Hyun responds with complete indifference, pointing out that Han claimed everything here could be bought and sold. Struggling to respond, Han apologizes and explains that this particular transaction is impossible, leaving Hyun to wonder why that is. Han bows, explaining there are two reasons. First, that Lord Goldrich is busy, making Hyun impatiently ask for the second. On slowly and frankly points out that while 3,000 gold coins is a massive fortune, it is still practically nothing compared to the sheer value of Lord Goldrich's precious time. Hearing this, Hyun quietly realizes that his plan was probably never going to work out anyway. He thoughtfully rests his hand on his chin, while On continues to look incredibly apologetic. Without letting him finish, Hyun cuts in to ask how much gold it would actually take to meet the manager instead. Having overheard their entire conversation, Vulcan does not hesitate to shout that Hyun is a truly terrible bastard. Vulcan continues, asking why he would demand a meeting with the president from a regular employee, demanding what On ever did to him. Hyun smiles brightly and asks if Vulcan has any better way for him to meet Goldrich. If so, he will gladly take the insults. Standing before a door, Hyun asks if this is the room before knocking politely and calling out for Marionette. A voice from inside tells them to enter. the man sits majestically in his chair, introducing himself as the 10th floor branch manager of the Goldrich Company. Marionette claims he is pleased to meet the super rookie. Marionette asks if he wishes to see Lord Goldrich, to which Hyun confirms, noting that the man is clearly not present. Closing his eyes, Marionette apologizes, saying that with such an offer, it is impossible. Before he can finish, Hyun opens his hand and asks if this changes things. He arrogantly and confidently tells him to summon Goldrich, claiming that the man will definitely become their sponsor once they finally meet face to face. Marionette lets out a long sigh, noting that Hyun is gambling heavily on his own arrogance. Standing up, he walks toward Hyun, stating he has heard much about him, but it is disappointing to hear him speak of Lord Goldrich so casually. Meanwhile, with his hands clasped behind his back, Hyun secretly channels a thin thread of power from his fingertips. Finishing, he confidently slips his hands into his pockets as two giant purple hands with black nails and purple strings wrapped around them manifest behind his back. Marionette claims that using his unique trait, he can control anyone snared in his strings at will, telling Hyun that he must now leave this place. Smirking, Hyun asks who is truly arrogant, clenching his fist as he retorts that he will gamble on Marionette's own pride, questioning if this is still not enough. Shocked and mouth agape, Marionette is stunned that Hyun has just neutralized his skill, even on a climber around level 180? How is this possible? Yet, he quickly manages to regain his composure. A purple energy flickers like a flame in his hand. Marionette challenges him with a smirk, clasping his hands together to initiate his next move. The surrounding space suddenly warps, and the two of them find themselves pulled into an entirely different dimension. He declares that Hyun must be seeing this for the first time, identifying it as the mind realm, but Hyun cuts in, defining it as an infinite realm made by separating the soul from the body. Marionette's face darkens as he wonders how a 10th floor climber could possibly know about the mind realm. He continues, pointing out that since Hyun knows that much, he must know real-world laws do not apply here. In this dimension, combat relies purely on experience and soul strength. Becoming wild, his entire body is suddenly enveloped in an immense, surging torrent of power. With pitch-black eyes, he promises that if Hyun can defeat him in battle, he will arrange a meeting with Lord Goldrich. Not to be outdone, Hyun also begins to unleash his own devastating energy. With a bloody battle looming, Hyun flashes a dangerous smirk, stating that if it comes down to experience and soul power, Marionette stands absolutely no chance. Marionette stands there watching him with a knowing smile, asking what he will do next, before clasping his hands and shifting the space once more. In the next instant, Hyun and Marionette stand face to face on the water's surface, exchanging a tense, silent stare. Breaking the silence, Marionette speaks up first, asking if this is his first time seeing this place, but before he can show off, Hyun interrupts with, "The mind realm." Without stopping, Hyun continues to lecture him, explaining it is an infinite world created by separating the mind and soul from the physical body. Completely silenced, Marionette visibly hesitates, internally questioning how a newcomer on the 10th floor could possibly be aware of the mind realm. Finally, snapping back to reality, Marionette's face darkens as he tries to salvage his train of thought. He asserts that Hyun must know natural laws do not exist here, meaning they must rely solely on experience and soul power to fight. With that, Marionette unleashes a crackling purple lightning that spreads everywhere, promising to help him meet Lord Goldrich if Hyun can win this duel. As he finishes speaking, Hyun finds himself completely bound by thin purple threads, rendering him completely unable to move. Even tied up, Simon stays dead calm as he speaks the truth. Experience and soul power? Sorry, but you don't stand a chance against me. Seeing his opponent completely unfazed, Simon gets serious and asks, "Have you still not realized your own special trait?" With a sudden yank, Simon snaps those ropes and breaks free instantly. Shifting into an attack stance, he lands lightly on the ground. "That won't work on me." Seeing Simon grinning back at him, the puppet starts to seriously question his own reality. How could some newbie from the 10th floor know his secret trait? Terrified, the puppet backs away as Simon suddenly appears right before him. That level of mental strength should require reaching at least the 100th floor. No, make that more than 200 floors. Even though he is absolutely terrified inside, the puppet tries to play it cool. "Fine, I will admit that you are on my level." Right on cue, the surrounding water starts thrashing. This unexpected move actually catches Simon off guard and causes him to panic. What is this? Out of the water, a dark figure slowly rises. From just one single puppet, 3 or 4 more begin to emerge. Seeing all these puppets rising up makes Simon panic, unable to believe his own eyes. In no time, starting from where Simon is standing, he is completely surrounded by a massive army of puppets. Standing behind them, the master puppet silently raises his hands to command them. As he falls silent, A strange purple light suddenly flashes from the center of the puppet's forehead. Hiding inside his army, the puppet gives Simon a sinister grin. In this mental world, experience is the ultimate power. These are the very puppets I obtained through my vast experience. Under his absolute control, they begin moving out to climb even higher floors. Back on the 100th floor, I made them grow stronger with mana. Slowly, they close the distance on him. As Simon warily scans his surroundings, the puppet continues boasting. These puppets are just as strong as those who reached floor 50. Laughing maniacally at his own boast, the puppet yells out, "Your defeat was decided the second you stepped into this mindscape." After finishing his grand introduction, the masked face finally orders them to charge. Instantly, the puppet swarm rushes forward all at once. One puppet reaches out to strike him. Watching that hand get closer and closer, Simon can only stare in sheer shock. The puppets quickly pile on top of him, one after another without stopping. Meanwhile, their master stands back with folded arms, watching the show. It's over. Seeing no signs of life, the master puppet turns to leave, mocking, "Don't worry, these injuries won't carry over to reality." But reality has other plans. The moment he turns his back, a massive explosion erupts right behind him. The sudden shockwave makes the puppet freeze. Realizing what just happened, he whips around, gasping, "Wait, is this magic?" Following the blast, the surrounding water turns completely pitch black. A terrifying monster slowly rises from the dark depths, revealing a giant skeleton holding a massive trident. Violent ripples spread outward from beneath its feet. Just looking at this monstrous creature sends a wave of terror through the puppet. A necromancer? How is a floor 100 boss appearing here? Meanwhile, the dark, contaminated water keeps spreading further across the lake. This won't be easy. His own puppets are now sinking into the black water. Watching this, he begins to panic. My precious puppets. Just then, Simon, who everyone thought was defeated, slowly rises back up. Even here in the mental world, wearing his pitch-black cloak, he looks incredibly confident. Raising the dead always takes a little bit of time. Right then, the water begins to churn violently. Seeing this, the puppet backs away in absolute terror. His fear only makes Simon scoff. An army of puppets, you say? You've probably never seen a real army before. With a deadly glare aimed right at his foe, Simon adds, "Consider this your once-in-a-lifetime chance to witness one. Those first ones were just basic skeletons. Now, an entire army of fully armored undead rises from the depths. This is what a real army looks like." Armed with his own massive legion, Simon boldly declares, "Your defeat was already decided the very moment you entered this mental world." The terrifying arrival of this undead legion forces the puppet backward. Those cheap toys of yours are exactly why you lost. Staring at each and every creature in this army, the puppet begins questioning his own sanity. A Dullahan? I don't even recognize the rest. Don't tell me these are all bosses from floor 100 and above? Just thinking about that plunges him into total despair. Who on earth is this guy? Giving voice to his fear, he glares at Simon and screams, "Who are you, masked face?" But no one answers his question. Instead, the undead army charges forward, leaving him to watch in absolute terror as a wall of weapons closes in on his face. Immediately after, the puppet's agonizing screams echo everywhere. A moment later, he snaps back to reality, gasping heavily for air. Collapsing to the ground, the puppet is still in shock. How did I end up back here? I didn't even close the mindscape. Kneeling on the floor, the puppet grits his teeth in bitter frustration. This can't be happening. Does he actually control the mindscape? Simon slowly walks up to him and demands, "Stop crying and get up." He looks down with an incredibly intimidating expression. "You haven't forgotten our little wager, have you?" Seeing his blank stare, Simon repeats his demand. "You need to get me a meeting with Gleck right now." He then hands over a letter. Staring at it in utter confusion, the puppet asks, "Just this letter?" "Yeah, take it to Gleck." Despite Simon's confirmation, he still hesitates, stammering, "I know I lost, but what if he refuses to reply? Even with this letter, there is not much I can do." Facing their hesitation, Hoon confidently declares, "Don't worry, they will definitely reply." Reassured by his absolute confidence, the puppet respectfully sends him off, promising to make contact once a reply arrives. Having achieved his goal, Hoon simply walks away. Behind them, the guards bow deeply, wishing him a safe journey. As they walk down a quiet road, Wu Gan asks, "The sun is setting. Should we go home and rest?" Hearing that, Hoon chuckles like it is a joke. "What are you talking about? We have got to head to our next destination." Wu Gan is completely lost, stammering, "Wait, we still have somewhere else to go?" Hoon just turns back, flashing a highly mysterious, knowing smile. Just sitting around waiting for Glick is way too boring, don't you think? To kill some time, Hoon makes a sudden suggestion. "Why don't we fulfill our official guild duties? Meanwhile, over at the White Swallow Guild headquarters, one of two girls standing around the lobby sighs in total boredom. "Hey, how far up the tower did you get?" Her companion quickly replies, "Floor 57. Hearing that, the first girl lets out a heavy sigh. "You promised to buy new gear once you finished your goals for this month." Complained to, the older girl calmly replies, "Yeah, let's get it done. Then keep climbing." That response makes the blonde girl snap up, complaining, "But I still don't get why we have to just sit around here." She fumes. What kind of absolute idiot would actually try to storm the front gate of the Holy Kingdom Alliance? Right on cue, Hoon literally smashes the door open. Both girls immediately snap into professional mode. "Welcome to White Swallow. How can we assist you today?" Caught off guard, Hoon repeats, "How can you assist me?" Hoon looks up, scratches his head, and lets out a sheepish grin. "Climbing the tower is way too hard, so I want to join." Since the lobby is empty, the two girls vent their pent-up frustration. What kind of brain-dead idiot just slams through the front doors of a guild affiliated with the Holy Kingdom? Right on cue, Hoon bursts through the entrance. Catching themselves, the girls quickly slap on their customer service smiles. "Welcome to White Swallow. What brings you in today?" Faced with the sudden question, Hoon looks down, quietly muttering to himself, "Why am I here again?" A second later, Hoon looks up with a goofy grin, scratching his head. "Well, conquering the tower is just too brutal, so I figured I should join a guild." Hearing that, both girls let out a massive sigh of relief. "Oh, so you just want to register? Man, you really gave us a scare there." But then, they freeze. Wait a minute. Looking at Hoon's innocent, friendly smile, a devious little scheme suddenly begins to form in their minds. If we can manage to recruit a fresh rookie for the guild, our personal influence and reputation will absolutely skyrocket. Eagerly, they step forward with wide, welcoming smiles. "Oh, please come in. Do you have a sponsor, or did someone recommend our guild to you?" Overwhelmed by the sudden questions, Hoon awkwardly replies, "No, not really. I just wandered in because this place looked like a pretty major guild." Hearing this, the two girls exchange a devious smirk. Perfect. He is just a clueless, green rookie. He doesn't know a single thing. Composing herself, the receptionist shifts back to a serious tone, asking him if he can demonstrate some of his skills. Hoon pauses, deep in thought. "Skills?" Suddenly getting an idea, he asks, "Hey, could you lend me a single coin for a moment?" It is a bizarre request, but she still reaches into her pocket. "A coin? Will this one work?" Hoon takes the coin, holding it up with a mysterious grin. "Alright, watch this." With just a casual squeeze, he effortlessly folds the metal coin completely in half. The sight leaves both girls completely speechless. "Oh my god, he just bent solid metal with his bare hands? That is insane." Chuckling at their stunned faces, Hoon thoughtfully adds, "Oh, and I can also cast a few basic spells if you want." Both girls gasp. "Wait, magic too?" Hoon extends his hand, instantly summoning a glowing magic circle to confirm. "Yep, actual magic. I can summon a basic flame like this." Staring at the tiny flicker, the two girls finally manage to calm their racing hearts. "Wow, you've got some handy tricks." Whispering to each other, the two girls quickly turn away to discuss. "This is absolutely perfect. His actual combat level doesn't even matter right now. If we can manage to recruit him under our faction, he could easily end up becoming our next big mascot." The blonde girl sneaks a quick, evaluative glance at him, whispering, "And honestly, it doesn't hurt that he is totally handsome too." Her black-haired partner is completely stunned, whispering back, "Are you serious? Is this guy seriously your type?" Little do they know, Hoon has his own agenda. If I can just stall for a bit longer, it should be starting soon. Suddenly, a loud noise cuts them off. Terror grips the girls as they stare at the door. What was that? An emergency runner bursts inside. "We've got a massive crisis!" The runner screams in panic. An evil spirit is running wild out there, and it is tearing the village apart. And that is not all. Every single person who has cleared floor 50 or higher is being drafted right now. We need you out there immediately. Hearing the emergency, the blonde girl groans in frustration. Ugh, of all the times for this to happen, they have no choice but to head out. Before running off, the receptionist quickly tells Hoon, "Stay right here. We will handle this fast and be right back." With that, they sprint out the door, leaving Hoon completely alone in the quiet room. Finally alone, Hoon walks over to close the curtains. He raises his hand to summon his iconic mask, questioning if it is truly time to bring back his legendary demon face persona once again. But the answer is already clear. Instantly, Hoon dons the mask, transforming back into the terrifying demon face. Outside, panicked villagers flee in absolute terror, scrambling as far away from the market district as possible. "Watch out, it is too dangerous." The item was destroyed the moment it got close. The two bystanders quickly backed away, warily eyeing the figure standing right before them. Their attacks did absolutely nothing to it. Standing before them with a terrifying aura, Vulcan let out a menacing snarl, declaring his deep-seated hatred for them. The two girls stood there judging him. Feeling their critical stares, a frustrated Vulcan gritted his teeth, unable to hide his sheer humiliation. Yeah, I know. It has been a whole decade since I last did any acting, and I am definitely not kidding around here. Thinking of that, Vulcan's resentment boiled over. He cursed that bastard Jinhyun for humiliating the first spirit master like this, swearing he would never, ever forgive him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Jinhyun unleashed a brutal kick straight into the stomach of the soldier from earlier. The sheer force of the kick sent the guard flying backward. He crashed violently into the wall, completely shattering the concrete upon impact. Staring at the knocked-out guard on the floor, Jinhyun pondered in silence. It was not there, leaving him wondering where it could possibly be hidden. Hearing the commotion, another guard threw open the door to complain about the noise. But the moment he witnessed the brutal aftermath, he was left completely speechless in utter shock. Staring in fear, the guard stammered out, asking who he was and how he had managed to get inside. Before the guard could say another word, Jinhyun lunged forward and gripped his throat. Dragging him inside, he casually looked around the room, impressed by the massive amount of books. Wondering if it was hidden in the room, Jinhyun stared coldly at his hostage, demanding to know if their guild was indeed affiliated with the Holy Empire. Without wasting any time, he coldly pressed on with his next demand. He demanded a complete list of the other guilds and their locations, intending to hunt down and completely destroy every single one of them. Despite the deadly threat, the guard remained stubborn, asking if Jinhyun truly believed he could survive after making enemies out of 2 members of the 9 stars. Jinhyun brushed off the warning, sarcastically thanking him before pointing out that the guard was in no position to be worrying about anyone else. With a cold glare, Jinhyun tightened his grip. As the guard's face began to turn blue, Jinhyun warned him that if he did not hand over the information immediately, he would die right there. Terrified, the guard pointed a trembling finger toward a desk, desperately stammering out that the documents were lying right over there, on the table. With the information in hand, Jinhyun smirked and thanked the guard for not wasting his time. He then tossed the choking man to the floor and walked over to the desk. Laying his hand on the documents, Jinhyun scanned the pages. As he finished reading, a deadly surge of killing intent filled his eyes. Anger flared inside him as he read the names of the P siblings, realizing they were the masterminds. He then summoned a flame, instantly incinerating the papers. He vowed that both Cain and Common would soon be kneeling at his feet. Letting the burning paper drop to the floor, he walked away, promising to slowly destroy them one by one. The single spark quickly spread, turning the entire room into a raging inferno. Lost in his thoughts, he calmly walked away, leaving the place to burn to ashes. Meanwhile, in another room, Godric sat silently in the dim, flickering candlelight. He picked up a letter to examine a report from the 10th floor branch. Wondering if they were dealing with a puppet, his grip loosened, and the letter slipped to the floor. Staring down at it, Godric picked the paper back up, highly confused as to why they would send a separate personal letter alongside their official report. As his voice trailed off, a heavy, suffocating silence filled the room. The deeper he read, the more terror gripped him, turning his face pale. By the end, he crushed the paper in a rage, demanding to know how anyone could have found out. Outside, investigators questioned witnesses near the raging fire, while rescue teams worked frantically to pull survivors from the burning building. Tensions were high as authorities suspected arson, though they still had absolutely no lead on who the actual culprit could be. With every direct witness dead, Beck Hawley, the leader of the White Goose Guild, stepped in to investigate, immediately declaring a certain reserve rookie to be highly suspicious. He demanded a full description of the guy's appearance and the clothes he was wearing. The 2 female witnesses struggled to remember, only recalling a young man with a slender build. The blonde insisted he was a handsome guy with a sharp nose, while the brunette claimed he was actually an ugly man with a massive nose. Shocked by the contradiction, they stared at each other in disbelief. Trying to picture his face, the blonde shuddered. Her memories were a scrambled mess, as if something was deliberately blocking them. They realized in shock that it must have been illusion magic. Meanwhile, Jinhyun sat comfortably in his room, casually gazing out the window. Suddenly, Vulcan popped up to announce his return. Jinhyun calmly looked up, praising the god of fire for a job well done. With a mischievous smirk, Jinhyun teased him about the rumors of a terrifying ghost on the loose. Grimacing, Vulcan snapped back, demanding to know if everything went smoothly on his end. When asked if he escaped without getting caught, Jinhyun smugly replied that success was guaranteed. He explained that while it was just low-level magic, it worked flawlessly, ensuring that anyone who saw him remembered a completely different face. Vulcan grew anxious, asking why he had returned empty-handed, and if he had actually secured the locations of the other guilds. Jin-hyun simply tapped his temple, indicating the information was safely memorized. Vulcan sighed in defeat, but before they could argue further, the doorbell suddenly rang. An anxious Vulcan asked if he had ordered room service, but a tense Jin-hyun immediately denied it. Reaching for the doorknob with his mask already secure, Jin-hyun whispered that he would open it on 3, instructing the fire god to strike immediately. "All right, stick with me," as Jin-hyuk counts down. 1, 2, and on 3, Vulcan unleashes massive black chains right at the door, instantly snagging the intruder. Jin-hyuk glares. "You?" Then it clicks. This is the exact guy he saw back at the Gold Lich shop. Splayed out on the floor, the unlucky servant introduces himself as Halcyon. He quickly corrects himself, explaining that Lord Puppet sent him here under strict orders. Jin-hyuk is escorted to another room. The Gold Lich has already arrived at the 10th floor branch, with a massive army of soldiers standing by. He notes that Halcyon looks incredibly confused too. Where is the Gold Lich? Then a cold voice echoes, demanding to know how he discovered what was written inside the letter. Gold Lich steps out from behind his troops, mockingly praising the sheer arrogance and guts it took for Jin-hyuk to actually show his face. Stepping forward with pure killer intent, he warns that this little stunt is going to cost him dearly. Anyone who knows that secret is not allowed to exist inside this tower. Behind his mask, Jin-hyuk just smiles and says it has been a while. Gold Lich turns away, coldly ordering his men to drag him to his room barely alive. The soldiers instantly roar in agreement. "Yes, Lord Gold Lich." Watching this unfold, Halcyon completely panics. Jin-hyuk readies himself for battle. "So, we are doing this?" The lead soldier commands their formation to lock down and prepare for a direct clash. In his book, the loudest talker always gets the first strike. Boom! Jin-hyuk punches him square in the face, completely crushing his armor. "Did you seriously just blabber your entire battle plan to everyone, including your enemy? Talk about pure stupidity." The shattered armor reveals a clueless, bald old man, leaving the soldiers stunned. "Captain?" With a quick glance, Jin-hyuk moves in and systematically wipes them all out. Next up, the boss himself. Jin-hyuk leaps high into the air, ready to slice him in half. "You are next, Gold Lich." With a mere glance from the Lich, thousands of gold coins soar up, forming a massive, crushing wave. Jin-hyuk is stunned. Is this the legendary golden power? He tries to block it, but the overwhelming force still blasts him backward. He is quietly impressed by how the Lich effortlessly manipulates gold with pure mana. But that relentless tidal wave keeps pressing down on him. Deflecting the wave with his shield, he taunts, "Is that all you got, Gold Lich?" Reaching his hand out, the Lich replies, "Not even close." Countless gold coins reshape into sharp, rising spikes. Gold Lich boasts that he will gather every ounce of gold in this branch to unleash an absolute tsunami. Getting hit by this means instant death, even for someone like Jin-hyuk. Boom! A massive collision erupts, raining gold coins everywhere. Feeling confident, Gold Lich sighs in relief, thinking it is over. But suddenly, a spear tip presses against his throat. Jin-hyuk is still standing. Completely unscathed, he declares that in a battle of pure speed, he always wins. From the side, Halcyon screams out in absolute terror. Keeping his cool, the Lich calmly brushes the spear aside. Did Jin-hyuk really think that threat would scare him? He could easily end him. Jin-hyuk stands his ground. "No, you cannot kill me, Gold Lich." Staring back, Jin-hyuk explains that the Lich still does not know where the intel leaked from, and his superiors want him alive. He offers to reveal his source. Visibly tense, the Lich orders him to follow. They step into a luxurious, high-end office, and he locks the door. Jin-hyuk raises an eyebrow, impressed. Must be nice being filthy rich, right? Suddenly, the Lich activates his power, instantly sealing the entire room in solid, shining gold. Sharp golden spikes materialize, aiming straight at Jin-hyuk. The Lich warns him that his golden power has completely cut this room off from the outside world. Neither gods nor demons can break in here. Absolutely furious, the Lich demands that Jin-hyuk start talking right now. Shaking with anger, he demands to know who leaked the secret that he is the true master behind the auction. "Now, you and I know the auction is a massive system where players freely trade rare items across the entire tower. However, this complex system did not just appear naturally inside the tower. It was built by a single individual. That person? Gold Lich himself." He is sweating. If this dark truth ever gets exposed, the very foundation of his entire company will crumble to dust. Gritting his teeth, the Lich screams, "Tell me, which worthless bastard told you that I am the actual owner of the auction?" Jin-hyuk just chuckles, admitting he was totally bluffing. Furious, the Lich shapes a golden staff into a massive, heavy battle axe. "Losing an arm and a leg should help clear your mind. Screaming, Gold Lich swings his massive weapon with wild, lethal force. Jinhyuk calmly watches the strike come down. Clang! Vulcan stops the giant axe with just one bare hand, leaving Gold Lich completely speechless. Staring in shock, he recognizes the entity. A spirit weapon? But that is impossible. Only high-level necromancers are supposed to have access to those. Don't tell me you are. Jinhyuk pulls off his mask, flashing a smug, irritating grin. Finally figured out who I am? Time to pay your debts, William. The Lich recoils in horror. You are still alive? Memories of the raid on floor 600, the betrayal of the 9 stars, and his friend's gift flash back. Did he resurrect? Vulcan is surprised their history runs this deep. The Lich admits he still cannot wrap his head around Jinhyuk being alive. Smiling, Jinhyuk agrees that it is a lot to take in. Even he was shocked at first. Getting down to business, Gold Lich asks what his actual goal is. Shrugging, Jinhyuk explains he just needs to borrow some resources from the Gold Lich company, and they can seal the deal with a simple contract. Reviewing the sponsorship deal, Godric scoffs, saying that Jinhyun acts like God League is his own personal company. Jinhyun casually replies, "Isn't it basically mine?" Before adding that this is a story about the distant past. For someone with zero talent as a merchant, who do you think sold you those high-tier items from the upper floors of the tower anyway? Jinhyun proudly declares that he was a key figure in building the foundations of God League, and remains the company's single largest shareholder. Godric mutters in disbelief, saying this sheer arrogance makes him feel like he is talking to the real Hun himself. Shrugging, Jinhyun teases that it really is him. Godric smiles, countering that even if he is the real Hun, a contract requires a fair trade, so what is he offering in return? Jinhyun is fully prepared. Who do you think taught Godric how to do business anyway? How about information? A complete compilation of decrypted data that Jinhyun has gathered up until this very moment. Flipping a few gold coins with a sly look, Godric agrees to name his price after listening, prompting Jinhyun to start sharing. If the 9 stars tried to eliminate him, it means there is a hidden mastermind pulling all the strings. Since those proud bastards all have massive egos, the chances of them willingly cooperating with one another are incredibly low. Ultimately, the only force powerful enough to control and order them around is the legendary 4 kings of the tower. Shocked, Godric gasps, asking if Jinhyun is seriously talking about the 4 kings clan. Jinhyun guides his thoughts, explaining that they desperately want to protect their racial supremacy over all other species. This means that if another species successfully climbs to the higher floors of the tower, their power and influence would plummet, causing a massive problem. This leaves them with only 2 choices: either climb to the top themselves, or eliminate anyone capable of outclimbing them. Godric pieces it together, realizing that anyone who agreed to join the plan would be appointed as the ruler of a floor. Jinhyun confirms, exactly. Unable to believe it is that simple, Godric asks if that is truly all he deduced, especially since he was the only victim. Jinhyun brings up a different event, asking if Godric remembers the Oni village on the 100th floor. Seeing his expression, the answer is clearly yes. Jinhyun reveals that the sole survivor of that terrible tragedy was a young Oni girl named Hazu. Hearing this, Godric gasps, surprised by her age. Meanwhile, as the two negotiate, a random demon gets its head chopped off in spectacular fashion. A tiny girl, barely half the demon's size, chopped its head off. Panting heavily, Hazu mutters that it is still not enough. Recalling the sting of defeat, she knows she must grow stronger to win. Suddenly, the system announces that she exceeded the time limit for the 10th floor challenge room. The raid failed, and she will now be teleported back to the 9th floor safe zone. Gripping her sword tightly, Hazu resolves that, to see her brother again, she must become far stronger. Floating nearby, the sword spirit tempts her, asking why she complains when she could just use his power. He sneers, mocking her desire to reunite with him quickly, and notes that with his help, even that orc warrior would be nothing but a minor insect. But Hazu firmly refuses, declaring she will never use the dragon-slaying sword's power, recalling the solemn promise she made to her brother. Lifting her blade, Hazu snaps that she will get stronger on her own, telling him to shut up if he will not help. Back in the negotiation, Jinhyun notes how strange it is that during such a massive battle, the Oni clan only sent 1 child and a sword. Godric gasps, realizing the child and sword were the real targets. Jinhyun confirms, explaining they ruthlessly wiped out an entire species just to kill that young Oni girl. In other words, Jinhyun adds, they are carefully selecting their targets. Godric stands stunned, muttering that this revelation could completely shatter the very foundation of the tower. Yet, if his words are true, everything aligns in a terrifyingly logical way. Suddenly, Jinhyun stands up, startling Godric, and declares that his ultimate goal is nothing short of absolute revenge. He firmly states that he will wipe out every last one of them, leaving no survivors, including the 9 stars. The ones who back the Four Kings clan, Jinhyun vows, along with those very kings who ruthlessly slaughtered Godric's family. Instantly, Godric relives his childhood trauma, standing helplessly in the pouring rain, a tiny boy staring at his family's cold, lifeless bodies on the ground. As the golden walls of the room slowly crumble, Godric remains completely still, though his heart is clearly torn by immense inner conflict. Suddenly, a notification pops up, with the Demon King asking what they are discussing. The nine-tailed fox even chimes in, asking if Jinhyun is into men. Gritting his teeth, he yells at the idiots for ruining the mood. Making his decision, Godric agrees to buy the information. Seeing the deal go through, Jinhyun smiles and praises his excellent choice. His golden eyes flash with sheer determination, but Godric demands that Jinhyun prove his true identity right here and now. Jinhyun merely rolls his eyes and sighs, asking why there is zero trust between them and if this is really necessary. Refusing to back down, Godric replies that as a merchant, trust is a literal asset, and he cannot make deals on blind faith alone. Left with no choice, Jinhyun reluctantly agrees, sighing at the hassle. He glances sideways, asking if there is a way to prove his identity. A simple handshake should do. Suddenly, a screen pops up as the Demon King roars, asking who will verify it. Identify himself with a handshake? He says 3 shakes might make him reconsider. Jinhyuk is incredibly annoyed, but begrudgingly reaches out, asking if 3 shakes is enough. The creature rushes back to Godric, swearing the Lord of all demons confirmed this is exactly who he thinks it is. Stop doubting him, I stake my honor on it. Reassured, Godric lets out a sigh of relief with a smirk, saying he can't refuse then. Reaching his hand out to Jinhyuk, he promises to trust him. Welcoming him back as the masked demon, Jinhyuk reaches out, facing him directly, confident that they will one day share their real names. Their hands lock tight. Oh wait, it's just a totally normal handshake of friendship. Jinhyuk speaks up first, stating his conditions. Godric answers with grand generosity, promising that absolutely anything money can buy, he will gladly secure for him. Jinhyuk puts on a devious grin, with his coat fluttering in the wind to reveal his toned abs. He demands every weapon usable in this tower, and plenty of ammunition. Hearing this absurd demand, Godric pouts, wondering why a necromancer would even need those. Is he planning to start a war on the 10th floor? In response, Jinhyuk smiles brightly, asking if he has ever heard of the Allmaster class, while tapping the air to open his status window. The information pops up on screen. Name, Jinhyuk. Class, Necromancer. Subclass, All. Master. Constitution, Mana. Godric absolutely cannot believe his own eyes. An Allmaster? Since when is that even a real class? Jinhyuk boasts proudly, explaining that this class boosts all of his stats. Even with weapons he has never used before, he will feel as if he has been mastering them for years. Hearing this, a flurry of thoughts races through Godric's head. If that is true, Jinhyuk is undoubtedly stronger than before. Sure, he is weak right now, but the future is going to be completely different. So, the move here is to boost his potential exponentially. Acting on the spot, Godric turns his head and yells, "Puppet, are you out there?" He peeks through the door, replying respectfully, "I'm here. Are you two finished talking, my lord?" Spotting him, Godric commands, "Buy up every single weapon on the 10th floor. Do it under a shell company so we don't draw any unwanted attention." Plus, he whips out a flashy golden VIP card, commanding them to wrap it up. Quite a while passes, leaving these two standing there waiting like frozen statues. The puppet finally returns, apologizing for keeping them waiting, and confirming he has successfully purchased all the requested items. But he is only holding a cloak, leaving Jinhyuk to wonder if that is really everything, since it is just a single robe though. Besides weapons, Jinhyuk notes he needs other gear too. Still holding the cloak, the puppet speaks cryptically, explaining that everything they bought has already been stored right inside. Confused, Jinhyuk looks at Godric. Stored? He smirks. This is called the Rogue's Cloak. It is linked directly to a pocket dimension, which means it can hold a massive amount of inanimate objects just like a giant warehouse. The temperature, size, and even color can be adjusted at the user's will. This cloak is also magically warded. If you store accessories inside, their stat effects will automatically transfer directly to you. This is an extremely rare item in this tower, so keep it safe. Seeing his concern, Jinhyuk jokes that Godric should be the careful one, since he might end up spending way too much. Scene changes as heavy steps emerge from a dark portal. Kim Sung-tae supports his battered body, panting to his crew that they are incredibly lucky to still be alive. A guy in blue speaks up, noting that because they took on that challenge, none of them got any achievements. Luckily, they managed to survive thanks to Sung-tae's support gear. The other guy, flat on the ground, raises his head, complaining that they spent all their money before even reaching the 10th floor. How are they supposed to keep climbing? Sung-tae turns to reassure them. The White Goose Guild has contacts on the 10th floor, so if they meet them, they can keep climbing and get even richer. Right now, Sung-tae still can't shake that image from his head. As for that guy on the first floor, it seems he became a superhuman novice known as the Masked Demon. Because he dared to humiliate him, he will make him pay. The more he thinks about it, the more he grinds his teeth in pure rage, before excitedly urging the group forward, ready to prepare for a brutal, bloody round of revenge. But the moment they arrive, all three freeze in utter shock. The entire building has been completely burned to the ground. Sung-tae stammers in disbelief, wondering what on earth could have happened. With night falling, the other guild members have already evacuated to the 30th floor, and he has lost touch with his contact. What is his plan now, Sung-tae? The blue-shirted guy looks at Sung-tae, saying they lack both skills and money. The orange-clad guy chimed in, noting that in this state, there's no way they'll ever reach the 30th floor. With Sung-tae staying silent, they press him, demanding he say something since they trusted and followed him all this way. Kim Sung-tae. Their constant nagging only makes Sung-tae's already messy thoughts even more chaotic. Aside from being in a famous guild, he's absolutely nothing. They ask Kim Sung-tae what his plan actually is. Utterly frustrated but unable to speak his mind, he can only bow his head and curse silently, wishing those useless fools would just shut up. He screams at them, calling them useless trash who would never have cleared the 10th floor without him. He wonders if he should just take this chance to ditch these useless bastards once and for all. But suddenly, his eyes dart over as weak whimpering sounds from a tiny white fox catch everyone's attention. One of them wonders what it is, questioning if it is a fox. The fragile creature shivers, struggling to take a single step forward. Seeing the creature limp toward him, Sung-tae waves it off, cruelly barking that they have no food for a starving pest and telling it to get lost. The desperate cub stubbornly limps forward, licking Sung-tae's boot. Showing zero mercy, he recoils in disgust and screams for the idiot beast to beat it. Without warning, Sung-tae stands up and kicks the poor creature, sending it flying. The tiny cub crashes hard against the cold ground, whimpering in absolute agony. Unwilling to stop there, Sung-tae spews venom, declaring that the helpless cub showed up at the perfect time to act as his personal punching bag. He approaches the crying creature and begins stomping on it, repeatedly grinding his dirty boot into its fragile body. He curses loudly, whining about why his life is so messed up and why he is the one always suffering. By now, the poor cub is completely exhausted, too weak to even struggle. Sung-tae only gets angrier, stomping even harder while screaming about the useless idiots surrounding him. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupts from the dark alleyway where the cub had just emerged. Sung-tae's foot is instantly severed by a razor-sharp blade. He stands there in complete shock, watching blood spray out like a fountain. Stepping out of the darkness with terrifying bloodlust, a mysterious figure warns him to stop before his wounds become completely permanent. Sung-tae finally screams in agony, clutching his severed leg and demanding to know who they are, while the cub lies unconscious on the cold ground. The intruder scoffs, asking if Sung-tae is really talking to him, before introducing himself as the future master of the creature he just trampled. It is none other than Jinhyuk. As they walk down the quiet street, Vulcan floats alongside him, asking where their next destination is. Jinhyuk calmly replies that they have one final stop, heading toward the class advancement tower to claim his spiritual energy. Confused, Vulcan questions why he needs that, pointing out that Jinhyuk is already a legendary necromancer master. Peering through his mask with a sharp gaze, Jinhyuk explains that his current class is basically a broken bug in the system. He compares it to a mage with past life memories who hasn't fully mastered his raw power. Vulcan strokes his chin in deep thought, admitting he never considered that perspective. Jinhyuk brushes it aside, suggesting they take a break first and spend some of Goldlich's stolen fortune. Suddenly, a system notification pops up on Vulcan's screen, indicating that the nine-tailed fox has sensed something nearby. At the exact same time, Jinhyuk's screen orders him to look over, as the overlord of all specters points toward a dark, narrow alleyway. He asks the beast what is going on, and the status window frantically flashes with an urgent plea for help from the nine-tailed fox. She begs him to save her child who is in grave danger, leading right back to the flashing sword strike from earlier. Sung-tae's filthy foot is sliced clean off in an instant, like a knife cutting straight through raw meat. Sung-tae freezes in shock, his brain unable to comprehend the sudden attack as his blood sprays into the air like a fountain. Emerging from the shadows with intense bloodlust, Jinhyuk coldly asks him why he can't just stop his pathetic abuse. He warns that any further kicking will make his own recovery take way longer. The intense agony finally registers, making Sungtae shriek like a pig while cursing his lost limb. He demands to know his identity as the poor cub whimpers nearby. Jinhyuk simply scoffs back. He mockingly asks if Sungtae is talking to him, declaring himself the future master of the cub. He gazes down at the tiny beast, thinking to himself how unbelievable it is to run into the legendary descendant of the nine-tailed fox. Finding such a mythical creature in a place like this is wild enough, but it even triggers an official quest notification begging him to rescue the baby. As the neutral god's disciple, he must rescue the cub and nurse it back to full health. The rewards include a special fox artifact and increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. The initial reward drops upon rescue, with the second unlocking once the cub recovers. Viewing the quest screen, Jinhyuk smiles, realizing he just stumbled into a massive stroke of luck. Seungtae finally gets a clear look at his attacker, instantly swearing never to forget the terrifying mask staring down at him. He recognizes it as the infamous Spectre Slayer mask. Too bad Jinhyuk does not recall his face at all, casually asking if they have ever met. Humiliated and furious, Seungtae grinds his teeth, screaming to ask if this is just a cheap attempt to mock him. He orders his men to seize him, and two of his lackeys immediately ambush Jinhyuk from behind. His sharp gaze locks onto the incoming attackers, and in a flash, Jinhyuk vanishes into thin air. The blue-clad thug gasps while his freckled partner grits his teeth, wondering where he went. Before the pathetic trio can even react, Jinhyuk smoothly lands nearby, gently cradling the fox. He turns back, his voice sounding as cold as the god of death. He asks how they could trample something without knowing its true power, warning them that these might be the absolute last words they ever speak. Propping himself up with his sword, Seungtae trembles with pure rage, arrogantly demanding why they should care about some useless beast. "I'll chop off your leg just like this," Jin-hyun warns. Unfazed, he opens his status window to ask the nine-tailed fox what he should do with these bastards. Living up to his expectations, the system screen flashes a direct order from the nine-tailed fox, telling him to put them down. Showing zero fear, Kim Sung-tae's crew immediately surrounds Jin-hyun on command, trapping him so there is absolutely no way to escape. Jin-hyun leans over, picking up a random object as he calls out a casual warning to catch whatever is coming on their left. Before the boss can even react, Jin-hyun generously tosses his severed leg right back at him. Furious, Seungtae stares in disbelief, realizing the bastard just threw his own leg at him. But Jin-hyun is not just tossing trash, he is actually converting that severed leg into a deadly weapon. The leg instantly fractures into pieces. Holding the baby fox close, Jin-hyun commands with absolute authority. Corpse explosion. He looks down at the little creature, asking if it is indeed the child of the nine-tailed fox. The cub lets out a happy howl as they bring it home. Now comes the real headache. What are they supposed to do with it? They both stare at the tiny beast, completely clueless about their next move. First things first, they need a proper name. After all, they cannot just keep calling it the offspring of the nine-tailed fox forever. Jin-hyun gets dead serious, suggesting a bizarre pun that plays on shortening the word for fox. Hearing this awful suggestion, the little cub literally freezes in shock. Wu-chan cannot help but scoff, warning him that the fox might actually end up putting some holes in him once it grows up. Right on cue, the system flashes a notification showing the mother fox nodding in agreement. Jin-hyun complains, asking if they have any better ideas. Wu-chan proudly boasts, claiming he is about to demonstrate the unmatched naming skills he developed over his years of experience. He proposes harangue, combining the words for fox and brilliant radiance. Upon hearing this, the mother fox, the cub, and Jin-hyun are all left in absolute, awkward silence. Annoyed by the cold reception, Wu-chan snaps at them, yelling that they should speak up if they do not like it. Since it has two tails, let's just keep it simple and name it Miho. That has to be the best option, right? Jin-hyun suggests. Wu-chan smirks and laughs, highly doubting that a picky beast would ever be satisfied with such a lazy name. But he gets slapped with instant reality when the cub absolutely loves it. Jin-hyun gloats, pointing out how much the cub adores its new name. Realizing he lost, Wu-chan can only clear his throat awkwardly. The system flashes a victory notification. The side quest is complete, meaning he successfully rescued Miho, the child of the nine-tailed fox, and his rewards are being distributed. A glowing orb condenses right above Miho's head. It contains a mystical fox crest that floats directly toward Jin-hyun, leaving him completely stunned. This is a fox mask, and when you wear it, you gain the abilities of a wolf. Even better, the mask's power scales directly with its owner's base stats. Jin-hyun holds the artifact in his hands, carefully examining every detail. It closely resembles an Oni mask. Since it grants fox-like abilities, it likely has several tricks up its sleeve, but charm is easily the absolute best skill for trapping an enemy. Another notification pops up, this time from the nine-tailed fox itself. The nine-tailed fox informs him that the quest is still ongoing. She warns him not to forget about boosting the baby fox's overall vitality. Reading the requirements, Jin-hyun cannot help but wonder what raising its vitality actually entails. Quest Part 2 requires him to feed Miho 999 fresh raw livers to help the cub fully regain its original power. The reward is an increase in friendliness with the mother fox. Wu-chan mutters in disbelief at the massive number, while Jin-hyun's face twitches realizing he has to hunt them all himself. But looking at the valuable mask sitting on the table, he tells himself, well, considering the sheer worth of this item, the tedious quest is actually justified. Wearing a friendly smile, he looks at the fox, asking if earning her favor brings good benefits. He says he is looking forward to it, terrifying the mother fox with his crazy attitude. Backing away in fear, the fox urges him to focus solely on the active quest. Seizing the moment to make a quick exit, Wu-chan excuses himself to go patrol the streets. Jin-hyun watches him leave, calling out a quick reminder. At sunrise, they will head to the class change tower. He tells Wu-chan that if he expects to run late, he should just meet him directly there. Wu-chan phases through the ceiling and vanishes. Following Wu-chan on his patrol, he looks down at the streets, thinking how drastically things have changed since his own tower climbing days. Suddenly, a deeply unsettling, dangerous presence freezes him dead in his tracks. He urgently tracks the pressure, convinced it must be impossible. Down an empty alleyway, a striking silhouette stands out, radiating that terrifyingly oppressive aura. Those massive horns, combined with the colossal ocean of magical energy, make it unmistakable. It is a genuine dragon. The figure exhales slowly, muttering a desire to slaughter all dragons. Watching in utter shock, Wu-chan's pupils contract as he echoes the insane declaration. Dragons are notoriously narcissistic creatures, as seen in the obsessive way they express affection for their own kind. Standing as the proudest of the four divine beasts, rumor has it they never let a single intruder leave their territory alive. Could they be descending to Floor M soon? Hadrick sighs, his eyes burning with intense hatred as he repeats his vow to kill them all. Wu-chan still cannot process the words, shocked by this insane threat. To his knowledge, dragons are incredibly self-absorbed creatures who value themselves above all else. Judging by how fiercely protective they are of their families, they possess the highest pride among the four royal clans. If a dragon is talking like that, he definitely won't let any of his own kind survive. Sweating buckets, Vulcan watches the whole scene play out and just wants to swear. Damn it, those dragons are already reaching the 10th floor. The local townspeople are completely buzzing with gossip over Henrik's sudden appearance. Nobody has any idea what he's up to. That dragon guy has been standing there for days now, just rambling on and on about things that absolutely no one can understand. Eavesdropping from above, Vulcan is completely caught off guard. He wonders to himself, a few days? So the dragons haven't made a move yet? But if that's true, why does Henrik suddenly seem to notice his presence right now? Henrik glances around to scan the area. Vulcan panics, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, wait, did he actually manage to sense my mana? Crossing his arms, Henrik gives him a mocking look and sneers. Is that you? You useless ghost? Acting weird and just hovering around everywhere. Vulcan is absolutely furious. What did you say? A useless ghost? Oozing pure killing intent, he steps closer to Henrik with a dark warning. You clearly have no idea what I'm capable of, do you? But now, I have a pretty good grasp of exactly how strong you are, young dragon. Those last words hit a major nerve. Henrik gnashes his teeth in pure rage, completely speechless, but he quickly snaps back with a deadly glare. You dare call me a dragon? Do you have a death wish? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the 10th floor, Hoon heads toward the job change tower all on his own. He wonders, has that fire god bastard still not returned yet? Why isn't he replying to me? Hoon shakes it off, pushes the doors open, and calls out loudly, is anyone in here? Right then, a man appears and greets him. He introduces himself as Ken, a fellow tower climber currently managing the job change tower. Hoon doesn't hold back, bluntly stating that this place is completely deserted. Ken cheerfully explains that almost no one awakens mana past level 10 anymore. Most of the time, it's just flies buzzing around here. Hoon cuts straight to the point, asking if he can use the necromancer room. Ken happily agrees, but mentions there is one small catch. He pulls out a massive crystal ball, explaining that to prove he has indeed awakened his mana, Hoon needs to channel his mana into the crystal. Hoon looks at it and confirms. So I just have to pump my mana in there? Ken instructs him to just channel it in slowly. Hoon places his hand on the sphere and starts releasing his power. The sudden explosion of power surging into the crystal makes Ken grit his teeth, barely able to hold his ground. This is impossible. How can a simple 10th floor climber possess this much mana? The crystal ball is already on the verge of shattering. Cracks spread rapidly before the sphere completely explodes from Hoon's insane level of power, violently blasting Ken right off his feet. Struggling to stand back up, he stammers out that the crystal ball is completely broken. That display of power was more than enough to establish dominance. Hoon coldly demands to know where the necromancer room is. Meanwhile, Vulcan and Henrik are still locked in a fierce, brutal battle with no clear winner. Henrik lands a heavy strike, sending his opponent flying backward. Realizing he's at a severe disadvantage, Vulcan breaks into a sweat. This is really bad. Since I'm not near Hoon, both my mana and my soul power are heavily restricted. Henrik laughs triumphantly, taunting him. How much longer are you planning to hide inside that pathetic shadow? Come out and fight me like a man. Amidst the tension, a random bystander spots them and adds fuel to the fire, pointing out Henrik's horns. There is no doubt about it. He's definitely a dragon. Hearing this makes Henrik absolutely furious as he roars with bloodlust. Shut up. Who are you calling a dragon? The nosy crowd finally panics and takes off running, screaming for everyone to get out of there. Vulcan is slightly confused. The guy is clearly a dragon, yet he gets incredibly worked up whenever anyone mentions the word dragon. It's almost as if his soul and body are completely split. But is something like that even possible? A realization suddenly hits him. And thinking of Hoon, he forms a wild theory. Could it be? Pure curiosity spikes Vulcan's excitement as his mind races. The sheer thrill of a researcher is surging right through him. Confidently pulling out his weapon, he braces himself for a serious clash. Henrik is puzzled, wondering if he's using a soul as a weapon. Smirking, Vulcan boasts, "Let's see exactly what's hiding inside that body of yours." He immediately strikes, firing a direct blast of necromantic energy straight at Henrik. But Henrik agilely leaps back, dodging the blast completely. He scoffs with a mocking smirk, so it turns out you're not just some useless ghost after all. Annoyed, Vulcan gathers dark energy. Soul magic absorbs spirits instead of mana, a type of power that even that bastard could never hope to use. I am Vulcan, the greatest necromancer, and you will definitely regret picking a fight with me. Completely brushing off the threat, Henrik chuckles and dryly remarks, "We aren't on a blind date, so there's no need for formal introductions." After swapping insults, Henrik finally draws his blade to fight seriously, shifting instantly from defense to offense. Bringing his sword down in a powerful, heavy slash, he coldly declares, "I am Henrik, the Dragon Slayer. Remember that name, for it is the name of the one who will send you to your grave." Vulcan blocks with everything he's got, utterly shocked. A Dragon Slayer? He is completely shaken. A Dragon Slayer is a legendary title reserved only for those who have actually conquered a dragon. Damn, how could such a powerful soul end up in a dragon's body? Wu can realize just how incredibly foolish he had been. Deeply depressed, he cursed himself. He had let his guard down simply because the kid looked so young. But if that body truly harbored the soul of a legendary dragon slayer who had climbed all the way to floor 7,800, then even having Hun right there by his side would still guarantee absolutely nothing. Wu Can pondered, his heart racing and knees shaking. What did this even mean? Yet, he forced himself to stay calm and maintain his stance. Henrik smirked, confidently asking if they really thought he would fall for that exact same trick twice. But out of nowhere, his opponent unleashed a new spell called Soul Binding, freezing him for 5 seconds. Bound tight by restless spirits, Henrik lost his mind and went into a wild slashing frenzy. 10,000 slashes. He easily sliced through the swarm of claws, but the ultimate boss had not even shown itself yet. Suddenly, a massive claw reached out, blocking the light and casting a dark shadow over him. The terrifying sight made Henrik completely pale in pure panic. Wu Can roared, "Soulbind command!" Watching from his arms, little Miho screamed in sheer terror at the chaotic scene unfolding right in front of them. Holding her tight, he gently reassured her that everything would be fine. He knew that spiritual energy was the absolute core for any true necromancer. A necromancer could channel souls directly as raw mana. Just thinking about that made Wu Can feel a sudden chill of fear. The absolute fastest way to awaken spiritual energy was to enter a soul state, meaning he had to stand on the very edge of death itself. Quietly watching Hun, whose blank eyes showed he was slipping out of consciousness, Wu Can knelt down and made a wild guess. It seemed Hun had entered the spirit world. It was a world like a deep, endless ocean. Whispers echoed from the dark, demanding, "Give me your body. We need a physical vessel." Wu Can spun around, highly alert. It had begun. Out of a mysterious green vortex, a horde of spirits emerged, screaming for a healthy new body to claim. "I can live again." They fought and clawed at each other in a mad frenzy, screaming that the prize was theirs. "Everyone, get back!" Old friend, just cross over to Nirvana already. Terrified by this horrific sight, Wu Can abandoned Hun entirely and ran away to save his own skin. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to slip away from the grasping claws of those hungry spirits. Only then did Wu Can catch his breath, sweating. That was close. He had completely exhausted the souls and mana that Hun had temporarily lent him. He grinned, calculating his next move. The kid would not be able to move for a while, right? This was his ultimate golden opportunity. Determined to win, he urged himself to hurry. Seizing the perfect moment, Wu Can cast a magic circle to completely trap Henrik inside. Refusing to back down, Henrik fought back fiercely. After shattering the magic array, he stood there gasping for air, growling Wu Can's name. So your name is Wu Can, huh? Henrik threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Fine. Next time, I will rip you to shreds myself. Henrik pointed his sword to the sky with absolute determination, swearing his oath. Meanwhile, over at the class change tower, Ken guided Hun toward the necromancer room. Staring at the massive corridor, Hun gasped at the endless number of rooms. Ken explained that the path of magic was indeed endless. While playing nice on the outside, he secretly studied Hun, trying to analyze who this mysterious guy really was. He was only a floor 10 climber, yet someone like Ken, who was on floor 35, could not even stand against him. Hun was doing the exact same thing, silently judging Ken with a smug grin. He tried to recall his guide's name, wondering if it was Ken. The guy seemed like a decent wizard, and he was proving to be quite useful as a local guide. They finally arrived. Opening the heavy door, Ken proudly introduced the spacious, fully equipped room designed specifically for those pursuing the dark art of necromancy. Scanning the area, Hun felt highly satisfied. Potions, corpses, and ancient spellbooks. This was absolute paradise for a necromancer like him. Ken stood by the door, warmly telling him to ask if he needed anything. Without even turning around, Hun gave a cold, short reply. He turned to Miho, asking if they should get started. Excitedly, the little girl leaped to the ground, fully ready to get to work. But out of nowhere, Wu Can suddenly popped up, startling her so badly she lost her balance and almost fell headfirst to the floor. Hun's face darkened as he sternly demanded to know where on earth Wu Can had come from. Scratching his head, the old man quickly made up a silly excuse about overdoing his morning exercise. Quickly changing the subject, he noted that Hun was finally about to begin his trial. Removing his mask, Hun admitted he had to, especially to use spirit power like him. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his soul soldiers to get moving. Obediently, the spirits carried stacks of heavy books, carefully drawing a ritual circle and lighting candles to serve Hun with absolute devotion. They hovered protectively right behind him. Meanwhile, Miho just stood there with a blank expression, completely clueless about what was happening. Seeing her confused face, Wu Can gently picked her up with a soft laugh, advising little Miho that they should probably step back. Sitting inside the ritual circle, Hun solemnly told Wu Can to listen carefully, as this might be his final command. He turned back to look at the old man, offering both a strict order and a plea to guard his physical body until he successfully awakened. He grinned broadly, adding a warning that if Hun died, he would immediately steal his body. Just as those words left his mouth, a phantom materialized, stared at Hun for a fraction of a second, and plunged straight through his chest. Despite his harsh words, seeing Hun get attacked filled Wu Can with genuine panic. Desperate, he grabbed his weapon and ordered the soul soldiers to defend their master's physical body from absolute death. Underworld soldiers spring into action, pinning down the rogue's soul until it is completely helpless. It thrashes and screams, "Let me go, you bastard Wu Gan!" Outside, the soul-summoning ring joins the fray, unleashing a devastating death ray. Hearing strange noises from outside, Ken pokes his head in, asking, "Sir, what is that sound?" But the chaotic, earth-shattering battle makes him grab his head in absolute terror, nearly wetting himself. What on earth is this? Absolute madness. Locked in battle, Wu Gan spots Ken and immediately sees him as the perfect helper. "What? Are you the manager? Help me. Fast." Meanwhile, ignoring the brutal clash, Miho cowers in a safe corner, covering her ears and trembling with fear. The terrified little girl cracks open one eye to peek at the chaos. The rogue soul cackles, spotting an opening. This idiot is completely wide open. Trying to help, Ken screams a warning. "Over there, he is going right for your back." With things spiraling out of control, Wu Gan can only curse. "Damn it!" Sneaking up right behind Hun, the spirit whispers maliciously, "Wake up, you fool. Your body is about to be stolen." Right then, Miho bravely leaps forward, intercepting the wicked spirit. "Are you idiots really only capable of defending from one single direction?" The attacking spirit mocks him while striking from behind. Watching this terrifying turn of events, both Ken and Wugon immediately panic. "Behind you!" Ken screams. Wugon curses in fury. "Damn it!" By now, the ghostly threat is inches away from Hun. Wugon glares at him and roars. "Wake up, you fool. Your body is about to be stolen." Suddenly, Miho charges forward, leaping to intercept the ghost with a loud cry. A brilliant pink glow envelops her small frame. Miho squeezes her eyes shut, pouring every ounce of energy into her technique. Wugon and Ken watch the sudden spectacle in absolute shock. Filled with dread, Wugon screams her name. "Miho!" Ken gasps in wonder. What on earth is that light? Even the aggressive spirits pause mid-attack, looking around in confusion. What is going on? Where did she come from? No idea. But slowly, the eerie glow in their eyes shifts to a soft pink. Their eyes turn into bright hearts, like absolute fanboys meeting their favorite idol. Suddenly, they squeal. "She is so cute! Look at that tiny tail!" The spirits crash to the ground, looking blissfully happy as they murmur. "Too adorable. She is perfect. Haha, so cute." Wugon, completely exhausted, drops to his knees. Watching his own summoned spirits fall under her spell, he groans. "Ugh, even you guys too?" Even Ken falls under the spell, starstruck. "What is that adorable little creature?" Wugon snaps his head around and roars angrily. "Hey, snap out of it!" Then, he turns his gaze back to Miho. He wonders in disbelief. Is this charm magic? Isn't it only supposed to manipulate physical, living bodies? To turn disembodied souls into mindless puppets like this, a creature blessed with divine blood is truly extraordinary. As Wugon opposes this, the brave little girl stands guard to protect Hun. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying skull manifests in the middle of the room, booming with anger. "Silence. You are making far too much noise here." Its entire, colossal body slowly begins to materialize. A massive armored skeleton holding a massive weapon towers over them, continuing to speak. Terrified, Wugon immediately recognizes the threat. This monster was an incredibly powerful tower climber in life. If he successfully takes over Hun's body, they are doomed. Right then, the giant skeleton spots Hun and grins. "Oh, a brand new vessel." Panicking, Wugon scrambles to his feet, resolved to stop him at all costs. But before he can even take a step, he collapses with a painful groan. He struggles to rise, but his legs are completely useless. Gritting his teeth, he realizes the terrifying truth. The residual charm magic is draining his own strength. Looking at the girl, he desperately screams, "Miho! Stop him! Quick!" The giant skeleton reaches out to brush her aside, growling, "Get lost! I have no interest in you, furry little pest." Before he can finish, she charges straight at him. Startled, he pulls his hand back, gasping, "What?" Miho unleashes her charm magic directly at him. Shocked by the sudden surge, he stammers, "This energy, a divine beast?" Looking completely dazed, the little girl conjures only a tiny, flickering heart that floats weakly upward. Watching this, Wugon's jaw drops. Has she completely exhausted all her magical energy? Her spell has reached its absolute limit. Terrified, Wugon shrieks, "Miho!" Raising his massive blade, the armored giant sneers at her. "Did you really think a pathetic pest like you could threaten me?" Bracing for the worst, a terrified Miho squeezes her eyes shut as tears stream down her cheeks. Suddenly, a hand reaches forward, gathering dense spiritual energy at the fingertips. A piercing beam of light blasts directly into his raised sword arm. Wugan looks on in utter disbelief as a familiar voice calls out, "Miho, thank you!" Opening one eye, Miho recognizes him and beams with joy. Swirling with raw spiritual energy, the young hero glares at the monster with burning fury. "You are dead meat, you filthy demon." Watching his severed arm crumble away, the giant skeleton shrieks in agonizing pain. "My spiritual body!" Standing at the epicenter of a massive spiritual vortex, the soul-summoning chalice inside him begins to open. Looking down at him, he sneers, "A trash demon like you is the perfect ingredient for my next batch of elixirs." Instantly, the charmed souls on the ground are sucked inside. Enraged by the insult, the monster swings his remaining arm and roars, "How dare you!" Facing the attack, Hun raises his hands, channeling pure spiritual force into his fingertips. With a cold, deadly gaze, he commands, "10-finger spirit elixir, unleash." A beam of spirit energy fires, obliterating his spiritual body, forcing a second logout as he gets blasted straight through the massive tower wall. An explosion erupts. Watching this, Vulcan looks thrilled as he exclaims, "Gathering spirit energy at your fingertips and just blasting it out like that? Simple yet incredibly powerful." He stands there, looking outside. Hearing the old man's words, he reaches up and pulls his mask right off. With a playful smile, He asks, "Not bad, right?" Meanwhile, an exhausted Ken is fast asleep against the wall, leaving the puppet utterly bewildered and screaming, "Oh my god." He stares at the completely trashed room, watching loose papers catch the wind and fly everywhere. He slowly steps inside and asks, "What on earth did you guys do in this tower to end up in this state?" Turning around, he simply replies, "Well, it is a long story. What brings you here anyway?" To which he responds, "I have something I need to deliver to you." With a proud expression, he speaks while controlling his puppet to bring the requested items forward. These are the exact items requested, highly volatile things that even a dimensional spatial bag cannot hold. Opening the suitcase, he presents high-grade poisons tier by tier, along with heat stones packed with fire energy and frost stones infused with water element. Standing right behind him, Vulcan peers into the case and comments, "You found these much faster than I expected." Looking at him, he asks, "But wait, aren't these specific elemental stones only used when exploring dungeons from floor 100 and up?" Catching him off guard, he jumps slightly before offering a cheerful reply, "Yes, that is absolutely correct." Stepping back, his face beams with pride as he continues, "This delivery marks my very last task as the branch manager of floor 10. I am finally returning as an active tower climber." Curious, he asks, "But why?" Expecting this exact question, his expression hardens with pure determination. Yet he smiles and says, "Because I realize I need to get much stronger than this. Even as a merchant, my ultimate goal is to reach the very top. Both Demon Mask and Master Goldrich feel that your very presence will bring about a massive revolution to this tower." After explaining his reasoning, he places a hand firmly over his heart, his eyes burning with renewed resolve as he adds, "And in that shifting era, the greatest merchant must stand tall, conquering all 100 floors through nothing but his own sheer strength." Amused, he praises his drive, but secretly thinks to himself how much he resembles Goldrich back in the day. Memories of his old friend flash through his mind. Taking the suitcase from the puppet, he promises that if his skills prove worthy, he will share the master plan he made with Goldrich. Overjoyed, he bows deeply, expressing his gratitude. With the puppet now settled inside the carriage, he and Vulcan stand watching from above as the wagon slowly rolls away into the distance. Vulcan turns to him, quietly noting that the merchant has finally departed. Heading back inside, he casually remarks that it is time to feed his starving stomach. Slumping into a seat with an unsettling grin, he stares down at the metal suitcase. Horrified by that twisted expression, Vulcan raises an eyebrow, asking if he actually plans to consume all of those. Flashing a grin that looks pure evil, he counters, "Of course, what other reason would there be?" Picking up a glowing frost stone, he calmly explains that his absorption skill lets him assimilate the power of whatever he consumes. Raising the frozen rock high and opening his mouth wide, he playfully adds, "Aren't you even a little curious to see what kind of power this yields?" Suddenly waking up, Ken bolts upright in a complete panic and screams out a warning about the danger. Walking over, Vulcan notes that he is finally awake, leaving the heavily dazed boy to blink in confusion and mutter a quiet, "Huh?" Ken looks around, pointing as he asks where both the master and the little fox went. Vulcan quickly reassures him that everyone is perfectly safe. But just as those words leave his mouth, he recalls something and corrects himself. Actually, maybe they are not safe at all. Growing even more confused, the boy demands to know what he means by that, but a sudden agonizing shriek echoing from across the room instantly draws both of their attention. Meanwhile, he is brought to his knees, his face twisted in absolute agony. Forcing the burning heat stone down his throat, he screams out in pure agony. Right beside him, Miho trembles in absolute terror, burying her head beneath her front paws. The system screen pings, alerting him that the nine-tailed fox is deeply anxious for its child. Hearing his painful cries, she squeezes her eyes shut in fright. The system adds another notification, explaining the nine-tailed fox refuses to let anyone witness its descendant cowering like this. Ignoring the unbearable pain, his eyes flash with absolute resolve as he grits his teeth and commands, "Devour." The moment he speaks, a wild combination of blazing fire and intense spiritual energy erupts around him. Clutching his chest tightly as the heat stone is absorbed, he slumps forward, panting heavily with severe burns visible around his lips. At that moment, the system screen flashes, notifying him that his ice and fire absorption has reached maximum capacity. Clutching a remaining poison vial, he winces at the notification and complains, "Guess the rest can't be absorbed right now, damn it. Why did I even decide to put myself through this torture?" Staring at the towering pile of dead orcs, Vulcan lets out a deep, exhausted sigh. Hearing his complaints, he scoffs. "What torture? This is simply necessary preparation." Vulcan stops grumbling, eyeballing him before asking, "Wait, don't tell me you actually drank every single one of those poison vials?" Hearing his question, Jinhyuk turned around to explain, saying he had already told him. Just like the signature fighting style of the Death Star, he had to prepare for any sudden emergencies. As he spoke to Vulcan, the system notified him that all toxins were purged, and fire resistance had greatly increased. His frost resistance had greatly increased as well. Recalling his previous death, Jinhyuk added that poison was especially dangerous. One of the Death Star members was incredibly skilled with poison, and recognizing those tricks sooner would have saved him from such a brutal defeat. Right after he finished speaking, a spirit arrived to notify Vulcan that everything was complete. Vulcan simply muttered, "It is time." Vulcan looked closely at the spirit to confirm, asking if those were indeed all the nearby vengeful souls. The spirit nodded, signaling that was all of them. Jinhyuk looked at Miho and cheerfully said that she had waited long enough, so it was time to eat. Hearing his words, she happily leaped off him. Seeing Jinhyuk pamper her like that, Vulcan turned to him with a curious question. Shouldn't she learn how to fight like a true descendant of the nine-tailed fox? In response, Jinhyuk argued that in human years, she was still just a baby. Over on her side, Miho bared her sharp, menacing fangs and began devouring the nearby vengeful spirits. Shocked by the sight, Vulcan and Jinhyuk realized she did not need any training. Just then, the system announced the second trial quest. Feed raw liver, 9 out of 127. Having finished her meal, a fully satisfied Miho skipped happily back toward him. Back in the city, Vulcan walked alongside Jinhyuk, advising that while he wanted to unleash his power, it was best not to draw any unwanted attention in a major metropolis. Hearing his advice, Jinhyuk asked if Vulcan was actually planning to pick a fight with someone in the middle of the night. Surprised by his sharp intuition, Vulcan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, do you really want to know?" Jinhyuk glared coldly at him, pointing out that his demonic energy was clearly surging. He demanded to know who it was, a demon or a dragon, to which Vulcan admitted he had met them. Jinhyuk's calm gaze instantly turned to pure shock. Vulcan then grew serious, admitting he had fought a member of the Dragon Clan, and that the opponent was quite formidable. Fortunately, Vulcan had used his spiritual power to lock down the dragon's incredibly swift movements. As Vulcan turned to look, he gasped in shock to find Jinhyuk completely enveloped in dark demonic energy, his eyes burning with intense excitement as he repeated, "A dragon is here?" Terrified by the display, Vulcan desperately tried to hold him back, warning Jinhyuk to calm down and stop releasing demonic energy in public. But suddenly, Jinhyuk coughed up blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jinhyuk grunted, admitting that devouring both ice and fire was still taking a heavy toll on his body control. Speechless, Vulcan scolded him for not staying calm, then clarified that his opponent was not a typical dragon, but someone entirely different. Confused by the clarification, Jinhyuk questioned him, wondering how it could be someone else if it was not an actual dragon. After wrapping up his lengthy explanation, Vulcan concluded that was the whole truth of the matter. Jinhyuk fell deep into thought, repeating the Dragon Slayer's name, Hendrik. Vulcan nodded in agreement. Jinhyuk looked utterly baffled, muttering that it made no sense for a soul and a body to be completely separated like that. Behind his mask, Jinhyuk's face filled with pure shock as he pressed for answers. Vulcan immediately replied that he too had been skeptical until he witnessed it with his own eyes. Both his body and soul focused intently, listening seriously to Vulcan's words. Once Vulcan finished, Jinhyuk regained his composure and nodded, noting that he actually knew of the legendary dragon slayer Hendrik. Jinhyuk began sharing what he knew, explaining how Hendrik first trained by hunting down various dragons. Once he became a tower climber, Hendrik hunted down every single dragon he encountered or found, eventually transforming into a monstrous powerhouse widely feared as the legendary Dragon Slayer. Jinhyuk looked back at Vulcan and added that rumor had it he died somewhere between the 700th and 800th floors. Hearing his explanation, Vulcan agreed, suggesting that his demise was likely a carefully planned trap set by the Dragon Royal family. Jinhyuk smirked with excitement, eager to meet this Hendrik guy face to face. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he coughed up blood again. Shocked once again, Vulcan chided him for absorbing too much energy, remarking that his devouring ability felt like an outright cheat. In fact, it was more like a self-inflicted devouring punishment for the user. Watching him closely, Vulcan warned Jinhyuk to quickly heal the severe internal damage caused by absorbing those volatile fire and frost stones. Deep inside, the chaotic elements Jinhyuk had consumed began to violently clash. Wiping the fresh blood from his mouth, he turned to Vulcan and questioned, "Heal? See a priest? Are you crazy? Do you want me to get purified by divine power like those wandering spirits?" Vulcan shot back, asking what his alternative plan was, warning that he would keep spitting up blood and struggle to recover otherwise. Jinhyuk replied calmly that the absolute best way was to acquire divine power so he could heal these wounds himself. Vulcan scoffed at the ridiculous idea, calling him crazy and claiming it was completely impossible. Just then, Miho, resting on Jinhyuk's back, sensed something nearby and cried out. Asking what was wrong, Jinhyuk looked over at her in confusion. As her cries grew louder and more frantic, he became increasingly panicked and kept asking what was wrong. He complained about his ears hurting, telling her to quiet down. Just then, Vulcan also sensed something ominous in the air and suddenly called out, "Jinhyuk!" A massive question mark popped up in Jinhyuk's mind as Vulcan kept staring at him, preparing to speak. Those people were acting strange. The crowd on the street suddenly froze like stone statues. Hearing the old man say that, he couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Humans? They didn't even flinch at your scream?" Wu-chan immediately replied that he had no idea what was going on. Something was off, as if they were walking in a trance. Suddenly, a glowing halo materialized right above where he and Wu-chan were standing. Both of them whipped their heads around in shock as a mysterious girl appeared from the middle of the crowd. She calmly walked up to him and offered a greeting, saying she was honored to meet the demon mask, before flashing a mysterious smile at them. He stared in absolute shock, instantly recognizing her as a celestial. Without a second thought, he replied while drawing his sword from beneath his cloak. "A pleasure? I highly doubt that," he countered. But before he could even draw his blade, a hand suddenly clamped down on the hilt. She was already standing right in front of him, warning him not to do anything he would regret. He froze in sheer panic, his mind racing as he wondered how she could have moved that fast without him noticing. Seeing his shock, she smiled and repeated her greeting to the demon mask. Meanwhile, Hun found his hand trembling violently as a terrifying realization hit him. Damn it, she was so overwhelmingly strong that he could not even move. Suddenly, Ju reached out and gently touched his mask with a soft whisper. Noting his throat was injured, she placed her hand over his chest, listing off his damaged internal organs, from his stomach to his liver. Confused, Hun asked what she was doing. Right then, the halo above Ju's head burst into a brilliant, blinding light that radiated throughout the area. As the energy poured from her, Hun backed away in a panic, while the spirit beast at his feet let out a fierce, protective growl. Wu-chan, hovering right behind him, anxiously asked if he was all right. Hun slowly placed a hand on his chest, completely stunned by what he felt. He was fully healed. This was the legendary power of the Celestials. Ju stepped forward warmly, noting that he now understood her intentions. She assured him she had no desire to fight, introducing herself as Ju, a member of the wingless Celestial clan. Later that evening in the ancient town, a loud bell echoed, breaking the spell. The frozen citizens finally opened their eyes and woke up. A bewildered man looked around, completely confused about what just happened. While the white-haired youth stood watching the crowd recover, people started wondering what they were doing and what time it was. Over at the Gitch Hotel, a waitress holding a broom stood dazed. Scratching her head in confusion, she wondered why she was just standing there, when another short-haired maid quickly ran up to her. The maid agreed, admitting her own mind felt totally foggy, suggesting they might just be exhausted from working too much lately. From behind a door, Hoon quietly observed them. Once inside the small room, he shut the door and directly asked Ju what she had done to them. Ju calmly explained that she only altered their memories slightly to protect them, as it would cause chaos if the humans found out. Having a celestial from the upper realms descend would invite major trouble. Hun silently respected her bold yet calculated move. He playfully gestured to his own head, asking if she could use that memory-altering trick on him, or if it was just slow to kick in. Ju looked down at the adorable spirit beast at her feet and smiled, explaining that her magic had no effect on someone as powerful as the demon mask, nor on his cute companion. With a gentle gaze, she added that the same applied to his companion, the god of painting, standing right beside him. Wu-chan grit his teeth in frustration, realizing she could see him clearly all along. Hun got straight to the point, asking for her real motive. Ju revealed that a strange masked man was planning to defy the heavens. Though the rebel and his followers might currently be weakened, they were destined to succeed in the end. She explained her search was guided by a sacred prophecy. When Hun questioned if it foretold a descending god, Ju silently bowed her head. Confirming it was something like that, Hun realized this wingless celestial shared his ultimate goal of defying the heavens, prompting him to ask another question. He admitted he had never heard of the wingless name before, prompting Ju to silently unfasten and remove her outer cloak. As her cloak pooled on the floor, Jin-hyun gasped in horror. The wings on Ju's back had been brutally severed, leaving only jagged stumps. She sadly explained that the Celestial Society had become completely insane. Governed by pure greed, they banish anyone who opposes their ways, turning them into outcasts. And when a Celestial is exiled, they are stripped of their wings as punishment. Those wings were once their proudest symbol. Now, she was merely an outcast who used to belong to their ranks. Clenching her fists, She explained that the Wingless were a faction of exiled celestials who had been cast out from Utopia, their glorious capital city. Regaining her composure, she revealed the prophecy foretold his rebellion to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Tsar clan. Her faction wanted to join his rebellion. Hun closed his eyes with a heavy sigh, glancing back at Wuchan before asking for his thoughts. What should we do? Wuchan grit his teeth, muttering that she didn't seem to be lying, so they might as well accept her help. Hearing his approval, Jin Hyun asked what kind of assistance the Wingless could actually offer. Ju closed her eyes in sorrow, admitting they had nothing. When Hun gasped in disbelief, Ju explained that while her clan possessed immense strength, Utopia had officially branded them as state enemies. The authorities kept them under constant surveillance, and any growth in their numbers would only trigger a full-scale assault from the Celestials. The tension was rising. Hyun thought to himself, what a headache. Letting go of a force from the Celestial clan was a waste, but taking them in was just too risky. After a long moment of silence, Hyun finally made up his mind. He asked them straight out, if a critical moment came and he needed their power, would they still stand by his side, despite the oppression? Ju gave a firm nod and promised they were ready, prompting Hyun to suggest establishing their new alliance. Ju quickly bowed in gratitude, thanking the Devil Mask. Jin Hyun secretly sighed in relief, realizing his group's real identity had not been leaked yet. He then reached out, asking if she could temporarily blind the gods and demons. Ju looked stunned before replying that she could do it for a short moment. With that, she plucked a feather from her back and blew a bright light onto it. Instantly, countless floating feathers materialized and sealed off the entire area. Hyun recognized the ancient magic structure immediately. Still, he needed to make sure, asking if the spies outside could hear anything at all. Ju confidently assured him they could curse openly without being heard. Relieved, Hyun swiftly reached up and removed his mask. He shouted aloud, asking if those damn eavesdroppers could hear him now. Ju gasped in sheer disbelief, while Hyun let out a tired sigh. He chuckled, glad the barrier worked. Ju wondered why he needed such privacy. Turning back to her, Hyun explained that since they were in the same boat now, he should show his face. The moment Ju saw his actual face, she froze completely. She could only stutter his name, Hyun. She immediately fell to her knees in front of him. Hyun rushed over, trying to stop her, but Ju kept her head low, apologizing for her utter ignorance. Hyun stared in shock. How did she know him? He was supposed to have died 10 years ago. Juzi confessed with deep regret that she was actually one of his executioners back then. Hearing those words, Hyun froze. A cold, dark expression washed over his face. As Ju knelt trembling before him, Hyun took a heavy step forward. Dark purple smoke erupted around him, as he warned her in a chilling voice to choose her next words very carefully. His face radiated a murderous aura, completely crushing any hope of resistance. Ju kept her head low, whispering a question about what actually happens if someone manages to climb all 999 floors of the tower. With that same icy expression, Hyun replied that he would meet the same fate as the others, ruled over by the tower's gods and demons. Juzi shook her head, explaining that the Celestial and Tsar clans were consumed by their own arrogance, wanting that supreme position all to themselves. In the end, they planned to eliminate anyone else who showed the potential to conquer the tower. She pictured a massive boot relentlessly stomping down on a fragile new sprout. Hyun looked genuinely surprised, asking what she meant by weeding out all potential conquerors. Seeing his confusion, she softly spoke as dark energy swirled around his face. Hyun muttered in response that it was all just a wild guess until now. But now he was absolutely certain, especially since the mastermind behind his demise was standing right in front of him. She remained kneeling submissively, while Hyun stood with his hands in his pockets, shrouded in an eerie, ominous haze that filled the room. Suddenly, his expression twisted with rage as he threatened to send her head back to Uriel of the Celestial clan. Instantly, black smoke wrapped around Ju's neck. Gasping for air, she choked out that this was the exact reason she became useless to the Celestial clan. Hyun frowned, asking her to clarify what she meant. Even though his dark, suffocating power completely pinned her to the ground, she desperately explained that she was cast aside 10 years ago, simply because she opposed the Celestial clan's plan to eliminate a certain promising tower climber. Looking up with tearful eyes, Ju stammered that the climber was none other than the Black Spirit, Hyun himself. His icy, murderous expression instantly melted into pure shock. He stood there silently, staring down at her without uttering a single word. Suddenly, Hyun turned his face away, grumbling like a hurt child that she should at least apologize to him properly. Ju softly replied that it was a burden she had to bear. Having calmed down, Hyun waved his hand dismissively, stating he would not take his anger out on her since he understood her conflict with the Celestial clan. Ju rose gracefully, expressing her deepest gratitude for his understanding. She added that there might be like-minded individuals within the Tsar clan as well. If he ever crossed paths with them, she advised him to accept them as allies. Hearing this, Hyun chuckled and agreed that all kinds of people exist everywhere. Despite his casual tone, he was already calculating the immense benefits. Outcasts from the Tsar clan would definitely be highly valuable assets. Recruiting them would provide a massive advantage in his upcoming war against the Tsars. Hyun then asked where they could meet up next time. Ju revealed their secret hideout was located in Daegum, on the 190th floor. He found that floor to be surprisingly low. She explained that the higher one climbs, the tighter the Tsar clan's iron grip becomes, making upper floors far too dangerous. The territory from floors 200 to 300 belonged to that person, leaving them no choice. Hyun nodded as the pieces clicked together. He had forgotten that those floors belonged to Emperor Zeus, an invincible tyrant whose absolute power ruled over everything from floor 200 to 300. If the Wingless clan built a base on his personal turf, they would likely be instantly obliterated by Emperor Zeus himself, rather than the Celestial clan. Suddenly, Ju remembered her current state and politely asked if she could finally put her clothes back on. Slightly embarrassed, Hyun cleared his throat and agreed. Ju quickly turned her back to him to get dressed. Just as Ju turned her back, Hun spotted her wings. His sudden voice caught her off guard, making her jump. Would it leave any trace? She shyly replied, No, but with the Celestial clan chasing me, the only thing I brought here was myself. Wearing a sly grin, he replied, No, that is already more than enough. Thinking he had bad intentions, she shyly covered herself with her jacket, gasping, What kind of person are you? Your look is so strange. Realizing she totally misunderstood, he quickly cleared the air. No, that is not it. About your wings, I actually just want some feathers. Hearing this, Ju sighed in relief. Oh, if that is all, you can have as many as you want. They will grow back. Watching her pluck them, Hun was worried they would not regrow, so he had chosen his words carefully. She then handed him a handful of feathers. He picked one up and stared intensely. Ju warned him, You must never expose it. The Celestial clan has skills to track down the owner of these feathers. Hun looked at the feather with a goofy grin, replying, Do not worry, I am going to eat all of them anyway. Stunned by his bizarre words, she froze and asked, What? Eat them? Thinking he had dark motives again, she snapped, You really are a creep. Wronged again, he defended himself. I told you that is not it. After that, Ju bid them farewell. Well, I will be taking my leave now. See you next time at the gym center. Once she left, he turned to the man beside him and said, Just as expected. Stepping outside, she murmured to herself, Let us see what you can really achieve. As Ju walked away, her stray feathers drifted lazily through the room. Little Miho whimpered in her fox form. Vulcan asked him, You are eating it right now? Sitting on the ground, Hun held the feather up and replied, Yes, I am way too excited to wait. Staring at the feather, Hun wondered if his body could even withstand the divine power of the Celestial clan. If he survived, what kind of power would he get? Seeing how stubborn he was, the old man shook his head. Do as you wish. I gave up on those desires long ago. He then reached out to pet the little fox, murmuring, Miho, you must never eat random things like that. Hearing this, she tilted her head, confused, while Hun started putting the feather into his mouth. At first, he felt absolutely nothing, but suddenly his eyes bulged out. Hun stumbled to his feet, desperately clutching his own throat. Vulcan just watched calmly, saying, All right, I get it. He then picked Miho up and played with her. Come on, Miho. Let us play airplane. Meanwhile, Hun was rolling on the ground in agony, screaming as he felt a massive shift happening inside him. After a brutal struggle, Hun finally opened his eyes and woke up. Now, Hun lay alone on a massive sheet of water. Opening his eyes, he gasped, clutching his aching head as he struggled to sit up. This was his mental world. Hun wondered if the raw divine energy of the Celestial clan had simply overwhelmed his physical body. If so, what kind of disaster was about to unfold inside his mind? Touching the water, he suddenly sensed something and whipped around in shock. Right before his eyes, a colossal waterfall materialized, making him gasp. A waterfall. Standing in a bright golden void, Hun stared ahead, thinking, That is, the divine energy flooding his body is like a massive mountain. All of this from just one single feather. Drenched in cold sweat, Hun felt lucky he had not picked a fight with Ju. Yet, a wild idea hit him. What if he could conquer and devour her whole? The thought itself was mouth-watering. It would be the ultimate jackpot, unleashing a level of power he could not even begin to fathom. Suddenly, things took a bizarre turn. Hun looked down at his feet, shouting, Oh my god, this is terrible. He screamed in terror. Wait, is the water actually rising? Hun doubted his own eyes, hoping it was just a mere illusion of the waterfall. The situation was spiraling way out of control. If the water kept rising, he was going to drown, right? Trying to stay calm, Hun knew he had to overcome this overwhelming pressure before the divine deluge swallowed his entire inner world. But with his mind completely blank, what could he even do? No matter how much he visualized the feather, no good ideas came to him. But after racking his brain, Hun suddenly had an epiphany. His eyes lit up, and he licked his lips like a predator spotting prime prey. Exactly. There was only one way out of this. Back in the real world, Vulcan watched Hun's body tremble uncontrollably, a giant question mark forming in his mind. Turning around, he saw a deep purple aura radiating from Hun, growing more intense by the second. He gasped in utter shock. Is he actually using his spiritual power to fight back? But something was off. This was completely insane. Was he seriously wielding spiritual energy while in a pure soul state? In his arms, Miho watched Hun with deep concern in her eyes. Noticing her distress, Vulcan advised her to trust him. Hun's move to absorb that celestial feather meant he definitely had a plan of his own. The little cub looked up, listening intently, before bowing her head and letting out a soft cry. It seemed to be her own unique language. Vulcan shared her anxiety, but he wanted to take this gamble. Trusting in his potential was their only option. This was his ultimate trial, but of course, he was bound to pull through. Right after, his eyes flashed with a sinister curiosity, silently asking how Hun was going to shock him this time around. At the same time, he placed a tube in his mouth, plunging the other end deep into the rising water. In just a moment, the water had reached his waist. Hun cursed in panic, wondering if this was another failure. Watching the bottles floating aimlessly on the water, he began to think. Trying to control divine power through spiritual energy seemed like the wrong approach entirely. He realized something crucial: this power was meant to be hunted down and absorbed, not passive. He had assumed the waterfall here could be drunk normally, but as this thought crossed his mind, he looked up with growing anxiety. At this rate, failure was certain since the divine force was completely crushing his resolve. It was either abandon this power or face death. Suddenly, his eyes flared, realizing he had absolutely nothing to fear. Hun raised his hand as it glowed with a dark purple light. It seemed he had finally grasped the solution. Since this manifestation was born from his own soul, it had to follow his rules. With his mind cleared, Hun finally found the way. He struck the water, and sharp purple fangs slowly emerged from the golden tide, looking ready to devour the entire stream. The beastly maw opened wide, its tongue stretching out to reveal a dark, endless abyss that looked like a bottomless pit. He smiled with pure joy, knowing the real battle was starting now. Controlling his spiritual energy, he began swallowing the water with a devious smirk. If this were a movie, he would easily pass as the main villain plotting against the protagonist. He swallowed hard, staring ahead with a highly confident and incredibly smug grin. All right, this was the moment. Just like that, the water poured into his stomach. He drank it like a refreshing beverage, thinking it tasted absolutely amazing. Grinning from ear to ear, his eyes shone brightly as he praised the flavor. Opening his mouth wide, he roared to the sky to give him more. Hun slowly absorbed the massive wave of power, his eyes glowing just as fiercely as the energy itself. Even his physical body began smiling, making Minho realize the overlord of 10,000 demons was grinning. A message flashed across the red screen, stating the overlord of 10,000 demons applauded this success, welcoming the predator archdemon. Elsewhere, a voice muttered, "The greedy dragon?" Garlock sat on a rooftop chatting with a friend, staring into the distance as he spoke. True to the legends, it was a neutral god that loved playing wicked games. He envisioned the greedy dragon devouring everything in sight. Fitting its name, its greed drove it to claim all the treasures. It was a mad dragon obsessed with consuming the entire world. Glancing at his friend, Garlock continued explaining how the divine title of the greedy dragon was described. Back to Hun, who kept drawing in the energy. It was finally time to wake up, as voices called out trying to rouse him. Vulcan spoke up cheerfully, remarking that the kid seemed to have regained his senses. Minho squealed with joy before quickly leaping straight into his arms. Hun patted her to reassure her he was back, while Vulcan sneered, asking if he had succeeded or failed. It would be a joke if he failed. He looked back with disdain, asking why it even mattered. Hun summoned an energy sphere in his palm, proudly declaring that he had obviously succeeded. His next words absolutely terrified Vulcan. As Hun explained, he had built an entire universe from a tiny seed to manifest this divine power within himself. Vulcan stood frozen in sheer disbelief, completely unable to process what he was hearing. He was a mere human, not part of the Tsar clan, yet he possessed the power of the Celestials. Amused by a sudden thought, he gave a sinister laugh, warning that the Celestials would hunt Hun down to the ends of the earth if they knew. Hun was quite surprised, asking if it simply wounded their fragile pride, but that hardly mattered to him, as he had no fear of them. This response left Vulcan deep in thought. While it was an incredible achievement, it was extremely risky because Hun was not yet strong enough to survive a clash with the Tsar clan. Outside, the sky remained as clear as always. Vulcan still could not shake his worries, thinking about how unstable things were right now. He pictured Hun standing tall with his arms crossed, looking absolutely fearless and confident. If things went sideways and Hun had to face the Tsar clan, the outcome would be unpredictable. A few days later, a thunderous roar echoed across the 10th floor hunting grounds. Joseon was locked in combat with a muscular bald man, spitting blood under a barrage of heavy blows. Very quickly, the man fell defeated at Joseon's feet. The warrior stood over him, roaring with a fierce expression. Suddenly, a purple light condensed into a humanoid shape and attacked, flashing a wicked grin full of razor-sharp teeth. Joseon swung his heavy axe at the entity. Watching the battle from above, Hun and Vulcan agreed it was time to begin. The bloodthirsty green goblin refused to back down against the soul soldier, charging forward and swinging his axe directly at it. With bloodshot eyes, roaring in pure rage, the green goblin completely obliterated the soul soldier in the blink of an eye. It roared to flex its power, but suddenly, a blinding light flashed right from the spot where the soul soldier had just fallen. Stunned by this bizarre turn of events, the goblin panicked. Then, a massive hand reached out from within that mystical, glowing light. A second later, a holy soul soldier appeared, sporting glowing eyes and a radiant cloak that made him look completely divine. Meanwhile, Hun watched from the cliff alongside Vulcan, wondering how the new holy soul soldier was holding up in combat. As expected, the old man was thoroughly impressed. Its combat skills were performing exactly as they had hoped. It turns out this holy soul soldier has a crucial job, specializing in healing both undead and other soul soldiers. Summoned minions are usually fragile, so necromancers rely on sheer numbers. Giving them a massive healing upgrade like this is an incredible boost. They walked down to inspect the piled-up goblins, and Vulcan could not help but remark on the divine energy. Some of these monsters were actually on the verge of evolving. Hun, however, disagreed, noting that they still had a long way to go. Suddenly, something squirmed beneath the pile of monsters. A second later, the baby fox popped its head out, looking incredibly satisfied after eating its absolute fill. Amused, Vulcan pointed out that the little creature ate everything, prompting Hun to ask if it really liked that stuff. At this rate, the quest would likely be finished by tomorrow. A quest screen popped up. To regain Miho's power, the neutral god nine-tailed fox required the little pup to consume 999 raw livers. Progress: 890, 2 out of 999. The reward was increased intimacy with the nine-tailed fox. Hun was genuinely surprised, as he had not expected to unlock this slaughter achievement for a second time. Before jumping into the next quest, he needed to check his progress. Time to open the status screen. Status window. Name: Hun. Class: Necromancer. Subclass: All-Rounder Master. He scrolled through his constitution and mana stats. Look at those stats. Strength: 35 plus 33. Stamina: 37 plus 33. Agility: 34 plus 33. Intelligence: 51 plus 33. Mana: 66 plus 48. Magic power 0 out of 10, and divine power is at 3. Traits: Predator and multi-talented. Skills: All-out attack and endurance. Looking over the numbers, Hun was thoroughly pleased with his build. Planting that divine seed just a few days ago already boosted his stat by 2. It was still limited, but it would definitely save his life in a tight spot. Bored out of his mind, Vulcan finally spoke up, asking what they should do next. Hun flashed a sly grin and replied without hesitation, saying they had to find Henrik. Based on the rumors the old man had gathered, Hun asked Vulcan if the information was actually solid. Vulcan confirmed it, explaining that the guy had just been lingering in one spot instead of climbing the tower, almost as if he was waiting for someone. Hun felt a surge of anticipation. He wanted to meet Henrik face to face, the famous dragon slayer who fought using a dragon's actual body. He had been curious about him for a very long time now. There had to be a reason why he halted on the 10th floor. Just like Duel hearing the voices of gods and demons, he was likely waiting for something. After walking quite a long distance, they finally arrived at their destination. They had finally arrived. Stepping out of the dark, narrow alleyway, Hun looked up and squinted at the bright, sudden rays of sunlight. In the distance, amidst the bustling crowd of passers-by, he spotted Henrik's towering figure. Noting those sharp black horns and intense crimson eyes, Hun silently agreed that the guy looked every bit like a true member of the Dragon Clan. Seeing the target right ahead, Hun refused to waste any time and decided to move. Noticing his haste, Vulcan quickly held him back, asking if he seriously planned to just walk up and talk to him without a plan. Fearing the worst, Vulcan warned him that Henrik might not even be waiting for him, and that barging in would look like a direct provocation. But Hun completely brushed off the warning, bluntly replying that they could always let their fists do the talking instead. Stunned by his reckless, thug-like attitude, the old man called him a complete lunatic. Realizing Hun was absolutely dead set on this, Vulcan grumbled and decided he would stay right here. Surprised by the sudden surrender, Hun immediately mocked him, claiming the old man was simply too terrified to face him. He mocked Vulcan for being scared because of the beatdown he took last time. Furious at the ridiculous accusation, Vulcan snapped back, asking who beat up whom. Hun insisted the first necromancer never lied, laughing about how Vulcan had run away in the most pathetic state possible. Their loud, childish bickering quickly caught Henrik's attention from across the street. Hearing the noisy ruckus, Henrik closed his eyes in utter exasperation at their childish behavior. But suddenly, old memories flashed back in his mind like a movie. He recalled how battered and defeated he had been back then. He remembered a prophecy about a mysterious figure on the 10th floor, telling him to wait, as someone would eventually come to grant his deepest wish. Having made up his mind, Hun decided to take action immediately. He and Vulcan walked right up to the warrior, asking if he was indeed Henrik. It seemed they were on the exact same page, as Henrik calmly replied that he was actually waiting to speak with them too. Glancing over at Vulcan with a less than friendly expression, he immediately recognized the old, familiar face standing right beside the young man. Henrik tilts his head and lays out a condition for Jinhyuk, wanting to see if he even qualifies first. The young man gets a bit annoyed, but decides to let it slide. Though Jinhyuk is not pleased with such a blatant evaluation, since Henrik already approved him, he decides to let it go. Seeing their conversation exposed in broad daylight, Henrik decides they need somewhere a bit more private. Too many eyes here, follow me. And so, they head toward a more suitable spot, but suddenly, Jinhyuk stops dead in his tracks. Talk about suspicious. Seeing Henrik act so secretly, Jinhyuk just has to question him. Wait, what is this? A dead-end alley? There are plenty of alleys near the plaza, so why walk all this way? But then, total surprise, Henrik literally walks straight through the solid wall. Talk about an illusion. What looked like a simple dead end actually leads directly to a completely different dimension. Seeing Henrik pass through successfully, Jinhyuk and Vulcan realize it is their turn to step inside. He slowly walks through the wall. Soon, all three find themselves in a hidden space, a quiet, small town. Henrik explains this is a subspace, a hidden zone on the 10th floor. The eyes of angels and demons completely lose their power here. Looking around, Jinhyuk realizes Henrik is telling the truth, his vision has indeed weakened. Now that Jinhyuk has followed him all this way, Henrik gets straight to the point. I must ask you, my goal is to eliminate every single dragon who wanted me dead in this tower. Do you have the resolve to stand with me for this? He asks with absolute determination. Hearing this, Jinhyuk just scoffs at the absurdity. Compared to his own grand ambitions, Henrik's goal seems like child's play. Hey kid, isn't your dream a bit too small? Seeing Jinhyuk mock his ambition, Henrik gets incredibly worked up. What? What did you just call small? Fearing Jinhyuk might say something totally reckless, Vulcan quickly steps in to hold him back. Jinhyuk, that is not funny. Henrik's eyes glare, flashing with pure, murderous intent. That guy is an absolute monster beyond the rules. What are you thinking, provoking him like that? Not wanting Vulcan to ruin his plans, Jinhyuk tells him to back off since he has everything under control. Calm as ever, he shares his thoughts. Even if I do not know the exact details, I can pretty much guess how you ended up like this. The next second, he drops an absolute bombshell. But surely you already know this, it is not just the Dragon Clan that wants us dead. Jinhyuk feels Henrik's hatred is still far too small. Even though I do not know why you are so obsessed with dragons, targeting just them is not enough. Then he delivers a legendary line that shows supreme confidence, fearing absolutely no one. I will wipe out anyone who dared to betray me, whether it is the Dragon Clan or anyone else. Jinhyuk points directly at Henrik, claiming the man is still way too naive. Let me repeat myself. Henrik, your goal is simply too small to align with mine. Hearing those heavy insinuations, Henrik asks with a tense face, are you saying you actually want to slaughter the entire Dragon Clan? As it turns out, this is a meeting of two kindred spirits, with Jinhyuk sharing a very similar past. Just like you, I survived the brink of death, and I also have those responsible for my demise whom I must destroy. Do you need me to say anything more? Suddenly, Henrik starts shaking uncontrollably, leaving Vulcan completely baffled by his strange reaction. The next second, Henrik snaps and bursts into wild, hysterical laughter. Facing this absolutely ridiculous display of madness, Vulcan can only look on with utter disdain. Jinhyuk asks, see that? It seems his words hit so deep that Henrik cannot even counter them. Just like that, Henrik changes his tune, admitting Jinhyuk is right and offering an apology. Recalling a past prophecy, he suddenly realizes the fated person is right in front of him. The prophesied man Yuel spoke of it was you all along. Hearing that incredibly familiar name, Jinhyuk flinches in pure surprise. Yuel? Wait, so you have already met her? Suddenly, Henrik draws his sword for reasons only he knows. Perfect, you are exactly my type. Turns out, he wants to test Jinhyuk's skills in a duel. I will see for myself if your resolve is real or just some empty boast. Realizing they have only swapped words without getting properly introduced, he finally demands to know the rebel's true name. Since he genuinely wants to know, Jinhyuk is more than happy to answer. Hun, I am Jinhyuk, the necromancer. But just as the two are about to clash, a voice suddenly bellows out, calling Henrik a useless lizard. An old man approaches slowly, yelling at Henrik for causing yet another scene, and asking if he still has not finished his business. Seeing Gino appear, Henrik looks like he met his worst nightmare. Oh great, he is out here again. Jinhyuk has no idea who this is. Wait, you know him? He glares intensely, trying to read the old man. Henrik briefly introduces Gino, explaining he is the very first blacksmith to live here, and the genius who forged his own sword. The old blacksmith has zero patience, and is already fed up with both of them. Just take your sword and leave already. What else are you looking for? Jinhyuk is left utterly bewildered, completely lost in the moment. Seeing Gino with his own eyes has sent a wave of absolute shock straight through him. The man is actually an Oni, yet he just stands there, looking quite curious about Jinhyuk's sudden arrival. That is a truly bizarre combination of souls. Who is that pitch-black spirit anyway? Hun stands there like a deer in headlights, completely clueless about what is happening. How are you still alive? It is a small world after all. And these two enemies are meeting again under the most awkward circumstances. So you were the one who attacked my village? That is right, I am still alive. Got a problem with that? Hearing that, he stammers and quickly tries to explain himself, saying that is not what he meant at all. Right then, Hun accidentally blurts out a question that makes Gino freeze in his tracks. How did you survive that village disaster? Well, it looks like he just chose death. Unable to tolerate this annoying punk any longer, Gino raises his hammer high. He has had enough of him and is ready to bring the weapon down right on his head. This was the mastermind who burned down the village. But before the old man can even touch a hair on Hun, someone stops him. Fearing the old man might fly into a rage and cause massive damage, Henrik steps in to defuse things. Gino refuses to show any mercy, telling Henrik to let go because Hun is the monster who burned his village. Henrik quickly tries to calm the old man down, explaining that Hun is actually in the exact same boat as them. That is when Vulcan joins the conversation, asking if the old man knows an Oni named Hazu. Gino hesitates, wondering how they could possibly know little Hazu. Outside, the sun begins to set over their quiet house. By now, Gino has completely calmed down and asks them in a gentle voice if little Hazu is still alive. Faced with this incredible twist of fate, Henrik cannot help but wonder how such a massive coincidence could even happen. Old memories flash back in Gino's mind like a slow-motion movie. It was the day of their traditional village festival, when all the Oni of the tower gathered on floor 100. He slowly shares his story in a sad, quiet voice, explaining that his old age and failing health kept him behind to forge swords. And then, the horrific tragedy he never wanted to witness unfolded right before his eyes that day. He then shifts his focus to ask about Hazu, wanting to know where she is and if she is safe and sound. Hun does not hide anything, honestly explaining that she is currently on floor 9 and will join them very soon. Only now does Gino notice the special item on Hun's head, asking if that mask belongs to Hazu. Holding the mask, Hun smiles warmly as he recalls that moment, explaining she gave it to him as a gift for saving her life. Hearing her name for the first time, Henrik asks if Hazu is actually strong. Hun immediately praises her, admitting that even though she is still recovering, she is stronger than any of them in a one-on-one fight. Hearing this, Henrik immediately raises two crucial questions. He asks if she is just a temporary ally or a permanent partner. Knowing her worth, Hun explains she is a permanent partner, and that after receiving the mask, they swore to get revenge together. Suddenly, Gino tightly grabs both of Hun's hands, a complete contrast to his murderous rage from earlier. The old man bows his head in deep gratitude, thanking Hun for helping Hazu. Gino then offers to help them with everything he has, introducing himself as the former blacksmith of the Oni village who will support Hun's journey. He bows once again, pleading with Hun to rebuild their destroyed village alongside Hazu. Though a bit surprised, Hun agrees to the request. But the older and wiser Vulcan sees right through the situation, wondering if Hun even knows that receiving the mask is actually a marriage proposal. A man of his word, Gino immediately offers his entire arsenal for Hun's quest, telling him to take whatever gear he needs from the forge. Holding one of the swords, Hun is amazed, realizing these weapons are on a completely different level compared to what Goit gave him. Henrik strongly agrees, pointing out that Gino was the top blacksmith of the Oni clan, so high quality is guaranteed. Realizing they have stayed long enough, Henrik suggests hitting the road, and Hun politely asks Gino if they are ready to leave. However, the old man has already fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep, completely out of it. Seeing Gino rest so soundly, they can easily understand why. Sleeping already? He must have finally let go of his heavy stress, especially since he never got a single moment of true peace after his exhausting work back in the village. They decide to leave quietly without disturbing the old man, agreeing to let him rest while they head out to look for Hazu and bring her back here first. At this moment, thinking of Hazu, Hun is secretly glad, knowing she will grow much stronger once she reunites with Gino. It is a huge stroke of luck. Back in reality, a sudden warning shout echoes from a distance, telling Hun to watch out as a powerful red slash erupts right in front of him. The next second, a massive explosion of energy detonates, leaving the entire area completely devastated and in total chaos. Faced with such a relentless and powerful onslaught, even Hun has to be extremely careful. While controlling a magic circle, his opponent praises his speed, noting his reaction is not bad at all. It turns out this is the life or death battle they promised each other earlier. He had made it clear before that he was going to test Hun's strength. Henrik smirks smugly, provoking him by asking if Hun can even pull off a miracle if he cannot defeat him first. Not intimidated at all, Hun grins with pure excitement, replying that he also wants to test the power of the legendary Dragon Slayer himself. While their brutal clash rages on, the storm outside unleashes a massive, torrential downpour. Fierce winds and heavy rain hammer violently against the shaking glass windows. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white energy tears out of nowhere, blasting straight through several buildings and proving just how insanely destructive this power really is. The entire battlefield is completely devastated, leaving absolutely nothing behind as the ground shatters into dust. Hun and Henrik remain completely locked in battle, determined to tear this place apart to win. Massive shockwaves rattle the structure as violence erupts. Deep inside the building, raw currents of energy tear everything to pieces. Now that they are fully warmed up, Henrik and Hun face off once again. Henrik raises his blade, glaring down at the boy with pure malice. In an instant, Henrik teleports and unleashes a slash so blindingly fast that his sword completely vanishes. Suddenly, a barrage of miniature swords rains down from above, targeting Henrik. He scoffed, calling it a shallow trick. Instantly, Henrik's expression twists. Hun charges right behind him, sword in hand, refusing to give his opponent even a single second to breathe. Henrik quickly takes a step back, narrowly dodging Hun's powerful downward strike. Hun's eyes widen in absolute shock, wondering how anyone could possibly escape a master sword technique combined with his all-rounder master trait. Capitalizing on that momentary distraction, Henrik grabs Hun's wrist and violently hurls him backward, sending the young warrior crashing hard into the dirt. Miho watches the intense struggle with deep worry, while Gino remains completely still, watching silently without saying a single word. Henrik taunts him, asking if he is a mage or a necromancer. He sneers that if Hun wants them to work together, he will have to try much harder. That is the main problem after testing his skills in battle. Henrik claims that Hun must summon 10th floor monsters for his magic to be truly useful. But just then, Vulcan suddenly appears behind Henrik, completely wrapping him up and holding him tight. Leaning in with a mocking smirk, Vulcan whispers in his ear, asking how he likes the first Soul Master. Emerging from the debris, Hun wields a massive weapon, the legendary spear Gungnir. Trapped and outmaneuvered, Henrik can only grit his teeth in sheer rage. Hun proudly boasts that this legendary weapon of the great warrior Odin is his strongest magic skill, ready to strike in an instant. Wearing a wicked smile, Hun shouts for battle. Seizing the opening, he charges forward and hurls the mighty spear directly at his restrained opponent. Seeing the spear hurtling toward him, Henrik breaks into a cold sweat of pure panic. Suddenly, Henrik's sword glows with a deep, blood-red light. Vulcan's eyes widen in sheer shock, wondering what that energy could be. Could it be that sword? Despite being bound, Henrik raises his weapon and activates his spell, Magic Dispel. Vulcan screams at Hun to watch out, pointing at the blade. Hun looks back in confusion as Vulcan warns him of the dragon-slaying slash. With a fierce battle cry, Henrik slashes forward. The mighty spear is effortlessly sliced in half by the power of Henrik's sword. The attack does not stop there, surging straight toward Hun, who stands completely paralyzed with shock after seeing his legendary weapon destroyed. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing Hun's position in thick smoke. Watching this disaster unfold, Vulcan grabs his head and screams out Hun's name. Before Vulcan can finish his cry, Henrik smashes the hilt of his sword directly into his face, nearly breaking his neck. Henrik looks down at him with a smirk, calling him Hun's strongest ally. With a sly grin, he declares that nobody is coming to save them. Henrik claims it is over for Hun, but suddenly, Hun appears right behind him, declaring that his trump card is still on the board. Hun fires a barrage of arrows at Henrik, but his opponent moves quickly, easily dodging the incoming projectiles. Henrik scoffs that Hun's archery is a total mess compared to his swordplay, but the arrows suddenly soar into the sky, morphing into magic beams. Startled, Henrik spins around and realizes it is a magic trap. Seizing the moment of distraction, Hun fires another round of arrows. Caught off guard, Henrik is struck directly by the glowing magical arrows. Henrik grunts in pain. Believing victory is finally within his grasp, Hun notes to himself that his strategic strike was highly effective. Knowing he must end this while Henrik is distracted, Hun resolves to make this strike count. He quickly slips on a mask, causing his eyes to glow with brilliant light. Immediately, Hun charges toward his falling opponent, while Henrik, plummeting to the ground, grits his teeth in absolute fury. Suddenly, a massive firestorm erupts where Henrik fell, consuming the area. Seeing this, Hun can only curse in frustration. He missed his window, realizing that defeating this opponent will not be easy. Henrik steps out of the flames, laughing loudly. Henrik praises Hun's strength, admitting he was surprised, but yells that this is not over yet. He unleashes his next skill, Surging Dragon Flash. Pointing his blade to the sky, Henrik roars, demanding Hun to fight with even greater spirit. Observing Henrik from behind his mask, Hun worries about dodging the incoming strike. Even though his battle prediction skills clearly reveal the path of the attack, his own speed is still far too slow. Getting hit means game over, forcing Hun to make a split-second decision. Reaching for another option, Hun pulls out a different mask. Sensing the cue, Miho's ears instantly twitch. Hun puts on the legendary fox mask. Gino slowly opens an eye with a groan, immediately panicking when he sees the current state of the battle. Falling backward, he stammers and screams in terror, asking Henrik if that giant lizard is going crazy again. Hearing a strange sound, Miho perks her ears up and suddenly bolts forward, leaving a stumbling Gino desperately chasing after her and shouting, "Hey, where are you going? It is dangerous." Miho suddenly halts, staring at a massive red pillar of light piercing straight into the sky. Letting out a soft cry, Miho instantly transforms into a mystical fox mask right onto Hun's face. Touching the mask, Hun mutters that he only has the fox mask left to trust now. Henrik swings his sword as the massive red dragon behind him roars, ready to strike. Gripping his blade with both hands, he smirks and chants, "Surging Dragon Flash!" Instantly, Henrik fades into an afterimage and completely vanishes, leaving Hun to look up in shock, wondering where he went. Within a split second, Henrik dives down with absolute ferocity, closing the distance right in front of Hun. His extreme speed shatters the surrounding ground, catching Hun completely off guard as he stumbles backward, with Henrik's deadly blade stopping mere inches from his eyes. Henrik's raw, magical energy triggers a massive explosion, instantly collapsing the surrounding buildings. However, the deadly blade misses Hun's eye entirely and plunges straight into the dirt instead. Still frozen in his sword-wielding stance, Henrik frowns deeply in utter shock, wondering how on earth his opponent could have dodged such a high-level strike so effortlessly. Suddenly, Henrik spots Hun clinging to the roof of a nearby house. Whirling around in frustration, Henrik guesses the mask must be a fox spirit. Hun grits his teeth in pure rage while Henrik lets out an excited, wild grin. Leaping into the air with his sword, he finds the mask highly intriguing, while black liquid suddenly erupts from the claws attached to Hun's hands. Hun charges forward recklessly, clashing his deadly claws against Henrik's sword as the two engage in a brutal, chaotic duel. With rapid-fire strikes thrown continuously, a blinding, chaotic clash of red and purple light fills the air. Laughing like an absolute madman, Henrik confidently boasts that his speed and power have reached a whole new level. He even offers a bit of praise, acknowledging that Hun has grown incredibly strong himself thanks to the power of that mysterious fox mask. Hun ignores the chatter entirely, slamming his sharp claws against Henrik's sword to force his opponent's guard wide open. Sensing an opening, Hun moves to strike immediately, but Henrik's free hand is already activating a magic circle. Hun's eyes widen as he curses his opponent. The guy deliberately baited him with an opening just to unleash a sneak magical blast, raises his hand, and detonates the spell right in Hun's face. Although fiery embers singe his clothes, Hun manages to block the heavy attack successfully, holding his arms high and emerging from the smoke completely unscathed. Hun's eyes suddenly flash with a vibrant purple glow, and he lets out a ferocious roar. A purple magic crest appears in midair. It is a charm spell, sending thousands of purple heart-shaped bubbles hissing straight toward Henrik. Gritting his teeth against the magic, Henrik throws his head back and angrily screams that he has absolutely no interest in men. The purple bubbles dissolve instantly, shattering the dreamy pink illusions into a million tiny pieces. Laughing triumphantly, Henrik boasts that a tiny bit of mental focus is more than enough to shatter such a simple charm spell. Hun calmly points out that even a brief moment of paralysis is more than enough, instantly seizing the advantage to charge directly at a defenseless Henrik. Smirking, Hun swings his arm to fully extend his deadly iron claws. Clenching his fist, Hun attacks while calculating that he cannot rely on normal weapons at this range and must finish things with one clean blow. Visualizing Cho Jung-hoon's image, he mentally calls out to his ally, urging him to unleash his signature technique. Two distinct, powerful forces surge through the muscles in Hun's arm, channeling both golden spiritual energy and dark purple magic directly into his ready fist. He resolved to combine his master skills, blending the agile movements of the fox with his ultimate physical reinforcement magic. Spiritual and magical energies merge completely, concentrating all his strength into a fist that glows with a deep purple aura. Happily declaring that it is all over for his opponent, Hun dives from the sky to execute Cho Jung-hun's signature move, the legendary Soul Rend Flowing Palm. The direct punch lands squarely in Henrik's stomach, unleashing a violent torrent of dark purple magic. The terrifying energy consumes the horizon and shoots toward the sky, completely obliterating every single house in the surrounding area. As debris and dust fill the air, a badly beaten and trembling Vukan crawls weakly along the shattered ground. Still having enough energy to curse, he yells to ask if Hun lost his mind and who won, before suddenly spotting something. A lone silhouette begins to emerge from the thick cloud of dust, revealing Hun. Standing tall, amidst the ruins with bleeding eyes and tattered clothes, Hun carries his fox mask in his pocket as Vukan cries out. Spitting blood alongside his bleeding eyes, Hun collapses onto the cold ground, leaving Vukan desperately trying to push himself up and calling his name. With blood still dripping from his eyes, Hun silently rages inside, realizing he has completely exhausted his strength and cannot move at all. You and I can feel Hun's frustration as he curses, regretting that he couldn't end it. Across from him, Henrik looks just as battered and miserable, yet he still stands tall. He pulls his sword from the dirt, raising the blade with one hand while clutching his heavily wounded stomach with the other. With a smirk, he says, "I won, Hun." Hearing that nonsense, Hun explodes with rage, finding some hidden energy to point right at Henrik's face and scream like a crazy neighbor. "You lost. There is no way you won, you loser. My final strike knocked you flat, you monster," Hun rants. Henrik rubs his chin, admitting it is awkward because he never expected to actually lose like that. Hun snaps, telling him to just accept defeat. But then, Henrik suddenly agrees with a simple okay, completely catching Hun off guard. Before Hun can process it, Henrik swings his sword again, suggesting they settle this with one final, decisive clash. Grinning with a dirty smile, Henrik admits he respects Hun's power, but declares that he absolutely must win this, no matter what dirty tricks it takes. Hun panics, screaming for him to wait because his body is completely paralyzed. But Henrik ignores his pleas, instantly unleashing his magic anyway. A massive crimson dragon head roars to life, lunging straight for Hun as Henrik calls out his fire dragon spell. Paralyzed on the ground, Hun stares down the fiery jaws. Wind whips his hair back as mysterious pink petals drift around him. Whispering a quiet vow, he declares he will be the one to win. A blinding light erupts, sending those petals swirling violently through the air. Back inside the room, a mocking voice asks if he lost. Hun stays silent, but the voice continues teasing him about calling others losers, until Hun snaps, telling him to shut up. The voice keeps poking at his pride, mocking his confidence. Hun screams at him to stop, and all this shouting finally wakes up little Miho. The speaker refuses to drop it, mocking Hun's past words and promising to personally test the legendary Dragon Slayer. Hun scoffs. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, he struggles to sit up and channels his magic, summoning a bright blue glow in his hand. Furious, Hun yells at the spirit to shut up and just do its job instead of talking back. But even that tiny movement sends a jolt of agonizing pain through his body. Clutching his chest, Hun groans in pure agony. Vulcan simply stands there with his hands in his pockets, totally unbothered. Grinning widely, he takes another sarcastic jab, warning Hun not to push his weak body. Holding back his rage, Hun rips the white bandages off his face. Vulcan keeps teasing him, saying that if Hun hadn't met Ju and received that divine power, he would be dead already. Without that energy, his weak body wouldn't have survived, making him look truly pathetic. Feeling deeply insulted, Hun snaps, screaming at the old man for constantly pushing his buttons and badmouthing him. He warns Vulcan to just wait until his body fully recovers. Vulcan just laughs in his face, telling him that no one cares about a loser's whining. Standing between the bickering pair, little Miho can only let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, Miho opens one eye as a knock sounds. Let's see who it is. Henrik, his hand bandaged, asks to enter and checks on Hoon's recovery. Hoon defensively asks what he wants, while Vulcan suddenly glares at Henrik, growling in pure anger. Scowling, Vulcan recalls his past boast about how he would be the one to defeat Henrik next time. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Vulcan offers a clumsy apology. Henrik shrugs it off nicely, admitting he went too far this time, so they should just call it even. Hearing this, Vulcan chuckles, glad that they can clear the air. But secretly, Vulcan notes that while Henrik fights like a total madman just like Hoon, he is surprisingly polite normally. Vulcan tries to apologize for letting Henrik in, but Henrik cuts him off, crossing his arms and asking if he went too far during their duel. Hoon totally loses his patience. Seeing them casual while he suffers makes his blood boil, and he screams at both of them to shut up. Stop talking, both of you. Next time, I will beat you. Hoon vows, while Henrik smiles, silently agreeing that day might actually come. Letting out a sigh, Hoon sits down and gets to the point, explaining that he called Henrik over to finally hear his story. Frowning, Hoon asks about his past life and his death. Henrik begins, revealing that his family and home were completely wiped out by the dragons. He remembers the horror of giant dragons breathing fire, burning his entire village to ash as terrified people fled in absolute panic. Anyone touched by the flames burned instantly. Henrik mutters that he was the sole survivor of that horrific tragedy. The memory shows a terrified young Henrik cowering in a corner, surrounded by chaos and agonizing screams. Crying out for help, tears streamed down his face as he looked up to see a swarm of massive, colorful dragons blotting out the entire sky. The young boy's eyes, bloodshot with terror, reflected the terrifying silhouettes of those flying beasts. Ever since that day, Henrik admits that nothing but pure hatred for dragons has fueled his existence. As the memory fades, Henrik stares down at his hands, explaining how he eventually began climbing the tower like everyone else, fortunate to possess incredible talent. Vulcan stays quiet, while Hoon notes his story sounds like someone he knows. Henrik continues, revealing his first act of vengeance happened on the 600th floor. Hoon is shocked by the speed of his climb, asking if that was when he started hunting the Tsar Dragon Clan. Henrik nods, but adds that the Dragon Clan's elite pursuers quickly began hunting him in return. You and I can see how insane his journey has been. Henrik notes this is just their everyday life. Raising his hand, he adds that the stronger they become, the lighter the penalty on their enemies gets. Past floor 800 lies their lair, which seems completely gone now. Hoon thinks in shock. A penalty? Searching his memory, he recalls system adjustments that prevent any climber from monopolizing the tower entirely. Every climber experiences heavier restrictions on their abilities when they wander onto floors far below their highest record. That explains how he survived Go's devastating attack. Without that system penalty, he would be dead by now. With a sudden realization, Hoon questions exactly which floor Henrik managed to reach, and Henrik answers that his journey ended on floor 900, marking the end of his climb. Hoon's eyes widen, cold sweat dripping down his face. He wonders if reaching floor 900 meant Henrik was destined to become a transcendent. But Henrik's voice turns solemn. He explains a massive, powerful Tsar hunting party was formed to capture him, and unable to fight off dozens of Tsars, he ended up in this state. Laughing at the irony, Henrik mocks his fate of resurrecting and hiding behind a mask inside the body of a dragon. Hoon finds it incredibly complicated. Henrik sadly admits he wanted to die, but dying with such a powerful body is no easy task. Snapping back to his senses, he boldly declares his decision to accept this fate, vowed to use this body as a tool for his ultimate revenge. Having received his answer, Hoon nods. Excitedly, Henrik questions him on when they will resume their climb up the tower. Asking if Hoon is waiting for Hazu, Henrik gets questioned in return about whether he actually intends to climb along with them. Leaning in, Henrik spots right through him, asking if he planned to sneak off alone, which only makes an exposed Hoon yell out in frustration. Henrik explains seriously that they share a lot in common. He fought alone in his final moments, much like Hoon probably did, leaving the young necromancer lost in deep thought. He presses on, urging that they must learn from past failures, as fighting everyone entirely alone is nothing but a foolish dream. Hoon agrees, knowing that having trustworthy allies and friends fighting side by side is exactly what they need right now. Henrik proposes they start a guild together, a suggestion that leaves Hoon completely stunned and stammering in disbelief. Meanwhile, on floor 600, Carmen Pellin bursts through the Holy Land Federation doors in a fury, demanding Kane explain what on earth is going on. Kane Pellin clasps his hands and smirks up at the glowing monitor. He shares a highly intriguing report from Visago's branch on floor 10, detailing how a single challenger burned the entire base down to ashes all on their own. Jaw-dropping in shock, Carmen asks if it was truly one person, and Kane confirms the Holy Land data points to a solo job rather than a group. Carmen immediately protests, arguing that on a low floor like floor 10, any strong climber would still be heavily restricted by the system penalty. Snapping his fingers to dismiss the screen, Kane agrees with her point. Even the prestigious 9 stars cannot escape the floor 10 penalty, as it is an absolute unbendable rule of the tower. Their grim expressions reflect in the glass as Kane notes the culprit wields overwhelming power on floor 10, reminiscent of their own early climbing days. Carmen is rendered completely speechless. Still, Kane calmly reassures her that this threat remains well within their control. Unconvinced, Carmen anxiously questions how he plans to deal with someone whose true power they still know absolutely nothing about. Kane responds with a casual, chilling smile, of course. His face turns sinister as he suggests pulling them out by the roots, just like 10 years ago, by hiring a bounty hunter. As the silhouette of a woman blowing smoke from her gun barrel appears, Kane's voice echoes, suggesting someone with the perfect skills for the job. Under the hood is Sion, who has just slain a massive dragon. Back with Hoon, he sits wrapped in bandages, hands resting on his knees in deep thought. Muttering the word guild, he looks up at Henrik and admits he agrees with his line of thinking. But pointing out a major issue, he alerts Henrik that he is currently tied up with Bao's active quest. He recalls the exact terms of Bao's quest. Bao, the Lord of a Million Demons, tasked him with spreading his fame and reputation across the entire tower before entering floor 100. He explains he must establish a grand name for himself throughout the tower before reaching floor 100. Dragging Henrik or his guild into his reputation could ruin the quest, a detail Henrik ponders while stroking his chin. Pausing, Henrik's eyes light up as a simple solution strikes him. Arm crossed, he boldly suggests that Hoon should just lead the guild. Hoon is visibly shocked by Henrik's sudden and unexpected decision. Henrik calmly explains he never desired that leadership role anyway, confessing that he honestly lacks the confidence to be a leader. As an exceptional necromancer, Hoon is the ultimate fit for commander. Hearing this, Hoon lowers his head as the room turns quiet. He hesitates, pointing out that since he is weaker, becoming guildmaster means he would have to give Henrik orders eventually. He looks straight into Henrik's eyes and asks if he can truly accept following the orders of someone weaker than himself. A sudden rustle, then boom. Henrik drops down to one knee, his long cloak fluttering dramatically in the wind. Speechless at first, Henrik finally speaks up, telling him that this action itself is his ultimate answer. Henrik pours his heart out, explaining exactly why he wants Hun to be the leader, expressing how deeply he had been humiliated back then. Remembering his helpless rage, Henrik looks back at his own miserable past, recalling the terrible physical and mental pain he had to endure all by himself on his incredibly lonely journey. Hun asks if he will truly accept anything to reach their goal. Henrik agrees without hesitation, prompting Hun to flash a confident smile and accept. Standing up proudly, Hun declares he will take the guildmaster position to avenge them both, which leaves Henrik feeling deeply relieved and satisfied with his choice. Wukong suddenly asks about the guild's name, pointing to a flag, which makes Hun recall his true objective, a masked hero eliminating evil to defy heaven itself. Smiling, Hun chooses the name Defying Heaven, as no other name fits better. With the name decided, the three of them continue discussing the official guild registration process. They can establish the guild immediately by paying a fee, but Hun wonders if talking to the puppet might get them a free pass. Halcyon welcomes him warmly with a big smile, addressing him as Grim Mask. Now wearing his demon mask, Hun asks if the puppet has already left. Just as Hun is about to speak further, Halcyon quickly introduces himself as the first floor branch manager, causing Hun to hesitate. Seeing the young man scratching his head with an embarrassed smile, Hun asks why he is even there. Ken explains he has been visiting often due to tower matters, while Halcyon quickly boasts about becoming great friends with him. Sensing something slightly off about the situation, Hun can only stammer out his confusion. Trying to avoid the awkward question, Halcyon quickly changes the subject to ask about his visit, prompting Hun to reveal his plan to establish a brand new guild. Halcyon beams with absolute joy as if spring has arrived, quickly offering some shameless flattery about his grand plan. He claims anyone would jump at the chance to join Grim Mask's guild, but his smile quickly fades as he hesitantly points out they need at least 2 members. Hun calmly replies that they already have more than enough people right here. Pointing out Henrik, Wukong, and their little mascot, Ken is left completely speechless behind them, recognizing Henrik as a member of the legendary dragon race. A stunned Halcyon asks if Hun actually managed to recruit him, making Hun tilt his head and wonder if Henrik is really that famous. Henrik acts modest, asking how he could possibly be famous, though he secretly takes it as a massive compliment. Hun clarifies that these are not their only members, as official invitations have already been sent to others. Hun demands immediate registration once everyone gathers, and as it turns out, One of those invitations arrives right as old Gino finishes up a grueling session of forging iron. Another letter reaches Glick, with Halcyon adding that Glick had ordered him to accommodate any request from the legendary Grim Mask. Not only that, but another invitation arrives right as Haju is busy slaughtering demons. Glick reads his invitation with an amused smile, finding the idea of a new guild highly entertaining, while elsewhere, dark purple energy completely consumes a pitch-black abyss. Standing in the darkness, the masked Hun unleashes his 10 Earths Eternal Lament skill with demonic fury. Staring down at the massive magic circle glowing before him, Hun demands even more power. Once the magic circle absorbs enough energy, it unleashes a barrage targeting the demons below, initiating a relentless pursuit with what is known as his splitting magic. The demons scream in absolute agony, but Hun shows zero mercy as he wipes them out, leaving a massive pile of corpses when the dust settles. Surrounded by carnage, Hun and Henrik casually stand among the dead bodies, chatting together. Henrik mentions receiving a quest from the nine-tailed fox, prompting Hun to suggest they can probably wrap things up early today. Teasing their mascot as it happily munches away, Hun keeps an eye on the numbers nearing their goal and declares it is time to wrap this up. As the counter finally hits its limit, Hun speaks up, saying, "All right." A blinding pillar of light erupts, forcing them to shield their eyes as Henrik asks what would happen if they consumed all those life genes. Hun admits he has no idea, just as a glowing pink egg emerges from the light, with the system announcing the manifestation of the nine-tailed fox. Shocked, Hun whispers the creature's name, while Vukan suddenly spots something in the light and yells for him to look. As a girl's silhouette begins to take shape amidst the shimmering pink light, a speechless Hun stammers, realizing it is her true form. The fox girl unexpectedly plummets straight into his arms, completely throwing him off as he calls out to Vukan in surprise. Rushing over in a total panic, Henrik asks if they are okay, while their respective systems suddenly ping, calling the baby incredibly cute. While recovering, Hun confirms they are both fine, only for the sparkling-eyed little fox to look up at him and call him Dad. Horrified, Hun repeats the word Dad, but the girl timidly insists on calling him Daddy, leaving him absolutely speechless as she keeps doing it. Suddenly, Haju appeared out of nowhere. Stunned and speechless, she asked, "Brother, who is that girl?" Hun was absolutely losing his mind with panic. He thought in agony, why did she have to show up right now? Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox cutely called out, "Daddy!" Hearing those shocking words, Hun, Vulcan, and Henrik completely froze on the spot, unable to believe their ears. "Daddy?" Just then, a voice echoed from behind them, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Then, Haju stepped forward, looking totally shocked as she asked, "Orabioni?" She saw that Hun was cradling a beautiful little girl in his arms. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she wondered why he was there. Next, the nine-tailed fox pointed a finger at her and asked curiously, "Who are you?" At this point, Haju could only focus on one word, "Father." Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped her completely as she walked forward, murmuring, "Father." Sensing that things were turning bad, he quickly spoke up, "Hey, nine-tailed fox, what on earth is going on here?" The system screen popped up. Mission complete. Survivors, 999 out of 999. Congratulations, Miho has become your pet. Hearing this, Hun looked utterly dazed and asked, "Pet? So this is what you meant by a special reward?" The system then continued, "I am entrusting my daughter to you." Panicking, he quickly shouted, "Wait, explain this before you leave." Seeing this, Vulcan burst out laughing and teased him. "Haha, congratulations, buddy." Meanwhile, Henrik wondered aloud, can humans even give birth to foxes these days? Annoyed, Hun snapped back, "Are you guys seriously mocking me right now?" Suddenly, Haju collapsed to her knees, utterly devastated. She muttered sadly, "A daughter? If his daughter is already this big, how young was he when he had her? But then again, he is strong and handsome, so having a lover is not surprising." "Yeah, that makes sense." Her eyes filled with deep confusion as tears threatened to spill. She whispered, "I should have just accepted reality from the very beginning, thinking I actually mattered to him. Haha. It is fine. I am totally okay." Just then, footsteps approached as a voice muttered, "An Oni girl, huh? You must be Haju, right?" Henrik greeted her warmly. "Nice to meet you. I am Henrik. I have officially joined Hun's party. Please take care of me." Hearing this, she looked up at him but said nothing. As she stared closely at his face, painful memories suddenly began rushing back to her. The beloved village she cherished was engulfed in flames, and she could only picture herself standing there, watching helplessly. The villagers screamed in sheer terror, desperately clawing for any chance of survival. The raging fire blocked every escape route, leaving a young boy weeping in terror. Through the thick smoke, A sinister silhouette emerged with a twisted, wicked grin. That monster was the one behind this absolute nightmare. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, "The enemy of my village." Drawing her sword, Haju lunged directly at Henrik in a blind rage, screaming, "Die!" Henrik quickly raised his blade, blocking her strike with a look of pure confusion on his face, wondering how he had ever offended her. Panic-stricken, Henrik turned to Hun for help. "Explain it to her. This girl clearly has the wrong idea." Hun just chuckled calmly. "Really? She gets mad just by looking at you? Deal with it yourself." Feeling completely helpless, Henrik still warned him, "But she is going to get hurt." Hun nonchalantly replied, "Do not worry, she can take it." Consumed by rage, she wanted nothing more than to shred the man before her to pieces. Hearing Hun's response, Henrik grinned. "Fine, then I will treat this as a test of my own skills." Instantly, he parried her and sent her flying. She cried out in pain as the powerful impact sent her flying backward, crashing heavily into an open field and kicking up massive debris everywhere. Dust and shattered branches filled the air, completely blocking anyone's view, but suddenly she burst through the cloud, looking even more ferocious. Henrik and Haju clashed once again, blades locked in a deadly duel. "No longer holding back," Henrik remarked. "Your spiritual energy is impressive, but that alone is not enough to defeat me." With that, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy right at her. Staggering under the immense pressure, Haju gasped, "What is this insane power?" She crashed onto her back, sliding 10 meters across the dirt. Completely exhausted, she lay wounded on the ground, lamenting how massive the gap was. Her sworn enemy stood right there, yet she lacked the power to avenge her village. Tears streamed down her face once more, as her soul burned with agonizing frustration and regret. Suddenly, the sword spirit materialized, cackling wildly. "Exactly. That bastard belongs to the dragon race, little Oni. I will lend you my strength just this once. I will grant you the power to slay that dragon. Now, do you see why I am called the Dragon Slayer Sword? Show him." Empowered by the sword, Haju looked absolutely fierce. Enveloped in a vibrant pink aura, she charged toward Henrik with blinding speed. Intrigued, Henrik said, "A sword with its own consciousness? Now this is interesting. Come on then." Brandishing a deadly gaze, she coldly roared, "Die!" Yet, despite her overwhelming power, he easily blocked her strike with just a single hand. Stunned, she thought, he blocked the Dragon Slayer sword's power with one hand. Before she could react, he kicked her hard in the stomach. Haju coughed violently in pain, collapsing to her knees. Henrik looked down at her coldly and said, "Do not think my sword is ordinary. The materials used to forge it are already stronger than you." She groaned exhaustedly, pleading in her mind, "Dragon Slayer sword, please grant me power, the ultimate force to get my revenge." Hearing this, the sword spirit laughed maniacally. He. Yes, that is the spirit. Fueled by pure rage, the sword drinks in more power. Hadu steps forward, her entire body radiating an overwhelming, murderous aura. Henrik looks on in absolute shock, wondering if that is sword energy. Meanwhile, Hadu glares and screams that he burned her village. She vows to avenge every single fallen Oni, swinging her blade with enough force to kick up a massive storm of dust. Watching this, Henrik realizes this insane power does not belong to a child. It is coming from the sword itself, and if it continues, it will destroy her. Moving like lightning, he lunges forward to grab her wrist and commands her to drop the weapon, catching the young girl completely off guard. He warns her that this power is a parasite eating away at her. She is not strong enough to control it yet, so she must let go. His words only fuel her inner torment. Visions of her burning village flash in her mind, and her eyes flare once again with pure, deadly hatred. Gritting her teeth in pure rage, Hadu screams that she will only stop once he pays with his life. Furious that he slaughtered her entire village, she vows never to forgive him, swinging her sword wildly to tear the surroundings to shreds. Henrik shouts back in frustration, warning her again that this power is a parasite she cannot control. She is simply not ready for its overwhelming burden. He demands she drop the weapon immediately. Instead, Hadu collapses in agonizing pain, desperately crying out for Kyun-do. She drops to her knees on the cold dirt, forced to watch the raging flames slowly consume her home. Pain and fury make her grit her teeth as a wild energy threatens to burst from her body. Eyes glowing, she screams that she will never let go until he dies. Consumed by grief, she unleashes devastating attacks in every direction, shattering the earth and sending rocks flying everywhere. She repeatedly screams that she will never forgive him for slaughtering her village. Once she finally calms down, she is left standing entirely alone in the barren wasteland. Meanwhile, Henrik silently watches her from a distance. A realization hits him, and he wonders if she harbors a deep hatred for the Dragon Clan too. Her hatred is so intense she cannot control herself. As Henrik ponders this, a chilling, powerful energy begins to rise from his body. His face is cast in deep shadow, while a blazing, red-orange aura erupts like a forest fire behind his back. Henrik decides that, as someone who has wielded the sword much longer than her, he must act. Right behind him, a massive, fierce, crimson dragon emerges. He stands perfectly still as the massive beast coils around his body. Hadu watches in awe as Henrik warns her that this is going to hurt. "But you won't die," he promises, leaving her stunned. Henrik slams a devastating blow into the earth, causing an absolute torrent of lethal energy to shoot straight into the sky like a terrifying, deadly firework. Shielding her eyes from the blinding radiance, Hadu is forced to turn away. Instantly, an earth-shattering blast rips through the area, sounding as if an atomic bomb just detonated. The sheer force of the blast launches Hadu into the air, causing her sword to slip from her grasp. Exhausted, her eyes flutter shut as she drifts into a deep sleep. In her dream, she finds herself wandering through a mystical field of glowing blue flowers. Walking across the soft, green grass, she immediately begins to realize exactly where she has ended up. She whispers to herself that this is the forest of her Oni village. Just then, an old dirt-stained ball rolls right up to her feet. Picking it up, she wonders why a ball is here. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name, prompting her to search for the source. 3 smiling children run over and wave, asking her to hold on to the ball for them. Recognizing the kids from her village, Hadu smiles warmly and hands the ball back to them. The children cheer in gratitude, but one of them suddenly calls out to her. Bending down, she gently asks the little girl what is wrong. With a beautiful flower in her hair and a worried look on her face, the little girl asks why she was the only survivor. Suddenly, the other kids' faces turn pitch black, leaving only glowing emerald eyes. Stunned, Hadu gasps in horror as the little girl's hand is instantly engulfed in raging, hot flames. The burning child places her hand on her shoulder, her entire body dissolving into a skeletal form devoured by the fire. With wide eyes, the child screams for help, begging to live just like her. Hadu breaks down, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She stands frozen as agonizing screams echo in her mind, accompanied by the horrific vision of dead bodies piled high on top of one another. The nightmare feels like the deepest depths of hell. Hadu weeps bitterly, questioning why she was spared while everyone else was taken from her. She is consumed by survivor guilt, repeatedly asking herself why she had to be the only one to survive the slaughter. Observing her grief, Henrik stands with folded arms and firmly tells her that she must live. He emphasizes that she has to keep moving forward, because she is the only one who can wield the Dragon Slayer sword. Hearing this, she stops crying, realizing her survival is their only hope for vengeance. Turning to leave, he tells her to stand up. Slowly, Hadu forces herself to her feet, clutching her weak arm while keeping a firm grip on the sword. His voice echoes back, reminding her that the Oni never forget a debt of gratitude or vengeance. Henrik turns and is shocked to see her standing. He cannot believe she is still on her feet after taking a direct hit from his dragon burst. Suddenly, Hadu charges forward at full speed, thrusting her sword toward him with a feral scream, her eyes completely rolled back in rage. Her blood-curdling scream proves that vengeance has completely consumed her soul. Caught off guard, Henrik is forced to leap backward to avoid the blow. Unable to counter her lightning-fast assault in time, Henrik can only curse his own slow reflexes as she closes the distance. Just as the sword was about to touch Henrik's skin, it suddenly shattered. Smirking arrogantly, he remarked that she had hit her limit, telling the kid she needed to get much stronger. Exhausted and defeated, Hadu lay collapsed on top of Henrik on the cold stone floor, listening to his arrogant words demanding she keep trying until she could actually kill him. Henrik kept coaxing her, speaking gently, regardless of whether she could hear him, promising to wait until she avenged her clan. Right then, Hun and Vulcan finally arrived on the scene. Hun shouted out in worry, asking if Hadu and Henrik were all right. Henrik laboriously replied that he was fine, noting she had completely lost all her strength before landing the final blow. Still smiling, Henrik slowly suggested that they should just let the exhausted young girl sleep. Back inside a quiet building, Hadu was resting peacefully in bed. Henrik kept speculating that she had suffered from severe exhaustion, having clearly pushed herself far beyond her limits. The cursed sword had clearly taken a massive toll on her. Meanwhile, Henrik jokingly worried about his own young and handsome life being cut short. Henrik anxiously asked Hun if the girl would attack him again upon waking. Hun nodded, stating it was highly likely, given that her tragic backstory was so similar to his own. Hun suggested that Henrik might have been one of the very dragons that ravaged her village. Hearing those heavy words, Henrik fell into a deep, solemn silence. Crossing his arms with a casual shrug, Henrik calmly accepted it, stating he would gladly bear her hatred since he had to take responsibility for his past sins anyway. Surprised by his attitude, Hun gestured for Henrik to follow him outside. He then explained that he had rented out the entire second floor for them to stay until Hadu recovered. Henrik politely offered his gratitude, telling the young man that such grand gestures were unnecessary. But before Henrik could finish his sentence about accepting his fate, Hun completely snapped, unleashing a furious, rapid-fire storm of harsh words right into his face. Hun barked that he did not care about him at all, and only wanted him gone so Hadu could rest. Henrik slumped in sheer, awkward embarrassment after learning the truth. Soon, warm golden sunlight began streaming through the window as a gentle breeze softly swayed the curtains. Hadu stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering. Waking up tiredly from a long slumber, her blurry vision struggled to adjust to the bright, warm light of the room. Feeling a strange presence, Hadu looked up and gasped in confusion at the little girl standing right in front of her. It was Miho, smiling brightly with sparkling eyes. Realizing she was not dreaming, Hadu recoiled in sheer panic as if seeing a ghost, her voice trembling as she stammered out the little girl's name. The girl cheered that her big sister was awake. Just then, Hun walked in, asking if she was doing fine. Still dazed, Hadu muttered that she was just slightly dizzy. Spotting Hun, the little girl happily spun around and cheered that her daddy had arrived. Hadu froze in absolute shock, barely able to squeak out the word daddy in disbelief. Instantly, Hadu fainted right back onto the bed. Miho pouted, wondering why she fell asleep again. Realizing the misunderstanding, Hun immediately hoisted the little girl up, warning her that she would be in big trouble if she kept calling him dad. She just stared blankly. When she innocently asked who would dare hurt her, Hun pointed directly at Hadu. Later, wearing his signature demon mask, Hun asked Hadu if she had packed all her gear. They would not be returning to the 10th floor. Hadu smiled excitedly, explaining that even though her dragon-slaying sword had shattered, she felt like its essence had integrated with her body, becoming a true part of her. Henrik sighed exhaustedly, crossing his arms and assuring everyone that all his magical belongings were already safely packed away, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Miho timidly piped up, calling him big brother instead of daddy, claiming she had not forgotten a single thing. Hun raised an eyebrow, surprised that she had suddenly switched titles. Hadu proudly chimed in with a smirk, taking full credit for teaching the girl proper manners. Wrapping her arms around Miho, Hadu explained that even though she was a legendary beast, she was still just an innocent child who needed guidance. Since she could not distinguish between a father and a brother, Hadu had kindly stepped in to give her a super simple lesson on human relations. Hearing that, the young girl quietly mumbled that she actually preferred calling him daddy. It seemed children truly did not know how to lie. However, under Hadu's terrifying glare, the poor girl instantly recoiled in fear, quickly stammering that she had just made a silly mistake. Hun then pulled out 3 scrolls, offering one to each of them. As Henrik took his, Hun explained that these were rare teleportation scrolls. He added that tearing the scrolls would instantly teleport them straight to the secret meeting room prepared by their ally, Glick. Both Hadu and Miho gasped at how incredibly expensive those magic items were. Ignoring their shock, Hun calmly asked if everyone was ready to depart. Suddenly, an enraged Vulcan barked out, demanding to know what his plan was. Hun simply smirked, casually admitting he had almost forgotten about him. With a snap of his fingers, a magical sphere shot forward, dragging a screaming Vulcan inside as the old man furiously cursed him for being a total bastard. Vulcan ranted about how he hated being treated like some pocket item that could be pulled out and summoned at a moment's notice. Satisfied, Hun urged the rest of the group to get moving. Ripping the magic scrolls, they vanished in a bright flash, teleporting to another location. They all materialized inside a breathtakingly lavish hall gleaming with gold. A weary Henrik looked around, lazily asking if this was the spot. Hadu was completely awestruck by the grand architecture, marveling at how such an incredibly magnificent hall could actually exist on the 10th floor of the tower. Hun explained that this magic-infused space was maintained solely by the massive wealth and financial backing of the prestigious Gold League. While Hadu wondered if they were truly that wealthy, her attention was suddenly drawn to a soft, mysterious blue glow radiating nearby. Within the light, an elderly man appeared, calling out Hadu's name with deep emotion. Stunned, she could only mutter in disbelief, wondering if Gina was actually alive. The two rushed into a tight embrace, tears of pure joy streaming down their faces. The old man called out to Hadu. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out to her grandfather. They just held each other, weeping with pure joy. Vulcan laughed, glad they finally reunited, while Hun agreed it was a relief. But stick with me here, because Glick kicked the door open, yelling they were late. He dramatically flipped his coat, demanding to know why they couldn't show basic manners by arriving 10 minutes early. Unbothered, Hun fired back, reminding him of the Oni's tight situation and telling him to show some damn empathy. Godlick coldly remarked that Hun had gone soft. Hearing this, the puppet gasped in shock, questioning the mention of Amethyst. Wasn't Amethyst that overpowered tower climber who died 10 years ago? Did he betray humanity just to gain that kind of power? Hun pulled off his mask, asking if they really thought they knew him. His true face was now completely exposed to everyone. With absolute pride, he declared, "Yes, it is me, the guy who died 10 years ago." Holding a book in his hands, Godlick addressed the room, stating that was everything they currently knew. Silence fell over the crowd, so heavy you could hear a pin drop. Rubbing his face in exhaustion, the puppet raised his hand, asking if this meant. He continued, asking if the four royal families had secretly targeted and eliminated anyone with real potential, including that devastating ambush on the village on floor 100. Hearing this, Hadu fell into a deep silence. Every eye locked onto the puppet as he asked if Ghost, Face, Hun, and Master Hench were actually victims who had been resurrected. Hun nodded. That was exactly why their guild's sole purpose was absolute revenge. His voice turned cold and dropped to a dark whisper. He declared that as the Heaven Defiers, they would bring absolute ruin to the heavens where those bastards hide. Gino chuckled quietly, thinking the kid had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the puppet smiled inwardly, realizing this was exactly what he wanted. These monsters could actually change the tower. Back on floor 10, Godlick looked at Hun and asked what his next move was. Turning his back with a smirk, Hun replied that as a climber, there was only one thing to do: keep climbing. He added that the other guild members would do the same, pushing their power to the absolute limit. The puppet went blank. In a flat voice, he muttered what you and I were thinking: they had to fight poison with poison. Old Gino fell silent too. Smiling, Hadu called out to him, asking if he was going to climb the tower with them. Gino admitted her offer made him happy, but he had to go alone. Hearing this, Hadu froze, a mix of panic and deep sadness washing over her. She gasped, asking why, but Gino gently explained that seeing her safe was all he needed to finally find peace. His old rage and drive had vanished. He figured a kind girl like her probably understood exactly how that felt. Closing his eyes, he added that traveling together would make him too soft, and his strength would only stagnate. Besides, he refused to let an old man like himself be the reason the last sword of the Oni clan failed. Looking up as system text appeared, the old man announced he was officially changing his name to Shadowless. No longer the Oni named Gino, he was just a regular blacksmith. As Hadu stared in shock, he warmly reminded her to never forget the duty and rage of the last Oni. All she could do was whisper his name. Hun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and spoke up, telling Gino, or rather, Elder Shadowless, that he had a completely different mission in mind. Turning to Godlick, Hun proposed building their base on floor 100, noting Godlick wanted to investigate the Oni village anyway. With a completely blank face, Godlick agreed. He asked if Hun had chosen a manager yet. With a confident smirk, Hun replied that the perfect candidate was already standing right here. He proudly added that Gino was the greatest Oni blacksmith alive. Since he had lived on floor 11 for a very long time, he knew its layout and secrets inside out. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Godlick admitted that made perfect sense. Godlick then turned and ordered the puppet to guide the elder straight to floor 100. Accepting the task, the puppet placed a respectful hand on the elder's shoulder, promising to escort him with the utmost care. With everything sorted, Hun looked around at the group, announcing that since everyone's destination was set, it was time to make their move. Putting on his demon mask, he fired them up, calling out to the Heaven Defiers. His voice dripped with pure malice as he urged them to show their enemies the true meaning of their name. Teleporting into the safe zone of floor 11, Hun materialized right at the entrance under a brilliant flash of blue light. Staring up at the massive structure ahead, he whispered floor 11. His cold, piercing eyes signaled that a bloodbath was about to begin. He knew this was where the real challenge started, as the faces of his targets flashed vividly through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that the bastards who ruined his life had better watch their backs. He did not care how high up those cowards were hiding, promising to tear them limb from limb. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure quietly watched them from behind. The stranger, sporting glowing golden eyes, watched from the shadows as the crowd slowly made their way deeper into the tower. And after surviving countless brutal trials, we finally see Hun make it all the way to floor 50. In a small town, news of his absolute sweep of the map is spreading like wildfire, leaving everyone talking. Have you heard the latest rumor yet? What rumor about Ghostface? Word is, he already reached the 50th floor. Now, the surviving soldiers are teaming up, desperate to take him down. Intruder detected. Take him out. Clutching their weapons, the guards brace themselves for a brutal clash with Hun. But with his overwhelming, monstrous strength, Tearing through these low-level weaklings is a walk in the park. Rise, fallen guardians of the Holy Kingdom. Obliterate every single enemy of my master. His magically summoned soldier army begins moving like a relentless killing machine, leaving a trail of fresh crimson blood everywhere they tread. Realizing Hun is an incredibly dangerous threat, the remaining forces quickly gang up to swarm the young necromancer. Too bad his allies are also ridiculously powerful. As the enemies rush in, he simply stares ahead without lifting a single finger. Hadu and Miho have this completely covered. Hit by the girl's lightning-fast moves, a panicked enemy screams in absolute terror. When did she get behind me? Right in the main hall, as a massive explosion rocks the ceiling, Hun and his undead army march directly in front of the leader. Furious that his big moment is being completely ruined, the man loses his mind and screams. What on earth is happening? Why crash my ceremony to become branch president? Not wanting to die, he grabs a summoning stone and activates his magic. Did you think I would just stand here and die? Showing exactly why he is the Holy Kingdom's branch leader, an absolutely epic scene unfolds as giant vines and heavy rocks violently burst through the ground. In the blink of an eye, a massive, intimidating stone giant stands before them. Smirking confidently with his powerful trump card fully summoned, the branch leader gloats. Answer my call, Stone Golem, the proud and mighty guardian of our Holy Kingdom. Surprised by the summon, Hun whips his head around. A golem? Even Hadu is shocked, asking if it is a level 120 monster. Hun just smirks at the toy, but the branch leader keeps bragging. That is right. Now that my stone golem is here, the tables have turned. Come at me, traitors. Crush them, Stone Golem. Annihilate these arrogant fools who dare to oppose the mighty Holy Kingdom alliance. But right in the middle of his loud bragging, the massive golem behind him gets instantly sliced to pieces. Talk about embarrassing. The leader turns around only to find his proud summon reduced to a pile of rubble. The one who made that incredibly cool entrance is none other than Hatchling. Yes, you heard that right. His companion is a literal member of the dragon race. Hatchling stares forward with cold, blood-red eyes. Seeing his ultimate defense completely destroyed in a split second, the leader despairs in shock. No way, my golem. But the terrified leader doesn't realize that death is already standing right behind him. Grabbing him by the throat like a helpless chicken, Hun lifts him up and demands, "Let us see. Are you the ruler of this 50th floor?" Choked so hard his eyes turn bloodshot, the foaming man gasps. You. Does your Holy Kingdom really want to become enemies with the 9 stars? Unfortunately for him, his threat is completely off the mark. Not even close. Hun tightens his grip, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. You guys have been my sworn enemies since 10 years ago. People whisper in fear about what happens whenever Ghostface conquers a floor. Is it true that the entire alliance on that level got completely wiped out? Is Ghostface really that powerful? Slowly removing his mask, Hun mutters that it is finally time to wrap things up here. Next, Hun's powerful 5-member squad marches forward to continue clearing the tower, determined to slowly but surely dismantle every single one of their enemies' plans. Wherever his squad travels, they instantly draw the shocked stares of everyone around them. They are Ghostface and the Rebellious Alliance, ruthlessly targeting the 9 Stars Coalition's minor guilds. Sensing the immense tension in the air, he casually asks his team for their thoughts. It seems like they have completely blocked off any path to reach the 100th floor. Hun crosses his arms, realizing that the news of their sudden raids on those minor guilds has already spread everywhere. Always thinking 10 steps ahead, Hun suggests they use powerful magic on the upper floors to completely erase any trace of their actions. Knowing his mastermind personality all too well, Hadu speaks up to ask if he deliberately leaked their movements to the public. Exactly as expected, he confirms it. Genius moves require bold actions, and he is honestly tired of sneaking into their alliances just to gather intel. From now on, let us force them to hunt us out of pure fear. Talk about a brilliant strategy. Next, Hun pulls up his status window, displaying all his current character details. Name, Hun. Class, Necromancer. Subclass, Combat Master. His physical body is rated as incredibly robust. Stats display strength at 78, stamina 76, agility 77, intelligence 112, mana 136, demonic energy 0, and divine power 6. His hunting skill is highly versatile, featuring quick judgment combat traits. Scanning the interface, these upgraded stats prove he is already becoming an absolute beast. Even if they plan an ambush, it is fine. Hun is glad to find a silver lining here. His dark energy and divine power are low, which could be a weakness against high-level rankers descending to attack him. Luckily, their raw power will be heavily restricted on lower floors. Even after clearing the lower floors, our main character still isn't satisfied. Talk about a perfectionist. Sadly, their gear just isn't up to par. Hearing this guy's ridiculous whining, Henrik has to speak up. Don't be so greedy. He reminds Hun to show some appreciation. After all, he is holding the shadowless weapon made by Gino. Without it, climbing the tower would be a nightmare. He can always swap it out once he finds something better. Hearing Gino's name, Hadu gets emotional, wondering if the old man is doing well. Miho spots her sad look, points at Henrik, and blames him for ruining the mood. Just like that, Henrik gets blamed out of nowhere, completely baffled. Did he really say something that wrong? Hun makes his decision. He needs to organize his thoughts and hunt for better gear. A change of scenery might do them some good. Watching him walk away, Henrik asks where he is heading. It turns out, Hun's destination is none other than the black market on the 51st floor. Thanks to his vast experience, he knows this place is an absolute must-visit. It is the perfect spot to score rare gear that normal shops would never carry. Rare treasures are bound to show up there. Since he cannot go empty-handed, Hun stands before Hadu and Miho, promising to buy them whatever they want if it hits the auction block. He is basically acting like a legendary rich CEO. Hadu gasps in delight, while Miho beams with a massive smile, begging for a gift too. Seeing them act like they won the lottery makes Hun realize he has been way too neglectful lately. Are they really that excited? He really should have treated them to great gear much sooner. Suddenly, Vulcan walks over, finding the idea of a little gear shopping quite interesting. Sounds like fun, but out of nowhere, a strange red sphere rolls in, suddenly splitting into 3 separate pieces. Get ready, because things are about to get wild. A blinding flash of light erupts, catching Hun off guard. Are those fireworks? In the next second, an earth-shattering explosion of raw energy erupts, looking to rip the sky apart. Debris flies everywhere as the massive shockwave knocks him back. Before he can even recover his senses and process the blast, a deadly gun barrel is shoved right in his face. He looks back in absolute shock. He never expected to be caught in a perfect ambush. The daring attacker is none other than Sane. She aims her weapon right at him, looking like she has been waiting for this moment forever. Her weapon unleashes a devastating beam of pure destruction. But thanks to his insane reflexes, Hun barely manages to dodge the blast. Sane keeps the pressure on, unleashing another terrifying explosion that fills the entire area with blinding fire and thick smoke. That monstrous weapon seriously catches Hun off guard. How on earth can such a small gun pack that much ridiculous destructive power? If he had not relied on his mask's power to dodge in time, he would have been injured. Sane, with her gun still smoking, calmly asks if he thinks he can keep dodging. Seizing the perfect opportunity while she is completely off guard, Henrik immediately rushes in for a surprise attack, but taking her down is not going to be that easy. Sane senses him immediately and deploys her defensive shield. A glowing green shield, made of pentagonal blocks, instantly materializes, completely blocking Henrik's storm-like, lightning-fast slash. Up close, Henrik finally gets a good look at her features. Glancing at her bizarre interface, a sudden question flashes in his mind. Is she actually an android? A cubic energy barrier deploys right in front of Sane, completely halting Henrik's overwhelming physical attack. Glaring at her with intense focus, Henrik tries to analyze her. Seeing her mechanical traits, he cannot help but wonder if she is truly a robot. In the next second, that green barrier gradually turns into a menacing red. Then, in the blink of an eye, a massive red dome erupts around Sane, violently blasting Henrik backward. It is a counterattack. Realizing she is too dangerous to handle alone, Hadu and Miho charge forward together. Watching Sane's arrogant behavior, they are absolutely furious and ready to strike back. How dare you attack our brother? Seeing Henrik get blasted, Hadu screams in panic. Sane seriously messed with the wrong crowd, and she is about to pay the price. Without wasting a single second, they both unleash their skills at Sane simultaneously. Sane seemed cornered in that perfect pincer attack, but she quickly launches into the air to activate her flight systems. Hadu misses completely, looking up in sheer disbelief. She can fly? Miho remains her adorable, naive self, pointing to the sky and shouting, "Look, an airplane." While Hadu stands frozen in place, several red spheres suddenly rain down from the sky. In the next second, they split open, priming themselves to detonate. In a flash, consecutive explosions detonate like massive fireworks, completely engulfing the entire area in a thick blanket of fire and smoke. Honestly, with this level of sheer firepower, they might as well pack up and go home. Taking the brunt of those bombs leaves the little fox utterly exhausted and bruised. It is painful to watch them get completely overwhelmed right at the start. Sane sneers in disappointment, mocking the legendary Ghostface and his crew. Is this really the best they can do? However, she celebrated way too early. In the next second, Sane is hit with 2 vicious slashes out of nowhere. Of course not. Surprise, surprise. The true final bosses finally step onto the field. Hun and Henrik join forces, launching a flawless double assault that lands without missing a single beat. After pulling off that absolutely flawless and satisfying team combo, Henrik turns to look at Hun. He has to give credit where credit is due. Their teamwork is actually pretty impressive. But Sane quickly recovers, aiming both of her guns at them, muttering how she almost felt bad about ending them so early. Before she can blow their heads off, both of them leap high into the air, prompting Sane to jokingly warn them not to overexert themselves. She warns them not to overdo it since she has something to say. As late night falls and the quiet town goes to sleep, she stands directly in front of the two, calmly introducing herself after that incredibly hostile first impression. She introduces herself as Sane, a talented bounty hunter of the tower, but Han Ju-hoon can barely believe his ears and has to ask her to repeat that ridiculous title. That is when Han Ju-hoon finally realizes someone put a target on his back and wants him dead. Asking if they really have a bounty on their heads at only the 50th floor, Han Ju-hoon gets completely ignored as Sane casually brushes it off. She tells them not to bother introducing themselves, since Ghostface and his strange dragon companion are already her designated prey. She flashes a wide, wicked grin, showing off her pearly white teeth. Unshaken, Henrik coldly draws his sword, asking if those are her last words, but Sane suddenly pulls a sharp U-turn, switching to a playful smile. She admits she has changed her mind, proposing a high-stakes wager as she slowly lays out her terms. She calmly explains that this wager benefits everyone, completely unfazed by the cold blade pointed right at her throat. Henrik is naturally skeptical, questioning this sudden bet, only for Sane to lay down an incredibly tempting condition. If they manage to win, she will withdraw and even reveal the identity of the person who placed the bounty. While Han Ju-hoon pauses in shock as if realizing something, the hot-tempered Henrik raises his sword high, declaring that he will end her life right now. But Han Ju-hoon quickly stops him, acting as the rational leader who wants to get to the bottom of this situation. He reasons that if the Nine Stars or the Tsar clan were behind this, they would have been in danger from day one. Arguing that they need this crucial information, he forces Henrik to hold back his sword, despite how much he wants to fight. Seeing Han Ju-hoon greenlight the deal, Sane smiles and eagerly asks him if they have an official agreement. Before finalizing the deal, Han Ju-hoon asks what the bet actually is, only to realize Sane simply wants a thrilling, fun battle against strong opponents. Looking absolutely majestic and imposing in her dark armor, she points at them and demands a good old-fashioned fight. Tired of her endless chatter, Henrik retorts that this stupid bet just leads to the exact same outcome anyway. But Sane insists on adding a twist, declaring that regardless of who wins or loses, everyone must make it out alive. She explains that she needs to stay alive to deliver the information, claiming she has no hidden agenda against them. Hearing this bizarre, no-kill condition, Han Ju-hoon can't help but wonder what her true motives really are. To keep the two-on-one fight fair, Sane demands that Ghostface seal away his soul summoning ability, which he easily accepts. Agreeing to the terms, he silently plots ahead, knowing he can always strike once he uncovers her true intentions. Flashing a creepy grin, Henrik kicks off the battle, noting that taking her limbs is still fair game. As long as she breathes, right? Sane matches his gaze, her eyes glowing with excitement to start this intense clash. Right off the bat, she unleashes a highly advanced skill, transforming her protective helmet into a flying drone that unleashes auto-targeting heavy gunfire from above. A massive cannon materializes, raining down heavy fire that Han Ju-hoon desperately has to dodge. Never one to back down from a fight, he draws his own weapon, mockingly asking what her little toys can possibly do to him. But Sane doesn't just rely on her drone, charging in herself to point twin guns directly at him, asking if he forgot she was here. Using his superhuman reflexes, Han Ju-hoon quickly summons his soul shield to block the oncoming barrage. True to his sneaky style, Henrik slips right behind her for a surprise attack. But Sane stays entirely unfazed, calmly activating a high-speed teleportation skill to evade his blade. Her body suddenly blurs and completely vanishes, leaving our two heroes staring blankly at each other in shock. Carrying too much momentum, Henrik simply cannot stop his attack in time, and in a hilarious twist of fate, the two allies end up clashing directly with their own attacks. But with everything happening in the blink of an eye, Henrik loses control of his swing and accidentally deflects his deadly slash. The resulting impact completely demolishes the surrounding forest. Watching them struggle to work together in such a chaotic way, Sane looks down from above with utter disappointment, mockingly asking what they are even doing. She ridicules their terrible teamwork, asking if they always fight like selfish amateurs instead of actual partners. To make matters even worse, the two allies immediately start bickering right there on the battlefield. Han Ju-hoon furiously yells at him for getting in the way, while an equally enraged Henrik snaps back that he is the one causing trouble. Demanding that Henrik get out of his way so he can strike, Han Ju-hoon pulls rank, bossily ordering him to fall in line since he is the guild leader. Guild master my ass. Henrik completely refuses to agree, yelling back, "You better think about this. Leave this fight to me, and we are going to win this thing." But while they are fighting like cats and dogs, she gets annoyed and cuts in, saying, "Hey, you two are arguing. I know you both have strong opinions, but ignoring me is just plain rude." To steal back the spotlight, San unleashes an absolutely insane move. Looking down at them, she casually asks if they have ever heard of the death ray. Oh my god. A massive beam of blinding light and lightning rains down from above, unleashing a terrifyingly huge area of effect attack. Confronted by this light that is literally brighter than the sun, they both freeze in sheer shock, as the pitch-black forest is completely swallowed by pure destruction. Meanwhile, in the far distance, the peaceful town lies quiet with its lights glowing, enjoying the night. But right in the middle of the forest, a glowing purple tear rips through space, slowly expanding into a massive portal. Out tumble Henrik and Hun, falling straight to the ground like descending angels. They are totally fine, if by fine you mean absolutely wrecked, and just like that, their little shortcut of an adventure lands them face first into the woods. His back is absolutely killing him, but hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. Good thing Hun was smart enough to trigger his teleportation spell just in time. If that blast had connected, they would be dust. Fortunately, he always keeps an emergency plan ready, which is the only reason they are still breathing. Even though Henrik just stared death in the face, he is still hyped up and ready to fight. He fumes, asking why they are running away mid-fight, but Hun immediately shuts him up, covering his mouth and telling his dramatic partner to keep it down. Hun looks up to see San's floating cannon still actively patrolling the area. Seeing her roll out with such high-tech treasures really gets him curious about her gear. That automated flyer? Wait, actually, it is controlled by her high-tech protective helmet. Her weaponry is insanely advanced. Who exactly is this girl? She is so bizarre that Hun seriously starts wondering if she is some kind of alien. This woman named San definitely doesn't feel like she is from Earth. Since the universe is infinite, his wild alien conspiracy theory actually starts making a lot of sense. Since this massive tower connects countless different dimensions and universes, she could easily have crossed over from another highly advanced world. She definitely has to be a tower climber from a civilization with technology far beyond anything he has ever seen. After wrapping up his detective analysis, Hun turns and says, "Hey, Henrik, if you truly want to win, follow my lead this time." And with those words, you just know he already has a master plan cooked up. San is basically searching for a needle in a haystack, tearing the forest apart trying to find them. They are here somewhere, but where are they hiding? Suddenly, a familiar figure steps out. While others would run, Hoon proudly shows himself right in front of San without a single ounce of fear. Because she held the upper hand earlier, she is currently riding high on a wave of pure overconfidence. Exposing yourself like this. Does that mean you have finally decided to give up? But she completely underestimated him. Hun simply smiles and shoots back. "Sorry, but I don't plan on dying today." Summoning his binding spirit, it is officially his time to shine. He summons a massive wave of creepy, shadowy hands that rise from the ground. San, completely clueless about the danger, keeps talking big. She mockingly laughs. "What's this? I thought you'd pull out some epic move, but you're seriously trying to stop me with a simple binding spell?" As if she knows anything. While she is busy feeling proud of herself, Henrik is already peeking out from the shadows right behind her. "Aren't you embarrassed trying to pull a cheap trick like this?" Leaping straight out of the spatial rip, he seizes the perfect opening and delivers a decisive, powerful slash right at her. Catching her completely off guard, her eyes instantly widen. But San is incredibly fast, immediately firing a devastating beam of light directly at Henrik. His entire upper body takes the brunt of the blast and completely vaporizes. Such a completely brainless and reckless move makes her question reality. Did he really just charge in blindly like that? No, there has to be some sort of trick here. Talk about a massive plot twist. Not only is he completely fine, but he actually smirks with absolute delight, yelling, "Man, I really love this move. Hun really pulled off a masterclass." The very spell she just mocked as trash now has her eyes widening in absolute horror. Wait, is there a protective barrier around his head? Exploiting her brief moment of absolute shock, Henrik charges forward and lands a clean, devastating slash right across her. Even with blood splattering everywhere, San doesn't seem bothered in the slightest. "Did you seriously think that was enough to bring me down?" Meanwhile, Hun weaves rapid hand signs, channeling a strange, surging magic. Spells aren't the only weapon in a necromancer's arsenal. With his all-rounder masterclass, he can transfer all his personal buffs directly onto Henrik. Clapping his hands together, he is ready to show San some serious karma. "Now, Let me show you what true support from an all-rounder master really looks like. Hun is definitely no pushover, instantly setting off a massive, thunderous energy explosion. Successfully channeling a massive power buff directly to his partner, he roars, "Go!" Even Henrik and Sane are completely stunned by this insane transformation. His speed has skyrocketed out of nowhere. Did that demon mask give him some kind of crazy buff? Seriously, she has a ridiculous amount of overpowered toys. Next thing they know, she pulls out a massive hand cannon and fires repeatedly at them. "Get away from me!" But Sane is way too green. Henrik, with his insane flexibility and picture-perfect movement, easily dodges every single shot without taking a scratch. You think you can retreat now? In your dreams. With pure killing intent written all over his face, he slashes down while she desperately tries to block. But the show is far from over. Sane's eyes widen in absolute shock as she spots something massive rising right behind Henrik. He has got a giant majestic dragon backing him up, and it looks absolutely legendary. Lightning Dragon! Henrik flashes a thrilled smirk now that the tables have completely turned. That terrifying dragon immediately rains down blinding beams of light. Sane is shocked to her very core, completely unable to react in time. He blitzes right past her, landing a heavy slash. Just when it looks like a done deal, Henrik steps on something unexpected. While he is still confused, she smirks and says, "You stepped on it." Turns out, Sane is insanely crafty and had an ambush ready. "I lured you here just to hand you this little gift." And that trap Henrik accidentally triggered? It is a literal nuclear landmine. Even Hun never saw this trap coming. Panicking as he watches his ally walk right into it, he screams out, "Henrik!" He rushes over as fast as he can, but he is a second too late. Blinding light erupts, vaporizing everything in the surrounding area. Nothing but dust and thick smoke remains. It looks like Sane has completely wiped them out, leaving absolutely nothing behind. He is utterly baffled, thinking, "Damn it, what kind of world does she even come from to possess this level of technology?" While he is lost in thought, a sudden shock hits. His chest has been shot. Sane stands there with her gun, leaving a gaping hole in him as she slowly walks over and says, "Checkmate." After that incredibly intense battle, Sane is still completely unscathed. "That dragon cannot fight me anymore. It looks like you are the only one left who has not been injured yet. Isn't that right, Hun?" Despite being absolutely battered, he forces himself to stand, smirking. "Oh, is that what you think?" Looking out at the battlefield covered in thick, choking smoke, he drops an absolute bombshell. "I forgot to tell you something. That guy is more than capable of surviving an explosion like that." Suddenly, from behind him, another dragon emerges from the shadows. Sane is not intimidated at all, mockingly asking him, "What is this? Are you trying to say you have not even been trying this whole time?" The dragon glares with blood-red eyes, absolute wrath dripping from its voice. "How dare you?" Now, standing right before Sane is a dragon so monstrously terrifying it would make anyone run for their life. "I cannot believe you forced me to unleash this hideous form." This newly summoned dragon makes one hell of an entrance, immediately unleashing a massive, devastating explosion that packs some serious destructive power. Sane leaps into the air to dodge the terrifying blast, but even she has to acknowledge this ridiculous power. The strongest climber in the tower is seriously on another level. Yet even now, Sane is still smiling, completely full of energy. But do not think I have gone all out yet. With that, Sane summons a horde of mechanical drones to surround the dragon. Ready to blast it with deadly laser beams, she commands, "Maximum firepower." The resulting explosion unleashes an absolutely insane amount of raw energy. Beams of blinding light and energy lines tear the landscape apart. Yet, as the thick black smoke begins to clear, that massive dragon is still standing tall. Looking at her ridiculously over-the-top attacks, the beast scoffed, "What is this? Did you really deploy all of this just to kill one dragon?" Seeing how insanely tanky and unstoppable the dragon is, Sane is left completely speechless and frozen in place. Watching her fight with everything she has got, the dragon reminds her, "Did you not say we had an agreement not to kill each other? Do not make me break our deal. This is no joke." Now fully serious, the dragon opens its massive jaws, charging a devastating fireball meant to completely blast Sane into oblivion. Yet, she remains highly confident in her own defense, thinking to herself, "You really think I cannot block that? Force field, activate maximum capacity." Instantly, a glowing blue pentagonal shield materializes right in front of Sane. The tension on the battlefield is absolutely insane right now. Neither side is willing to back down. The dragon's raw energy slams into her shield, creating a terrifying wave of friction. A split second later, exactly as expected, a massive, earth-shattering explosion tears through the entire area. Hun completely ignores the chaotic clash outside, focusing on healing his wounds. Even after using his divine power, his recovery speed is still way too slow. Could he have been hit by some sort of special ammunition? Plus, Henrik's massive transformation is seriously affecting his own condition. The moment Henrik shifted into that dragon form, all of Hun's buff and defensive skills completely vanished. Hun can only guess that his ally's raw existence is completely disrupting the flow of magic in this area. Meanwhile, Sane is still having the time of her life fighting the dragon, remarking on their incredible strength. She truly has endless tricks up her sleeve. After bringing out heavy weapons, she now duplicates herself into multiple clones. But it will make no difference, even with all these clones. Sane's clones scattered in every direction to distract Henrik, who had completely transformed into a massive dragon. He thought he could easily suppress her power, but he was dead wrong. He was supposed to be the absolute master of magic here. How could this be happening? Sane was honestly like a futuristic gadget cat from the 22nd century, carrying an unbelievable amount of advanced technology. This was pure science instead of magic, a high-tech holographic illusion. Even a mighty dragon, the supposed ruler of magic, was completely powerless against it. As she spoke, she aimed dozens of heavy guns right at the beast. Every single weapon relied on physical matter, absolutely not magic. Sane's massive barrage of gunfire blasted the dragon so hard he could barely see. Even with his insane defense, taking those heavy hits was clearly making him extremely uncomfortable. Shielded by scales so tough that crushing rocks could not even scratch them, the massive dragon stood right back up, roaring to assert his absolute power, yelling that shooting those pathetic toys 100,000 times would still be completely useless against him. Seeing this, Sane slammed a heavy anchor pillar into the ground. Talk about desperate, she was out of clean options, so she pulled out a ridiculously massive rifle. One look and anyone would want to run away. Watching from a distance, the dragon realized Sane was ready to fight to the bitter end. Sensing her fierce determination, he asked if this insane weapon was her final answer. Sane finally decided to deploy her ultimate trump card in this battle. It was her most destructive weapon, one she had tried desperately to avoid using, but now there was no other choice. Appreciating her fierce determination, the massive dragon decided to go all out as well, summoning a massive magic circle and a devastating energy ball. He declared that he would unleash his absolute maximum power to match her ultimate attack. The battle reached its absolute peak as both sides prepared to clash, unleashing the most destructive forces they could possibly summon. The critical moment finally arrived as the dragon unleashed a massive wave of energy with a terrifyingly wide range of destruction. On Sane's side, a single bullet ripped right through the air, hurtling forward at an absolutely blinding speed. As both massive forces prepared to collide, only two extreme outcomes remained: either complete and utter failure, or walking away in pure glory. An explosion unlike anything before erupted, releasing a massive wave of intense heat and a violent inferno. The entire area was painted in a violent, bloody red. The blinding light forced the dragon to shield his eyes, but Sane just stood there, calmly watching the chaos unfold like entertainment. Suddenly, both space and time seemed to freeze completely, leaving absolute silence. But a split second later, a terrifying white light erupted, violently illuminating every single corner of the town. Wherever that light touched, total annihilation followed. Now, after raining absolute destruction upon the land, nothing remained of the blast but ashes and thick black smoke. Even Sane was terrified by the overwhelming destructive power, quickly deploying an advanced energy shield to protect herself. This insane blast annoyed her to no end. This antimatter bomb was the exact reason she never wanted to use it in the first place. And even Sane's highly advanced technological shield was completely overwhelmed, proving absolutely useless against the raw heat. The extreme heat had severely compromised the barrier, making it impossible to maintain its normal functions. After pushing the device to its absolute limit, she finally shut it down, muttering that it did a great job and could finally rest. Sensing something was off, Sane suddenly whipped her head around, shocked to see that the threat was still very much alive. Despite surviving that absolute cataclysm, the dragon stood tall, refusing to bow down. Stunned by his terrifying durability, Sane's jaw dropped in pure disbelief, wondering what on earth he was made of. Could he seriously still keep fighting after taking a direct hit like that? However, he was barely holding on as his tough outer armor began to crack and shatter. Unable to endure any longer, the dragon lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a massive thud, completely knocked out of the fight. After going through absolute hell, Sane's face lit up with pure joy at her achievement, realizing she had actually managed to defeat a dragon. But reality quickly crashed down on her. As she celebrated, a cold voice echoed from right behind, asking why she had let her guard down. Sane had completely forgotten about Hoon, who had been lying low. Reminding her it was a 2-on-1 fight, he slowly stepped forward while holding his mask. he was still in the game. But despite his handsome, cold look, Sane kept her cool, refusing to be swayed by his intimidating boss energy. She mocked him, pointing out his massive wound and asking if he really thought his pretty face beneath that mask would save him now. Now, only the two of them remained, standing face to face in a highly tense standoff. Pointing her massive weapon, Sane mockingly told him to surrender since she could easily end his life right there. But Hoon calmly responded that the battle was far from over. He held some sort of mysterious fragment and suddenly bit down on it. Watching him perform such a bizarre move in this critical moment, Sane wondered in shock if he was actually eating the dragon scale. But a second later, after devouring the dragon scale, Hoon's body began to mutate, growing massive wings. He coldly declared that they absolutely needed the information she was hiding. Hoon was determined to fight Sane to the bitter end, absolutely regardless of the consequences. He absolutely needed those answers, even if it meant pushing his limits way too far. In stark contrast to her previous confidence, Sane was now left trembling in pure terror. Feeling that massive wave of energy suddenly exploding all over Hyun, she definitely started to lose her confidence fast. Once he actually experienced the legendary dragon race's power firsthand, he finally realized something major. The legends were totally right. Dragons really were the absolute masters of magic, and now, it felt like he could cast any spell in existence. This was it. The perfect moment for him to step up and shine had arrived. With eyes burning like a demon, he summoned countless magic circles covered in strange, glowing symbols all at once. Staring up at the massive magic array hovering right above her, Sane completely froze in utter shock. Meanwhile, Hyun grinned, thoroughly enjoying every single second of this highly anticipated moment. The Spear of Gungnir. Surprise, lady. Sharp, deadly spears materialized from those magic circles, ready to turn her into a human pincushion in the blink of an eye. Those deadly spears rained down on her like a devastating meteor shower. Cornered with absolutely no way to defend herself, Sane grimaced in pure frustration as a massive storm of red and black lightning completely filled the entire area, showcasing the raw, terrifyingly destructive power of this final attack. Fortunately, Sane managed to quickly escape the blast area. She cursed, wondering what on earth was happening, since this spell felt exactly like a real dragon's magic. Right then, she began having some serious doubts about Hyun. Could this demon face actually belong to the dragon race? No. His magical energy spiked right after consuming Henrik's scale. Suddenly, a terrifying realization hit her. Could he really use the unique magical abilities of whatever creature he absorbs? But by the time she figured it out, her judgment day had already arrived. Hyun charged at her from behind, sword drawn, declaring it was far too late for regrets. Realizing he was right on her tail, Sane quickly drew her weapon and swung with all her might. Forced entirely onto the defensive, she barely managed to block his devastatingly heavy strike. Seeing her completely overwhelmed and struggling to breathe, Hyun smirked in total satisfaction and teased her, asking what was wrong. Where did all that confidence go? The famous bounty hunter did not look so tough anymore. Hearing his sharp mockery, she gritted her teeth in anger, snapping back that defeating a mere half-dragon like him would still be easy. Their blades clashed violently. Deciding that playing around had wasted far too much time, she finally locked in, declaring that she would end this fight exactly the way the demon face wanted. Pulling out her signature cannon once again, Sane fired a massive energy sphere directly at him, screaming her blasting cannon attack. Instead of backing down, Hyun just laughed like a total madman, eagerly inviting her to see whose power would come out on top. Seeing him completely unfazed and calmly preparing to unleash his own ultimate counterattack, she was left utterly stunned. No way. It was absolutely impossible. Could he actually use Dragon Breath too? A glowing red sphere quickly formed inside his mouth, which then erupted into a massive, blinding beam of destructive energy, shooting straight ahead. The ground shattered under the sheer pressure of the attack, violently blasting Sane backward. That is what she got for seriously underestimating him. Just like that, she was knocked out cold. Sane was simply no match for Hyun's overwhelming power, completely losing consciousness and falling helplessly down to the hard ground. A second later, she crashed violently into the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Even though Hyun survived the clash, using such an insanely powerful attack had taken a heavy toll on his own body. He coughed up a pool of blood, and mixed right in with it was the very dragon scale he had swallowed earlier. Since it was his very first time using it, mastering this dragon power proved to be way too exhausting for his body. He would definitely need to practice later. Covered in sweat, Hyun stared ahead with an incredibly anxious expression on his face. But looking down at San lying completely unconscious in the middle of that giant crater, Hyun froze in panic, desperately wondering how he was going to fix this mess. It seemed like she was out for good, but after a while, Sane slowly opened her eyes again, Feeling intense pain throbbing through her limbs, she rubbed her sore muscles, realizing her entire body was completely thrashed. The moment she woke up, she found Henrik sitting there waiting. He remarked that she was finally awake, explaining that both of them had been waiting around and wondering when she would actually open her eyes. But she only seemed to care about Henrik, asking in surprise how he could have woken up before her. Looking around in total confusion at her strange surroundings, she was completely lost, asking where on earth they were. A massive magic dome was enclosing their entire location. Hyun stepped up to helpfully explain that it was a protective barrier. Since they both passed out and the surrounding area was completely devastated, he could not just leave them unprotected. Looking at the absolute ruin the three of them had left behind, Sane scratched her head sheepishly, joking that they might have had a bit too much fun. But deep down, she had to accept her absolute defeat, admitting that she had failed in a truly miserable way. She had actually thought she had a chance, but fighting a monster capable of stealing the powers of the four great races was a losing battle from the start. Hyun immediately took the chance to tease her, laughing that she had seriously underestimated what they were capable of. Still confused by her motivations, Henrik asked why she would even make such a reckless bet with them if she already knew all of that. Getting a question she was eager to answer, Sane smiled brightly and revealed it was all for the dragon scales. The mystery was finally solved. Sahyuk's motive is incredibly simple. She just wants to fight a dragon, and there is no way she is missing this golden opportunity. Hajin completely froze upon hearing this, while Heinkes found himself even more deeply confused than before. Did they really risk their lives in endless battles just for this ridiculous goal of hers? Sahyuk simply wanted to see how her true strength stacked up against the giants of the outside world. She wanted to know who was stronger, her and her advanced technology, or the legendary dragon reigning on this very floor. Heinkes was left utterly speechless by her logic. He realized there was simply no arguing with someone like her, but Hajin quickly lost his patience with her absolute nonsense. He pointed out that, to keep this magic barrier active, he had already burned through every single mana stone harvested from those fallen monster corpses. Though he felt a bit of regret about the wasted resources, he quickly brought up their prior agreement. Since their target was finally awake, it was time to fulfill that promise. Naturally, this was the exact burning question Hajin was dying to ask. Who was the mastermind behind this? Who actually hired a bounty hunter to put an end to them? Sven remained completely silent at first, hesitating to answer. Instead of getting straight to the point, he began beating around the bush. First, he revealed that he was not sent by just a single individual. The moment those words left his mouth, time and space seemed to completely freeze in place. The group that placed the bounty on them was actually a massive association. Hearing this, Hajin's face tensed up with intense suspicion. It felt as though a dormant beast within him had finally awakened. Could the culprit really be Heinkes? Yet, the old man remained perfectly calm, seeking to understand the nature of this alliance. Sven then went on to explain the harsh mechanics of the tower's penalty system. High-floor climbers face severe restrictions on their powers whenever they visit the lower floors. To bypass these penalties, they fund and take control of low-ranking guilds from the shadows. That was the core concept he was trying to explain. In turn, those puppet guilds take control of even lower-tier groups, creating a massive pyramid of influence reaching down to the very bottom. This domino effect is exactly how they consolidate their absolute control. That is the true power of this hidden coalition. Heinkes quickly realized they could narrow down the culprits. After all, very few figures in the tower wielded that level of authority. Digging just a little deeper would surely reveal the mastermind. But Hajin stood there, his face completely grim as if doom was already upon them. But there was no need for that. Only one man possessed the terrifying reach to pull off something of this scale. Piecing the clues together, he had already arrived at the undeniable truth. And the person Hajin had in mind was a name all too familiar to him. The leader of the Nine-Star Coalition, Kainvan. He was the one man Hajin loathed more than anyone else in this world. Kainvan stood staring silently out the window, speaking without even turning around to welcome his guests. Suddenly, one of the powerful men gathered in the room spoke up. It was the Nine-Star Holy Sword himself, Donis Tayer. A mocking smile played on his face as he remarked that he already knew why they were summoned, having heard their precious coalition was attacked. The Nine-Star Archmage Merlin chimed in, asking if it was the infamous devil mask from the 50th floor. Jiang Raun, the Poison King, merely scoffed at the mention of that level. Could a powerhouse really have been targeted by such a lowly insect? A heavy boot slammed violently onto the cold ground as a booming voice cut through the air. Radiating a massive, suffocating aura, he demanded to know if they were finally done talking. Unfazed by the hostility, Donis Tayer casually reached down to draw his sword. Did he really want to pick a fight? Kainvan quickly stepped between the two hotheads, asking Donis if he could truly guarantee that his own guild wouldn't be the next target on the hit list. Hearing those grim words, Donis frowned deeply, suddenly at a complete loss for how to respond. Kane stepped closer to the group, declaring that the devil mask had proven to be a dangerous threat. After bowing his head in silence, he looked up with a chilling, completely heartless smile. He suggested they crush this emerging threat before it ever had the chance to fully grow. Donis dialed back his bloodlust and raised an eyebrow, demanding to know how they were supposed to eliminate him. Would they have to personally go down to do the deed? Kane simply shook his head, noting that the system penalty would be far too severe. Then, his crimson eyes snapped open, blazing with pure malice. Naturally, they would need to hire a formidable mercenary for this job. Envisioning the tower reduced to a pile of smoking ruins, Kane revealed his grand plan, confidently stating he had already found the perfect candidate for the job. That recruit was none other than Sven. After surviving a brutal battle, he now found himself completely surrounded by two dangerous foes. Yet, Sven showed no signs of fear. He simply smirked, pointing out that they were all 300th floor climbers. And yet, the massive gap in their skills was truly unbelievable. Staring at the two completely unharmed fighters standing before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the reality that king-class climbers really operated on an entirely different level. Hajin coldly reminded him of the harsh truth. He had failed his mission, and had even leaked crucial information to those bastards. The boss standing nearby quickly cuts in to answer. The Demon Mask team's trail went cold after contacting you, he sneers. Stroking the snake on his shoulder with a wicked smile, he grins. Dinner is served. Vasiliev roars, Kamen! Instantly, the tiny snake swells into a giant, lunging forward to wrap tightly around Sunny's body. She is squeezed so tight she can barely breathe, blood vessels starting to burst in her eyes. Opening its gaping mouth to reveal 4 razor-sharp fangs, the snake lunges directly at Sane without a second thought. Meanwhile, in another dimension, pitch blackness swallows everything. A trembling voice suddenly echoes through the dark, crying out, "Help me! Please save me!" Hadu floats aimlessly through the dark, while a faint plea constantly rings in her ears. "Save me! Please save me! Someone help!" The desperate cries grow louder, making Hadu scream and bolt upright in shock. The young man standing beside her notices, asking, "You are finally awake?" Hadu looks up to see Hoon and little Miho standing before her. "Brother," she gasps, before quickly looking around to ask, "Where is that woman?" Henrik is nowhere to be seen either. Hoon replies, "He left ahead of us to gather some intel." Thinking of his ally Henrik carefully scouting their perimeter, Hoon adds, "Those hunters tracking us down are taking this dead serious. It looks like he will scout for a bit longer, even with info on Sane." Hoon studies her face, asking, "You seem to be doing all right though. We should get moving." Hadu blinks in confusion. "Wait, where are we going?" Hoon smirks. "Did you seriously forget? Their next destination is the 51st floor of the shopping district, where the hidden black market is already bustling with crowds." Little Miho excitedly points at a nearby cotton candy stall, begging, "Brother, can I get some of that?" Hoon instantly smiles, "Of course." With some time left before the market officially opens, Miho runs off happily. But while those two enjoy themselves, Hadu is still haunted by her bizarre dream. What on earth was that dream anyway? Noticing her worried expression, Hoon speaks up. "What is wrong? Are you not going to eat anything?" Hadu snaps out of her thoughts and forces a smile. "Oh, sorry. I just got a little distracted." Miho runs back, eyes shining as she cradles an armful of street food. "Look, sister, let us all eat together." Hadu smiles awkwardly and nods. "Sure, let us eat together, Miho." As night falls, the open market slowly begins to quiet down. Before they head in, Hoon gives them a warning. "Hadu, as an Oni, you will stand out way too much." With a quick snap of his fingers, Hadu's outfit instantly transforms into a stunning white dress. She beams with absolute joy. "Thank you so much, brother." Then, he turns to Miho. "Miho, shift into your fox form and hop onto my shoulder." She obeys instantly, transforming into a little white fox and leaping up. Down at the entrance, 2 guards are busy verifying guests one by one. "Step inside, please. Next in line, step forward." As our trio steps up, Hoon calmly hands over a black card. "Take a look." The guard freezes, eyes widening in shock. A black card. It grants VIP access to every single auction here, something impossible to get without an incredibly powerful backer. Noticing the sudden hesitation, Hoon raises an eyebrow. "What? Is there some kind of problem?" The guard quickly stammers, "No." He quickly leads the way. "Right this way. Let me escort you to the VIP section." Meanwhile, onlookers in the market start whispering, "Look at that mask. Is that the demon mask? He brought a woman with him? And wait, VIP seats? Is he in disguise or something?" Showing them into a luxurious room, the guard explains, "These are your private seats. Just press the button whenever you wish to place a bid. Hoon turns and gives a firm nod. Understood. Now, do not enter again unless I call for you. The guard bows deeply. Of course, please enjoy your evening. With that, he exits, sliding the door shut behind him. As the door clicks shut, privacy is restored. A short while later, once the hall is packed, the grand auction finally kicks off. The host presents rare treasures one after another, and the crowd below eagerly fights to outbid each other for what they want. The host gestures to the stage. Next, we have a rare summoning accessory, which was acquired for a massive 350,000 gold coins. Hoon watches for a bit before sighing in utter boredom. Nothing here is worth our time. Hadu nods slowly in agreement. Yeah, absolutely. There are way too many people here today. Behind his mask, completely unreadable, he mutters to himself. Something definitely feels off about this place. Looking down at the massive crowd below, he realizes that with this many people, something huge is about to be revealed. The host presents the next item, shouting dramatically. All right, feast your eyes on this next piece. The moment Hadu sees it, her eyes widen in absolute shock. Without saying a single word, she leaps right over the balcony. Caught completely off guard by her sudden move, Hoon yells in shock. Hadu! He shouts after her. Where on earth are you going? But she can only hear that desperate cry echoing inside her head again. Help me! Hadu charges directly toward the stage, guided solely by those phantom cries. Save me! Please save me! The voice rings louder and louder the closer she gets, screaming for help. Hadu reaches out toward the heavy stage curtains. Hold on! I'm coming! The guards guarding the treasure are startled by her intrusion, but they quickly recover, raising their weapons and readying themselves for a fight. Leaping straight toward the glowing relic, she draws her blade and screams, Get out of my way! Her determination is sky high, but her power is practically zero. Her sword is instantly knocked out of her grip, making her defense totally useless. She gets thoroughly beaten up, crashing face first into the floor. Forced to the ground in absolute humiliation, unable to look up, a nasty old man at the auction gloats at her misfortune, yelling about how she dared touch an item he already laid his eyes on. The guy is bloated, can barely stand without his cane, and is missing an eye. He is ugly inside and out, yet still spews venom. Glaring at Hadu, he mocks her for being such a proud girl. Right then, Hyun steps in like a hero, calmly walking up and telling the old creep that he is the one who needs to back off. Demanding to know who they just laid hands on, Hyun terrifies both the guard and the old man, leaving them stammering and completely speechless. Demon mask? The one-eyed old man stammers in absolute disbelief, trying to confirm if it really is the legendary demon mask. Hyun only has eyes for Hadu, gently helping her to her feet and softly asking if she is okay or if something happened. Pointing to the auction piece, she hesitantly explains that she heard a voice coming from inside, terrified that he won't believe her story. Just in time, the auctioneer steps up to quickly defuse the incredibly tense situation. Laughing it off, he smoothly tells the crowd that a little commotion is normal, especially when such incredible items make people get a bit too excited. The guy acts like he is on a massive sugar rush, wildly waving his hands around. He rallies the crowd to keep that hype going as the velvet cover is slowly pulled back to finally reveal the item. This is a highly contested prize, but the second Hadu sees it, her jaw drops in complete shock. Her eyes go wide because she recognizes this item instantly. A vivid memory of a little girl wearing this exact hairpin flashes instantly through her mind. The host reveals it is a floral hairpin belonging to the ancient, long-destroyed Oni tribe. Hearing this makes Hadu's blood boil. Gritting her teeth, she fumes over how they dare sell her tribe's sacred relic at a cheap auction. Sensing her pain, Hyun gently places a hand on her shoulder and confidently tells her to trust him. The auctioneer pumps up the crowd, shouting that the bidding starts now at an initial price of 100,000 gold coins. The crowd goes wild as bids fly left and right, shouting 150,000, 200,000, and 250,000. Nobody is backing down, and that greedy, one-eyed old man is ready to jump in too. The old man raises his paddle, bidding a massive 1 million, leaving the host holding his gavel, asking if anyone can beat that. Realizing no one is stepping up, the old man smugly smiles, thinking he is about to add another rare species to his dark collection. He mutters that while he couldn't get an actual Oni corpse, this relic will still make a fine prize. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Hadu reaches for her weapon, determined to strike before letting her tribe's relic fall into that monster's hands. Before she can make a reckless move, Hyun steps in to stop her as the auctioneer begins calling out the final bid of 1 million. Before the gavel can fall, a voice suddenly cuts in, bidding 3 million, and leaving the entire room completely shell-shocked. The old creep can barely believe his ears. 3 million? Hyun steps forward, looking incredibly cool, as he repeats his bid. He tells the room that if they cannot match 3 million, they should get lost. the entire hall falls dead silent. A bit intimidated, the auctioneer stammers out the final call, selling the item for a staggering 3 million gold coins. The gavel slams down, finalizing the deal as the crowd erupts into whispers, absolutely stunned to find out just how insanely rich the demon mask really is. The one-eyed old creep boils with rage, furiously cursing that administrator under his breath. Hyun starts to realize he made a mistake, worrying that overpaying so much drew way too much attention. He decides it is best to get out of there immediately. Turning back to the stage, he tells the host to pack up the item immediately so they can leave, and the guy quickly complies. Under a quiet night sky lit by a bright moon, Hadu hugs the hairpin close to her chest, treating it like the ultimate treasure. Walking down the road with Hyun, she softly thanks him, feeling guilty about how much money he had to spend. He casually explains that it was not his money anyway, telling her she should actually be thanking Goldrich instead. Suddenly, the hairpin begins to glow, and Hadu feels a warmth as a phantom embrace wraps around her, whispering a soft thank you. The spirit fades away, leaving her empty-handed but resolved. With a heavy heart, she silently vows to get revenge for her entire tribe. Quietly watching her, Hyun finally realizes why she was so desperate to get it back, since a departed Oni spirit was resting inside that very hairpin. Out of nowhere, an assassin leaps out from the shadows, swinging his blade directly at Hyun. Instantly sensing the threat, he spins around and draws his sword to block the incoming strike, while Hadu screams his name in terror. Shoving his attacker back, Hyun demands to know who he is, though he already suspects the auction creep. Sure enough, the bloated, one-eyed old man steps out from behind his thug. Smirking, the old man calls him rude, asking if he should not be grateful that he let them walk away with the item. Refusing to back down, Hyun retorts that if the old creep actually wanted it, he should have outbid him at the auction. He warns the old man that he will never get his hands on it. The old creep just bursts into a loud, mocking laugh, asking if he really cares about some stupid hairpin. Shifting his greedy gaze, the old man points right at Hadu, saying he no longer cares about the pin because now he wants her. Taxiderming a real Oni. His wicked words instantly set Hadu off, sending her charging into the fight with pure rage. Come on then. Hyped up by his delicious prey, he violently swung his hammer, but she swiftly slipped away. Hyun was losing his cool but tried to call out, warning Hadu to stay calm. Meanwhile, the old man's lackey launched a sneaky ambush. In a split second, that blade would have pierced his eye. Luckily, his quick reflexes saved him just in time. The smug assassin declared himself as Hyun's opponent. Hyun realized this guy was tough, easily matching his own level, if not higher. Meanwhile, Hadu kept her cool to strategize, activating her special skill, Battle Eye. He was heavy but slow, letting her predict his moves. Seeing her opening, she raised her sword and lunged straight at the old man. The one-eyed creep grinned, gripping his weapon. Shaking the hammer, he released a sudden, thick cloud of moss-green gas. Caught completely off guard, Hadu quickly covered her nose to block the fumes. Poison? She had to hold her breath. Her surprise attack was ruined, leaving her trapped and panicked inside the toxic cloud. With her unable to breathe, the dirty old man seized his chance, lunging forward to grab her tightly by the throat. Squeezing her neck until she turned pale, he gloated, telling her that once climbers reach the 50th floor, they realize every single player up there holds a deadly trump card. Showing absolutely no mercy, he pinned her to the dirt while continuing to brag about his own customized paralyzing poison, taken from nasty goblin darts and modified into a deadly gas. You won't even be able to wiggle a single finger for quite a while. Even pinned down, Hadu refused to panic. Stubbornly spitting back that cheap poison like this could never kill her. As an Oni, revenge was her destiny. But the old man simply drew a blade, coldly telling her he did not care about her grudges. Her life was not ending today. It was simply starting a new chapter. To make her obedient, he decided to slice her tendons, raising his sharp dagger high in the air. With a crazed glare, he demanded she become his latest trophy. Hadu felt absolute, crushing despair. Was this truly the end of her? Right on cue, Hyun burst forward like a savior, instantly slicing off the armed hand before kicking the old monster away. He mocked the villain's confusion at his movement, casually explaining that poison had absolutely zero effect on him. Hyun glared coldly, telling the worthless trash he was not even worth sparing, so he would just end his life. The villain shrieked in agony over his severed hand, while Hadu, still unable to move, weakly called out to her brother. Closing in, Hyun scoffed at his loud, dramatic screaming, pointing out he had only lost one limb. Radiating deadly intent, he promised to sever the other. The one-eyed hunter never expected that he would end up becoming the prey himself. Just as death was about to strike, the lackey rushed in to save his boss. Deploying a magic circle, Hyun mockingly praised his quick reaction. A second too late, and things would have ended terribly. The assassin felt a cold sweat, unsure of what he faced. Something had blocked his strike. Could it be magic? Before he could think, Hyun unleashed a deadly spell, forcing the assassin to leap back. The assassin struggled to defend, wondering if Hyun possessed a hidden class since he was so skilled in both swordsmanship and magic. Worse yet, the overwhelming pressure felt exactly like fighting a veteran high-level tower climber. Realizing he was completely outmatched, he decided retreat was definitely his best option. Quickly backing away, the assassin slipped behind his bleeding boss and urged him to retreat immediately to treat his wounds. The stubborn old man went ballistic, screaming in absolute disbelief. "Are you insane? There is a real Oni standing right here. How could I possibly walk away now?" The assassin instantly flipped, pointing his cold blade at the old man's face. Had he forgotten their contract in exchange for protection? Cornered and defenseless, the old man could only recite the terms. He was forbidden from interfering while the assassin fought. With a cold glare, the assassin told him to scram. Refusing to leave empty-handed, the old bastard scrambled toward the hairpin, determined to steal it if he could not have the Oni. Miho desperately shielded the hairpin box with her body, but her efforts were useless against the old monster's greedy gaze. Catching everyone off guard, he brutally punched the poor girl, sending her flying aside. Leaving Miho bruised on the ground, he grabbed the box and fled, shouting that it would join his collection. With the poison wearing off, Hadu leaped up to pursue him, yelling that he would not escape. The assassin stared in shock, amazed at how quickly an Oni could recover. Determined to stop her, he bolted right after her, swearing he would never let her reach his boss. Before his blade could even graze her, Hyun blocked it effortlessly, coldly asking where he thought he was going. He reminded him that once a fight starts, you must finish it. Outside, the silent skyscrapers stood tall, the quiet before a massive storm. Suddenly, blinding rays of light burst forth and illuminated the entire sky, signaling that an earth-shattering battle was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, the entire building was sliced to pieces and collapsed. This was the work of Hun and his opponent. They continued their fierce clash, completely locked in a stalemate. The enemy gritted his teeth and put everything into one desperate slash. Neither side yielded an inch as they struggled. Hun spoke first, saying, "No matter how I look at it, you are far too talented to waste away in a filthy dump like this." But the man didn't agree, spitting back in defiance. "It is exactly in filthy dumps like this that I get to face strong bastards like you." Hun scoffed in disbelief. "Wait, what? You are just a cowardly rat who fled because you were terrified of climbing the tower." His pride shattered, the man furiously pushed Hun back. Unable to accept the painful truth, he screamed out in absolute fury. "What do you even know?" He channeled all his energy, repeatedly slashing his sword and tearing the surroundings apart. Yet, Hun remained completely untouched, calmly saying, "You are simply too weak to even stand against me." The minion stood frozen, utterly paralyzed by the boy's mind-blowing speed. Caught completely off guard, he took a devastating slash straight to the chest, leaving him coughing up blood as his wound bled profusely. Hovering between life and death, his entire journey flashed before his eyes, remembering every single place he had ever conquered. On floor 431, he had witnessed the tower's true, ugly nature, a place crawling with deceit, betrayal, and the absolute worst of human filth. After his own comrades betrayed him, he lost his sight right there. He became the living proof of the saying that hurt people only end up hurting others. As all the suppressed agony boiled over, he cried out in pure, agonizing despair, "Is this place really that filthy?" Summoning his last ounce of strength to strike back, he growled that at least the people here never hide their true, rotten nature. Talk about embarrassing. His desperate strike missed completely, failing to scratch even a single hair on Hun. Even though he missed, the sheer force of that swing shattered the surrounding ground into absolute dust. Understanding his opponent's utter despair, Hun showed rare sympathy, saying, "I know that pain all too well, ever since I was betrayed myself." Stunned that someone like Hun suffered the same fate, the man gasped, "What?" Hun kept going, asking, "But do you realize that your mindset is just far too weak? If you are truly that powerful, climb higher," Hun declared as he leaped into the air, cocking his fist back, "and slaughter the ones who betrayed you." His absolute resolve was clear in both words and actions, as he delivered a devastating punch that sent the man flying. Taking the brutal force of Hun's strike head-on, the opponent crashed violently into the dirt, shattering the ground. He plummeted alongside crumbling debris, falling straight into a massive crater formed by the shockwave. Looking down at his battered, pathetic opponent, Hun delivered a cold truth that hit hard. "I do not run away like you." Backing up his words, Hun summoned a horde of spectral soldiers to finish him off, declaring, because I will personally destroy those miserable traitors." Horrified, the opponent twisted his face in agony and screamed at the top of his lungs. Urgent, heavy footsteps came dashing forward. While his ally was getting obliterated, the Green Goblin was busy running for his life, muttering, "Tsk, that useless demon-faced bastard. Just you wait, I will kick both of your asses." After sprinting frantically through the narrow, dark alleys, the goblin finally spotted a bright light leading to the outside. He was just steps away from the main street. If he could blend into the crowd, he would be safe. Grinning like he won the lottery, he cheered. Yes, almost there, but a nasty surprise awaited him as the goblin's eyes widened in sheer terror. And guess who? It was Hadu. Swift as the wind, she dashed right past the goblin and sliced him clean in half in the blink of an eye. Hadu coolly gave the Green Goblin a one-way ticket to the afterlife, whispering, "Goodbye. Down there, you will not be able to hoard anything." Suddenly, something on the ground caught her attention. Hadu looked down and spotted a glowing gold card lying in the dirt. Meanwhile, the defeated opponent lay motionless in the wreckage. Seeing that Hun had no intention of striking again, he asked in confusion, "Why did you spare my life?" Even though Hun radiated pure, intense killing intent, he chose to spare the man's life. "You still have unfinished business to take care of, don't you? Go and completely destroy the bastards who ruined your eyes." As someone who harbored his own deep, undying grudge, Hun laid down his demand. Hearing those words, the man bowed his head and cracked a dark, sinister smirk, warning, "Once I am finished, I will find you and make you regret not ending me today. Bring it on." Hun merely gave a cold smirk, welcoming the challenge. With their business here finally wrapped up, he and his companions prepared to depart. Amused by Hun's cold, brooding attitude, his companion could not help but tease him. "Acting all cool and sparing an enemy, are you showing sympathy because you both want revenge?" Hun simply ignored Vokan and snapped, "Shut up." Having wrapped up her own fight, she quickly ran back, calling out, "Orabioni!" Hun turned around. "Hadu, you made it." Seeing her return completely unharmed, Vokan curiously asked, "What about that fat bastard? What happened to him?" She honestly admitted, "I killed him, but there is more." Hadu then held out the glowing gold card she had picked up for everyone to inspect. Vokan inspects his newly acquired loot and finds something highly familiar. The card looks almost exactly like the one belonging to Hun. Turning it over in his hands, he realizes it connects to the auction house, though it cannot be used for direct trading. Staring at the glossy card, an idea suddenly sparks in his mind. It is not currency, it is a key. Talk about a massive stroke of good luck. He just scored a VIP pass, a key that grants direct entry into an exclusive auction reserved for high-ranking rankers. This means they might score some incredibly rare gear. But just then, Hadu suddenly falls quiet, her mood turning somber. Looking utterly dejected, she blames herself for everything, apologizing for letting her anger get the best of her and putting everyone in danger. To her surprise, Hun gently pats her head to comfort her, showing nothing but complete understanding without a single hint of blame. He reassures her that he knows how much that hairpin meant, promising he can easily handle the situation. Even so, Hun still has to give Hadu a firm warning, telling her that some moments require putting revenge aside. Feeling much better, Hadu softly nods in agreement. Wasting absolutely no time, Hun heads straight to the exclusive auction house and presents his mysterious card to the staff. The staff member is completely stunned, asking if it is indeed the secret key, while Hun just calmly nods. Hun mutters that he hopes the auction lives up to the card's prestige, prompting the flustered guide to usher him inside immediately. Looking down from the VIP balcony at the sparse crowd, Vokan notes that the attendance is surprisingly low compared to last time. It turns out they are now treated as ultimate VIPs, all thanks to that rare key that barely anyone else possesses. Finally, the highly anticipated moment arrives as the blinding spotlights focus directly on the charismatic auctioneer. The auctioneer hypes up the crowd, teasing the final item of the day with a mysterious grin as he asks if they are ready to meet the new star. Down below, the shady, monstrous bidders lean forward, their eyes gleaming with pure greed and excitement. They whisper about waiting forever for this moment, determined to win it at all costs, while Hun silently watches their every move. The entire hall erupts into chaos as the crowd grows strangely ecstatic, desperate to see what is inside. Amidst the impatient, roaring demands of the mob, a massive cage draped in a dark red cloth slowly descends. Hadu is completely baffled by the bizarre item, wondering why it is in a cage, while Hun silently guesses it might hold some rare mythical beast. The auctioneer pumps up his energy to the absolute maximum, dramatically presenting the final prize. He calls it the ultimate grand finale prepared exclusively for them, the true centerpiece of the entire night. As the red cloth is pulled away, The silhouette of a captive young girl is revealed, sparking immediate disgust in Hun at this inhumane display. What on earth are these sick bastards selling? The host announces that the captive girl locked up like an animal is Elwan, a rare dark elf slave captured in absolute secrecy. Looking closely, her eyes are filled with complete and utter hopelessness. Even from his distant VIP seat, Hun can clearly sense the incredibly heavy aura radiating from her. Her killing intent is staggering, making him certain she has some dangerous plans of her own. But things are far from simple, as Hun detects a bizarre contradiction within her energy. Alongside the heavy darkness of a dark elf, he can also feel the pure mana of a high elf. This should be impossible, considering dark elves are a mutated branch whose ancestors were tainted by demonic energy. Pure mana belongs only to high elves, the polar opposite of the dark elf race. The two forces should never coexist, yet Vokon chimes in, suggesting that it might not be entirely impossible. It could happen if someone forcefully exposed a high elf to demonic power, though Hun highly doubts such a proud race would succumb to corruption so easily. Staring closely at Elwan, a dark thought crosses Hun's mind, wondering if the four royal families are behind this experiment. Down below, the greedy bidders start shouting out their outrageous offers, desperately fighting for ownership of her. The numbers climb rapidly to 2 million gold, but then, a massive, jaw-dropping bid echoes through the hall, shutting everyone up at 5.5 million. The stunned auctioneer looks up, his eyes reflecting the figure of a mysterious woman. The one letting pure feathers drift down from above is none other than Hamili, the Angel of Eternity. Confirming her massive bid of 5.5 million gold, Hamili smiles as Elwan furiously grips the iron bars and screams, asking how she dares to do this. Elwan vehemently protests the bid, screaming at the top of her lungs that she will absolutely never submit to her. Though she looks like a pure angel, Hamili is actually a cunning, manipulative fox to her very core. Seeing that smug, wicked smile, Elwan snaps completely, desperately wishing she could break free and tear the angel to shreds. She vows to make Hamili her very first victim if she ever breaks out of her confinement. Gripping the iron bars in pure, unbridled fury, she reaches out and screams that she will absolutely never sell her soul. Hamili is clearly amused by her reaction, letting out a chilling, wicked laugh. Elwan screams one last time, promising to rip her apart first if she ever gets free. Hamili stands below, calmly telling her not to get so worked up and just think it over, princess. Down in the audience, hideous monsters, half-human, half-beast aberrations are staring at Elwan with pure, disgusting greed in their eyes. Hamili slowly proposes a deal, suggesting that instead of becoming a toy for those deceitful old men, she should just become her personal pet. Elwan grinds her teeth in sheer anger. Meanwhile, the auctioneer calls out, declaring that if there are no more bids, he will close it at 5.5 million. Hamili winks with a smug smile. As the auctioneer shouts 5.5 million, Elwan can only close her eyes and brace for her tragic fate. Is this really the end? The voice booms out again, 5.5 million. The gavel is raised, ready to seal the deal. Suddenly, a brand new bid drops, and Elwan snaps her eyes open. An extra 4.5 million gold is added. Hamili whirls around in absolute disbelief, screaming out, 10 million? That is a ridiculous amount of money to just throw away. Standing on the high balcony is none other than Hun. Trust me, he looks down on them like they are absolute trash. Wow, even a mere pigeon can pull off a massive shocker like this. The completely stunned host stammers out, 10 million gold? The crowd erupts into wild cheers as everyone realizes this auction just got incredibly interesting. 10 million gold. That is the highest bid ever recorded on the 5th floor. Oh my god, absolutely legendary. Elwan looks up, wondering who this mystery savior is. Hamili grinds her teeth in pure rage, swearing to herself, how dare he? She instantly unleashes her magic, projecting a pair of eyes filled with pure malice. Hun casually raises his hands in mock surrender, asking if she is seriously trying to force him to quit. Is that even legal? Hamili glares up at him with a menacing smirk, claiming she is the one who should be saying that. She demands he stop distracting everyone, and asks how he could possibly afford that sum. Hun says nothing, letting his suffocating bloodlust serve as his terrifying answer. She frowns in hesitation. On the stage, the auctioneer nervously sweats, wondering what on earth he should do next. With no other options, Hamili lets out a heavy sigh and raises her hand, announcing that she will match the 10 million gold bid. But Hun shows absolutely no mercy. He drops an insane new number that makes her eyes pop 20 million gold. Vukon and Hazu nearly lose their minds, screaming, 20 million? Are you insane? Obioni, if anyone is scared, they should leave. Leaning casually against the railing, Hun tells them to just end themselves if they are scared. Hamili fumes. Realizing the bastard is not bluffing, he actually wants to buy that elf. Hun glares down coldly, wondering why she is staring so hard. He mutters that her glare only makes him want to gouge her eyes out. With Vukan and Hazu standing right behind him, Hun reminds himself that, while he will eventually slaughter the 4 royal families, they do not have that kind of power yet. Despite the danger, Hun wears a highly amused, cocky smirk. If it comes down to raw cash, he can easily crush her. For now, this victory is more than enough to satisfy him. Hamili breaks into a cold sweat, swearing under her breath. 20 million? How on earth does he have that kind of wealth? The auctioneer snaps her back to reality, hyping up the crowd. 20 million. With no other bids on the table, he slams the wooden gavel down, declaring the auction officially over and finalized. And just like that, this dark elf is sold for 20 million gold. Backstage in the corridor, the host politely tells Hun to wait for a moment while they get his purchase ready. Handing him a key, he explains that it is a magic key, which will unlock the chains once he gets close to the cage. Sucking up to him with a syrupy voice, the slimy man asks if Hun could share when he might grace them with his presence next. Hun loses his patience and barks at him to get lost and bring the cargo. Behind him, Hazu gently tugs at his sleeve, whispering, "Obioni." She looks up with worried, gentle eyes, asking if he genuinely plans to use that dark elf as a servant. Hun turns around, utterly confused. He scoffs, saying he is not that crazy. Vukan glares with a terrifying face, asking where he fits in. Hun sighs, pointing out that Vukan is just a spirit. The old man glares, muttering about how the brat always has a smart comeback. Hun leans down closer to Hazu, asking what she meant. He asks if Hazu really thinks he is that kind of guy. She giggles nervously, denying it immediately, though a visible blush creeps onto her cheeks. Looking down, she silently admits that Elwyn is stunning. Suddenly, Hamili interrupts them, acting relieved that Hun has not left yet. Placing a hand over her heart, she offers a sweet smile, introducing herself as Hamili. Hun warily warns her to back off if she is planning to steal his prize, noting that the last guy who tried is pushing up daisies. Hamili quickly dismisses the idea with a nervous laugh. She claims she has no such intentions, staring at him thoughtfully while suggesting they could chat if he has some time. She asks why he brought the elf here. Standing right in front of her, Hun bluntly snaps back, asking why she is prying if she knows it is rude. He warns that even as royalty, she shouldn't expect everyone to be nice. She narrows her eyes in annoyance. Hamili smiles and brushes past him, claiming she merely wanted to get to know him better. She pauses, throwing a dangerous glance over her shoulder to warn him that a report about him has already reached the higher-ups. The air instantly turns icy as Hun turns back. Get ready, things are about to get real. Without a single second of hesitation, he draws his sword. Too fast for Hamili to react, she never expected him to strike back this hard. Gritting his teeth, Hun unleashed a single, devastating slash that severed her wings clean off, looking down at her with cold, merciless eyes. But hold on, it was all just a wild hallucination. Hamili had already walked past him, no way. He couldn't afford to die just yet. Going all out meant he could crush this feathered pest despite all his active penalties. But looking at Hamili, he hesitated, realizing what kind of threat these angels truly posed. Sure, they could hunt him down anytime, but retaliating would only bring even stronger, high-ranking angels right to his doorstep. If he stayed this weak, facing them head-on would be pure suicide. Clenching his fists, Hun felt the veins on his hands bulge with sheer frustration. For now, he had to wait. But as Hamili passed Haju, she suddenly sneered, saying that her hairpin looked absolutely beautiful. Leaning in, she whispered a cruel taunt. Too bad I will never see it again, because I burned it all to ashes. Haju's eyes widened in utter shock. That immediately set Hun off. This feathered pest was never aiming for him, her entire goal was to break Haju's spirit. Terrified that she would snap, he anxiously called out her name. But even as Haju tried to keep her composure, her face went completely dark. I am fine. I know, dear brother. Yet, a suffocating rage boiled within her, and pure, deadly bloodlust began pouring from those crimson eyes. Gritting her teeth, Haju told herself to lock away all her emotions. Walking ahead, Hamili caught her reaction and narrowed her eyes with dangerous malice. After staring for a moment, she walked away. As she did, Hamili whispered to herself that they would definitely meet again very soon. Before vanishing completely, she turned around with a smug, teasing smile. I will be waiting for you guys on the 10th floor. Seeing her fade away, Hun desperately rushed forward to stop her. Wait! How much do you actually know? But before he could demand answers, she spread her wings and soared away, leaving a cascade of feathers behind. Watching her disappear, Hun made a silent promise. He did not know what game she was playing, but he was definitely going to take her head. Now, as you and I moved to the 15th floor, Hun was commanding his soul soldiers to form a strict perimeter, letting nobody near. With an iron cage slammed heavily onto the ground, Hun issued one final command. Nobody was allowed to hear a single word of this conversation. The girl trapped inside simply agreed without hesitation. Fine. But what exactly do you plan to do with me? Stepping up to her cage, Hun tried to reassure her. Relax. If I wanted to hurt you, I would never have brought you all the way here. Hearing this, Elwan lowered her head in despair. You are all the same, aren't you? What makes you any different from those greedy bastards? Rather than arguing, Hun decided to change the subject. Believe whatever you want. But first, what is your name? Knowing she had absolutely no leverage, she answered without hesitation. My name is Elwan. Elwan von Yggdrasil. Hearing that family name, Hun repeated it silently. Von Yggdrasil. Instantly, his mind began racing as he dug up everything he knew about that name. The royal family of Yggdrasil was named after the sacred world tree of the elves. A wild realization hit him: this girl was actual elven royalty. Meanwhile, figures were leaping through the forest canopy at breakneck speed. One of the pursuers called out anxiously, asking if they were absolutely sure she was in this forest. Spread out and search. She is a true elven noble. Back at the cage, Hun silently evaluated his captive. She was a high-tier elf, and royal blood meant her potential for growth was off the charts. If she turned into a dark elf, the dark energy she could absorb would be absolutely massive. As you and I watch him ponder, a memory suddenly sparks. He recalled how furiously Elwan had glared at Hamili earlier, making him suspect she harbored a deep, burning hatred for the royal families. Snapping back to reality, he locked eyes with Elwan, who was still glaring at him. She was the perfect candidate to rebel against heaven. Feeling his intense gaze, Elwan squirmed uncomfortably, desperately trying to map out an escape plan. An idea sparked in her mind, and she looked down at her bound wrists. These heavy chains were actively suppressing her elven magic. Even if he released her right now, her powers would remain completely sealed for quite some time. Deep in her thoughts, she did not even notice Hun pull out a key, gently tapping it against the iron bars of the cage. Instantly, the iron cage holding her shattered into absolute nothingness, not even leaving a single shred behind. Elwyn stared at the empty space in complete disbelief. With the cage destroyed, Hun casually pocketed the key. Stand up. We need to have a serious talk. But Elwan had other plans. Lunging forward to snatch the key from his hands, she was easily sidestepped as Hun effortlessly dodged her desperate move. Because he dodged, she ended up face-planting hard onto the dirt. Leaving her on the floor, Hun offered some cold advice. Give up. An elf's strength lies in magic and spirits, not physical brawling. Angered by his words, she clicked her tongue. Dusting herself off, Elwyn stood up and glared. You spent 20 million gold on me. What exactly do you want? She let out a dark, mocking laugh. Ah, this private spot is perfect. Nobody would ever know what you plan to do with a completely powerless dark elf. Pointing directly at herself, she smirked. Just like those other bastards, are you planning to use me to satisfy your own sick, twisted desires? Blush blooming on her cheeks, Haju covered her ears in embarrassment. How can you say something so vulgar? My brother is absolutely not that kind of guy. At that moment, system notifications began flashing wildly. The Lord of 10,000 Demons was currently lecturing him, saying it was far too early for those activities. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox started explaining a sex education plan, while McQueen also chimed in. Reading some absurd claim that a true hero needs a whole harem of wives makes Hun lose his mind. He snaps, telling them to beat it because they have got it all wrong. Right then, a massive explosion echoes through the nearby woods. Hadu quickly rushes to his side, panicking and asking what on earth just happened. With a grim expression, Hun demands a status report. An aggressive mob is currently assaulting his undead soldiers to break their siege, forcing them to fight off these spirits first. Wu Chan desperately fights back, shouting that some incredibly wealthy bidder has swept up every single auction item. He warns that nearby tower climbers have exposed their location. This makes Hun suspect that the cunning Hamili might have somehow managed to escape from her confinement. Snapping out of his thoughts, Hun orders Hadu and Miho to reinforce Wu Chan immediately and execute everyone. Miho is thrilled for battle, while Hadu looks completely miserable. Even though she heads out, Hadu stops to look back with a teasing grin, asking if that harem story was actually fake. Flustered, Hun yells that he already said no. Once the girls vanish, he sighs helplessly and turns to Elwyn, asking if she is finally ready to talk. Realizing she has no choice left, Elwyn agrees but demands alcohol. Meanwhile, Hadu and Miho join the fray, tearing through the waves of intruders one by one. Wu Chan regroups with them, praising the two girls for buying him enough time to prepare. He unleashes a powerful battle cry, declaring he will wipe them out all at once before launching his devastating chaos strike, which detonates in a massive explosion. Sipping her liquor, Elwyn remarks that his allies are formidable, but his ability to control them makes him even more dangerous. Curious, she stares at him and asks why someone of his caliber let the angel go back at the auction house. She points out he could have easily finished off a target weakened by the tower penalty. Hun calmly responds that fighting right then would have brought him zero benefits. His rational answer makes everything click for Elwyn. She takes a deep swig, noting that he suppresses his emotions for a grander goal, unlike her. Putting the bottle down, her eyes fill with intense hatred as she asks if he has ever had to cut open a loved one. This sudden question catches Hun completely off guard, while a horrific, blood-stained memory begins to play out inside Elwyn's mind. Even with a blade in his chest, her father cheered her on to strike harder, forcing Elwyn to grit her teeth and plunge the knife deeper. A violent spray of crimson blood splatters across her face. Gazing down at him in agony, she watched her father smile with pride, telling her that only his sacrifice could teach her what she needed to know. With his final breath, he handed her a glowing golden gem, entrusting her with the seed of Yggdrasil and her own destiny as tears streamed down her face. In another memory, a hostile pursuit is underway as a savage-looking elf commander orders his men to capture the escaping princess. Spurring his horse, he barks that their wounded father could not have escaped very far. Remembering his face fuels her rage, as she recalls Elat, her treacherous brother who sold out their entire clan to the four royal houses for power. Hearing his voice, the younger Elwyn looks back in sheer terror. Sensing the danger closing in, her father desperately commands her to swallow the seed immediately. The moment those words leave his mouth, a stray arrow pierces straight through his neck. Elwyn screams in horror as her father falls, but a sudden energy blast strikes her hand, shattering the golden seed into countless pieces. The assailant was Hamili, who stood menacingly beside a bizarre cage. Looking up in absolute fury, the young princess shrieked her enemy's name. Before Elwyn could even utter a word, a beam of energy struck her chest. Hamili then landed gracefully nearby. Holding the mysterious cage, she approached slowly, declaring she had thought long and hard about how to punish the proud elf princess who dared to refuse their alliance. With a cruel grin, she lifted the cage to introduce her vile weapon. She boasted that this pure, corrupted mana was a gift from a friend, capable of spoiling a high elf with just a single drop. With a twisted smirk, she vowed to completely trample the royal dignity of a noble high elf and leave her broken. A horrifying vision of a skeleton flashes in Elwyn's mind, causing her to scream in agony, while Hamili's tormenting voice echoes in her head. She promised to slowly drag her into despair. Finishing her tragic story, Elwyn adds that she was later sold into slavery, which is how she met Hun. Back in the present, Hun realizes the dark truth. The ruthless four royal houses have been systematically wiping out even the powerful elves. He began to analyze, noting that the elves residing on the 300th floor were far too powerful to be easily eliminated. Since their massive mana and summoning magic made them impossible to defeat in direct combat, Hun deduces that the enemy resorted to the ultimate betrayal, utilizing a traitor from within to ruin them. Clutching her arms in deep sorrow, Elwyn murmurs that this is her story. She claims she only survived to serve others, prompting Hun to step in and ask if her journey truly ends there. With her silence, Hun stands and stares directly at her, demanding how she can just exist while the bastard who enslaved her rules her kingdom. To make his point crystal clear, he bluntly adds that a story of betrayal only ends when one of them lies dead. Hun then offers a direct proposal, inviting her to join the heaven-defying schemers to help her slay her enemies, leaving Elwyn completely speechless. Meanwhile, Hadu collapses from sheer exhaustion after completely wiping out the entire army of intruders single-handedly. Leaning on her knees while panting heavily, she wonders if Hun and that dark elf will be completely fine on their own. As she imagines a happy life together, she wonders what would happen if that woman actually won his heart. The thought alone absolutely terrifies Hadu. Breaking out of her daydream, she decides she needs to get out of there immediately. But suddenly, a dark figure looms right behind her, and before she can even react, it is already too late. Did red hair show up because of the loud noise? Hadu stands there helplessly, completely unable to fight back. Suddenly, a shadow lunges from afar, unleashing a devastating, wind-cutting kick onto the beast. Recognizing her savior, Hadu is filled with absolute joy. It turns out to be Hun. He calmly steps on the monster's head, walks over, and gently asks if she is doing all right. Instead of answering, she quickly asks about the dark elf. Though a bit confused by her question, Hun replies that Elwan has already departed. The shocking news leaves Hadu completely speechless. Just moments ago, right after making a deal, Hun had unlocked Elwyn's heavy chains. Finally free, the elf rubs her aching wrists and mutters about vengeance. She raises her doubts, asking if he expects her to murder her own family. Holding the heavy keys, Hun firmly replies that after what her siblings put her through, they are capable of much worse. They both gaze down silently. He promises to make her vengeance flawless, forcing her enemies to suffer 100 times more for what they did. He looks up with a cold, serious expression, declaring that he will personally make it happen. Hun then asks who her targets are. Before the stunned elf can even respond, he answers for her, naming the 9 stars and the 4 royal families. Elwyn chuckles bitterly at his bold claim, sighing that her tragic past must sound like a petty complaint to him. With that, Elwan suddenly vanishes. Hun stares up at the sky, wondering aloud if she is turning down his offer to join the rebel against heaven. Elwyn flatly refuses from above, floating in the air as she explains she is leaving to match his terrifying power level. She promises to return only when she has grown strong enough. Behind his mask, Hun cannot help but smile with genuine satisfaction. Just before vanishing, she pauses and turns back with one final question, asking him to reveal his true name. She wants his real name, not some fake alias. Deciding to be honest, he proudly introduces himself as Hun, the necromancer. The name strikes her like a lightning bolt. Necromancer Hun, the legend rumored to be dead. Suddenly, everything makes perfect sense to her. Keeping her thoughts hidden, she cheerfully offers a dark deal, telling him he can claim her soul and body whenever she perishes. As she disappears, Vulcan and Miho revert to their true forms and suggest they move out, now that the business is finally wrapped up. Once word of this event gets out, countless tower rankers will definitely swarm this location. Agreeing that lingering on one floor is suicide, Hun suggests heading to their main base on floor 60. He then recalls that Gis is scheduled to meet them there as well. Unfortunately, the ally he mentioned is currently locked in a brutal, desperate struggle. Throwing a handful of coins at the oncoming mob, Gis unleashes his golden strike, clearing the wave but remaining heavily exhausted. Shortly after, Gis is left standing completely alone, surrounded by a mountain of defeated enemies. Grit teeth, he looks at the surrounding chaos, cursing that they actually had the nerve to march an entire army right to his doorstep. Up on floor 60, frantic screams echo everywhere. The defenders try desperately to hold the line, but their vanguard is utterly crushed. Right inside Gis's very own merchant shop, a wave of elite soldiers charge directly toward his defensive puppet, ready to tear it apart. Though severely damaged, the puppet remains defiant, knowing this shop is vital for backing the rebel against heaven. If the 9 stars seize this place, their secret connection with the rebel against heaven will be completely severed. Refusing to drag Gis into this, the controller strengthens his resolve to defend the shop. He summons a swarm of deadly puppets, shredding through the invaders. Suddenly, a giant holding a massive warhammer crashes down from above, declaring his target. The earth-shattering impact obliterates the ground, but the puppet master is swiftly pulled to safety by his loyal creations. Surprised to see him unharmed, the attacker grins and commends his quick reflexes, praising his impressive skills as a puppeteer. This formidable adversary is none other than guild leader Hossein, famously known as the Giant Hippo. Recognizing the Titan, the master grows grim, wondering if they truly intend to burn everything. Suddenly, a voice barks out, calling him a fool. Out of nowhere, twin spears fly straight at his 2 supporting puppets, instantly smashing their heads to pieces. He can only watch in horror, losing his final defense. Guild leader Baholi of the White Goose Guild smugly lecturing Hossein, stating that to destroy a puppet, one must simply kill the puppeteer. Acting like a condescending teacher, he sneers that those who lack basic combat logic shouldn't be so arrogant, lest they suffer an embarrassing defeat. Furious, Hossein snaps back, demanding to know why Baholi assumes he is clueless. He points out that during these raids, the guild with the highest contribution scores the most bonus rewards. Baholi argues his guild already cornered the target, accusing Hossein of trying to steal their credit before calling him a fat pig. Fuming with rage, Hossein screams back that he is a hippo, not a pig, demanding to know who actually caused this whole mess anyway. If his foolish underlings on the 10th floor hadn't leaked on the intel, while the 2 guild leaders bicker, the puppet silently plots his move. They are completely distracted, making this his perfect opportunity. He hurls his puppet strings directly at them, screaming for them to become his puppets. Snared in his grip, the helpless guild leaders cannot resist in time and can only curse in rage. Refusing to let her target slip away, Mei charges forward and slams a powerful, energy-packed punch straight into the puppet's ribs. The devastating strike sends him screaming in agony before he collapses completely unconscious. Mei, the Gorilla Guild master, feigns absolute innocence, gasping, "Oh, my goodness. My bad. It looks like while you 2 were busy arguing, I ended up catching him myself." Acting completely nonchalant, she looks up and tells the blonde man hovering in the sky to write down that she was the one who captured this puppeteer, calling him Arthur. That man is Ashum, the Shinlu guildmaster. Landing with a sneer, he mocks them for letting the demon mask attack, calling them a disgrace to the Holy Kingdom who came all this way just to behave so shamefully. B. Holy snaps back, telling Ashom that he does not need a lecture from him. Hossein also warns him not to cause trouble just because of his minor skills, asking if he actually thinks he is the official spokesperson for Can. May, completely indifferent, only cares about herself, stating she does not care as long as her share of the spoils is guaranteed. Meanwhile, the puppet slowly drags himself back up after that devastating near-fatal punch. He refuses to let them seize this sacred ground, even if it means dying right here on the spot. With a grim resolve, he tears off his outer coat, unleashing his full power to initiate a deadly self-destruction puppetry technique. Watching this, May's eyes widen in absolute shock as Hossein stands beside her, completely unable to believe the enemy cast a self-puppetry curse on his own body. The puppet hypnotizes himself, muttering that his ultimate goal is godlike, his dream, and so much more. Striking a familiar Kamehameha stance, he prepares to blast the guild leaders, roaring that none of them will ever climb the tower again. A massive wave of pure, devastating energy erupts toward them. B. Holy quickly realizes the enemy turned himself into a puppet to unleash power far beyond his own natural limits, frantically screaming at his terrified allies to run for their lives. Suddenly, a colossal, terrifying serpent charges straight into the puppet's energy beam. A deafening explosion rings out as the surrounding structures crumble, violently shaking the entire world. The puppet grimaces in complete disbelief, wondering what could have possibly blocked his ultimate attack. Staring at the giant serpent looming before him, he gasps before its massive body thrashes him backward like a rag doll. Another loud explosion rumbles. Ashom turns to the newcomers, telling Snake King Basio and Zombie King Toon that they arrived far too late. Staring at them, B. Holy's jaw drops in disbelief, questioning how king-class tower climbers who reached the 300th floor are already here. Hossein chimes in as well, demanding to know why they are present at this location. Ashom calmly explains that these mercenaries were hired for this operation to act as guides. However, B. Holy immediately protests that they cannot accept this arrangement. Joseon completely agrees, furiously demanding why they should ever have to take orders from these mere low-life mercenaries. This is Lord Can's direct command. Do you really want to oppose the will of the 9 stars? Ignoring Ashom's threats, the 3 proud guild leaders turn their backs and declare they are quitting, saying they will not participate in something that is a total waste of their time. But right then, the giant serpent snaps up the head of Hama, who was walking at the back, leaving a headless corpse. B. Holy and May turn around, freezing in pure horror. May is unfortunately the next victim to lose her head. B. Holy barely escapes by flying up, losing his lower left leg and screaming in pure agony about his limb. Ashom clenches his fist, muttering that being incompetent was bad enough, but defying the commands of the Great 9 Stars was unforgivable. Declaring the Holy Kingdom has no use for such trash, he conjures a burst of flame, incinerating the barely surviving B. Holy on the spot. Declaring this as Lord Can's ultimate will, Toon begins channeling his dark magic, noting that even though these guild leaders were highly disloyal soldiers in life, things are about to change, as they will now serve the guild for all eternity. Under Tun's dark influence, the mangled corpses of the 3 dead leaders gradually begin to stitch back together. Ashom watches in satisfaction, praising that resurrecting the Holy Kingdom's guild masters truly proves Tun deserves his legendary title as the Zombie King. Unmoved by the flattery, Toon simply asks where the demon mask is, only for Asham to reveal that the target is still below the 60th floor. A surprised Tun demands answers, prompting Asham to explain that since this region is the target's primary financial source, they will seize it first, then easily crush the demon mask when he finally arrives here. But suddenly, a cold blade is pressed against his neck. The skeletal remains of B. Holy, puppeted by Tun, hold the knife, leaving a stunned Asham demanding to know the meaning of this betrayal. Tun coldly states that if his prey is absent, he is leaving, prompting a furious Asham to ask if he likewise dares to defy the 9 stars. Tun promises to take full responsibility and personally deliver the severed head of the demon mask, secretly muttering to himself that slaughtering that masked bastard was the one and only reason he ever accepted this task. Just you wait, you wretched necromancer. Right now, the demon mask Hun himself stands frozen in pure shock at the sight before him. Henrik is busy grabbing and thrashing some guy before turning to face the rest of the group. "Oh, you just got here?" Henrik asks. Hun can only watch speechlessly, muttering that they have another thief on their hands. Looking totally unbothered, Henrik grumbles about Hun arriving later than expected and asks if he found any good loot. All Hun can do is sigh, explaining it is a very long story. Suddenly, a white pigeon breaks through the barrier and swoops down toward them, leaving Hadu gasping in utter shock. Hun immediately recognizes it, explaining that Goyle's special carrier pigeons are capable of traveling between the tower's floors. The message is urgent, warning Hun to get to the 60th floor immediately because the rebellious Heaven faction's base is under fire. As Goyle's grave voice echoes from the bird, Hun turns to the others, demanding to know if the shop on the 60th floor has really been targeted. Another white bird swoops in with a dire warning, shouting that they will not hold out much longer without immediate reinforcements. Urging them to buy as much time as they can, the bird suddenly flies off, leaving Henrik and Hun staring blankly after it in utter disbelief. But Vulcan steps forward aggressively, loudly demanding to know what the hell is actually going on. Hadu cannot hide his alarm either, reminding everyone that the 60th floor is their crucial safe haven. Meanwhile, Hun's mind is already racing. He knows Goyle operates multiple shops under various aliases, but dominating the tower's entire market was bound to put a massive target on his back. Gripped by sudden anxiety, Hun clutches his head and curses, realizing their enemies have finally caught up to them. Henrik quickly tells him to wait, pointing out that Goyle is supposedly the strongest climber among everyone who reached the 300th floor. No matter how many men the enemy sends, they stand no chance against a powerhouse like Goyle. Hun can only blink in absolute confusion, asking Henrik to repeat what he just said. Hun counters that if Goyle were truly that invincible, he would not have hidden behind aliases. He warns that by stepping onto the front lines, Goyle has basically announced to the entire world that his massive business network is backing the rebellious Heaven faction. And if that is the case, Hun fears a simple raid will be the absolute least of their worries. He drops the harsh reality. The powerful 4 royal families will burn Goyle's entire shop to absolute ashes. Watching Hadu's expression darken with worry, Hun declares that their ultimate mission has now been locked in. They must head to the 60th floor and completely smash the city-state alliance. Vulcan flies in from behind, ordering everyone to gather. He commands everyone to gather as they prepare to teleport to the next floor's entrance. But before he can finish, a sudden, powerful blast of energy strikes him squarely in the shoulder. Hun takes a hit from the blast as well, crying out in pain. Deep in the dark corners, 2 mysterious figures and a massive serpent step forward, mockingly apologizing but coldly warning the group that they will never make it to the 60th floor alive. The ambushers are Basyu and Toon, with Basyu sneering arrogantly that this very spot will become their final resting place. With his threat delivered, the giant serpent behind him unleashes a massive, crushing wave of power. Seeing the danger, Hun instantly barks an order for everyone to run and dodge. A shockwave of pure destruction tears through the air, but the seasoned fighters manage to leap away just in time. The single strike leaves a massive crater in the shattered earth, prompting Henrik to furiously curse at the absurd level of power. Hun shouts back that they are clearly being hunted, warning the team that these are more deadly assassins sent directly by Cain. Suddenly, a grotesque, towering monstrosity materializes right behind them, mockingly confirming Hun's theory. Glaring at the beast as it swings a lethal blow, Hun moves with blinding speed, pulling Hadu and Miho out of harm's way. Quickly analyzing the foe, Hun realizes this opponent is a powerful summoner. He wonders if the gloomy figure beside the summoner is a serpent tamer. Meanwhile, a raging Henrik charges ahead, swearing to slice them in half. But the enemies do not back down. The colossal serpent bares its massive fangs, snapping its jaws in a terrifying threat. Dodging the creature's vicious snap with razor-thin margins, Henrik realizes in awe that they are actually dealing with a real dragon. Smirking from the dragon's back, Basyu mockingly asks Henrik if he would like to become his personal pet. Henrik glares upward, spitting the word back at him, but Basyu just laughs, offering him the highest rank among his beasts. He casually wonders aloud what color Henrik's dragon scales will be once he is completely broken and tamed. Furious at the insult, Henrik swings his massive sword, yelling that he refuses to be tamed by a disgusting freak. Over in another corner of the battlefield, Tun drops down right in front of Hun, mockingly claiming his dragon ally won't save him, but Hun chooses absolute silence. But internally, Hun is evaluating his opponent's immense pressure, realizing this guy must have cleared at least the 300th floor. In fact, Tun might even surpass Zen. A quiet smirk plays on Hun's lips as he decides to test the true strength of this era's summoners. Turning to his allies, Hun commands Hadu and Miho to assist Henrik while they push forward to the 60th floor without delay. Alright, you and I can see the order is given to deal with the enemies, and both Haryu and Miho quickly set off. Right, leave it to us. Hun then glares straight at Toon, raising his voice, and says, I'll handle you myself. Toon secretly smirks, claiming that is exactly what he wants. In an instant, they both clash violently, matching each other blow for blow in an intense struggle. Right now, Hun seems to hold the upper hand. Toon charges forward with a strike, but Hun remains highly alert, smoothly blocking the incoming blow. After a fierce exchange, Hoon and Toon stand face to face, locked in a tense, silent staring contest. Toon realizes that if Hoon were just an ordinary necromancer, those bone soldiers would have terrified him. The rumors about him are definitely true. Toon asks him if his title is indeed the necromancer. Hoon just scoffs back, demanding to know what of it. Toon frowns, claiming Hoon is completely unworthy of such a title, before demanding that Hoon surrender his power immediately. Hoon is not one to back down, firing back. "What if I say no, you arrogant little punk?" Furious, Toon clenches his fists and declares he will take it by force. Meanwhile, Haryu and Miho are still heading toward the 60th floor. Suddenly, Haryu senses something incredibly strange. Both of them halt in their tracks as the solid ground beneath them slowly begins to crack. Haryu and Miho exchange a terrified look as sheer horror spreads across their faces from whatever is happening beneath their feet. Hoon glances over and notices things are rapidly going south. Panic rising, he screams out for Haryu and Miho. Toon presses his attack even harder, taunting that if Hoon does not surrender his power, his friends will suffer a brutal, agonizing death. Infuriated, Hoon yells at him to shut up and let them go. Meanwhile, a massive army of soldiers is caught in a roaring sea of flames. Terrified screams echo everywhere as soldiers fall, with one of them getting violently slammed hard onto the dirt. A terrifying warrior wielding a massive weapon relentlessly strikes down the helpless troops, roaring a bloodthirsty command to die. Right after his boast, something suddenly smacks him dead in the head. A nearby ally quickly asks if he is all right. Groaning in pain, he clutches his bruised head and curses about someone throwing rocks. But looking down at the object, his face lights up with a massive grin as he yells, "Gold! Actual gold!" That was no rock, someone literally threw a solid gold coin. Finding gold in the middle of a war zone? Talk about crazy luck. But beyond this weird moment, the battlefield remains a brutal, tragic disaster of absolute madness. Desperate soldiers scramble to escape the massive, roaring inferno, consuming everything in its path. Everyone screams to run as Asum suddenly appears, silently and calmly, watching the utter chaos unfold. Asum notes that the vanguard is stuck using a single formation to block enemies, making a quick breach into the tower highly unlikely. Could there be an elite mage helping them? Suddenly, Goldrich makes his entrance, looking highly annoyed by the current situation. Gritting his teeth, Goldrich focuses on the next target area, mentally preparing to unleash his devastating golden barrage skill. The moment he fires, pure chaos erupts across the battlefield as agonizing screams echo through the smoke. Drenched in sweat, Goldrich worries that this desperate tactic won't keep them at bay for much longer. His true identity is bound to be exposed soon. He desperately urges Hoon to hurry, just as a colossal, monstrous beast slowly crawls out from beneath the earth. Seeing the beast emerge, Hoon immediately charges straight toward it with his weapon locked and loaded. He roars a command to release Haryu and Miho instantly, but Toon sneers back, declaring he has no intention of letting Hoon rescue them. Claiming to be the Corpse King, Toon vows to steal Hoon's necromancy power and become the rightful heir to the legendary Black Necromancer. Hoon is left stunned by this shocking revelation. Meanwhile, Miho slowly starts to flutter her eyes open as she regains consciousness. Relieved, Haryu asks if she is all right, while a dazed Miho looks around, asking where exactly they have ended up. Haryu scans their surroundings, only to find they are completely trapped by piles of horrifying skeletons as the massive beast outside continues to rage. Hendrik, watching from nearby, tries to decipher the giant creature's sudden movements. Realizing they are deep underground, he wonders if it plans to flee after swallowing the kids. Hendrik roars that he will never let it escape, declaring those children are his absolute line. Suddenly, the giant serpent lunges forward with its jaws wide open. The monster tries to intimidate Hendrik. He struggles with all his might to hold it back, grunting at how insanely strong it is. Suddenly, another serpent slowly slithers out from inside the giant beast's gaping mouth. Hendrik is completely stunned, frowning in disbelief as a second snake actually emerges from within. Before he can react, the smaller snake lunges forward and bites Hendrik directly on his neck. The toxic bite leaves Hendrik writhing in agony, but he quickly fights back, using his sword to slice the serpent away while telling it to get lost. The massive white beast is sent reeling backward. Clutching his face, Hendrik suddenly senses something incredibly bizarre happening and mutters in confusion. Is it poison? No, it's something with his eyes. Hendrik looks up toward the sky, witnessing something he absolutely did not want to see. In the sky above, a swarm of dragons is flying. We have to wonder if his eyes are playing tricks on him. That day, Henrik began to remember the moment those dragons slaughtered his homeland, unlocking the very source of his endless fury. Noticing Henrik's rage, Basio walked over and asked if he really hated dragons that much. Mocking him, the villain joked about how bizarre it was for a dragon to hate its own kind. sending Henrik into a shouting rage. How did he know? Henrik suddenly remembered the snakebite from earlier and realized it was impossible. He demanded to know if this was the snake's power, and Basue just smiled, confirming his suspicion. He went on to explain that the little beast's bite amplifies painful memories of the past, but that is not all, as it also transfers those painful memories right into his own mind. Basue then questioned how Henrik could possibly despise such a beautiful sight, finding his hatred completely absurd. Henrik scoffed at the word beautiful, but the villain pushed on, suggesting that transforming into a dragon was actually a magnificent gift. Unable to tolerate this mockery, Henrik snapped back, demanding to know what the villain could possibly understand to speak like that. Furious, Henrik roared that dragons were the absolute enemy who had turned his homeland to ash. He screamed in agony about being reborn as the exact same species as his enemies, making true revenge impossible, before roaring at the villain to shut his mouth. Basue mocked his pain, laughing and asking if Henrik was seriously throwing a tantrum over such trivial nonsense. Henrik repeated the word in disbelief, but Basue only fueled the fire, claiming that any past grudges should have evaporated the very moment he was blessed with a dragon body. Then the villain went on. He bragged about slaughtering countless humans just to collect his giant serpents in pursuit of ultimate beauty, dismissing Henrik's struggle as nothing but a minor inconvenience. This sick boast only pushed Henrik over the edge. Standing proud before his colossal and majestic serpent beast, the villain smirked down at him, slowly introducing himself as the one and only Snake King, Basue. He claimed to love all scaled beasts, offering Henrik a chance to join him and finally accept his true draconic nature. Gritting his teeth, Henrik spat back that he would also introduce himself. He declared himself as Henrik, the Dragon Slayer's soul, destined to slaughter every single scaled creature roaming this world. Realizing their path was completely blocked, the Snake King stopped talking and declared a fight to the death. Henrik charged forward, challenging the villain to see how much longer he could ramble, before cleanly slicing a massive attacking serpent completely in half with a single swing of his sword. Exhausted, Henrik looked up at the sky, cursing as hundreds and thousands of those deadly serpents began raining down upon him. He yelled out in defiance, daring them to attack and mocking the idea that these slow snakes could ever catch him. But right then, a giant serpent many times larger than the rest plummeted down, catching Henrik completely off guard. Realizing the smaller beasts were merely a distraction, Henrik found himself completely surrounded, and the massive serpent seized the opportunity to bind him tightly in its coils. Screaming in agony, he realized that the serpent would completely crush his bones if he did not act fast. Desperate to escape before certain death, Henrik tried to teleport away, but Basue dropped down from above and caught his face in a vice grip. The villain mocked Henrik's carelessness, telling him he was far too weak to ever stand a chance. Demanding obedience, Basue unleashed a dark, mysterious magic behind him, casting his signature snake talisman technique. As Henrik's eyes began to glaze over with the dark magic, Basue gloated, thrilled that he had finally secured his own personal servant. While stepping closer, Basue knew the hero's only escape route was to transform into a dragon and fly away. Yet he knew Henrik would never bring himself to do that. He knew Henrik's deep-rooted hatred for dragons was far too strong, mocking the hero for still refusing to accept the beast slumbering deep within his own soul. He shouted that Henrik would never willingly transform into the very enemy he sought to destroy. Demanding Henrik submit as his pet, the villain forced a surge of corrupting energy directly into his head, causing the hero to scream in agony. Henrik squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to give in. Suddenly, Hun's voice echoed in his mind, demanding to know why he was wasting his ultimate potential simply because he refused to take the form of his sworn enemy. Hun asked who he truly was, and Henrik answered that he was the Dragon Slayer's soul. Hun pointed a finger at him, yelling that he was completely wrong. He reminded Henrik that since they were still weak climbers trying to defeat much stronger enemies, they absolutely had to throw away their pride and use every single card in their hand to survive. Realizing the truth, Henrik unleashed his dragon form, easily breaking the serpent's tight coils and leaving the Snake King completely stunned. Given those memories, Basue couldn't believe he could do this. Spreading his massive wings, Henrik looked down and declared that because he was weak, he had to use every single drop of power to defeat his foes. A terrifying pressure erupted from Henrik, leaving the Snake King laughing maniacally at the sheer, terrifying beauty of his foe's transformation. Charging forward like a madman, he seems thrilled that Hank transformed into a dragon to fight. Not bad, Hank. No matter what, he will have him. Back to Jin-hun and Tun's intense clash, it's a brutal fight, but Jin-hun is falling behind. He and his summoned soldiers are constantly pushed back. He realizes Toon is copying Zixing's exact fighting style. Tun is using skills from Jin-hun's past life. Jin-hun needs to rescue the children. He has to reach them now, but he quickly changes his mind. He realizes that if he just crushes this guy, every single problem is solved. They crash together in an even clash. Jinhoon demands to know if Toon learned his fighting style from Zixing. Tun coldly replies, "Yes, and I bet you did too." Jinhoon smirks and scoffs, "Then you stand absolutely no chance against me, because I will surpass Zixing himself." Power erupts from his body, igniting fierce red flames in one hand and dark fire in the other. Tun's face twists with rage. How dare Jinhoon claim to be superior to his idol? It's absolute blasphemy. Mid-sentence, Jinhoon vanishes with mind-blowing speed, leaving Toon in shock. But the moment Jinhoon strikes, the villain forces a skeleton to block the blow for him. Toon laughs like a madman, mocking his opponent for charging to his death. Instantly, hundreds of skeletal warriors surround Jinhoon, but our hero shows zero fear, combining those red and black flames in his palms to blow his enemies to absolute pieces. Tun gasps in absolute shock. Both holy power and demonic energy? How can one person hold both? A system alert warns him that possessing incompatible holy and demonic magic is historically impossible. Because of this unprecedented feat, his name will be recorded in the Tower of Achievement. Jinhoon's body crackles, radiating waves of both massive, overpowering energies. A new alert confirms the creation of a half-god, half-demon physique. Instantly, his eyes shift into a striking gold and purple. He wonders how he can possibly defeat Zixing. Looking at the massive power radiating from the enemy, he feels a spike of anxiety, but he swears to crush them at all costs. Just like before, he will disrupt the summoning ritual with a special technique, then hunt down the main body. The method is incredibly gross, but as long as it gets results, he is going for it. Jinhoon stands tall and calmly asks if Toon really considers himself the true descendant of Zixing. Once Toon hits the ground, Jinhoon wastes no time taunting him, claiming that Zixing must have been weak too. Asking if he died from holy magic immediately strikes a painful nerve with Tun. Gritting his teeth, Toon gathers energy in his palm, vowing to end the insults. Instantly, grotesque monsters begin crawling up from beneath the earth. Dual-wielding his swords, Jinhoon welcomes the challenge. It would be boring if it ended too quickly, his eyes locking on his prey. Moving at the speed of light with dual energies, he knows Tun's summons cannot function at full power. Swearing to slice his enemy in half, Jinhoon delivers a strike, sparks flying. Yet Toon stands completely motionless, watching him calmly. Jinhoon's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. The strike was too shallow. Why is the enemy still standing against holy magic? Tun sneers, confirming that is indeed how his master died. Did the hero really think he would come unprepared? Tun summons a massive, headless warrior. With a cold glare, he declares that the hero will die for his blasphemy. The headless giant swings an 8-meter blade straight at Jinhoon. He struggles desperately to block the colossal impact. The sheer force blasts Jinhoon backward. He questions how a magic shield could block his holy strike so easily. Before he can even process what happened, a sudden pain shoots through his arm as blood gushes out. This beast is seriously strong. The surprise strike came from a skeletal warrior, and now another undead monster is diving straight from above. Realizing he is cornered, Jinhoon calculates his options. Basic attacks are not going to win this fight. He decides to channel both holy and demonic energies into a single sword, focusing his entire reserve into the blade. A flashing red alert warns him that combining opposite energies is impossible. Desperate and losing his temper, he screams at his system to shut up. He commands the system to obey, knowing this is his only choice. The gold and purple forces violently clash and pull apart. He curses as the powers refuse to blend. Driven to absolute madness, he laughs frantically and screams, "Just merge already." Ignoring the risks, he manually forces the two conflicting elements together, keeping them balanced on the razor edge. He declares he does not care if the powers reject each other, they belong to him now. So merge. Through sheer, insane willpower, he forces the clashing elements to fuse. The gold and purple lights spiral violently before finally locking into a single force. The ultimate defense shield that Tun was so proud of suddenly cracks right down the middle. The magical puppet is instantly obliterated. Even the remaining constructs show fear, while Tun mutters in disbelief, "This cannot be." Tun designed that magic shield to withstand even the legendary 4 royal families. Does this mean this boy's raw strength actually surpasses them? Jinhoon's eyes turn a brilliant silver, his blade radiating a strange, majestic energy of the same hue. What is this energy? It's not mana, nor is it holy power. The system smoothly alerts him. Congratulations, you have unlocked the fusion attribute, an explosive new power born from the ultimate combination of holy energy and dark mana. Thrilled by this, Jinhyun mutters, "Fusion, huh?" Beneath his mask, a confident grin spreads across his face as he mutters, Now this is what I'm talking about. Gripping his sword, he charges straight at Tun's squad. Panic-stricken, Tun shoves his allies forward as meat shields, screaming for Hossein and Holy to protect him. Following orders, both rush forward to shield their master. But with just a single slash, Jinhyun cuts them both down without breaking a stride. He locks his cold, ruthless gaze directly onto Tun and swings. Terrified out of his mind, Tun cowers backward with his eyes wide in sheer panic. As the blade crashes down, Tun frantically blocks with his staff. The monstrous impact triggers a colossal explosion, tearing the entire surrounding area apart. When the dust clears, it's obvious Jinhyun held back. Tun's mask lies shattered on the ground, exposing a completely dazed and beaten face. Before he can even twitch, Jinhyun presses a cold blade against his throat, staring down from behind. "So, your name is Toon, right? Why are you so obsessed with the Violet Star?" After a long silence, Tun slowly whispers that it goes back to when he was young. With eyes full of pure adoration, he declares that the Violet Star was the only one truly worthy of ruling the tower. As a helpless kid, the Violet Star had saved him from a brutal mob. That savior's gaze became something Toon could never forget. Listening to the story, Jinhyun responds, "But he died after betraying humanity. Do you still respect a traitor?" Tun instantly screams back, "That's a lie. He was set up by those bastards of the 9 stars. Jinhyun freezes in absolute shock, wondering how this guy could possibly know the truth. Tun screams out in despair, looking up to say, "He fell right into the trap of those 9-star bastards." Astounded, Jinhyun wonders how he knows the truth. Pausing his sword mid-air, he hesitates as memories of his own tragic death flood his mind. Staring down at the defeated Tun, he quietly realizes that someone actually uncovered the conspiracy. Tun looks up defiantly. "Can't you feel it? Even as a necromancer holding the Violet Star's title, let me ask you, do you have no doubts about his demise?" Thinking back, Jinhyun calmly replies that the Violet Star was once the supreme necromancer, who fell fighting the 9 stars because his own allies were bought off. He firmly declares that it was a setup and Jinhyun was innocent. Mockingly, others used to say, "Who knows? Maybe he just got blinded by power and made a foolish mistake." Jinhyun realizes that someone in this tower still remembers and believes in him. Suddenly, Toon glares up, snapping, "How dare you insult his name?" Pulling his hood up, Tun spits, "I admit you have skills, but you are no true successor to the Violet Star." Raising his staff to the sky, Toon declares, "He wasn't just my savior. His legendary power burned far brighter than any of the 9 stars ever could." Filled with hope, he adds, "He is my pride and ultimate goal." Pure rage takes over, as a vibrant blue aura erupts all around his body. "I will defeat you and inherit his legacy." Jinhyun smiles to himself. So this is what it feels like to have a true follower. "Fine, let's win him over." He tells Tun, "Then prove your worth to me." Instantly, Tun begins channeling his ultimate magic. A glowing blue-white vortex materializes before Tun's chest. Watching closely, Jinhyun notes that the spell is still incomplete, yet it represents the absolute peak of his research, since he first tapped into this forbidden magic. Screaming as his eyes turn into blank orbs of blue light, Tun roars, "You hold the Violet Star's title but still dare defile his name. I won't let you keep it." The 100 Night Phantoms materialize, swarming directly toward Jinhyun. Instantly recognizing them as soul soldiers, he counters by summoning Vulcan from his own chest and ordering an immediate strike. As Vulcan hovers above, he narrows his eyes, analyzing the enemy summons closely. They aren't true soul soldiers, they're much weaker, yet they look identical to my first creation. Did this kid actually teach himself necromancy from scratch? With fierce resolve, Tun declares, "I won't stop until I've taken my revenge and fully restored his honor." Impressed by his sheer drive and stability, Jinhyun realizes that if he hadn't reincarnated, this talented kid would have easily become the next Violet Star. Stepping forward, he decides it is only fair to unleash his full strength in this duel. He commands Vulcan to handle the summons, then charges straight at Tun. Their massive energies collide in a devastating explosion as they trade frantic blows. While Tun swings his staff, Jinhyun slams his bare palm onto the ground, summoning a physical hazard to launch a surprised attack. He shouts, "Wake up!" Blood drips from Tun's forehead as he gets completely caught off guard, barely turning around to see the danger. With Jinhyun's blade closing in, Toon can't react in time, but luckily his active spell manages to catch the incoming strike. The summon clamps its jaws around the sword, saving Tun's chest. Seeing this, Jinhyun mutters, "Damn it." His summon blocked the lethal blow. Leaping back to adopt a defensive stance, he analyzes the situation. That incomplete soul soldier is being used as a highly unstable self-destruct bomb. He desperately needs a plan, but suddenly looks up in shock as Tun unleashes an overwhelming ultimate move. Tun declares this is his final step to reaching his idol's level. Frowning deeply, he yells, "Advent of the 100,000 souls." An endless army of spirits erupts from Tun's body, swarming forward to destroy him. Jin-hyun gasped. He thought that was the necromancer's skill, but suddenly, a massive wave of soul energy hit him. Let's look closely, because this spiritual power felt like it was swallowing the entire world. But then, Jin-hyun unleashed his own technique, declaring proudly that such a weak attack could never consume his soul. Smirking, Jin-hyun swept his arm, summoning a massive surge of energy. Toon watched in sheer shock, realizing the incomplete technique was actually working. He had blocked the supreme soul skill of the necromancer. Did this mean no spiritual power could ever penetrate his soul? Jin-hyun laughed, feeling like he was facing his past self. He promised to repay him with a real army of 100,000 souls. With that, Jin-hyun unleashed his ultimate move. Toon could only watch in terror, completely helpless against the overwhelming force. Tun stared blankly at the incoming blast, letting it strike him directly. As the souls swarmed and surrounded him, he whispered that his lord had finally arrived. Jin-hyun leaped high, driving his weapon straight through Tun's body as blood splattered everywhere. Jin-hyun smiled, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Weakly, Tun smiled back, honored to finally greet the legendary necromancer. Tun slowly closed his eyes, whispering his final promise. Jin-hyun just smiled, reassuring him that they would meet again very soon. Just like that, he ended his loyal follower and claimed his soul. But suddenly, Jin-hyun sensed something strange and realized the man was still breathing. True to his reputation, Tun did not disappoint. A brilliant blue light enveloped his body as his lost strength began to surge back. With closed eyes, Tun suddenly commanded his forces to rise. When his eyes snapped open, Jin-hyun smiled and welcomed him back. Rising to his feet, Tun approached Jin-hyun and called for his soul soldiers to assemble, slamming his hand down as energy swirled around him. Dropping to his knees, he begged for forgiveness for his previous rudeness. Bowing before Jin-hyun, Tun admitted he had failed to recognize his true lord and had even betrayed his own comrades in the past. But the peace did not last. The ground suddenly trembled as a massive monster materialized before them. Breaking a sweat, Jin-hyun demanded to know what it was, and Tun explained it was his own summon. The beast let out a deafening roar. Tun explained that since it lost its master, it was running wild, so he would deal with it. Tun gathered energy in both hands to strike, but Jin-hyun suddenly yelled for him to wait. Spotting something unusual hiding inside the giant creature, he quickly stopped Tun, warning him not to damage those glowing eyes. Suddenly, a beautiful girl emerged from the beast's mouth alongside little Miho. Hadu cried out, relieved they had finally made it outside. Overjoyed, Jin-hyun called out their names. He breathed a sigh of relief, thrilled to see both of them alive and completely unharmed. Hadu explained that Miho had charmed the summoned beast to aid their escape. Proudly, the little girl boasted about protecting her big sister in a pinch. Tun stared at his massive beast in disbelief, wondering how a mere child could charm an undead using her own necromancy, while the other girl apparently destroyed all the skeletons from the inside out. Suddenly, a massive beam of crimson energy shot across the sky, forcing everyone to look up in sheer amazement. Jin-hyun smiled confidently. That was Henrik's dragon breath, which meant his fight was already decided. But then, look at this. A beaten body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily right in front of the startled group. Tun gasped in surprise, coughing as a thick cloud of dust billowed around them. It was Basyu, completely battered with one arm lying limp. Henrik arrived on the scene, mockingly noting he never expected a legend to go down so easily. Shifting from his dragon form back to a human, he proudly bragged to Jin-hyun about his flawless victory. Facing one of the four kings was tough, but he cold-bloodedly pointed his blade right at Basyu. Looking incredibly cool, he declared that this was the end, since the villain had no dangerous snakes left to protect him. Basyu could only watch helplessly as Henrik pointed out his last remaining, cowardly snake companion. Summoning his final bit of strength, Basyu looked at his tiny snake and softly apologized, admitting that their journey had come to an end. But then, Basyu opened his mouth wide and swallowed his own snake whole. The group watched in pure disgust, and Jin-hyun called him completely insane. He was actually cannibalizing his own pet. Henrik raised his weapon, unimpressed, stating that such a desperate move would change absolutely nothing. As a bright flash struck Basyu, the madman laughed maniacally, muttering about how delicious his beloved serpent tasted. Suddenly, his severed arm began to morph into a writhing serpent. He smiled, whispering that they could now remain together for all eternity. Flicking his tongue with a sinister grin, he declared the real battle was starting, rallying his fused partner to kill the dragon. Henrik chuckled mockingly at the hypocrisy of boasting about his deep love for a pet, only to treat it like a consumable item and eat it. Flicking his tongue, the grotesque villain snapped back, asking what a human could possibly know about true love. Claiming there was no deeper romance than becoming one, he disgusted Henrik, who immediately swung his weapon to smash the vile creep into the dirt. Hadu and Miho stepped forward to back him up, while Jinhyun rushed in, ordering the entire group to support Henrik. But the dragon warrior barked back, telling everyone to stay out of his way. With glowing eyes, he fiercely declared this beast was his prey. Just then, the mutated serpent lunged forward with jaws wide open, and we are left to see who survives. Henrik charges in fast, driving his weapon straight into the massive snake as blood splatters everywhere. But unexpectedly, the beast's slithering tongue wraps tightly around his blade. Shocked, Henrik can only watch as the snake suddenly bites down on his arm. Basio sneers, "Looks like you cannot use that sword anymore." Henrik confidently unleashes his next strike, shouting that it is over. Crimson energy surges around his dragon-like leg, completely unharmed as he presses the attack. Basio panics, realizing he cannot fight back. Instantly, Henrik slashes him with razor-sharp claws. Before collapsing, Basio weakly mutters, "Neither dragon nor human. Don't you think you look like a total freak?" Henrik silently grits his teeth. Soaring into the air, he lands and replies, "I learned a few things from our fight, and I appreciate that, member of the Four Kings." Henrik then boldly declares, "I am the legendary Dragon Slayer, Henrik. Nothing will ever change that." After beating Basio to a pulp, Henrik drags his limp body along like a sack of garbage. Grabbing the defeated warrior by the hair, Henrik walks back to Hun's group and violently throws him onto the hard ground. Tun is speechless, wondering how they defeated the Snake King's strongest giant snake spirit. Finally, he gasps out, "That is incredibly impressive." Toon asks if Hun's allies are really that powerful. Smirking with pride, Hun replies, "Absolutely. This time, I am climbing the tower with friends I can truly trust." Looking at Tun, Hun smiles and asks, "And of course, you are coming with us, Soul Soldier Tun?" Stunned and sweating, Tun looks at him in utter confusion before bowing his head deeply and quietly whispering, "Thank you, my lord." Dusting off his hands, Henrik walks over and says, "I want to know what happened between you two, but we are out of time." Hadu nods in agreement. "We are almost at the 60th floor, Hadu warns, noting how dangerous it is. Hun agrees. "Right, this battle is not over. Let's head up to floor 60. Suddenly, Toon kneels down, blocking Hun's path as he pleads, "No, you must not go." Tun explains that the leader of floor 60 is Asum, master of the Holy Lord Guild, who rules over the lower levels of the Holy Kingdom. Hun cautiously asks how strong this guy is. Tun reveals, "He is on par with me, easily matching a holy knight from floor 300. Henrik chimes in, "Sounds tough. But now that you and the Snake King are defeated, don't we have a decent fighting chance?" Tun lowers his head, quietly replying, "That is not the real problem." He reveals Asum's past, explaining that after being saved by the Bond brothers, he swore an absolute oath of loyalty to them. While they could deal with the outer guards to buy time, Asum is a completely different story. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shoots down from above, and the dead soldiers scattered across the battlefield begin to stir with life. Grasping their weapons, the dead stand back up, fully revitalized by divine power granted directly from the gods. By resurrecting his entire fallen army, Asum essentially wields the terrifying power of the gods from the 300th floor. Asum's terrifying stern face appears as he roars, "All units, attack." Watching this nightmare unfold, Hadu mutters in utter disbelief. "This is impossible." Hun looks at Tun and asks, "So you are saying we have no way to beat him, and we should just watch our entire guild burn?" Desperate for a solution, Hun asks what they can do. Toon bows and replies, "Actually, there is still one way to level the playing field." Extending his arm, Toon unleashes a swirling purple energy that burns on his palm like an eerie flame. He urges, "My lord, you must absorb my strength right now." Sweating in shock, Hun can only gasp. "Wait, what?" Tun explains, "I have a strong feeling about your true ability. You can absorb anything and make that power your own. Even a dead body counts as a resource, right?" Looking up at Hun, Tun envisions the spirit of his true lord hovering behind him, before adding, Hearing this, Henrik chimes in to agree. Besides, the Snake King and his Serpent Elite are extremely powerful. If you can absorb them too, your strength will skyrocket. Hun hesitates, asking, "Are you absolutely sure? Isn't there anyone out there waiting for your return?" Tun bows his head, replying, "No one. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter. My loyalty belongs solely to you." Prostrating himself at Hun's feet, Tun says with deep respect, "If I can offer my humble power to aid you, it would be my absolute greatest honor." Looking up with eyes full of hope and anticipation, Toon implores him, "Please, accept my strength, my lord." Hun slowly closes his eyes, lowering his head to think for a moment before finally replying, I understand. Raising both of his hands, Hun lifts Basue and Toon into the air, declaring, I shall take your power. With his eyes glowing a vibrant purple, he clenches his fists and commands, absorb. Instantly, Basue's crimson energy and Toon's blue aura flow directly into him. Meanwhile, chaotic battles erupt elsewhere as fighters storm the castle, dragging the enemy mages out into the open. Looking down at the falling fortress, Godlick sweats in sheer panic, thinking, oh my god, this is insane. Those dead soldiers are actually coming back to life. At this rate, they will lose the city. Watching their casualties skyrocket, he realizes they desperately need to find a way to buy some time. Flipping a coin into the air, he quickly calculates, first, we must cause utter chaos to split their forces, and then we switch to guerrilla warfare tactics. Suddenly, Godlick gasps in shock as a devastating, terrifying blast of energy shoots straight toward his exact position. The blast is so incredibly powerful that it tears right through every single wall, triggering a massive explosion. It leaves a gaping hole in the castle, letting the sky shine through like a giant magnifying glass. Luckily, Godlick managed to guard himself just in time to escape unscathed, but he still feels completely helpless. He panics, crying out, oh my god, my position is compromised. Looking at the sheer destruction of the strike, he wonders if that blast actually contained divine power. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, I finally found you, rioter. He declares that the mysterious merchant who supported the masked man will now be completely eliminated along with his partner. It is Asum, and he points out that for a supposed god, his opponent's methods are incredibly brutal. Sweating bullets but trying to play it cool, Godlick asks if the army below is simply serving the interests of the Holy Kingdom. Assam coldly replies that Lord Khan gave him only 2 orders. He must eliminate the incompetent leaders and completely wipe out the masked man along with his allies. As Godlick trembles in fear, Asum speaks with absolute authority, declaring that his lord's command is completely absolute. He yells that his lord's word is as sacred as God's, and no other conditions will ever be considered. Godlick fights back, yelling, things won't go your way, you fanatic. Instantly, an intense battle breaks out, as fire consumes everything around them. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, massive explosions keep tearing through the walls as an incredibly tense battle unfolds. Asum relentlessly chases Godlick, demanding to know just how much longer he plans on running away like a coward. Running for his life and sweating with anxiety, he desperately prays for safety. If they discover his true identity as Godlick, things will get much worse. He looks back over his shoulder to check on his pursuer, realizing he must find a way to fight without exposing his identity. But is it even possible to face a monster like that while keeping his true strength completely hidden? Assam notices something is off while giving chase. He wonders why his opponent is suddenly holding back his full power. Compared to his flashy moves from before, he is doing nothing but fleeing. He must be hiding something big from them. Suspecting a secret, Asum launches an attack, declaring he will strip him of everything to force out whatever secrets he is hiding. He mocks Godlick, asking if hiding his power will actually save his allies. Godlick turns around just as the strike is coming, completely unable to react. Suddenly, a massive claw blocks the blow. It is Hench, having fully transformed into a dragon to save him. The shocked guards point and scream, a dragon! A dragon broke into the building. They wonder where on earth a beast like that came from. They call out to check if Lord Asum is safe. Looking at the beast, Asum recalls rumors of a dragon among the masked man's allies. Sweating and frowning, Asum wonders if they really managed to scale all 60 floors in just a single night. He realizes they must have defeated Toon and Basu, who went ahead. That is when Hoon calls out, asking Asum where they can find Khan to take his head. A massive explosion detonates, filling the temple with blinding light. Up in the sky, Hadu asks if it is really okay to leave Hun to fight alone. Hench tells her not to worry since he has his secret weapon. But suddenly, something shoots up through the air to attack Hench. The attack is coming from below, launched by Asum's soldiers who yell to shoot down the masked man's accomplices. Godlick points out they need to clear the soldiers first, warning that Asum has the terrifying power to revive fallen troops. Miho gasps, complaining that such an ability is totally unfair. Hench grins and decides to just incinerate them all to ashes instead. With nothing left to revive, the threat is gone. Meanwhile, Hun and Asum clash fiercely, locked in a brutal and high-stakes battle. Raising 2 fingers, Hun unleashes a powerful fire projectile that strikes Asum directly in the arm, but holy power immediately envelops Asum. In the blink of an eye, his severed arm completely regenerates. Watching the wound seal instantly, Hun is forced to admit that this guy possesses an incredibly impressive recovery rate. To put him down for good, he needs to unleash a strike so devastatingly powerful that it leaves absolutely nothing left to regenerate. He must exploit an opening and use his ultimate move. Hun mocks Asum, asking if this is the power he stole from those Bond brothers. He asks if Asum had to kiss those maniacs' boots. Frowning with rage, Asum demands how he dares insult them like that. With a massive energy sphere forming in his hand, Asum asks if he fears divine wrath before launching a direct assault at Hun. Hun counters by tapping his chest to summon Vukan. Asum breaks into a sweat, shocked that a mere summon is being used to block divine punishment. An undead should be weak against holy magic, yet Vukan just smugly asks him what is wrong. He asks if Asum is curious about how they pulled it off, praising the skill. Enraged, Asum curses Tun for what he did. He demands to know why Toon betrayed him, but Toon simply replies that he never sided with anyone, only seeking a place where he truly belongs. Hun mocks them, calling it impressive. Enraged by the betrayal, Asum vows to completely wipe Tun's filthy soul from existence. Pointing a finger, Hun orders his forces to capture Asum and bring him over. His allies charge forward, shouting their agreement in unison. Vukan whips out a heavy chain, while Toon launches a direct strike at Asum. Asum realizes that Toon has been revived stronger than before and infused with the power of the masked man. Seizing the opening, Hun strikes at Asum from behind. Caught off guard by the sharp claws sprouting from Hun's hands, Aso took a vicious slash to his back, sending him bleeding and crashing violently down to the earth. A massive cloud of dust exploded, shattering the sky itself. Somehow, Aso managed to hold his ground, muttering that Devilface had actually managed to push him this far. He smugly sneered that they couldn't defeat him, boasting about the blessing of infinite regeneration granted to him by the Great One. In the end, he claimed they were destined to lose. But while Aso was busy gloating, a snake suddenly wrapped around him, binding him completely tight. He shrieked in utter shock, wondering when this happened, as Vukan and Tun both raised their hands and charged forward together. With Basyu keeping him bound, he helplessly cried out, asking if even he had fallen under Devilface's control. But Basyu had lost his mind, leaving Aso screaming his name in vain. Basyu lunged to finish him off, while Jun's magical power instantly seized Ashom, heavily injuring him with a mere flick of his wrist. In an instant, his head was blown clean off. While it looked like he was a goner, his head grew back just seconds later, bursting with even more vibrant life force than before. He mocked that this wouldn't stop him. Seeing this, Vukan couldn't help but marvel that the guy could still revive after being decapitated. Tun chimed in, noting that as long as his sacred power remained, infinite regeneration might actually be possible for him. They had to finish him in one blow. Even with his insane regeneration, Ashom's actual condition wasn't looking any better than it was moments ago. His limbs were still tightly bound, and even with his sacred power, his captors weren't about to let him slip away. Was this really Tun's power? The guy was legendary for being an absolute tank who could take any hit. Even while pinned down, he smugly raised his chin, declaring that they still couldn't defeat him with just this. Looking up at the two and the giant behind them, he secretly mocked them, thinking their plan to defeat him with the souls of the four kings had utterly failed. But Toon wasn't about to let Asham enjoy his smug thoughts for long, immediately speaking up to cut him off. They never intended to eliminate him. Vukan flashed a scheming smile, revealing that their orders weren't to kill him at all. Just as those final words left his mouth, a dark, ominous circle flashed across the sky. Their real plan was to sacrifice him to their master. Right then, Hun appeared, a brilliant, powerful energy swirling in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed his hand forward, letting his spiritual power unleash in a blinding flash. Now, Ashom's smug look completely vanished as terror took over. Gritting his teeth, he nervously wondered if that was actually sacred power. But it wasn't. The system screen popped up, announcing the fusion of sacred power and mana into a unified elemental force. His eyes stretched wide in absolute horrifying shock, watching that terrifying, overwhelming power crash down directly from his palm. The massive beam of energy surged directly toward him, cracking the earth in a blinding glow of pure destruction, leaving Ashom with nothing to do but scream out in agonizing pain. The blast was so massive that it easily rivaled a nuclear explosion, completely shaking and damaging the surrounding structures. A massive, smoking crater was all that remained where the attack had struck, as Ashom was completely incinerated to ashes by Hun's own hand. From high above, the three of them simply looked down coldly at the lifeless, charred remains at their feet. Tun then bowed respectfully before Hun, declaring that this first victory was truly his greatest honor. Vukan beside them just grinned widely, leaving Hun wondering what he was thinking as he muttered about a worthy opponent finally showing up. Why so happy when they were his successors anyway? But suddenly, a loud call rang out, instantly drawing Hun's attention. The masked demon down below, Henshi, called out to let them know they had successfully wrapped things up, looking around the ruined battlefield before offering his final thoughts. He noted that to restore this pile of ashes, they'd probably need to summon a god or a demon at the very least. Even though their victory was completely obvious, Hadu couldn't help but ask if they had truly managed to stop the threat for good. Under their gaze, she emphasized cutting the problem off at the roots, and Hun agreed that it was indeed their first victory. Glancing over at Hack, who was still wearing a smug, sly grin, Hun continued. He admitted his past losses could easily be blamed on ambushes, but today was a complete defeat after they caught him off guard. Nearby, the heavily damaged puppet also urgently needed Glick's help. Looking at the wide, sparkling eyes of the two girls listening intently, he knew everyone would soon start to wonder. He snapped his fingers, declaring the heavens would be turned upside down. The goblin got the hint, smiling in relief as he asked if this was a green light to spread the news. Hun confirmed that was exactly why he brought him along. So, holding his puppet amidst the fading flames, he waved goodbye, saying he would head out first, since there was still a mountain of work left to clean up today's massive mess. Hun looked at them seriously, saying he was counting on them. Just like that, the two vanished before his eyes. At that moment, a warning popped up from the Sovereign of all demons, praising their sharp judgment of character. The glowing text continued to scroll, with the Sovereign of all demons demanding to know what had just happened. It seemed something major was on the horizon. Suddenly, Miho sensed a strange presence and quickly spun around to see what was coming. Suddenly, crackling lightning-like streaks appeared in the sky above, instantly leaving the entire group feeling deeply unsettled. The surrounding environment began to warp unnaturally. Was it an earthquake? No. Space itself was trembling. Miho stood there, completely frozen in shock. She stared up at the heavens with wide, stunned eyes. Suddenly, the sky shattered, and an eerie beam of light blasted down, forming a massive pillar on the ground. Had the sky just cracked open? What was this bizarre light? Ether stepped forward, muttering in awe that they were indeed gods, just as he had predicted. A bright, divine, holy power wrapped entirely around Ether as he continued to speak. Believing the gods had not abandoned him but saved him, Ether's eyes glowed a blinding gold as he turned to face Yan Wu. He declared it was time to punish the rebels who doubted the gods. While somewhere far away, a teacup suddenly slipped and shattered. Khan gasped in absolute shock, stammering out Hemera's name. Aether looked over to find her scowling deeply at her own glowing hand. As the magical crest on her hand pulsed with light, Hemera glanced back at him with a sinister smirk and began to explain the situation. Aether had managed to reach the 60th floor, but it seemed he was captured. Hearing this, Khan clenched his teeth in pure frustration. The demon mask was there. Hemera calmly looked at Khan, telling him not to worry since Aether was quite a unique toy, after all. Khan narrowed his eyes in suspicion, muttering, "Special?" Hemera flashed a cruel, wicked grin and explained that in case the selection failed, she had secretly implanted a system to share her own holy power directly with Aether. If Aether were to be defeated, he would be resurrected as a vessel to wield her supreme power. She raised her arm, revealing a mark identical to the one on Aether's forehead, before continuing her explanation. The demon mask was preparing to face her head-on. Meanwhile, back on the field, Aether slowly marched toward Yan Wu and his allies. With a furious expression, Yan Wu demanded to know if that divine energy belonged to Hemera, while Heidi yelled out in rage, "The 9 stars!" Nayu looked terrified, realizing this was one of the very people who had betrayed her brother in the past. Aether chuckled gleefully at the question, asking if Yan Wu had finally recognized Hemera's warm and holy presence. Yan Wu's face darkened instantly. His eyes, burning with absolute hatred and rage, made it clear that he could never possibly forget. Staring cold-bloodedly, Yan Wu spat out how disgusting that holy energy felt. Seeing this raw hatred, Aether grew suspicious. Where did this deep resentment come from? How could a rookie who climbed the tower for less than a year harbor such hatred for Lady Hemera? Aether demanded to know who this monster was. But before he could get an answer, Vulcan and Tun sneaked up behind, ready to strike. Sensing danger at the very last second, a massive explosion erupted. As the dust cleared, Aether emerged from the smoke, completely unscathed. A creepy smirk spread across Aether's face as he taunted them, mocking the fact that none of them had reached enlightenment yet. Grabbing both Vulcan and Tun by their throats, he gleefully jeered at Yan Wu, warning him that their lack of awakening would make this crushing defeat even more painful. Aether tightened his grip, causing both of them to writhe in agony, when a massive shadow suddenly loomed over the battlefield. Henrik dived down in his majestic dragon form, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, only to freeze in utter disbelief. Aether casually blocked the massive dragon claw with a single hand, boasting that even a dragon was nothing against the power of the 9 stars. Leaping into the air, He slammed Henrich's massive body onto the hard ground with one hand, laughing maniacally as he continued his mockery. He sneered that the descendants of the young kings could never compare to the kings themselves, promising they would all die for their defiance. Suddenly, glowing pink hearts materialized around Aether. Feeling his body freeze and tremble, he panicked, wondering if some spell had just bound him. Aether looked around in frustration, demanding to know who did it, before spotting Miho casting her powerful charm magic directly on him. Realizing that the young girl must be the offspring of a mystical beast, Aether panicked, just as Yanwu appeared right behind him, wielding a sword overflowing with immense energy. Yanwu's eyes burned with resolve as he shouted for Himura's puppet to vanish, bringing his sword down in a ferocious slash. Aether's body was sliced clean in half. Yet, almost instantly, the two halves began fusing back together as he let out a mocking laugh. Yanwu stood frozen in complete disbelief, wondering how his opponent could possibly regenerate so quickly when that strike had carried every ounce of his raw power. Turning back to face him, Aether smugly answered his silent thoughts, mockingly declaring that absolutely no physical attack in this world could ever kill him now. Raising his hand with a sinister grin, he asked if it was finally his turn to strike back. A bright halo of light materialized in his hand, rapidly expanding into a massive magical circle as he roared out, "Divine form!" Sensing that this attack was on a completely different level, Yanwu spun around and desperately screamed for everyone to run. Miho cried out in absolute panic for Yonwu, but Nayu had already scooped her up and was sprinting away from the blast zone. A devastating beam of light erupted from the giant magic circle, vaporizing everything in its path. Moments later, Yonwu regained consciousness, writhing in severe pain. He cursed silently, unable to move his battered body. Seeing him stir, Aether sneered that he was finally awake, his chilling voice echoing nearby. Looking up, his face freezes in absolute horror. The villain chokes Miho with one hand, lifting her high as she struggles in agony. With chilling calm, he sneers at him, saying he woke up just in time. Terrified by the sight, he lets out a desperate scream, only to spot his defeated allies, Henrik and Hadu, lying motionless on the cold ground. Are they all truly defeated? Sensing his despair, the villain flashes a cruel smirk and declares that his little rebellion has officially failed. Devil Mask. The moment he betrayed the 9 stars, his defeat was sealed. Hearing this, a heavy, devastating thought enters his mind. Is it really over? Staring at the monster, his grim thoughts spiral. In a hopeless place like this, he realizes he cannot even take a single step closer to him. To be defeated by a mere lackey of common? No way. Losing to those bastards again is something he will absolutely never accept. His face darkens with pure, helpless rage. Meanwhile, the brute glares at Miho, tightening his grip and forcing another painful shriek from her. The monster growls that she will be the first to die, calling her an insolent beast. Tears stream down her terrified face as her vision starts fading. Gasping for air, she cries out that she cannot breathe. Driven to absolute madness by her suffering, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Stop!" Right then, a glowing system notification pops up in front of him. As he keeps choking Miho, the 9-tailed fox demands, "How dare you?" With a deadly cold expression, she asks how he dares to lay hands on someone else's child. Her gaze turns freezing cold. Anger flares as she speaks again. Even though Ashom is squeezing her fragile neck, the 9-tailed fox shows absolutely no fear at all. Instead, she threatens him, asking how he dares touch someone else's child. Her face remains entirely blank, her voice dripping with pure ice. The very next second, her patience snaps. The 9-tailed fox unleashes her true power, a violent aura exploding outward from her body. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Ashom gasps in utter disbelief. He quickly leaps high into the air to avoid a counterattack. The 9-tailed fox is turning the tables. Observing her effortless stance, he wonders if she is a transcendent entity from the higher levels. She warns him not to mistake her mercy for weakness. The very next instant, she decides to teach Ashom a lesson he will never forget. With a massive burst of energy, she blasts him backward. The sheer intensity of the light leaves Hoon standing completely frozen in awe. Suddenly, a massive energy explosion erupts, consuming the entire area. Floor 70 of the Black Forest is an incredibly desolate, barren wasteland. The surroundings are draped in heavy gray, completely devoid of life. Inside this eerie, silent area, a radiant beam of light suddenly shines down in vivid pink. Now, before their eyes, massive, pure white foxtails begin to emerge. The 9-tailed fox stands before them in a breathtaking new form, with massive tails radiating ancient power. Standing before the stunning fox beauty, Hadu is completely spellbound. When Miho asks if she is the 9-tailed fox, she smiles warmly and replies, "Hi." She asks if this is their first time seeing her. Meanwhile, clutching his bruised shoulder like a confused child. Hoon wonders where they are. Since he sincerely wants to know, the nine-tailed fox gladly answers, floor 70 of the Black Forest. Hearing this, Hadu is absolutely shocked. Floor 70? They have never climbed this high before, so how is this possible? She then reveals a secret trick only experts know, stating that climbing is not the only way up. There are many hidden shortcuts to reach these higher floors, but skipping the climb means missing out on crucial stat boosts. Because of that, they must eventually return to floors that match their actual levels. Taking this rare opportunity, the nine-tailed fox decides to ask Hadu a curious question. She was born and raised on floor 100 despite never climbing there, right? Hearing this, Hadu instantly hesitates, caught completely off guard. Despite the long conversation going on, Henrik still struggles to believe they are truly on floor 70, asking if this desolate place is really the Black Forest. Looking around this eerily empty, ghost town of an area, he remains deeply confused. This uncharted territory consists of barren lands completely covered in dangerous black lightning. Why on earth would she bring them to such a confusing, maze-like wasteland where getting lost is practically guaranteed? Talk about a total amateur move. Hearing Henrik complain, Hoon immediately shuts him down, pointing out that the confusion is exactly why this place is safe. She offers him some rare praise, noting how incredibly quick he is to understand. However, something seems off as the nine-tailed fox's fingers begin to tremble uncontrollably. It turns out even the most godlike entities have their fatal flaws, and she is certainly no exception to this rule. She warns them that she is reaching her limit, as a supreme entity forbidden from directly interfering in the climber's world. Helping them escape through the young girl was merely a temporary fix. She warns that their enemies will eventually track them down and strike again. Hearing her grim warning, they stand completely frozen in shock. Before departing, she offers Hoon some deeply serious parting advice, warning him that at his current slow rate of growth, he stands zero chance. He absolutely must grow stronger much faster. Tired of her speaking in riddles, Hoon demands some direct answers, asking her what they are supposed to do next. He begs her to reveal this rapid power-up method if it exists here, while noting how easily villains seem to operate in this tower. Having successfully sparked his curiosity, she refuses to elaborate further, teasingly saying her time is up and leaving him to get the remaining answers from another ally. With a radiant, warm smile, the nine-tailed fox offers a cheerful goodbye and tells them she will see them later. But Hoon still didn't have his answer. He reached out, shouting, "Wait, stop." Too late though. The nine-tailed fox had already transformed into a tiny fox pup. With sleepy eyes, it drifted gently down. Hazu stepped forward, opening his arms and scooping the tiny pup into his chest. "Gotcha." Staring at the little creature, Hazu couldn't understand the nine-tailed fox's parting words. He wondered, who on earth was she talking about? Gumiho? While Hoon stood there lost in thought, an arrow suddenly zipped in from right behind him. Lucky for him, his time wasn't up yet, allowing him to dodge those two lethal arrows. Up in the branches, hooded archers watched. They immediately confronted them, demanding to know who dared enter their black forest. A girl with fierce eyes drew her bow, threatening, "Outsiders, leave this place right now, or else." But right in the middle of her threat, she suddenly stopped cold, having spotted something completely unexpected. Knowing Hoon, he obviously wasn't backing down, raising his magic. "That won't work on us. We're here to find something called Vunkant." Talk about a small world. The archer slowly pulled back her hood, revealing her true appearance to them. What a totally unexpected reunion. Catching a glimpse of her face, both Hoon and Hazu were left utterly speechless. "Wait, are you actually Elwan? Who would have thought they'd reunite like this, under such strange circumstances?" "It's been a while, demon face Elwan." She then apologized for the sudden ambush, explaining, "Sorry about that, we are still extremely wary of any outsiders." To Hoon, it was no big deal. "Don't worry about it," he said. "But have you formed your own army?" Hearing Hoon's question, she played it down quite humbly, saying it wasn't really an army. She then explained that her force was just a small group of dark elves. All they could really do was keep watch over this ancient forest. Even so, she and her comrades kept their spirits completely unbroken. "But we still have faith," she said. Suddenly, Hoon's eyes went wide as he gasped, "Is that Hross?" Standing right in front of a giant ancient tree that was glowing with a mysterious blue light, she proudly introduced it, explaining, "This is the new world tree that grants us our power." Seeing such a miracle thriving in this barren land, Henrik and Hazu gasped in sheer awe. Unbelievable. But then, Elwan shared an even bigger shock, revealing, "That is nothing. Drossel is actually far larger than this." Realizing she had been talking about herself for too long, she turned to question Hoon. Now, what about you? How did you end up like this? And how did you get here? Caught off guard by Elwyn's question, Hoon was left completely speechless. A short while later, after they had finally caught her up on everything, Elwyn frowned, asking, "So one of the 9 stars intervened, and they have direct subordinates wielding that level of power?" Henrik jumped in, saying, "We only made it here thanks to Gumiho. She told us to find a way to defeat them right here." Hearing this, she broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was going to be tough. "So, we actually need that specific power?" Hazu pleaded with her, his voice full of desperation. "I know this is incredibly shameless of us to ask, but please, we beg of you, will you fight alongside us?" Hazu looked Elwan dead in the eyes, completely serious. Meanwhile, Hoon stood quietly in the corner, deep in his own thoughts. In a high-stakes situation like this, his mind just couldn't find any peace. Looking back at everything that had happened, he felt a crushing sense of doubt regarding his own current strength. "I was completely powerless against the strength given to Cayman. Without Gumiho, I would have died right there." He remembered Ashom's arrogant, punchable face sneering, "You failed, demon face." Just that memory was enough to ignite Hoon's ultimate resolve to reach the very top. "Damn it, I need more power." Suddenly, right in the middle of his mental battle, while he was brooding all by himself, a deep voice echoed, "I sense a strange energy. Did the Elder and Gumiho send you?" Not expecting this, Hoon got startled and immediately spun around. Hoon looked back at the ancient tree and replied with a nervous smile, "I don't know who you are, but don't we seem a bit too familiar for a first meeting?" But the massive tree dropped a mind-blowing truth. "First meeting, you say? We actually met a long time ago." "Wait, what are you talking about?" It slowly introduced itself to him. "I am Hras. I am the brand new power you are looking for." Hoon's face was the definition of, what on earth is even happening right now? Elwyn stood up, looking down, preparing for an all-out war against the 9 stars. Finally, she smiled warmly. "Of course we'll join. The Dark Elves will side with the rebel defying heaven." Hazu jumped up in absolute shock. "Wait, seriously?" Henrik crossed his arms anxiously. "Are you sure?" "It's not our place to say, but this is incredibly dangerous." Elwyn replied confidently. "I know. However, the only reason I'm still standing and fighting is because of the demon face. No, because of him, Hoon," she continued. "Besides, we share a common enemy, so why not join forces?" Hazu beamed with joy. "Thank you. My brother will be so happy." Suddenly, she cut herself off. Elsewhere, a voice called out, "Wait, where is Hoon?" A giant ancient tree rumbled, welcoming him. "You certainly arrived quickly." Approaching the tree, Hoon replied, "Since you summoned me, how could I possibly be late?" He looked up, asking, "Why did you call me here?" The tree spoke, "I find you quite fascinating." Hoon gave a wry smile. "Very few people in the tower find me fascinating. Just an ordinary guy?" The system window flares to life, with the sovereign of all demons asking if they just mentioned him. Another message pops up, promising he has nothing to worry about. The demon sovereign is on his side. Hyun doubts it, questioning, "My side?" Suddenly, the massive trunk glows, extending a branch right in front of Hyun. He stares in wonder as the blinding light slowly emerges from a leaf. It is the fruit of the black tree. The ancient tree rumbles, offering it directly to him. Hyun is stunned. The legendary world tree fruit? Such a prize is normally reserved only for high elf royalty. Examining it closely, Hyun reminds himself that this is the dark version. Dark elves are a mutant race born of demonic energy. Looking at the glowing orb, Hyun realizes this fruit is pure demonic crystallization. Anyone who consumes it gains immense power. Grinning wickedly at the sphere, he realizes he finally has a shot at defeating Ah Hae-in. Controlling his greed, he questions the tree. Why offer this to him? As the elven deity, shouldn't it be handed over to Elwan instead? Ignoring his question, the tree asks what he knows about the era before the tower emerged. Left speechless, Hyun simply listens as it begins explaining. "My true form was crafted by an ancient god who existed long before the tower stood. Created as a blessing for the elves, its original creations." Hyun wonders if this deity is the divine tree parent, visualizing her being worshipped by everyone. A goddess who poured her entire heart and soul into the elves. She blessed them with unmatched beauty, grace, and perfection. Granting them spiritual connection and immense lifespans, they easily rivaled the legendary 4 great races. Suddenly, the tree asks him what the ultimate weakness of a perfect creation is. Hyun answers with a single word, pride, which hits the nail on the head. Exactly. Blinded by their own vanity, they isolated themselves, looking down on all other living races in the world. Content with their perfect lives, they had zero desire to climb the dangerous tower like the other desperate races. Thus, after thousands of years, not a single elf ever successfully cleared the tower. Hearing this, Hyun gasps in utter disbelief. The tree asks why gods force mortals to climb the tower. Glancing at the system screen, Hyun replies it is to elevate them, boosting their creator's power like a certain someone. A new text box appears, asking if he is feeling resentful. The tree poses another question, asking what he would do with a well-paid servant who fails to perform their duties. Clenching his fist, Hyun calmly replies that he would dispose of them and find a more obedient replacement. Only then does the chilling truth of its words sink in. Stunned, he listens as the tree confirms his fears. Indeed, the god has shifted all hope onto the Dark Elves and Elwan. The rest of the elves grew corrupt, conspiring with the four great races to overthrow the Tower Order, just like Hamel and Lat. Hyun grinds his teeth as the tree reveals the masterminds, the 9 stars, the strongest humans, who also happen to be his enemies. Pushing the glowing sphere closer, the ancient tree admits that Elwan is still far too weak to absorb this overwhelming power. Thus, it entrusts the fruit to him, the rebel plotting to defy the heavens. A blue system screen pops up, presenting a contract from the divine tree parent. The condition is to unify the Dark Elves, rewarding him with the black tree fruit. Smirking, Hyun snatches it instantly. An offer like this is impossible to refuse, so he immediately accepts the contract. Immediately, a dangerous warning flashes on the screen. The fruit contains highly unstable demonic energy. Hyun hesitates, realizing that consuming it carelessly would allow this dark force to completely destroy his body. Another window appears, showing the divine tree parent offering its assistance. Thick branches suddenly extend forward, wrapping tightly around his body. Grasping the ancient entity's intention, Hyun nods and mutters that he understands. Using the branches to filter the energy will shield his body from the devastating recoil. Pushing the orb into the wood, he summons Varan and Atun, who appear instantly. He informs them that he is going all out to absorb this massive power source. Hyun orders them to guard him until he masters this power or the process completes. Bowing deeply, they swear to protect him with their lives. Clearing his mind, Hyun begins the absorption process. Nearby, his companions are desperately searching for him, with Hyejin shouting his name. Elwyn wonders where he could have gone, but Henrik suddenly shouts, pointing toward a massive surge of dark energy erupting in the distance. Realizing he entered that zone, Hyejin panics as the overwhelming demonic pressure becomes terrifyingly clear. Before she can call out, a massive explosion obliterates the ground behind them. An enemy approaches, demanding how he dares to escape the judgment of the stars. Enraged to find his target hiding there, the attacker vows to crush him once and for all. And that brings us to the end. That was a quick recap of the story so far. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to drop a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss another epic video. Until next time, take care.